China Magic City. The 8th floor of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel Royal Suite. A sharp hiss. After a night of heavy drinking, Xuan rubbed his groggy head and woke from his slumber. As his eyes were still bleary, he noticed a stunningly beautiful girl lying beside him. When he saw her face as if kissed by an angel, he shuddered, all drowsiness gone. Her fair cheeks, slightly upturned lips, and slightly parted red lips were alluring. A thunderous realization. Memories of last night flooded his mind. This is the girl from the bar. He had slept with that girl, never expecting her to be such a goddess-level beauty. Stunning. Indeed, the girl before him could be described as a celestial maiden descending to earth. Then he stared at the red spots on the sheets, lost in thought. Was it her first time? Had he truly deflowered such a goddess-level beauty? No, to be precise, the girl had ravished him. Honestly, last night was the best night he had ever had. Until he fully woke up, he thought it was all a dream, but who would have thought it was all real? Yesterday was the day he received his admission letter from Magic City University. He had arranged to meet some friends at a bar and got drunk. At that moment, a similarly drunk girl pulled him into a taxi, and then what happened. Damn, this happiness comes too suddenly. Just as Xuan's eyes were burning with passion, the girl let out a hum and woke from their eyes met. A scream came from the girl's mouth. Xuan was startled, and all his passion vanished. Ahem. What if I say it's a misunderstanding? As a transmigrator, he comforted her verbally, but was panicking inside. Jokingly, this girl could afford such a room, so her identity must be no ordinary. What to do? I just graduated. If my father finds out, he will be furious. He is not in good health. The girl was also at a loss. Her father had been forcing her to marry someone she didn't like, so she had run out to buy alcohol to drown her sorrows, but who knew? At this thought, the girl's face flushed red. She couldn't believe that was herself yesterday. Obviously, the whole thing wasn't entirely that guy's fault, because it was she who had pulled Xuan into the taxi and into the hotel. Soon Mu Hanxue bit her red lips and forced herself to stay calm. This matter must not be known to the outside world or her father. If her father found out that she had slept with a man, he would definitely skin her alive. As for the bastard in front of her, he would die an incomparably miserable death. Weighing the gravity of the situation, Mu Hanxue took a deep breath and decisively slapped a bank card on the coffee table. Here is 100,000 password 666. You'd better forget what happened yesterday. If a third person knows, believe me, you will die a very miserable death. The cold voice echoed in the air, and the room was already empty of the girl's figure. Magic City University. By the river under a willow tree there was a bench where a handsome boy sat. Opposite him stood a graceful, slender girl without 3 years passed so quickly. Xuan, I like you. Lost in memories, the slender, well-proportioned girl took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and boldly confessed. Looking at the recognized #1 campus heartthrob of Magic City University, Xuan thought for a long time and spoke her feelings. As a genius and top student in the art department, and one of the campus beauties of Magic City University, her admirers could line up from the library to the school gate. Xuan. Ahem, Xuan, don't be silly. You're Xiaoqian's best friend. We're friends. The sudden confession caught Xuan off guard. To be honest, Xuan was very beautiful with flawless looks and figure, but they were too familiar. Being friends for 3 years truly made it feel strange. Xuan shook her head stubbornly. I don't want to be just friends with you. Who says friends can't become lovers? And besides, I fell in love with you on the first day of freshman year. From then on, I saw you as my Prince Charming. That's why Xiaoqian ended up with Xuan. It was because of you that Xiaoqian could get close to Lin Xuya. Having already confessed and taken the first step, Xuan gritted her teeth and revealed her 3-year secret crush. What the heck? Xuan was truly shocked by this news. 3 years of secret love. This secret was well hidden. Although he was the campus heartthrob of Magic City University, and many girls liked him. But upon closer thought, Xuan finally understood. No wonder the girlfriend of his roommate had been giving him gifts every now and then, causing his roommate to almost fight him, thinking he had something going on with his girlfriend Xiaoqian. To be honest, a girl secretly loving a boy like this, and she was a beautiful campus belle, it was impossible for Xuan not to feel a bit moved. Even though they were familiar, this sudden confession was too abrupt. If they could spend some time together, maybe. Daddy. Just as Xuan was about to speak, 2 clear, sweet voices rang out. By the time Xuan and Xuan reacted, 2 elfin cute toddlers about 2 years old were clinging excitedly to each of Xuan's legs. Xuan. Daddy. This. Xuan, he has children. The 2 cute toddlers clung tightly and wouldn't let go. Looking at their eyebrows, there was indeed some resemblance. Suddenly, Xiaolan's mind roared with realization. Xuan himself was dumbfounded. Looking at the toddlers who had just learned to walk steadily clinging to his legs, he said, Ahem, well, although you are very cute, and I love children, you can't just say things like that. I am not your daddy. As Xuan finished speaking, 7 or 8 burly bodyguards who looked formidable surrounded the area. In the middle of the bodyguards was a beautiful girl in a pencil skirt who looked like a secretary. Xuan, who had been about to step forward and speak, saw the sudden appearance of the 7 or 8 burly bodyguards, each at least half a head taller than her, and swallowed her words. Ding. Congratulations to the host for meeting his biological daughters. The strongest daddy system is activating. Xuan. As a transmigrator, Xuan naturally knew what a system meant, but at this moment he had no mind to care about it. Damn it, you bastard system. When did I ever have a daughter, let alone 2? You bastard. Xuan was truly bewildered. This system was too unethical. Mr. Xuan, right. Miss wants to see you. The girl who had accompanied the 2 toddlers, who was also very beautiful no less than Xuan, was named Xiaoli, Mu Hanxue's assistant and female bodyguard. She paused and continued, Miss said if Mr. Yi Xian does not cooperate we can take you by force. Outwardly calm, Xiaoli's heart was churning. Tong Tong and Meng Meng called this man daddy absolutely impossible to mistake. She couldn't accept it. The person who had been with her young lady was actually a junior in college. Then 3 years ago he must have been. At this thought Xiaoli's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Was the young lady so forward-thinking 3 years ago? As expected of the young lady impressive. Yi Xian. Take me by force. Are you kidding me? Is this the attitude for inviting someone? Immediately Yi Xian's impression of the miss that Xiaoli mentioned plummeted. How could such a woman raise such adorable toddlers? Fine, I'll go with you. Without hesitation Yi Xian spoke decisively. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but because he wanted to know what that woman was up to. Daddy hug. Me too, me too. Yi Xian. No hug. His tone was slightly stern, but then the 7 or 8 bodyguards took a step forward in unison. This put immense pressure on Yi Xian, and his mouth twitched constantly. Damn, is this necessary? Have fine. They'll hold you. So he took one child in each arm holding them. The 2 toddlers giggled happily, their 4 little hands tightly hugging his neck, and they both planted a kiss on his cheeks. Xuan. This. Strangely feeling the kisses of the 2 toddlers, the unhappiness in Yi Xian's heart dissipated like a deflating balloon replaced by a trace of sweetness. Whoa, what the hell? Yi Xian, you idiot, what are you thinking? For a moment Yi Xian actually felt the urge to become a daddy, not sure what got into him. Ding. The strongest daddy system binding successful. Ding. Host has successfully recognized his 2 biological daughters. Reward passive ability charm aura. Charm aura. Under the influence of the host's charm aura, both men and women will be charmed to a certain extent. Of course, the closer the relationship, the better the effect. The host's 2 daughters are completely immune to this ability. This is the protagonist aura tailored for the host by the system. Hope the host will soon achieve the right path and become the strongest daddy. Yi Xian, daddy my ass you bastard. Yi Xian was about to go mad with anger. This system was too damn unethical. It just wanted him to be a daddy. Was it suffering from overflowing paternal love, or what? Wow daddy, you suddenly look so handsome. Yes exactly. Ming Ming likes it a lot. As they spoke the 2 toddlers gave Yi Xian another affectionate kiss. The system was indeed efficient. Xuan watched, doubting her own eyes. This. Even if it were acting, it couldn't be this real. The sweet coquettish voices rang in his ears like enchanting music testing his resolve. But his mouth twitched even more and he looked up at the sky speechless. Well, I really am not your daddy. I am truly not your daddy. His cheeks were once again under attack by the adorable toddlers. Although Yi Xian did not dislike it. In fact, to be precise, he even enjoyed the feeling. He could not bear the thought of being saddled with such a heavy responsibility. He could not take the blame for 2 lives. Thinking of this, he turned to Xuan. Xuan, don't listen to the nonsense from these 2 little ones. I am really not their daddy. How could that be, daddy? We couldn't be wrong. Yes, mommy said you are our father. Yi Xian was speechless. Hearing the words of the 2 toddlers, Yi Xian was at a loss for words. He was a grown man in his 20s, yet he was arguing with 2 2-year-olds. How ridiculous. Yi Xian shook his head bitterly, then carried the 2 toddlers and left the scene with 7 or 8 bodyguards, leaving only Xiaoli and Xuan behind. Xiaoli looked at Xuan, who was pure and lovely with a beauty and figure no less than her own. She smiled slightly and stepped forward while Xuan instinctively took a half step back. Xuan, Miss Lu, a top student in the art department junior year. I am. You. The recent events involving the 7 or 8 burly bodyguards had left Xuan unable to process it all. She looked warily at Xiaoli, who exuded an extraordinary aura. You like Mr. Yi Xian? Xiaoli cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. Xuan's face flushed slightly and her slender fingers fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. I don't. Alright, whether you like him or not doesn't matter. Xiaoli smiled faintly and waved her hand, then warned. I hope this is the last time. If you ever have any improper thoughts about Yi Xian again, the young lady will be very angry and the consequences will be severe. Do you understand what I mean? Xiaoli pressed forward another step aggressively. Although the person before her was a pure and lovely campus beauty, if she was an enemy of the young lady, Xiaoli didn't care who she was. Yes, I understand. Xuan clearly felt the hostility emanating from the other woman. She had no doubt that if she ever entertained any thoughts about Yi Xian again, her family and friends would be implicated. That's good then. Xiaoli glanced at Xuan and said meaningfully, the young lady is not someone, a small figure like you can afford to offend. Take care of yourself. With that she turned and walked away gracefully, leaving Xuan standing there in a daze. At the Magic City University, in the conference room, a girl of stunning beauty dressed in a professional business suit sat in the seat. Her aura as a strong female leader radiated outward like a central point spreading to all directions. Her face was like a lotus, eyebrows like willow leaf, skin like white jade. Her slender hand elegantly supported her chin as her mind inadvertently drifted back 3 years ago to that night's encounter. Even now thinking of it still stirred her heart. Because it was that man who took her first time and made her the mother of 2 toddlers. With a click the conference room door opened. 7 or 8 bodyguards lined up on both sides as Yi Xian strode in carrying the 2 toddlers. Hearing the sound, Mu Hanshua looked up. It's you. Yi Xian, who had originally been full of confidence and ready to demand an explanation, was stunned when he saw the stunning beauty before him. It was the woman who had haunted his mind ever since that night 3 years ago. 3 years had passed, and this woman had come to find him. Could it be? At this moment Yi Xian looked down at the 2 toddlers in his arms. Could these little ones really be his two little daughters? But a one-shot hit and twins at that. The odds were too small. Or perhaps these two toddlers belonged to someone else, and this woman wanted him to be a stepfather. The system was speechless. If the system could speak, it would have said, "Damn it, host, are you really this shamelessly irresponsible?" Long time no see. When Mu Hanxue looked up and saw Xuan, her beautiful eyes paused for a moment. This man seemed to have a mysterious charm that made her unable to control her gaze. What kind of aura was this? It seemed that in 3 years this man had changed a lot. Of course, all of this was due to the charm halo. That woman 3 years later was even more enchanting than before. Unfortunately, at that time he should have been ruthless and done it again. That dancing butterfly was truly unforgettable. Sensing the flickering light in Xuan's eyes, Mu Hanxue sneered. Men were all pigs trotters. Indeed, 3 years later that man was still the same, except he was a bit more handsome than before. Long time no see. Xuan felt a bit awkward meeting again, but at that moment the two toddlers began to struggle restlessly, sliding out of his arms. "Mommy, we found Daddy." The older toddler Tong Tong eagerly spoke first, her cute and mischievous expression irresistible. "Tong Tong, how can you do this? I found Daddy first." The younger toddler Ming Ming pouted unhappily, whining in complaint. Seeing her two adorable daughters, a smile curved at the corners of Mu Hanxue's mouth, a smile that could drive countless people crazy. She lovingly rubbed her daughters' little heads with her slender jade-like fingers, her eyes brimming with maternal love. "Oh, good. You found Daddy together, right?" Oomph. Upon hearing their mother's words, Tong Tong and Ming Ming glanced at each other, let out a cute little snort, and turned their heads away, as if to say, "I'm not talking to you." This scene left Xuan a bit dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Were these two little ones trying to be so adorable? It was deadly. But before he could react further, the two toddlers dropped a bombshell in unison. "Daddy, you decide." Cough, cough. The sudden twist almost made Xuan choke on his own saliva. What the hell? These two little things called him Daddy again. Glancing at the bewildered Xuan, Mu Hanxue snorted coldly, thinking to herself that she had only herself to blame for the trouble she had caused back then. Seeing the two toddlers' mischief, Mu Hanxue felt a hint of satisfaction. With a soft slap, Mu Hanxue, radiating maternal brilliance, glanced at her two adorable daughters, then turned her gaze to Xuan. She placed a document on the conference table, the cover bearing the words marriage agreement. It stated that after marriage, Xuan would receive 100,000 per month, an additional 1 million after 1 year, 2 million after 2 years, and so on. If he lasted 10 years, he would get 10 million. Seeing this, Xuan's mind was filled with curses. Damn, this woman was really going all out. But before he could react, 2 more sheets of paper and 2 transparent bags were slapped onto the marriage agreement. The facts are right in front of you. Whether you believe it or not, Tong Tong and Ming Ming are your 2 daughters. These are the paternity tests for them and you. The 2 transparent bags contain hair from Tong Tong and Ming Ming. If you don't believe it, you can do your own test. Obviously, Mu Hanxue came prepared. Xuan's eyes fell on the 2 paternity test reports. Test of Xuan and Mu Yutong. Based on the DNA test results, the possibility that the tested paternal sample is the biological father of the tested child sample cannot be excluded. Based on analysis of 15 different genetic loci, the probability of this biological relationship being established is 9,999. The calculation of this probability is based on comparison with any unrelated untested male. Test of Xuan and Mu Yuming. Based on DNA test results, the probability of this biological relationship being established is 99,999. Of this, Xuan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. A paternity test. This woman was ruthless bringing that out. But with her power, forging a paternity test was not impossible. Then Xuan's gaze shifted to the 2 transparent bags labeled Mu Yutong and Mu Yuming, lost in thought. Although this was most likely a scheme by that woman, he needed to be certain for himself. If these 2 toddlers were his daughters, he would naturally take responsibility. But if not, no matter how tempting the monthly income of 100,000 was, he with his system would not accept such a spineless meal. Seeing Xuan's gaze fixed on the 2 transparent bags, Mu Hanxue could tell he still had doubts. "Since you still don't take Tong Tong and Ming Ming's hair, go to the paternity testing center, find someone you know to do the test. Come to this place tonight." After speaking, she stood up, took the 2 toddlers, and walked out of the conference room. The 7 bodyguards followed her out. Xiaoli, meanwhile, had a complex expression. She had never seen her young lady compromise so much for anyone. Was it for the sake of the 2 little princesses? With a soft sigh, Xiaoli left the transparent bags containing the 2 toddlers' hair, then carefully put away the marriage agreement and the 2 paternity test reports. "Mr. Xuan, the young lady has raised the children alone for 3 years, bearing the pressure from the old master and others, giving birth to the 2 little princesses out of wedlock. You should know what that means. So please this time consider it carefully." And Xuan was speechless. Giving birth out of wedlock, a woman raising children alone for 3 years. If those 2 children were truly his, he owed the mother and daughters too much. Thinking of this, Xuan directly dialed the number of his childhood friend Zhou Ziqian. On the other side, Lu Shirlan, who had been warned by Xiaoli, was in a physical education class. Her best friend Feng Xiaoqian approached her, seeing her dejected expression, and asked worriedly, "What did your confession fail?" Lu Shirlan shook her head slightly. Feng Xiaoqian was confused. "Then it succeeded." "No, if it succeeded, you wouldn't be Feng Xiaoqian frowned, and continued, "Or maybe I can ask my boyfriend Lin to talk to brother Xian." Lu Shirlan shook her head in a daze, her mind replaying the scene of the 2 toddlers calling Xuan daddy. "Xuan he. Oh, brother Xian has children." Cough, cough, Shirlan. "What did you say?" Feng Xiaoqian paused mid-sentence, her beautiful eyes fixed on her friend, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Brother Xian has children. This. Sherlan, are you kidding me? Brother Xian doesn't even have a girlfriend. Where would children come from? Lu Sherlan ignored her friend's words and continued to speak as if to herself. I saw it with my own eyes. 2 children already over 2 years old, very cute. And the mother's identity is very unusual. Feng Xiaoqian was speechless. Then Lu Sherlan recounted the scene that had just happened. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoqian's mouth fell open, her eyes wide as saucers. Then her imagination ran wild, and she started a Conan-style deduction. You say, Brother Xian might have been targeted by some rich woman who wants to keep him. This. Hearing her friend's words, Lu Sherlan thought of the woman's threat and the 7 or 8 fierce bodyguards. Could it be that Yi Xian was really being kept by a rich woman? Paternity testing center. Zhou Zitian, his childhood friend who grew up with him, came out holding 2 paternity test reports. He patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and said enviously, Damn, Yizi, you're impressive. Your bro Zhou here is still single, and you already have kids. He paused, then Zhou Zitian teased. If Aunt Zhang knew, she'd be especially delighted. Taking the paternity test reports, though they were just 2 sheets of paper, they now weighed 1,000 pounds. Gazing at the reports that were identical to Mu Hangshu's, Yi Xian's mind replayed the scenes of today's experiences over and over again. Really? All of this is really true. Those 2 little ones are actually my daughters. Yi Ziyu. Are you okay? Seeing Yi Xian's shocked expression, Zhou Zitian spoke with some concern. After all, this was his childhood friend from the same village. Jokes aside, their bond was strong. Let's not talk about it, Zhou. I need to calm down first. Knowing the truth of everything, Yi Xian still found it hard to accept. After all, suddenly having 2 daughters, anyone would struggle to take it. Most importantly, he was still a student. If this news reached Moda University, it would surely cause a huge stir. After all, he was quite a prominent figure at Moda University. His thoughts drifted, and Yi Xian recalled that night 3 years ago. It was only that one time. How could he have hit the jackpot? Sigh. Letting out a long sigh, he walked out of the paternity testing center, holding the 2 reports, staring blankly at the address of 9 Dragons Villa in his hand. Mr. Yi. A familiar voice came from the side, interrupting Yi Xian's hesitant thoughts. Looking up, he saw a beautiful woman standing gracefully by a supercar. This woman was none other than Xiao Li, Mu Hangshu's assistant and bodyguard. Seeing Yi Xian's dazed expression, Xiao Li smiled slightly. The results are out. Yi Xian's silent expression already told Xiao Li everything. The identification results were exactly as they had shown him. After a brief pause, her tone grew complicated. After you left, Miss gave you a choice: either sign the agreement or never appear in her and Tong Tong and Ming Ming's world again. Yi Xian was speechless. But before that, let me tell you how Miss has been these 3 years. 3 years ago, Miss gave birth to 2 children without anyone knowing. When her father found out, he was furious, and Miss became the laughingstock of the family. She threatened to kill herself, even severing ties with her father. The Mu family was disgraced, and her father fell seriously ill. Listening to Xiao Li's words, Yi Xian's guilt deepened. If he left, he would never forgive himself. Then silence fell, and Xiao Li said no more. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute. After more than a minute, Yi Xian took a deep breath and finally let go of his stubbornness. If he still didn't know what to choose by now, he would be no better than a beast. He gave a bitter smile. Bring the marriage agreement. Sign it. Oh, it seems Miss didn't misjudge the young master. Hearing Yi Xian's decision, Xiao Li's opinion of him rose significantly. As for the change in address, she had long been prepared, so it didn't sound awkward. Hey, young master. Xiao Li's words made Yi Xian mock himself inwardly. Over 2 years, and he didn't know he had 2 daughters. That night 3 years ago was still vivid in his memory, as if it had happened just yesterday. Then Xiao Li took out a gold card from the car. This is the China Bank Supreme Gold Card. There's 100,000 yuan in it now for this month for Miss. In the future, the money from the marriage agreement will be transferred to this card. Yi Xian stared at the gold card stunned. 100,000 again, 100,000. Such a familiar number. 3 years ago, Mu Hanxue had bought his silence with 100,000. Now it was another 100,000, but this time, things had changed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian began to examine the luxurious interior of the car, the comfortable seats, the ergonomic layout. This Bugatti must be expensive, right? Yi Xian had known that Bugatti was one of the world's top 10 car brands, ranking high among them. Hearing Yi Xian's, "Know the young masters," question, Xiao Li naturally didn't dare to be careless. Young master, this car is called the Bugatti Yuming. It's the most expensive car under Miss name, with a top-tier price of 100 million. However, this car has been modified with bulletproof glass and tires, so the total value is around 150 million. 150 million for this car. Looking at the window right in front of him, bulletproof with modifications costing 50 million. He thought, damn, that woman is so wasteful, so extravagant. Wouldn't it be better to save that money for baby formula? Seeing Yi Xian's astonished expression, Xiao Li smiled, slightly unconcerned. That's nothing. 150 million is just small change to Miss. Yi Xian was speechless. 150 million is small change. How rich is that woman? Does the young master know about the 9 Dragons Villa we're going to? Of course. It's the most expensive villa in Modu. I've heard that any single villa costs at least 100 million, and even then money alone can't buy one. Yi Xian naturally knew about the 9 Dragons Villa in Modu. In fact, every resident of Modu knew about it. That's right, Xiao Li nodded. Every villa in 9 Dragons Villa costs over 100 million, especially the top 10 villas, each more expensive than the last. Among them, the second villa is the Jiang family villa of the Lijiang group in Modu, worth 2 billion. 2 billion for a villa? That's an outrageous price. Hearing Xiao Li's words and seeing her expression unchanged, Yi Xian thought, if the second villa is worth 2 billion, then the first must be. Had the young master guessed right? Our destination is the No. 19 Dragon's villa, worth 3 billion. Yi Xian was speechless. 3 billion. Damn, he really didn't understand the world of the rich. A 3 billion villa plus a on 150 million bulletproof Bugatti. This made Yi Xian curious about Mu Hengsh's background. Am I being ruthlessly kept? Yi Xian's face showed a look of utter despair, which made Xiao Li chuckle. Although it sounded unpleasant, that was exactly the young master is blessed without knowing it. The treatment you're receiving now is something countless people in Modu, even all of China, dream of. As she spoke, Xiao Li floored the accelerator and the roar of the beast echoed. She sped through the traffic as if racing, her driving skills reminding Yi Xian of the term Akina's god of drift. That woman's mere assistant, is this amazing? Being kept by such a powerful woman. If it weren't for the system, I'd really be under pressure. The screech of brakes stopped in front of the No. 19 Dragon's villa after more than 10 minutes. Getting out of the car, Yi Xian was greeted by beautiful scenery, fresh air, and a pleasing villa layout that blended Chinese and Western aesthetics. A dozen bodyguards stood vigilantly around the villa. Greetings, young master. The dozen bodyguards, who already knew Yi Xian's identity, all bowed respectfully. As he walked towards the villa, he hadn't taken a few steps before a pleasant voice came from inside. Wow, Daddy, you're here. Two adorable children ran over with small steps, rushing into Yi Xian's arms like birds returning to their nest. At this moment, seeing the two little ones again, Yi Xian's face was filled with affection and fatherly love, knowing now that these two were his own daughters. Holding one child in each arm, he carried them into the villa. Tong Tong and Meng Ming, his two little sweethearts, gave him a kiss on each cheek, one on the left and one on the right. Ding! Host and daughters have kissed 3 times. Reward divine level cooking skill. After the two children kissed him, the system's voice rang in his mind, followed by a flood of memories. As he sorted through the new memories, Yi Xian's body and sense of touch noticeably changed, as did his taste buds and divine level cooking skill. The first ability was cooking. It seemed the system truly intended to make him the ultimate dad. But this aligned perfectly with what he was about to do. At the Tianji Group top floor of the skyscraper, Mu Hanshua sat in her executive chair staring at the villa surveillance footage on her computer, a smile blooming on her lips. She saw Yi Xian had arrived at 9 Dragon's villa to be with the two girls. Unconsciously, Mu Hangshua's mind drifted back to that night 3 years ago. For some reason, ever since she first saw Yi Xian, whenever she looked at him, she couldn't control her thoughts. A blush crept onto her cheeks. I hope that fellow can make up for the two little ones. Otherwise, he'll make sure you regret it, miss. Mu Hanshua hummed softly as she stared at the screen, a charming curve unconsciously forming on her lips, a sight that had not appeared in 3 years. Before long, evening arrived. Young master, what would you and the two little princesses like to eat? Xuan, the villa's housekeeper, a woman in her 30s, walked over and asked with a smile. Seeing the two little princesses so happy, she was also delighted, knowing they were usually quite lively. The two little girls opened their big watery eyes wide and said in their sweet cute voices, whatever Daddy eats, he'll eat. Yeah, me too. The two young maids beside Xuan were both extremely beautiful, easily the prettiest girls at any school. But facing Yi Xian, the most handsome man at Moda University, amplified by his charm aura, he looked like a Prince Charming. Seeing the two little ones staring at him with wide eyes, and having just acquired the divine level cooking skill, Yi Xian felt an itch to cook. A smile curved on his lips. How about Daddy cooks a big meal for you tonight? The two young maids beside Xuan were both extremely beautiful, easily the prettiest girls at any school. But facing Yi Xian, the most handsome man at Moda University, amplified by his charm aura, he looked like a Prince Charming. Seeing the two little ones staring at him with wide eyes, and having just acquired the divine level cooking skill, Yi Xian felt an itch to cook. A smile curved on his lips. How about Daddy cooks a big meal for you tonight? Wow, Daddy can cook. The two cute kids looked up at him with eyes full of admiration, which greatly satisfied Yi Xian as a father. Having his daughter think so highly of him was indeed a form of enjoyment. Unknowingly, being a dad wasn't so bad. He fondly pinched the porcelain-like noses of the two cute kids and said, of course Daddy is super amazing. Wait, Daddy will make it for you now. He pinched their cheeks, laughing. The two little ones wouldn't patiently wait, pouting and whining. No, we want to see Daddy cook. Oh, Daddy is much better than Mommy. Mommy can't even cook. Do these two little guys even know what they are saying? Your Mommy is far more capable than Daddy. Daddy, we really want to see you cook. Yes, let us go. Their pitiful appearance made them even cuter, melting Yi Xian's heart. Little Li and Aunt Chun, along with several maids, looked on with overwhelming maternal affection, thinking how much they wished to have such adorable kids themselves. This wave of sweetness hit them unexpectedly. Okay. Being doted on by the two little ones, Yi Xian felt a surge of satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. What more could he ask for in this life than to have these two adorable kids, and of course a stunning goddess wife? Daddy is the best. Tong Tong likes it a lot. After saying this, Tong Tong gave Yi Xian a kiss on the cheek. Seeing her sister kiss Daddy, Meng Meng pouted adorably. I wanted to, Daddy, kiss me. Another wave of sweetness washed over them. Little Li and Aunt Chun felt envious, marveling at how sweet it was. What to do? The combo of sweetness truly left Little Li and Aunt Chun stunned. These two little princesses were just too cute. Although they hadn't had dinner, yet they felt full, even feeling the urge to burp. Then under Yi Xian's guidance, Aunt Chun had various fresh ingredients sent to the kitchen piled high. Judging by the ingredients alone, it was clear that today would be a feast. With his hands itching to cook, he saw a block of tofu among the ingredients, and said, "Daddy will first make you a dish of Wensi tofu." As soon as the words were spoken, a clean block of tender tofu appeared on the table. Then the sound of the knife striking the cutting board echoed rapid and rhythmic as though a ghostly figure was at work. Xian's right hand moved like a shadow, causing the eyes of several young maids to shimmer with astonishment. The speed and precision of his movements combined with his handsome appearance made their cheeks flush. It really is Wensi tofu. Chen, being an expert, was also stunned by Xian's skills. Just this knife work alone was enough to prove his exceptional culinary skills. "Chen, what is Wensi tofu?" One maid asked, her eyes sparkling as she watched Xian's ghostly knife skills. Her cheeks turned. Wensi tofu is a classic dish that tests knife skills to the utmost. One could say it is nearly heavenly craftsmanship. This small block of tofu must be sliced into thousands of strands as thin as vermicelli. Moreover, the strands of tofu should be clear and uniformly thick when placed in water, each strand as fine as hair, and they must not stick together or break. Chen spoke eloquently, leaving the maids and literally dumbfounded. My goodness, Wensi tofu is that difficult. Don't even mention making it. Just hearing about it made their scalps tingle. Meanwhile, Xian had already finished slicing the tofu and placed it in clean water. Unsurprisingly, it yielded the exact result Xuan had described. Wow, Daddy is super awesome. So amazing, Meng Meng loves it so much. He. Seeing Daddy shine, the two little ones cheered him on. Their excited little faces flushed. Anyone who didn't know would think these tofu strands were made by them. If Daddy wasn't busy at that moment, they would have rushed over to give him a kiss. Son-in-law, this is a success. This is the effect Chen mentioned. It's so amazing. Several maids watched in awe, their eyes glowing with admiration. Their son-in-law was incredible. That speed, that precision. Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. It wasn't just impressive. She had once learned from a 5-star chef and had witnessed that chef's extraordinary knife skills, which she still vividly remembered. In comparison, she found her son-in-law's skills even more remarkable. And this was just the beginning. Deboning fish bones, preparing 3 kinds of shredded ingredients, and so on unfolded before Chen, the maids, and the two little ones. Watching the knife dance in the kitchen was like witnessing the creation of exquisite artworks, a truly delightful sight. With fluidity and grace, Xuan and the others realized that their new son-in-law was a culinary master, a true expert. In the Tianji building, in the CEO's office, Mu Hanxue, with her beautiful eyes and stunning appearance, looked at the monitoring screen on her computer, her eyes flashing with surprise and astonishment. That guy's knife skills. His culinary skills are unexpectedly high. Although she couldn't cook, she had seen many culinary masters and could not deny that this guy's knife skills were the best she had ever seen. But that speed. Watching Xian's ghostly speed, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. He hadn't been this fast 3 years. This guy seems to be hiding quite a bit. She snorted softly, put down her work, grabbed her coat, and headed toward the underground parking lot. She wanted to see what kind of dishes that guy could produce. As Mu Hanxue hurried to the Jilong one villa, Xian had already prepared all the ingredients and began methodically preparing various dishes. Although the cooking steps were numerous, under Xian's control, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Flipping the pan, tossing the food, and drizzling oil. Simple actions performed by Xian appeared extremely aesthetic, suddenly elevating the process to a high level, especially the tossing technique that often stumped many chefs, which Xian executed effortlessly, as if the heavy iron pan was a toy. Before long, the aroma of various dishes wafted through every corner of the kitchen. Wensi tofu. 3 kinds of shredded ingredients. Westlake vinegar fish. Buddha jumps over the wall. Flying dragon soup. The exquisite dishes were served by the several young and beautiful maids to the dining table in the living room, and not just one table, but 2. Because so many dishes couldn't fit on one table for a moment, the fragrant aroma spread from the living room to every mist. At that moment, a graceful figure came in from outside the villa. It was none other than Mu Hanxue, who had rushed from the Tianji building. This fragrance, could it be? Sniffing the enticing aroma that teased her taste buds, Mu Hanxue's brows slightly twitched, clearly guessing something. While Mommy's back, the two little ones dashed happily toward Mu Hanxue. Mommy, look, Daddy prepared so many dishes for us. He Meng Meng loves it so much. Daddy is amazing. The two little ones giggled and boasted, their sweet voices echoing in every inch of the villa. Indeed. After hearing her daughters, Mu Hanxue's beautiful eyes turned toward Xian, who had just come out of the kitchen. Seeing Mu Hanxue, Xian couldn't help but feel guilty. She had supported him in raising their 2 daughters for more than 2 years, while he had never fulfilled even a bit of the responsibilities of a father. Guilt and self-blame welled up in him, turning into a gentle gaze. Feeling Xian's tender gaze, Mu Hanxue replied stiffly, but her heart was filled with a sweet, warm feeling that all the hardships endured over the past 3 years were worth it. Let's eat, otherwise the food will get cold. The gentle gaze made Mu Hanxue dare not meet his eyes because she feared that her cold exterior would melt away under his profound gaze. After speaking, he looked at Xuan. Xuan, we can't finish so many dishes, so please call in the bodyguards outside. Xuan replied, Hearing Xian's words, Xuan was taken aback, then turned to look at Mu Hanxue. Even little Li was surprised. Inviting the bodyguards to eat together was unprecedented. The several maids also turned their eyes toward Mu Hanxue, waiting for her response. Seeing the gaze of Xuan and the others, Xian looked at the domineering female CEO Mu Hanxue and asked, Is there a problem, Hanxue? Feeling Xian's and Xuan's gaze, Mu Hanxue's cheeks flushed slightly. This form of address clearly made her a bit uncomfortable, although she didn't reject it. What are you looking at me for? Go call them. Oh, okay. Aunt Xuan was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly replied. As she went to call the bodyguards, she shot Xuan a meaningful glance, thinking that this son-in-law seemed to have quite a high status, having made the missus make an exception right after arriving. Wow, daddy is amazing. Oh, mommy never lets the bodyguard uncles eat in the villa. At this moment, the two little ones exposed mommy's secret, earning them a glare from Xuan, which made them quickly stop talking. Their adorable expressions made little Li and the maids chuckle. Before long, more than a dozen bodyguards entered from outside, having learned from Aunt Xuan that it was the new son-in-law's instructions, and they were immediately on edge, saying, "Thank you, son-in-law." Miss Generosity. Clearly, the more than a dozen bodyguards looked at Xuan with eyes full of awe. 3 years ago, they were all too aware of how fiercely she protected her kids, her tone so strong and overbearing that it almost turned the Mu family upside down. In the end, the old man had no choice but to calm things down. They would never forget that night when the missus threatened the old man to protect the two little princesses with her life. It was that moment they truly recognized her. She had not hesitated to sever ties with everyone, including the old man. "We're not outsiders, so no need for thanks." Xuan smiled slightly. "If anything, I owe a debt of gratitude to these brothers for taking care of Xuan, Tong Tong, and Meng Meng over the past 3 years. Xuan will remember this kindness. We dare not, this is our duty." Hearing their son-in-law's words, the bodyguards were immediately flattered, while Xuan shot a glance at Xuan, realizing he was quite adept at winning people's hearts. Gurgle, gurgle. Listening to daddy's words, the two little ones pouted and swallowed their saliva. "Oh, daddy, can we eat now? We're so hungry." "Hee, okay, let's eat." With a slight smile, he picked up 2 pieces of fish and removed the bones, placing them in the bowls of the two little ones. But that wasn't all. Under the watchful eyes of Xuan and little Li, he served each dish's most delicious part to the two little ones. Their son-in-law was indeed a true doting father. "Oh, the pancakes are so delicious. The pancakes are amazing." The two adorable children, while eating, did not forget to praise the pancakes, even giving their father a kiss on each cheek. As expected, a wave of dog food was once again spilled onto the dining table. More than a dozen bodyguards nearby, witnessing the affection between the son-in-law and the little princess, felt an overwhelming surge of paternal love. While the two little princesses are so powerful that for a moment they all felt a strong urge to have a daughter just like them. Xuan watched the two adorable children showing affection in front of her, and she felt a pang of jealousy. To be honest, the two little ones rarely interacted with her like this. This bastard right from the start was competing with her for the two little ones. However, his culinary skills were truly remarkable, conservatively estimating he was at least a 5-star chef. "I didn't expect this guy to have some skills." Murmuring to herself, Xuan's impression of Xuan underwent a subtle burp. About half an hour later, the two adorable children were full, yet they still looked at the table full of dishes with unyielding. "Whoa, I still want to eat, but Daddy Tong Tong is already full." "That's right, so am I." Puffed. Seeing the two children looking adorably pitiful, Xiao Li and Aunt Chen couldn't help but laugh. The two little princesses were just too cute. Even Xuan, upon seeing her daughters, couldn't help but smile slightly. Today, the two little ones had smiled more than they usually did in a week, indicating that her decision was not wrong. The meal lasted about an hour, filled with laughter and chatter, and the table full of food prepared for over 10 bodyguards was completely cleared, truly validating the clean plate action. Even so, the more than 10 people still felt unsatisfied, although in reality, they were already stuffed to the brim. As bodyguards of the Mu family, they clearly weren't short on money. They were already tired of dining in star-rated restaurants, yet they had never tasted dishes this delicious. With such a personable and highly skilled son-in-law, they felt even more respect for him. The young lad's judgment was indeed, "Thank you for the hospitality, son-in-law." More than a dozen bodyguards were extremely satisfied after the meal, thinking that they would work even harder to protect the young lady and the two little princesses in the future. Aunt Chen and the maids were clearing the dishes, their eyes still lingering over the meal, thinking that with such a handsome son-in-law and excellent culinary skills, they would surely have good fortune in the future. Especially a few of the young and beautiful maids, their minds involuntarily drifting to the speed of the son-in-law's hands, imagining how it would feel if it were them. Dingling while playing with the two adorable children, Xuan received a call from his mother. He couldn't help but recall the paternity test he had asked Zhou Zitian to conduct earlier. He had already guessed the purpose of his mother's call. "Hello, Mom." Stepping onto the balcony and feeling the cool evening breeze, he answered the call, and the expected voice came. "You little brat, you have some nerve. If it weren't for Xiao Zhou calling me, I would still be in the dark. He said you have 2 twin daughters. Is that true? Explain yourself clearly, or I will come over right now and break your legs." Xuan had anticipated that his mother would react this way, so he had already held the phone at a distance, finding it unsurprising. "Mom, don't be anxious. Take care of your health." "Take care of my health? You little brat, don't try to distract me with that nonsense." Completely unfazed, Jiang Wanqing was very familiar with her son's tricks. "Humph. Honestly, tell me, how old are those 2 daughters?" "Ahem. They're over 2 years old. He'll send you a photo." As he spoke, Xuan took a picture of the 2 adorable children playing in the living room and sent it over. However, he quickly realized he had made a mistake because he had accidentally included Xuan in the shot. "Sure enough, the 2 adorable children are quite cute, just like you when you were young." Xuan but quickly changed the subject. "Honestly, that girl next to them is. Ahem, Mom, would you believe me if I said she's not?" Xuan realized he couldn't hide it any longer, so he decided to come clean. "Believe you. You're not even 25 yet, and I didn't expect your taste to be so high. Those 2 little ones are over 2 years old. Isn't that you?" As a teacher with over 20 years of experience, Jiang Wanqing suddenly felt that her education had gone somewhat astray. Such a simple question, her son hadn't even started school over 2 years ago. Subsequently, Yi Xian recounted the general course of events, from his high school graduation dinner with classmates to his muddled night with Mu Hanyue, and then to the two little ones coming to find him at school, subtly bringing up the matter of the marriage agreement. After listening, Jiang Wanqing was silent for a moment. At least you have a conscience. If you truly abandon that girl and the two children, I will be the first to sever ties with you as mother and son. Ahem, mother, you are wise. After the mother and son had cleared the air, Jiang Wanqing continued, by the way, what does that girl do? From the photo, it looks like a villa, and the decor is quite nice. Hearing his mother's words, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. It was more than just nice. Mom, you probably won't believe it, but do you know about the Zhulong Villa in Magic City? I know, isn't that the place where the wealthy congregate in Magic City? I've heard that even having money doesn't guarantee you can buy a place. Jiang Wanqing responded, but quickly sensed something was off. As a seasoned teacher who had mingled with students for over 20 years, she still had some insight. Could it be? Yes. Your future daughter-in-law lives in Zhulong Villa, and she's in Villa No. 1. Jiang Wanqing. Hearing her son's words, Jiang Wanqing fell silent, for a long time, clearly stunned by her son's revelation. Villa No. 1 in Zhulong Villa, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Although Jiang Wanqing was an ordinary teacher and could never afford even the toilet of Zhulong Villa after working her whole life, she was still aware of its reputation. It was said that even the cheapest Zhulong Villa costs over 100 million and some of the better villas exceed $1 billion. Villa No. 1 being the finest among Zhulong villas is valued at least over $1 billion. A villa worth $1 billion, one could easily guess what kind of family that represents. You little brat, you aren't thinking of being a door-to-door son-in-law, are you? Although Jiang Wanqing as a teacher wasn't overly traditional, the stigma of being a door-to-door son-in-law was still something she couldn't overlook. It wouldn't sound good to say it out loud, even though countless people aspired to be such. Yi Xian. Ahem, Mom, what are you talking about? A door-to-door son-in-law? That will never happen in my life. Hearing his mother's wild imagination, Yi Xian was speechless. Setting aside the system, he was still the campus heartthrob of Magic City. How could he possibly become a door-to-door son-in-law? I live here simply to make up for the 3 years I've owed to the two little ones in Hanyue. However, I estimate that I will be a full-time dad for quite a long time from now on. Thinking ahead, the system had already given his mother a warning. Yes, that's certainly the case. However, son, although that girl is very wealthy, you must not lose your dignity. Jiang Wanqing spoke earnestly, saying that while it was okay to use the girl's money, he must not become completely subservient to her or try too hard to please her. Ahem, Mom, do you think him that kind of person? Alright, enough about that. It's time to bathe the two little ones and put them to bed. Doo-doo, while Jiang Wanqing was lost and thought her son hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei, who had been listening on speaker, finally changed from a gloomy expression to a sunny one. Jiang Wanqing rolled her eyes at Yi Yunfei. Now you can relax. You know your son well enough. Why worry so much? Rolling her eyes, even though Jiang Wanqing was also quite worried. TCH, aren't you the same? Yi Yunfei glared at his wife, his voice not very loud, due to family hierarchy. Seeing the look from his wife, Yi Yunfei's heart jolted. Hee, I didn't say anything. I just think our son is doing very well. Of course. Just look at whose son he is. Jiang Wanqing said proudly, then began to look at the photos sent by her son. Hey old Yi, I must say this girl seems quite compatible with our son. While the couple were having their conversation at Zhulong Villa No. 1. Yi Xian was playing with the two adorable children who had just finished bathing. With a swish, the bathroom door opened and Mu Hanyue, wearing a loose pink pajama and a cute little bunny bath towel on her head, appeared in view, her captivating beauty slightly flushed. Yi Xian was mesmerized. Beautiful. So beautiful. In this moment, Mu Hanyue looked somewhat shy, yet slightly alluring, as it was her first time appearing like this in front of a boy. Do I look good, oi? Seeing Yi Xian staring in a daze, Mu Hanyue asked sweetly, and her voice reached his ears. Mu Hanyue let out a soft hum, her heart brimming with satisfaction, and joy even more so than defeating one opponent. Tong Tong Ming Ming, come with mommy to sleep. Mu Hanyue rolled her eyes, pulling the two adorable kids toward the bedroom, intending to leave that man to sleep alone. No, I want to sleep with daddy. Ming Ming too. The two little ones ran to Yi Xian, their tiny hands tightly gripping his legs, as if saying they didn't want to separate from daddy. Mu Hanyue was speechless. Seeing the still slightly burning gaze in Yi Xian's eyes, a blush crept up her delicate. Then you two sleep with daddy. Mommy will go sleep by herself. Her face burning, Mu Hanyue really didn't dare stay any longer. Wow. Mommy, don't go. I want to sleep with both daddy and mommy. I want to boo-hoo. The two adorable kids unleashed their divine assistance again. Seeing them cry so sadly, Alright, well, all sleep together. Don't cry, babies. And so, gritting her teeth, Mu Hanyue pulled the two adorable kids into the bedroom. Yi Xian watched her graceful figure and the pleasant fragrance emanating from her, a curve lifting at the corner of his mouth. Happiness truly came too suddenly. Then the two little ones lay in the middle with Yi Xian and Mu Hanyue on either side. Hey mommy, your face is so red. Are you? Mu Hanyue was speechless. No, mommy's fine. At this moment, Mu Hanyue dared not look at Yi Xian, yet her mind was filled with the unbearable memories from 3 years ago. Really? The teacher said if you have a fever you should see a doctor. Mu Hanyue took a deep breath. These two little ones were really too restless. She steadied herself and changed the subject. By the way, how about mommy tells you a story? Hearing about stories, the two little faces soured. No, mommy stories are all the same, we've heard them so many times. Hearing this, Mu Hanyue's face flushed. The jab was well aimed. Of course what the kids said was true, as she had been busy with work and had no time to learn many stories. The two little ones' eyes rolled around, then they looked at Xuan beside them. Daddy, why don't you tell a story? Yeah. Daddy is so amazing, his stories must be super good. Hearing the kids, and catching a glimpse of Mu Hangshu's slightly resentful gaze, Xuan said, this isn't it inappropriate. Come on, just one. Yeah, Daddy, we really want to hear you tell a story. The two kids, cajoling and coaxing, finally overcame his resistance. All right then, Daddy will tell you the story of the ugly duckling. Once upon a time, a swan's egg was hatched by a mother duck in a duck's nest. Because it looked different from the others, it was called the Therefore, after it crawled out of the eggshell, it was beaten, excluded, and mocked everywhere, not only among the ducks, but also among the chickens. After that, Xuan told the story of the ugly duckling in a gentle voice. Listening to the fairy tale, Mu Hanshu was slightly stunned and looked at Xuan in surprise. This guy could actually tell such an interesting fairy tale. The two little ones listened with great interest, completely immersed, as if they themselves had become the ugly duckling in their daddy's story, born surrounded by exclusion and mockery, yet never discouraged until finally they turned into beautiful swans. Wow, that was so good. So interesting. The ugly duckling was so pitiful at first, but in the end, I really envy it. The two little ones chattered away. Xuan ruffled their heads. Right, actually in our lives setbacks and pain are inevitable. But as long as we face them with strength, we can get what we want, just like the ugly duckling that finally turned into a swan. Hearing this meaningful fairy tale education, Mu Hangshu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. It seemed she had underestimated this guy. To blend educational words into a fairy tale, was this guy really just a junior in college? Yeah, Daddy is right. I want to be an ugly duckling with dreams. Me too. The two little ones nodded seriously with earnest expressions, their innocent looks truly endearing. Really? That's great. Then Daddy congratulates the two future beautiful swans in advance. Hearing Daddy's congratulations, the two little ones grinned, revealing two pairs of dimples, so sweet. The whole room was filled with lovey-dovey vibes. Mu Hanshu felt both gratified and jealous eating the dog food thrown by the two kids and that bastard. Thank you, Daddy, Tong Tong said with a grin, then gave him a loving kiss with the MWA. Mumming, not to be outdone, also kissed the same spot. Mu Hanshu was speechless. Feeling her presence suddenly diminish, her heart was filled with jealousy. Yet she couldn't be angry. Truly. Was it right or wrong to bring this guy here? Daddy Ming Ming wants more. After kissing her, Daddy Ming Ming blinked, her beautiful cute eyes staring at her almighty daddy, so happy. Okay. One story warmed the bond between father and daughters. He ruffled Ming Ming's little head and continued. Next he'll tell you the story of Snow White. Once upon a time, a queen sat by an open window. The winter snow pierced her finger like a needle, causing 3 drops of blood to fall onto the snow in the ebony window frame. She admired the mixture of 3 colors and said to herself, oh, how I wish I had a daughter with skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as the ebony window frame. Soon after, the queen gave birth to a girl in winter. Her skin was pure white as snow, her lips red as blood, and her hair black and smooth. Thus she was named Snow White. The queen died shortly after giving birth, and the king married another woman, a beautiful, proud, cruel, and evil queen. Listening to another story from Daddy, the two little ones blinked their eyes, listening intently. They had never heard this story before, and it was completely different from what Mommy told. So exciting, so wonderful. The new queen had a magical mirror. She often asked the mirror, 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 who was the most beautiful woman in the world? Finally, after about 5 or 6 minutes, the beautiful story of Snow White ended. In the end, Snow White married the prince of the neighboring kingdom and lived happily ever after. Snow White is so happy. Yeah, but that queen is super wicked. The two little ones commented with relish, replaying the story Daddy just told like a movie in their minds. Snow White, 7 dwarfs, evil queen, prince from neighboring kingdom. How did this guy come up with such a story? Daddy is awesome. Kiss. MWA. As expected, Mu Hanshu was once again force-fed a wave of lovey-dovey vibes, feeling envious and jealous. Ding. The host has told a story to his daughters for the first time. Reward, God-level music ability. Watching the two little ones fall asleep, Xuan suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. God-level music ability. Before Xuan could react further, another voice from the system came. Ding. As the host possesses 2 God-level abilities, the system shop is now open. Immediately, a dazzling array of items from the system shop appeared before Xuan's eyes. Reminder items in the system shop require Daddy points to redeem. The method to obtain Daddy points is simple. By improving your relationship with your daughters and making them happy, you will earn corresponding Daddy points. Strive on host. Daddy points. At this moment, watching the two little ones so dependent on Xuan, Mu Hangshu's heart was full of envy, which then turned into resentment. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She had raised the two little ones for over 2 years. Even if there was no credit, there was at least effort. But ever since meeting Xuan, she seemed to not exist. She couldn't help but pout at Xuan. In a sulk, Mu Hanshu snorted and glanced at Xuan defiantly. What's so great about it? It's just fairy tales, only fooling kids. Try to trick me. Xuan was speechless. Better not. I don't want to see you cry. Mommy, crying is so shameful. Mu Hanshu was speechless. Hearing her daughter's words, her face flushed red, and her competitive spirit was stirred. You're so sure you'll win. Big talk. How about we make a bet? Mu Hanshu had to take the initiative and teach this guy a lesson. Otherwise, if this continued, where would her place be in her daughter's hearts? It was necessary to regain her position. A bet. Bet on what? Hearing Mu Hangshu's words, Xuan felt amused. This girl seemed to not know how to spell. Like this, if you fail to trick me and lose, your monthly allowance will be halved to 50,000. Xuan was speechless. Allowance halved? You're serious? Hearing Mu Hangshu's words, it was quite a big bet to have it directly. What's scared? Or lacking confidence in yourself? Mu Hangshu spoke with a tone as if she had already won, fully confident in her next move. Scared? How could I be? But if I lose, my allowance is halved. What if you lose? As he spoke, his gaze swept up and down Mu Hangshu's figure. What do you say? Seeing her confident look, a meaningful, mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If you lose, I want you to kiss me. You. Mu Hanyu saw Xuan's insatiable expression, her delicate face slightly flushed as she thought of that guy's smugness. Alright, I agree. Although she said this, she was thinking that she would definitely reduce your reward by half later. Wow, Daddy and Mommy are going to play a game. Hee, I can't wait. Who will win? The two cute little ones couldn't contain their excitement and were hyping up the atmosphere. Mu Hanyu told herself that she must not lose. She had to reclaim this city. Hee, if you lose later, you can't play dirty. Oh, playing dirty is for a scoundrel. Suddenly realizing that Mu Hanyu was quite adorable despite her usual cold demeanor. Mu Hanyu, you're the scoundrel. Just wait until your reward is halved. Oh, let's see how you can be smug then. After pausing for a moment, she rolled her eyes at Xuan, suddenly realizing that this guy was becoming increasingly brazen and annoying. Let's get started quickly. With clenched teeth, Mu Hanyu glared at Xuan resentfully. If looks could kill, Xuan would have died countless times by now. The two little ones, hearing that Mommy and Daddy's game was about to start, hurriedly cheered from the side. Daddy, go for it. Mommy. For a moment, the atmosphere was quite tense and full of fun. Hee, then I will begin. With a slight smile, Xuan looked at the stunning beauty before him, Mu Hanyu, who was fully focused. If this little girl couldn't handle you, then I would have wasted my 2 lives. The question is very simple. It tests your reaction speed. After I ask the question, you need to answer as quickly as possible. If you answer correctly, it counts as my loss. Do you understand the rules? Xuan, like a big bad wolf luring a little rabbit, began to set a trap for Mu Hanyu. With full concentration, Mu Hanyu replied confidently, ready to crush this jerk with absolute intelligence. The two little ones, seeing the battle about to begin, became even more excited. How interesting. What is this? 1. The response was quick and instinctive. After answering the question, her heart settled down a bit. Mommy is amazing. Seeing Mommy's quick response, the two little ones cheered for Mu Hanyu. Mu Hanyu loved the odd even smiles. Is that all? Then what is this? Ignoring Mu Hanyu's disdainful glare, he simply raised 2 fingers. 2. Sure enough, Mu Hanyu's response speed was even faster than the first time, and seeing this, Xuan smiled subtly, for this was precisely what he wanted. Her competitive spirit was fully ignited. What is 1 plus 1? Xuan increased his speed while raising 3 slender fingers. 3. With a snort, Mu Hanyu did not think at all and directly blurted out an answer. After answering, she couldn't help but throw a disdainful glance, as if this question could stump her. Wow, wifey, you're so impressive. Xuan grinned, while looking at the beauty in her pajamas, a mesmerizing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Of course. Feeling proud, Mu Hanyu for a moment overlooked Xuan's title, raising her swan-like neck area. The two little ones, watching Mommy's proud demeanor, widened their beautiful eyes and tilted their heads in suspicion. That's not right. Mommy, doesn't 1 plus 1 equal 2? Why does it equal 3? The naive and puzzled voices rang in Mu Hanyu's mind. After a moment of shock, her eyes suddenly widened as her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, that enchanting charm making one unable to resist wanting to steal a kiss. You bastard. You did it on purpose. Coming to her senses, Mu Hanyu thought about the previous scenes, from the initial question to the raised 3 fingers, yet the question was about 1 plus 1. And she even felt proud for answering correctly. This guy was just waiting for her to make a fool of herself. How could he be so annoying? Hee, Mommy and Daddy, let's have another round. The game is super fun. Yes, let's have another round. The two little ones, unafraid of trouble, Xuan affectionately pinched their cheeks. What are you two making a fuss about? Can't you see Mommy is embarrassed? Saying this, she was reminiscing about the brief kiss earlier, soft and cool, feeling absolutely wonderful. Who is embarrassed? Come on, we must do it again. Hearing this, Mu Hanyu was like a little cat with its tail stepped on, bracing herself. If I win, I want to deduct all your 10,000 rewards. Grinding her silver teeth, Mu Hanyu, fueled by old grudges and new hatreds, raised the stakes directly. Do you dare? You really want to do this? If you lose, how about I get to kiss you? The little tyrant's voice, with bright eyes fixated on Xuan. This matter would only benefit Xuan, who was thinking that if he won next, should he kiss her butterfly or her cherry? What a dilemma. All right. Overwhelmed by old grudges and new hatreds, Mu Hanyu spoke loudly. Ahem, listen carefully. In the zoo, there is a giraffe named I Don't Love You and an elephant named I Love You. One day when I Don't Love You dies, what is left? The question is very simple and clear, but there's a trap laid by the unscrupulous Xuan within it. I love you. Mu Hanyu answered immediately, faster than her response to the first question, eager to see this annoying guy take on the role of a free babysitter. Just thinking about that scene excited her. Listening to the eager voice of the beauty, Xuan smiled. Wifey, I love you too. But what's left is the elephant, not the name. Mu Hanyu, you. With widened beautiful eyes, Mu Hanyu suddenly realized she had fallen for another trick. Wow, Daddy, you're so amazing. You made Mommy lose again. Hee, Mommy has lost twice in a row. This has never happened before. Daddy, hurry and kiss Mommy. It must be so sweet. The two excited little ones cheered, and Xuan, who had been prepared, seized the moment, while Mu Hanyu was still in shock, holding the stunning Bowtie's face and kissing her deeply. When Mu Hanyue finally reacted, her mind was a blank, losing the ability to think. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the guy in front of her. He actually was so bold, daring to kiss her in front of the two little ones. Quietly under the wide-eyed gaze of the two small ones, a long French kiss unfolded. The two little ones giggling watched as mommy and daddy fed them dog food. Hee, how lovely. It felt so beautiful. How wonderful it would be if they could see this every day. Until Mu Hanyue's delicate face turned crimson, almost suffocating, she finally used all her strength to push Yi Xian away, gasping for air, feeling like she was about to pass out. You rogue, how dare you kiss me? Mu Hanyue's flushed face had a murderous glare focused on the despicable guy opposite her. What a loss. This time she suffered a great loss. Not only did she fail to reduce his money, but she also let that rogue take such great advantage. A bet is a bet, wifey won't mind losing, right? Speaking lightly, Yi Xian's heart was reminiscing about the wonderful taste from earlier. Tisk, that flavor was really nice. By the way, being a babysitter felt quite good. As if I'm your wifey, don't call me that. Coming to her senses, Mu Hanyue, who had been taken advantage of multiple times, felt even more annoyed. How could this guy be so despicable? So annoying. Not only did he kiss her, but he also called her wifey. How despicable. She really wanted to bite him to death and devour him. Is that so? How about we bet again? Pausing for a moment, Yi Xian prepared to dig a bigger hole this time. If I lose, I won't just waive the 10,000 monthly. I'll also give up any extra money for the year and be a full-time babysitter for free. How about that? Oh, hearing Yi Xian's wager, Mu Hanyue, as expected, became interested. This bet was much bigger than the last one she offered. Seeing his stunning wife taking the bait, Yi Xian began his new round of attack. Of course, if I win, you can't oppose me calling you wifey, and Mu Hanyue, you wish. Upon hearing the despicable guy's unreasonable demand, Mu Hanyue was furious, asking her to call him wifey and then make her call him husband. What was this bastard thinking? But she really wanted this guy to be her free babysitter and boss him around. What a difficult choice. What to do? In the bedroom of the Nine Dragons Villa, two adorable children watched their parents engage in a verbal sparring match, giggling heartlessly. Was mommy being bullied by daddy? They kind of loved seeing that. After weighing the pros and cons, Mu Hanyue finally agreed again. That bastard was truly too arrogant, too infuriating to let go unpunished. This time she was determined to defeat that scoundrel. Huff. Fine, I agree. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hangshu's sharp eyes fixed on Yi Xian, her mind on high alert. She would play it safe this time. If I lose this round, I won't object to you calling me wife, and in private I'll call you old husband. Her sweet, coquettish voice made Yi Xian's bones feel weak. Damn, what good karma had he accumulated in his past life to start off sleeping with such a breathtakingly beautiful wife? Yeah, Yi Xian responded playfully to Mu Hangshu's sweet voice. You? Shameless. Seeing that bastard's audacity, Mu Hangshu's pretty face flushed red. She was so frustrated she might just strangle Yi Xian. The two little ones watched from the side, seeing daddy relentlessly tease mommy. It was so much fun, so entertaining. Daddy was super impressive, even the formidable mommy had been conquered. At that moment, Yi Xian's image grew infinitely in the hearts of the two adorable children. Tong Tong and Meng Meng cheered, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Hearing the father points echoing in his mind, Yi Xian paused for a moment, then thought of the newly opened system shop, and joy welled up inside him. Spoiling his daughters while reaping father points. Two birds with one stone. The system was quite user-friendly. Joyful events made him spirited. At this moment, Yi Xian was full of drive, tricking his wife, doting on his daughters, and harvesting father points all in one go. The pinnacle of life was nothing more than this, and yet it was only the beginning of Yi Xian's peak. Teasing Mu Hanyue had a unique charm. The lingering sensation of the French kiss still hovered on his lips, a feeling that could only be experienced, not described. With a cold snort, Mu Hanyue muttered inwardly about his shamelessness and rascality, silently vowing to make that despicable man pay this time. She cleared her throat. Listen up. Next I'll say a tongue twister. If you can mimic it exactly, you win. A tongue twister. Hearing the shameless man's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Mu Hangshu's lips. Was he asking to lose? She had studied tongue twisters with a master back in the day and had a good grasp of the tricks. Bring it on, she said with a cold snort, ready to use the facts to teach this guy a harsh lesson. Mu Hangshu's confidence was clear to Yi Xian, who smiled faintly. He hoped she wouldn't cry later. He was rather fond of the black fertilizer volatilizes. The two adorable children watched as daddy began blinking their big eyes. Just as the sound faded, Mu Hanyue smirked inwardly. Was that it? Black fertilizer volatilizes. She said it smoothly without a single hitch and at a speed no slower than Yi Xian's. Wow, mommy is amazing. Hearing mommy say it effortlessly, the two little ones clapped their tiny soft hands. The two kids cheered, and a smile just began to spread across Mu Hangshu's lips. My dear wife, my tongue twister isn't that simple. If you lose, don't forget the bet. With a sly grin, the unscrupulous Yi Xian gave a meaningful glance at the beauty in her pajamas. Black fertilizer turns gray, gray fertilizer turns black. Oomph, you think that's enough to stump me? With a delicate snort, Mu Hanyue cast a contemptuous look at the fellow. Black fertilizer turns gray, gray fertilizer turns black. She still repeated Yi Xian's upgraded version flawlessly and at the same speed. Oh, not bad, wife, you've got some skill. Hearing his wealthy wife's tongue twister, he didn't hesitate and quickened the pace. Then try this one, wife. Black fertilizer volatilizes turns gray, will fly gray, gray fertilizer volatilizes turns black. The two adorable children heard daddy's words and opened their mouths wide, their minds buzzing. Though they didn't understand what daddy said, it must be super impressive. Then their gazes simultaneously fell on Mommy. Such a difficult phrase. Could Mommy say it? Go Mommy. What? The two energetic little ones cheered for Mu Hanxue, who was momentarily stunned, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Black fertilizer volatilizes. Turns gray, will fly. Gray fertilizer volatilizes. Turns black. Will fly black. Stuttering and barely managing to say the further upgraded tongue twister, Mu Hanxue dared not be careless now, sensing a very ominous feeling. Sure enough, the next words from the shameless fellow, or rather the tongue twister, confirmed her fears. Tisk, my beautiful wife, it looks like I'm going to win. He gave Mu Hanxue a meaningful smile. Black-gray fertilizer gray will volatilize, turns gray-black taboo, as black-gray flowers will fly. Gray-black fertilizer will volatilize, turns black-gray taboo, as flying flowers turn into ash. Black-gray fertilizer gray will volatilize, turns gray. Flowers fly gray. Hearing Yi Xian's tongue twister, Mu Hanxue's brows knitted together, her pretty face flushed bright red. From the moment Yi Xian started, she knew she had lost. Daddy won. Daddy is the best, but Mommy is also super awesome. If Daddy wins, then from now on Daddy calls Mommy wife and Mommy calls Daddy husband, right? Of course. Mommy always teaches us to accept defeat gracefully and be honest, right Mommy? The adorable kid's perfect assist made Mu Hanxue feel like she could spit blood. Were these even her own children? She had raised these two little ones, yet they sided with this guy after just one day. No wonder people said daughters are their father's past life lovers. Mu Hanxue deeply understood that now. Moi? The two little ones gave Daddy a loving kiss, then blinked their big curious eyes. Daddy, you just won against Mommy. Is there anything even more amazing? Of course there is. The most amazing tongue twister I used to beat Mommy is black and black-gray fertilizer gray will volatilize, turns gray-black taboo, as black-gray flowers will return and fly. Gray and gray-black fertilizer will volatilize, turns black-gray taboo, as flying flowers return and turn into ash. Mu Hanxue was speechless. Yi Xian's rapid-fire words left her dumbfounded. The one that had just beaten her wasn't even his best. The system prompts flashed in his mind, but Yi Xian paid them no heed. Then a skill panel appeared before Yi Xian's eyes. Name, Yi Xian, age 21, skills divine, culinary, divine, music items, none, passive skill, charm, aura, father points 36. Having harvested another wave of father points, Yi Xian looked at the panel with a knowing smile, full of anticipation for the future. He wondered how many skills he would possess and how many father points he would have in the near future. Wife, a bet's a bet. Don't forget. You. Unable to bear Yi Xian's smugness, Mu Hanxue turned her head away in anger, afraid she might bite him to death. But, setting aside his shamelessness and infuriating nature, he was an amazing cook, told great stories, and could make the kids laugh. For now it seemed she had to settle for this guy, but today she had been taken advantage of so much. Sigh. The two little ones soon fell asleep one after another, and Mu Hanxue drifted off beside them, unaware of the time. The next day, ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for 4 cups of chilled watermelon juice, consuming 4 dad points. In the kitchen, as the system's voice faded, 4 cups of chilled watermelon juice appeared beside Yi Xian. Fortunately, at that moment, Mu Hanxue did not see it, otherwise she might have had her doubts about the 4 cups of watermelon juice appearing out of nowhere. Chilled watermelon juice, a product of the system, a true delicacy. This watermelon juice has the effects of refreshing the mind and enhancing beauty, bringing joy to the drinker for a continuous 24 hours. It is an essential beverage for home and long-term use, can even lead to anti-aging benefits. This miraculous effect of the chilled watermelon juice was exactly why Yi Xian exchanged for it. Of course, he wanted the best for his daughter, whom the watermelon juice is really delicious. Yes, it's sweet. Daddy, can we drink chilled watermelon juice every day? During breakfast, the two adorable children savored the wonderful taste of the watermelon juice, unaware that it was a miraculous item exchanged by their father at the cost of 4 dad points. Oh, Daddy, you're amazing. The buns and sandwiches are so good. Emu, breakfast is so delicious. Moi. The two little ones affectionately kissed their father, giggling with satisfaction. Unavoidably, an invisible wave of dog food spread from the center of the dining table, overwhelming Aunt Xuan and several maids who were left in tears. This dog food is too sweet. Mom, what should I do? After breakfast, Yi Xian took the two adorable children into a luxurious Bugatti Chiron worth 150 million, heading to the Starry Kindergarten, which was no ordinary place. The Starry Kindergarten is not for just any child. One must have a family background worth over 100 million to even Wow, that handsome guy is so cool. Whose parent is that? And they drive such an extravagant Bugatti. The Bugatti Chiron became the center of attention. The teacher of the two little ones was a sweet-looking girl radiating youthful vitality, named Xuan. Previously, it was Aunt Zhou who was in charge of picking them up. With a smile, she introduced, Teacher Xuan, this is our family's son-in-law, the father of Tong Tong and Ming Ming. From now on, our son-in-law will be responsible for picking them up. Oh. Xuan, who could undoubtedly be considered a beauty, looked at Yi Xian with surprise in her eyes. I didn't expect Tong Tong and Ming Ming's dad to be so young. It's nice to meet you for the first time. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xian affectionately rubbed the noses of the two little ones. Tong Tong, Ming Ming, be good at school, and Daddy will pick you up in the afternoon. Goodbye, Daddy. Moi. The two little ones affectionately kissed him, making many parents around them envious, especially the young mothers who felt an urge to rush up and hug Yi Xian, who was surrounded by an aura of charm. By the time the parents regained their senses, the Bugatti Chiron had already disappeared from the entrance of the Starry Kindergarten, roaring away like a beast. Watching the car depart, Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart, her beautiful eyes lingering on the direction it went. Teacher Xuan, do you like my daddy? Even though my daddy is very handsome, my mommy is super fierce, so you won't have a chance. As two sensible little ones, they were determined to prevent other girls from flirting with their daddy, as he belonged only to them and their mommy. Xuan, ahem, what do you mean, teacher? At Magic City University, not far away. Two girls, both beauties that could easily be considered school flowers, walked towards the school. These two beauties were none other than Lu Shirlan, who had previously confessed to Yi Xian, and her friend Feng Xiaoqian. Don't worry, Shirlan brother, Xian will be fine. Feng Xiaoqian comforted her friend, as they had already guessed yesterday that it was likely the scheme of a rich woman. But, Ji, before Lu Shirlan could finish her sentence, a screech of brakes entered their line of sight, and upon seeing the supercar their hearts raced. Bugatti Chiron. Feng Xiaoqian frowned. When did our school have such a wealthy classmate? Who knows? It's probably a new transfer student. Cough cough WH. What? Shirlan looked quickly. My god, I see something. That's brother Xian. Am I dreaming? With a whoosh, Feng Xiaoqian quickly took out her phone, snapping pictures to record evidence. Hearing her friend's words, Lu Shirlan looked over, and just happened to see Yi Xian stepping out of the luxurious supercar, the very person she had been worried about, and who occupied her thoughts. Boom. Seeing the respectful attitude of the driver toward Yi Xian, Lu Shilan's mind exploded. How could Yi Xian get out of a supercar? Did he spend the night out? Had that rich woman's plan succeeded? This is bad. Brother Xian has been taken by the rich woman. Shirlan, you need to hold on. Feng Xiaoqian analyzed while comforting her friend, as the scene was already quite clear. Brother Xian is too much. As the #1 heartthrob in school, he actually lives off a woman. In an instant, Yi Xian's image in Feng Xiaoqian's mind crumbled like a mountain. She felt it was unfair for her friend to waste 3 precious years on such a person. Feng Xiaoqian, feeling upset, immediately sent the evidence she had captured to Yi Xian's roommate Lin Xiuyan, and then called him directly, declaring that if he didn't cut ties with Yi Xian, they would break up. After a phone call, a certain dormitory in the music department of Magic City University exploded. Lin Xiuyan, who was focused on playing League of Legends, jumped up in shock, startling the other two in the dorm. Damn, something big has happened to the boss. Old 4, hurry, and come see. Lin Xiuyan completely ignored his girlfriend Feng Xiaoqian's words, staring intently at the phone screen. What? Something happened to the boss. Damn it, who dares to mess with the boss? Are they tired of living? Who is that fool? The fourth roommate, Lu Feihu, with a fiery temper, grabbed a steel rod he had found from somewhere, ready to fight. Lin Xiuyan, damn it, fourth, what are you doing? Put that away. Seeing fourth's demeanor, Lin Xiuyan's eyelids jumped, and he scolded with a laugh. What I meant by something happened is not that the boss got beaten up, but that Brother Xian, cough, seems to have been taken care of by someone. Wow. Taken care of? How is that possible? Damn it, I would believe in the apocalypse before I believe Brother Xian is that kind of person. What a ridiculous joke. Both third Wang Lin and fourth Lu Feihu voiced their disbelief, but when their gaze landed on the person stepping out of the luxury supercar, they were all stunned. Bugatti Chiron, this is worth at least 100 million. Could it be? How is it possible that Brother Xian is that kind? What are you hesitating for? Hurry and find the boss, there must be a misunderstanding. Exactly. Agreed. The three of them rushed out of the dormitory, completely bewildered, wondering what had happened to their boss. Could it be that he was really taken care of by a rich woman, or is it that the boss is a hidden super rich second generation? After a few minutes, Yi Xian, who had just arrived at school, was pulled to a deserted corner by the three friends. Damn it, boss, honestly explain what is going on here. Lin Xiuyan shouted as he took out his phone, pulling up the secretly taken photo. Yeah, because of this, Feng Xiaoqian is making a fuss about breaking up with second brother. Boss, what's the real story? Don't tell me you really are living off a woman. Seeing his roommates chattering away, Yi Xian smiled slightly. What had brought him joy over the past 3 years was meeting these 3 like-minded roommates. Then he briefly recounted the absurd events that had taken place yesterday. When Lin Xiuyan learned the details, he gaped, his eyes filled with disbelief. Boss, you have 2 biological daughters. 2 biological daughters. The word struck his mind like thunder. They had considered various possibilities, although they did not believe that the eldest would live off a woman. They had never imagined this to be the reason. Then Yi Xian recounted the chance encounter from 3 years ago. Listening to the eldest's remarkable achievements, Lin Xiuya and the others were wide-eyed. 3 years ago, the eldest was still. Such a simple calculation revealed that 3 years ago the eldest had probably not even started college. The 3 of them looked at Yi Xian with changed expressions. Admiration, adoration, respect, excitement. Impressive, old Yi. Awesome. I'm impressed. The 3 of them gave a thumbs up, acknowledging that the eldest was indeed fearless in his pursuits. In that moment, they understood the so-called melodrama of living off a woman. Are you kidding? The eldest has been with that woman for over 2 years and has a child. Does that count as being kept? Does that count as living off someone? Old 3 Wang Lin, thinking of something, looked at Yi Xian with suspicion. Eldest, since your sister-in-law is so wealthy, why are you still in school? Bugatti Veyron, which is said to cost at least over 100 million. It's hard to imagine how wealthy your sister-in-law is. While the life the eldest lives now is something we may never reach in our lifetime. Old 4 Lu Feihu sighed, realizing that overnight their eldest had become someone they could only look up to. I came to school for this. Today might be my last time here. I came here to withdraw from school. Lin Xiuya and the others exclaimed, Hearing the eldest's words, they admitted to feeling envious. After a moment, Lin Xiuya mischievously raised an eyebrow. By the way, eldest, I wonder, how do you have a picture of your sister-in-law? We would like to see her beauty. Oh, Upon hearing the second brother's words, Wang Lin and Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement, their gaze fixed on Yi Xian, clearly eager to catch a glimpse of their sister-in-law's appearance. I knew you guys would ask that. Seeing the three inquire, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Of course his wife was presentable. Here, this is your sister-in-law. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out his phone and opened a photo. Holy crap, this is sister-in-law. This. Cough cough, eldest, is she some kind of superstar? No, even a superstar wouldn't have this aura, this beauty, this figure. My heavens. Damn it, eldest, you must have saved the entire universe in your past life. Lin Zuya's eyes widened, fixated on the phone screen. Undeniably, they were all stunned by their sister-in-law's beauty. No wonder the eldest doesn't even spare a glance at the art school's campus beauty, Xuan. It turns out he has such a beautiful wife in his heart. TSK tisk, just this aura and beauty surpassed Xuan by a great margin. Wang Lin commented, critiquing as if he were a professional reviewer. Previously, Lu Fei, who had been brandishing a steel pipe to support the eldest, glanced at the two adorable kids nearby. These two little ones must be your nieces, right? TSK, no wonder the eldest is so eager to drop out. If it were me, I would too. This is simply the pinnacle of life. Smacking his lips, Lu Fei's eyes were full of envy. The eldest remains as impressive as ever. Congratulations, may your future life soar. Lin Xiaoya subtly flattered as the four of them chatted happily and then headed towards the principal's office together. A quarter of an hour later, at the principal's office door, Lin Xiaoya and the others were eavesdropping, holding paper cups against the door, clearly eager to know the content of the conversation. He's gone in. At this moment, Feng Xiaoqian and Lu Shirlan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, arrived. Seeing Feng Xiaoqian, Lin Xiaoya glanced at Lu Shirlan beside her and took out 2 paper cups from his pocket, clearly indicating that if they wanted to listen, they should follow their lead. Yi Xian, there is just over a year until graduation from your 4th year. It's a pity to drop out at this time. I have an idea what. Principal Li Zifeng beamed with a smile. As the principal, he certainly knew who was looking for Yi Xian. It was none other than Mu Hanyue from Tianji Group, a woman with a mysterious background. To his knowledge, Tianji Group's scope of involvement was vast: finance, real estate, venture capital, and so on. No one knew exactly how wealthy Tianji Group was. To be noticed by Mu Hanyue, even if it were a case of being kept, this was undoubtedly a chance for them. Once this connection was established, it could be said that their Magical City University would undoubtedly become the top university in Magical City with an unshakable status. Thus, he had to take action as opportunities were fleeting. Keeping Yi Xian's enrollment in their school was undoubtedly the key. Noticing Yi Xian's slight hesitation, Principal Li Zifeng continued. How about this, Yi Xian? You can still be enrolled in our school, but as a nominal student. Once your studies are completed, we will issue you a completion certificate. Moreover, during this period, you won't need to attend school at all. I will personally handle this. One door away outside the office, Lin Xiaoya, Feng Xiaoqian, and the others. What the heck? Did they hear wrong? A nominal enrollment graduation with a completion certificate and no need to attend classes. What kind of treatment is this? My goodness, who is your sister-in-law that she could make the principal go to such lengths? To make the principal bend over backwards like this. Old 3 Wang Lin gulped. As for old 4, his eyes sparkled. Damn, no wonder she's the eldest woman. She's impressive. Hearing their words, Lu Shirlan felt an unpleasant sensation in her heart. Unbidden, the threat of that woman from yesterday surfaced in her mind and bitterness filled her mouth. Cough cough, isn't this inappropriate? Inside the office, hearing Principal Li Zifeng's usually upright words, he was evidently quite surprised. This treatment was entirely beneficial to him. A father balancing both studies and parenting couldn't be better. He had originally felt guilty towards his parents for all their sacrifices over the years if he dropped out. Yi Xian, you're being too formal. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Li in the future. Calling me Principal feels too distant. Principal Li Zifeng seized the opportunity to bridge the gap between them, but those words nearly made Lin Xiaoya outside bite his tongue off. Sister-in-law is a remarkable person. Their conversation completely refreshed their understanding of the woman who was keeping Yi Xian. Uncle Li, then it's settled. Haha, then I won't see you out. The two chatted merrily with no hint of the formal atmosphere typical between a principal and a student. It felt more like a family gathering. They pushed open the door and stepped outside the principal's office. Lin Xiaoya and the others looked at Yi Xian with completely changed expressions, their curiosity about the woman who made Yi Xian drop out growing stronger. Holy crap, eldest, this is too cool. You can get a completion certificate without attending school. Indeed, if this news gets out, the entire Magical City University will probably explode. Wang Lin and Lu Fei, who chattered excitedly, their gazes towards Yi Xian filled with envy. If possible, they both wanted a wealthy woman like that. Haha, tonight, at Xuan, ill-treat the classmates. With the school issues settled, it also serves as a way to explain things to my parents while I'm looking forward to the upcoming fatherhood. While having a rich wife is indeed different, eldest, this is a big spend. Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing Xuan, had his eyes glistening. Xuan is renowned in Magical City, with each private room costing at least 10,000 and some even reaching tens of thousands. Haha, there's a feast to look forward to tonight. Wang Lin and Lu Fei, who exchanged glances, drooling at the prospect of their eldest treating them so lavishly. Seeing Lu Shilan's disappointed expression, Lin Xiaoya tried to lighten the mood. Shirlan, if we can't be a couple, we can. Lu Shirlan forced a smile, leaving with Feng Xiaoqian feeling dejected. As for Yi Xian, he could only wish them well, who after all, with such a beautiful wife and 2 little lovers, he truly could not fit any other woman in his heart. After a while, no one remained in front of the principal's office. At this moment, Wang Zifeng also received a call from the higher-ups of the education department. Don't worry, leader. Yi Xian has agreed to remain nominally enrolled in school. Very good. Make sure to maintain a good relationship between Mu Hanyue and Yi Xian. Wang Zifang nodded in response, then asked with suspicion, Leader, who exactly is Mu Hanyue to have stirred the education department's attention? Don't ask what you shouldn't. A scolding voice echoed in Wang Zifang's ears, causing his heart to tremble. If even the education department showed such caution, Mu Hanyue's identity must far exceed his imagination. How could someone of such status be related to their campus heartthrob Yi Xian? Could it really be as simple as just being kept? Xuan, one of the few high-end restaurants in Modu where only the elite of society could afford to host banquets. A single private room cost tens of thousands, not including the additional dining and beverage expenses. Of course, Yi Xian hadn't paid. Instead, he had Shaoli book it for him. Presumably, Xuan wouldn't dare charge him for the room. At this moment, in the Fengming private room of Xuan, a spacious chamber, dozens of young people were present, looking around at the understated yet luxurious decorations. Tisk, no wonder it's Xuan. The decor is anything but ordinary. Hey, I heard the campus heartthrob found a sugar mommy, and even told the principal he's dropping out. This is his farewell dinner. Struck it rich overnight, boss. He is getting cocky, huh? The chatter in the room made Lin Xiaoya frown. All of you shut the hell up. His angry roar instantly drowned out everyone's murmurs, and the room fell into dead silence. What the hell are you all blabbering about? Who told you the boss is being kept? Huh? Do you even know why Boss Yi is dropping out? It's because his wife brought their 2 daughters to find him. She doesn't want the kids to grow up without a father. Lin Xiaoya spoke with indignation. Boss Yi's vision is beyond your understanding. He had a paternity test done and confirmed they were his children. He decided to drop out to make up for the neglect he showed his wife and kids. And just because his wife is rich, you all casually label him as kept. Doesn't your conscience ache? Boss Yi kindly invited you to this farewell dinner, valuing the 3 years of friendship we've shared. Don't you have any shame? If you don't want to eat, get the hell out. Lin Xiaoya vented his anger, while Wang Lin and Lu Feihu also wore grim expressions. Clearly some classmates, hearing his classmates' misunderstandings and Lin Ziya's furious words, he took a deep breath and stepped forward, casting a subtle glance at Yi Xian. I can vouch for that. Lu Shilan's voice drew everyone's attention. Steadying herself, she continued, I was there too. 2 adorable little girls called Yi Xian Daddy, and then. At this point her cheeks flushed slightly. The woman with the 2 kids warned me, saying, if I ever had any ideas about Yi Xian again, her lady would make sure I regretted it. Xuan, her best friend Feng Xiaoqian, tried to stop her. Was this girl out of her mind? Lu Shilan's words, given on her own reputation, made everyone's eyes snap toward Yi Xian. What had he done to deserve such devotion from the campus beauty? Lin Xiaoya and the other 2 exchanged stunned glances. Was this for real? Still, their sister-in-law's move was impressively bold, directly threatening the school beauty. Impressive. Hearing Lu Shilan's testimony, the few classmates who had been stirring trouble felt their faces burn as if slapped. Just as silence fell over the room, the familiar sound of a child's crying came from outside. Yi Xian rushed out immediately. It was purely instinct, without a moment's hesitation. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. Boss. Seeing their leader's sudden change in expression, Lin Xiaoya and the other 2 were a step behind, but quickly gave chase. What's going on? What happened? The dozens of classmates in the room watched Yi Xian and his 3 roommates rush out, huge question marks forming in their minds. That voice just now. Feng Xiaoqian recalled the sudden change in Yi Xian's expression. It couldn't be Brother Xian's 2 daughters. The thought made her face darken as she recalled the voices of the 2 little girls. Lu Shilan and Feng Xiaoqian followed out of the room, and the dozens of classmates, unable to stay calm, surged after them. While we have a daddy. The 2 little girls were being stared at with disdain by a 5 or 6-year-old boy. If everyone knows you 2 are bastards. Only a mommy, no daddy. You're lying, sob. Tong Tong and Mengming, only 2 years old, couldn't overpower the chubby boy. Li Xiaodao, stop it. Zhao Yin, the teacher in charge of the outing, was utterly exasperated. Every student here was a little tyrant, their parents far from ordinary. Though the pay was good, the pressure was immense. It's the truth. A brat with a father, but no MO to slap. Before Li Xiaodao could finish, the fiercely protective father slapped him. You little bastard, say that again if you dare. The slap sent Li Xiaodao flying. The little brat had crossed a line. A dragon has its scales. Touch them, and you die. Anyone who offended his daughters, regardless of age or gender, would be taken down. What? Daddy saw. Tong Tong and Mengming, seeing their daddy punish the chubby boy, rushed into Yi Xian's arms crying. Lin Xiaoya and the others who had been charging forward abruptly stopped when they saw the chubby boy get slapped. Damn, the boss is ruthless. Even hitting a 5 or 6-year-old kid. TCH, that little bastard asked for it. How dare he insult my niece? He's got a death wish. Lu Feihu glanced at Li Xiaodao, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Wow, Brother Xian is as protective as ever. Feng Xiaoqian watched her man's big brother unleash his fury, even hitting a 5-year-old. Such outrageous protectiveness was exactly the Prince Charming every girl dreamed of marrying. If she hadn't known she wasn't good enough for Yi Xian, she might have become his woman by now. This. Zhao Yin, the teacher from Starlight Kindergarten, was terrified out of her wits. This was going to be a disaster. Ding. Host has successfully defended his daughter. Reward divine martial arts ability. Divine martial arts. With this ability, the host's skills have surpassed human comprehension. Catching bullets barehanded is a breeze, and a single punch can shatter bulletproof glass or tear apart a tank. The impressive description made Yi Xian's blood boil. Catching bullets barehanded, shattering bulletproof glass, tearing apart a tank. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? The chubby Li Xiaodao approached to scratch Yi Xian, but another slap sent him flying. Ow! A sharp cry rang out as the chubby boy slammed into the ground with a dull thud. The excruciating pain twisted his face. Bastard, I swear you won't leave Xuan alive today. Just then Xuan's bodyguards quickly surrounded them. Seeing Li Xiaodao's battered face, their eyes widened. Young master. What? Lin Xiaoya and the others' hearts raced at the bodyguard's address. Young master. Damn, that chubby kid was the owner's son. This was huge. Attack. Get him. Cripple him. Malice surged in his heart, and the bodyguards' faces turned grim. Was this a joke? This was their turf. To dare strike their young master here was a death wish. If the boss found out, they'd all be in deep trouble. Their only option was to make this guy pay tenfold to appease their boss' wrath. Could you dare lay a hand on our young master? You're asking for it. With a roar, 5 or 6 skilled bodyguards charged at Yi Xian, holding nothing back. Boss. Dodge. Damn it, this is outrageous. Lin Zuya's face changed. He knew their boss was tough, but these were Xuan's bodyguards, each one worth 10 ordinary men. How could their boss possibly stand a chance? But before Lin Xiaoya could react, a series of dull thuds echoed. In the stunned silence, Li Xiaodao's bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their cheeks in pain. The chubby kid was a child, but these bodyguards got no mercy. The result was obvious. Congratulations, host. Received 6 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. Received 6 daddy points from Ming Ming. Congratulations, host. Received 6 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. Received 6 daddy points from Ming Ming. Wow, daddy is so amazing. Daddy is so cool. Seeing their daddy's incredible skills, the 2 little girls clapped and cheered, acting as his perfect little warm coat. Zhao Yan was speechless. Lin Xiaoya and the others were dumbfounded. When did their boss get so good? 5 or 6 skilled fighters crushed in an instant. Impressive. At that moment, the classmates fell silent. No, they were stunned. Was this the guy who was supposedly kept by a sugar mommy? A kept man. Ridiculous. With skills like this, he'd be a hot commodity anywhere. So it's true. Those 2 are Yi Xian's children. Lu Shilan's last glimmer of hope vanished. Yi Xian's reaction had said it all. Only a biological father would risk offending Xuan like this. How dare you? Just then a man descended from the 2nd floor of Xuan, followed by over 100 people pouring down the stairs. Why, Dad, that bastard hit me. Li Xiaodao put on a dramatic show of tears. When Li Xinkong saw his son's injuries, his fury skyrocketed, especially since it happened in his own establishment. Kid, if you walk out of here standing today, they'll take your surname. You think you're tough? Let's see how many you can take on. With those words, a ruthless gleam flashed in Li Xinkong's eyes. He waved his hand, and over 100 men surrounded Yi Xian and his 2 daughters. A battle was about to erupt. Damn, do you think no one can bully my boss? Lin Xiaoya let out a deep breath, shouting as he strode into the arena. Wang Lin and Lu Feihu were also present, their intentions clear. They vowed to stand by their boss through thick and thin, and they certainly did not want to see their niece bullied during her first encounter. With just a couple of you, don't think you can escape today, not even if you were 10 or 100 times more. Li Xinkong snorted coldly. The drunken immortal pavilion was his territory. Fight. If something happens, he'll take the responsibility. Anyone who dares to harm my son Li Xinkong will wish they were never born. Not even the King of Heaven can save you today. Over 100 people heard the order and rushed towards the group. Lu Shilan and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. They never anticipated that things would evolve into this situation. Stop. In the nick of time, a cold voice rang out, and then the door of the drunken immortal pavilion was pushed open. Following that, more than 10 people entered in succession, and among them was none other than Mu Hanyue and her group. Li Xinkong, you are so bold. You dare to touch someone from Mu Hanyu's side. A graceful figure stepped into the arena, and a murderous glint flickered in her eyes. A powerful aura emanated from Mu Hanyu's mouth, causing the temperature in the entire hall of the drunken immortal pavilion to drop sharply by several degrees, making everyone shiver in unison. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Lin Xiaoya and the others looked at the stunning beauty fiercely protecting her family, their eyes wide open as they swallowed hard. My goodness, this is sister-in-law. Powerful. The aura is too strong. An ordinary person simply cannot handle it. Then Lin Xiaoya and the others shifted their gaze back to their composed boss. Damn, no wonder he's the boss. Even 3 years ago he could win over such a fiercely protective sister-in-law. Is she the mother of Yi Xian's 2 children? Lu Shilan also looked at the domineering beauty before her, comparing herself internally, a bitter smile creasing her lips. The gap between them was more than just vast. She feared she could never reach such heights in her lifetime. In terms of looks, temperament, and figure, everything was impeccable. The Mu Hanyue before them was like a perfect, flawless creation from the heavens. Dozens of classmates were stunned, their eyes wide, each swallowing hard. The appearance of Mu Hanyue had completely reshaped their perception of beauty. Wow, mommy, you finally came. Those bad guys were going to hit daddy. Woo, they are all bad people, mommy, catch them all. The 2 little ones, seeing their mother arrive, glared at Li Xinkong with hostility, believing anyone who would harm their father was a bad person. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Mu Hanyu's killing intent surged, her sharp gaze fixated on Li Xinkong. You dare to touch my man Mu Hanyue? Hiss. The icy chill enveloped every inch of the drunken immortal pavilion, making everyone involuntarily gasp in shock. Dominance. To dare harm my Mu Hanyu's man is simply too cool. Yi Xian, this girl has such a domineering side. Seeing Mu Hanyue genuinely angry for the first time, Yi Xian couldn't help but marvel. To marry a woman like this in his lifetime was truly a blessing accrued over 10 lifetimes. Being a dad was quite fulfilling too. With such a powerful wife, what more could a man desire? Li Xingkong was also stunned upon seeing the newcomer. A chill ran straight from his feet to the crown of his head. Mu Hanyue, the president of Tianji Group, although rarely seen, he knew this woman was formidable and not just ordinary form. Half a year ago, a publicly listed company in the Magic City was valued at about 10 billion. For some unknown reason, it seemed like the chairman's son had offended her. The next day, the company was sold off, and the one behind it all was Tianji Group. Though he had never seen her in person, just hearing about her filled Li Xingkong with dread. He understood that such an existence was not someone like him. A mere owner of the drunken immortal pavilion could afford to offend. To put it plainly, he couldn't even compare to that $10 billion listed company, let alone stand up to Mu Hanyue. They were Miss Mu, it turns out to be you. Li Xingkong's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. A big smile plastered on his face as he turned to his son, who was beaten into a pig's head. Xiaodao, come here and apologize. Dad, I don't. Slap. Li Xiaodao hadn't finished his words before Li Xingkong slapped him, leaving him dazed on the spot. Dad, you. Damn it, apologize. If you hesitate for another second, I'll beat you to death. As he spoke, Li Xingkong raised his hand again, scaring Li Xiaodao so much that his lips twitched and his eyelids jumped. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you wild kid's eye. I was wrong. Slap. Damn it, get on your knees and apologize. Li Xingkong slapped the back of his son's head, causing him to kneel on the ground facing the two little ones across from him. Oomph. The two cute kids snorted, remembering that the bad guy had just threatened to hit their father. Miss Mu, do you see? Is this acceptable? In front of Mu Hanyue, Li Xingkong dared not make a sound. He knew that someone who could easily take down a publicly listed company could crush him like stepping on an ant. The person you need to apologize to is not me. Mu Hanyue's face turned icy. Yi Xian, do you think this is acceptable? When Mu Hanyue said this, everyone at the scene gasped in unison, especially the classmates who had previously doubted the sponsorship. This status. Could it be sponsorship? This will do. Yi Xian coldly stared at Li Xingkong and the chubby kid kneeling before him. If there's another time, your Li family will be wiped out. The dominant voice echoed out, and Lin Xiaoya and the others looked at their boss with transformed gazes. Damn, the boss looked incredibly cool. This is what is known as bullying the weak. Zhao Yun felt her mind buzzing. Although she knew that the little one's mother was powerful, she never expected her to be this formidable. This parent was too protective, even defending her own man, a spoiled daughter, and a spoiled husband indeed. However, she couldn't dare to ask about the scene before her. In a wave of showboating, it was no surprise that Tong Tong and Ming Ming contributed a significant amount of daddy points. Daddy was too cool. Let's go home. After such an incident, Yi Xian had no desire to eat anymore. He took the two little ones by the hand, said goodbye to Lin Xiaoya and the others, and headed towards the exit of the drunken immortal pavilion. Leaving behind a trembling Li Xingkong and a Li Xiaodao who had been beaten into a pig's head, all the hundreds of subordinates of the drunken immortal pavilion were stunned. Damn, what just happened? That person who hit their young master just walked away like that. Moreover, their boss had actually hit his beloved son. Of this is insane. Who on earth is that woman? Just her appearance made Li Xingkong act this way. Huh, so this is Yi Xian's woman. My goodness, she's so domineering. Shirlanyu. Feng Shaoqian stared blankly in the direction Mu Hanyue and the others had left. Yi Xian is no longer a person like us ordinary folks can match up to. I know. Lu Shirlan pursed her lips. From the moment Mu Hanyue entered with her domineering presence, she knew she had lost, and it was a complete defeat. Gurgle, Lin Xiaoya and the others felt incredibly excited. Their sister-in-law was too cool, too domineering, fiercely protective of her husband, truly unmatched. Even now, the phrase "you dare to touch my Mu Hanyue's man" still echoed in their minds. Tsk, it must be said that a wife like this was what all of them dreamed of. They were willingly eating this wave of dog food, especially with such adorable little ones. As for the other classmates, their faces were filled with bitterness, clearly unable to comprehend that the woman who sponsored Yi Xian would do such a thing for him. Among them, the most shocked was Zhao Yun, Tong Tong, and Ming Ming's teacher. She felt waves of turmoil in her heart. She had seen Mu Hanyue multiple times, but had never seen her angry before. When she was angry, it was terrifying, like a disaster. Inside the Bugatti yumming car. Daddy, you're awesome, Mua. I wanted to. The two little ones affectionately kissed their dad, leaving their strongest mother hanging to the side, which left Mu Hanyue momentarily stunned and then filled with jealousy. That big pig hoof, truly. Having just arrived for a day, not only had they gotten into a relationship again, but she also felt her presence in her daughter's hearts was diminishing. After all, she was the one who had saved the day today. I helped you, and you won't even thank me. The haughty Mu Hanyue's words, heard by the driver, Shaoli, made her lips twitch. Did her young lady have such a side? Isn't it the duty of a wife to save her husband? We're already an old married couple, why mention this? You? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Mu Hanyue was furious, her eyes narrowing at him. This shameless scoundrel, what could she say? Their children were over 2 years old, so weren't they indeed an old married couple? Seeing her usually strong young lady being left speechless by her son-in-law, Shaoli's little face turned red, but she couldn't laugh or dare to laugh. One thing suppresses another. In the past, Shaoli never believed that someone could subdue her young lady, but now Yi Xian's appearance made her believe it. It could be said that the young lady was completely at the mercy of her son-in-law, as if he were her nemesis. However, this was actually quite good, as it allowed the true self of the young lady to be revealed without any defenses or disguises. The appearance of her son-in-law was like a ray of colorful warm sunlight in winter, bringing much color to the young lattice life. Her son-in-law truly was a remarkable person. At the Jilong Villa, returning to the villa, Xuan called up today's achievements. Name Xuan. Age 21. Skills divine culinary, divine music, divine martial arts. Items none. Passive skill charm aura. Daddy points 108. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging chilled watermelon juice X1, consuming 1 daddy point. As the system's voice faded, a cup of chilled watermelon juice appeared in his hand. He tilted his head back and drank it, instantly feeling refreshed and even a little lightheaded. Tisk, this feeling is truly something. He savored the miraculous effects of the chilled watermelon juice, a sensation that could only be felt, not described. Daddy is bad, drinking the watermelon juice all by himself. We want some too. As he enjoyed this rare moment of leisure, 2 whining, coaxing voices rang out. Staring at the empty cup in Daddy's hand, their little faces were clearly written with "Baby is unhappy, come cheer me up." Hee, how could I forget my precious ones? Give Daddy a kiss and he'll make some for you. His large hand gently ruffled the 2 adorable children's heads as he whispered. Watching from the side, Xuan, who had just emerged from the bathroom in her sleepwear, was struck by a wave of affectionate sweetness. Really, Daddy can't cheat. The 2 little darlings kissed Xuan's cheek one after another, their voices sweet and coaxing. Daddy, is this enough? Of course it is. Daddy will make it for you now. Wait here. He pinched the 2 charmers' cheeks, speaking like a doting father. Honestly, even Xuan felt envious. That bastard was so good to the little ones. If he were even half as good to her, she would be thanking her lucky stars. Oh, and Daddy, don't forget mommies. The 2 little charmers, seeing their mother nearby, sensibly reminded their father, who was heading to the kitchen. A few minutes later, he came out of the kitchen carrying 3 cups of chilled watermelon juice and set them on the coffee table. You all drink. Daddy's going to take a shower. Oh, so tasty. Go ahead, Daddy. Sipping the chilled watermelon juice, the 2 little charmers didn't even lift their eyes, waving their chubby little hands at their father. Xuan wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but seeing the chilled watermelon juice in front of her, she swallowed the words. On the other side. Hello. She answered the call on the balcony. It was from her mother, Xuan. What? Mom, you're coming to Modu. Learning the purpose of her mother's call, Xuan's lips twitched slightly, a sense of foreboding emerging in her heart. Her mother coming to Modu at this time was undoubtedly terrible news. Xuan had originally planned to act first and report later. It's not necessary, right? Although her relationship with her father had been strained for a long time, she was not at odds with her mother. After all, 3 years ago, her mother had stood by her side, even when she refused to reveal the father of her 2 children. What's wrong? Could it be that you have some secret you don't want me to know? Xuan knew her daughter too well. Whenever Xuan hemmed and hawed like this, it meant she was hiding something big. Feeling that her pressure wasn't enough, Xuan continued, Don't tell me you want your father and me to come to Modu together. Hearing her mother say that her father would come to Modu, Xuan's scalp went numb. Spill it. What secret are you hiding? She precisely hit her daughter's weak spot, threatening in a tone that implied if she didn't confess, she would come to Modu with her Mom, I found Tong Tong and Mingming's father. Xuan, thinking about her mother's impending visit and knowing she would eventually find out, decided to come clean. His name is Xuan. He's very good to Tong Tong and Mingming. Instinctively, Xuan tried to build up Xuan's image given the vast gap in their social standing. What does he do? How many people are in his family? Is he good to you? A barrage of questions followed. Xuan stammered, My relationship with him is complicated. You'll understand when you get to Modu. You silly girl. Fine, we'll talk when I arrive. They chatted for a while, and just before hanging up, send me a photo of the 2 little ones' father. Let me see. Okay, I'll send it to you in a bit. With that, she found an excuse to end the call. Xuan let out a deep breath. I hope everything. She casually sent a photo that Xiaoli had taken of Xuan and the 2 little charmers, then returned to the villa to find Xuan already busy in the kitchen preparing dinner for his 2 little sweethearts. In Daidu, the Mu family's seaside estate. This was the Mu family's residence where Xuan had grown up until she left for Modu 3 years ago. This seaside estate was even more magnificent than the Jilong villa where Xuan now lived. It was guarded by no fewer than 100 hidden experts, making it impossible for even a fly to sneak in. A pretty boy. I want to agree to this kid. Xuan glanced at the photo of Xuan on his phone, snorted coldly, and flatly rejected him. Does your disagreement even matter? Xuan rolled her eyes at Xuan. Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago? Xuan may have been extreme, but do you have no responsibility? Xuan, I'm warning you, if you're stubborn again like you were 3 years ago, I won't come back when I go to Modu. You can live by the resentment she had built up over 3 years poured out. 3 years ago, her daughter had threatened suicide, nearly severing the father-daughter relationship. Xuan, carrying her 2 newborn babies, left home in anger and went to Modu. For 3 years, father and daughter hadn't exchanged a single phone call. It was only in the past 2 years that Xuan occasionally sent Xuan photos and videos of the twin granddaughters, which had eased the tension. Xuan heard Xuan's words, but said nothing, just buried his head in his meal. Take care of the company matters, and then I'll head to Modu. During this time, reflect on yourself. From start to finish, you've prioritized the Mu family's honor. But as a father, are you truly without guilt? Meanwhile, under Xuan's preparations, a sumptuous dinner covered the table, the aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. Just then, an uninvited guest walked in from outside the villa. Oh, it smells wonderful. Xuan, did you change your chef? A graceful figure approached, accompanied by a pleasant fragrance. Yi Xian looked over and was stunned. Ning Xuanger, the most popular film and music queen in China today. Ning Xuanger. Wow, Mommy Xuanger, you're here. Tong Tong and Meng Ming, upon seeing Ning Xuanger, slid down from their seats and ran over to the music queen, giving her a Indeed, Ning Xuanger was Mu Hangsh's best friend and also the godmother of Tong Tong and Meng Ming. She had confirmed this relationship after learning of Mu Hangsh's unwed pregnancy, and she was the one who had accompanied Mu Hanxue through the darkest period of her life. This gentleman isn't the chef, is he? Entering the living room, Ning Xuanger noticed his handsome features and an aura that made people want to get close. Just one look told her he was no ordinary person. Hee, Mommy Xuanger, this is our daddy. Boom. Hearing the two little charmers' words, Ning Xuanger's pretty face instantly lost all its smile. She stared at Yi Xian for a moment, and indeed found many similarities between him and Tong Tong and Meng Ming in the brows and eyes. Hanxue, is he really Tong Tong and Meng Ming's daddy? Although she was somewhat convinced, she still sought confirmation from her best friend. Seeing her friend's questioning gaze, Mu Hanxue nodded silently. Seeing her friend's confirmation, Ning Xuanger turned to Yi Xian, her face icy cold. So you're the heartless man who made Hanxue suffer and nearly drove her to sever ties with her father. Yi Xian. Mommy Xuang, but don't say that about Daddy. Daddy is not a heartless man. If you say bad things about Daddy again, we won't like you anymore, humph. Before Yi Xian could speak, Tong Tong and Meng Ming stepped forward, glaring at Ning Xuanger. In their eyes, no one could speak ill of Daddy, not even Mommy Xuanger, and not even their own mother. Tong Tong, Meng Ming, don't let this guy fool you. The two little charmers' reaction startled Ning Xuanger. She had never seen the children act this way toward her. Enough. The thing is, seeing her daughters defending their father, Mu Hanxue felt a pang of jealousy. They had never defended their mother like that. She then briefly explained the complicated situation between them. After learning the whole story, Ning Xuanger's expression turned slightly awkward. It turned out that the fault didn't entirely lie with that heartless man. Oh, I mean that handsome guy. Sorry, Mr. Yi. Tong Tong and Meng Ming, one on each side, turned their heads away, clearly showing, don't talk to us, we won't forgive you. Anyone who offended Daddy was their enemy, a bad person, no matter who, including Mommy. It was Mama Xuanger who made the mistake. Mama sincerely apologizes to you both, and to Baba. There. Mama Xuanger truly worries for you both. Seeing these two adorable children stand ready to defy anyone to protect Baba, he couldn't help but feel profound warmth and affection. Is that true? Tong Tong and Meng Ming blinked their large, curious eyes at Baba. Of course it is. Mama Xuanger, Baba, and Mama all love you deeply. He gently nuzzled their delicate little noses, a gesture that once again flooded Aunt Chun and the maids with envy, nearly choking them with sweetness. Since Baba arrived at the villa, their dog food ration had never ceased. They half joked they could survive 10 days without food. Oh, then since Baba says so, we'll forgive Mama Xuang. Hearing those words from her two little masters, Ning Xuanger exhaled in quiet relief and turned her gaze toward Yi Xian, eyes shimmering with gratitude and growing astonishment. She hadn't imagined Baba held such an unshakable place in their hearts. Absolutely. Of course. Baba always keeps every promise he makes. Tong Tong and Meng Ming tilted their swan-like necks with playful pride, their hearts swelling not for any other reason, but simply because those were Baba's words. Baba's words are always right. No explanation needed. Oh, by the way, these delicious dishes were all cooked by Baba. Mama Xuanger has certainly never tasted anything this exquisite. Meng Ming's eyes darted to the table. Baba, can we eat now? My tummy's already speaking. Right, go ahead and dig in. There's one more main dish coming. With that, he turned and strode toward the kitchen. The two little ones immediately dove into their meal with unrestrained delight. Mu Hanxue and Ning Xuanger followed suit. After a single bite of stir-fried green peppers and eggs, Ning Xuanger paused, savoring it thoughtfully. Hanxue, this man's culinary skill is truly exceptional. Not bad, I suppose. She coughed lightly, uttering the lie with practiced insincerity, while inwardly marveling, not bad. This is extraordinary. Ning Xuanger, normally petite in appetite, found her taste buds awakened by that first bite, her hunger surging unexpectedly. 10 minutes later, Yi Xian emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates, one for Tong Tong, one for Meng Ming. Each grain of rice gleamed like molten gold, crystalline, luminous, studded delicately with flecks of carrot, its very appearance a feast for the eyes and the soul. This is egg-fried rice. Even Mu Hanxue blinked in disbelief, never imagining such humble fare could attain such sublime artistry, its visual allure alone promising transcendent flavor. Mama, wow, delicious. Baba, your egg-fried rice is absolutely amazing. Never in my life have I tasted egg-fried rice this exquisite. The two little cotton-padded jackets devoured their meals with ravenous joy, still managing between bites to shower Baba with praise. Congratulations, host. You've earned 10 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You've earned 10 dad points from Meng Ming. Congratulations, host. You've earned 10 dad points. Congratulations, host. You've earned 10 dad points from Meng Ming. Unsurprisingly, a single plate of egg-fried rice yielded a bountiful harvest of dad points, fueling Yi Xian's resolve to cultivate even more. Oh, this truly is egg-fried rice. Ning Xuanger, the reigning queen of the music industry, stared incredulously at her own plate, its flavor unlike anything she'd ever encountered. Mu Hanxue's eyelid twitched faintly. She had, after all, underestimated his mastery in the kitchen. Half an hour. Ning Xuanger let out a soft, contented sigh, even then her palate still yearning. Yi Xian, your culinary artistry is astonishing. A simple dish of egg fried rice, yet crafted with such transcendent finesse. Yet she sighed softly afterward. Alas, I fear I won't savor such delights for quite some time. What's wrong? Mu Hanshua asked, concern lacing her voice. Ning Xuan sighed quietly. It's my new song. I'm the reigning queen of the music industry with immense popularity and prestige, but lately I've released nothing new. My fanbase has dwindled sharply. If this continues, I may well lose my title within 6 months, or perhaps a year. At this she offered a wry bitter smile. That's serious? Mu Hanshua's delicate brows knotted tightly. She'd heard only vaguely of her friend's troubles, never imagining them so grave. So this may well be my last meal here for at least half a year. What a shame, to leave behind such extraordinary cuisine. Ning Xuan still lingered on Yi Xian's culinary brilliance, wondering if her manager knew whether he'd lose his mind. Upon hearing Mama Xuan's words, Tong Tong tilted her head, blinking her large sparkling eyes. But that's not right, Mama Xuan. Baba studied music. Maybe he can help you. Baba is truly omnipotent. He's right. If Baba cooks this magnificently, his musical talent must be extraordinary too. Oh. Hearing her goddaughter's words, Ning Xuan genuinely considered the idea. Before she might have dismissed it outright, but a man whose hobby in cooking reached such heights, what then of his profession? If he truly succeeded, her entire predicament would dissolve like mist beneath morning sun. Should Baba truly aid me, he'd become Mama Xuan's greatest benefactor. Really? Baba, please help Mama Xuan. Alright. Yi Xian accepted without hesitation. Since Mama Xuan is your and the girl's benefactor, she is mine as well. I'll lend my full support. Tong Tong Ming Ming, go fetch paper and brush from the study. Baba will compose a song for Mama Xuan. Oh yay, I knew Baba could do it. We're off. Wait for me, big sis. The two dashed hand in hand toward the study, leaving Ning Xuan momentarily stunned. He'd agreed. Though they'd met only once, Yi Xian radiated an aura of unfathomable depth. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could write a masterpiece. Here you go, Baba. Paper and brush. Tong Tong held the brush, mumling the paper. They returned swiftly, knowing Baba was about to shine once more. Taking the brush and paper, Yi Xian wrote, without pause. 7 bold, elegant characters bloomed across the center of the page. The brightest star in the night sky. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear the lonely sighs of those who gaze upward? Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Do you remember the figure who walked beside me, vanishing into the wind? I pray for a heart transparent as crystal, and eyes that know how to weep. Lyrics and melody flowed seamlessly, effortless, fluid, unbroken, just as his kitchen mastery had been. Such flawless execution marked him unmistakably as a master craftsman. Ding! Composing a song for your godmother. Reward unlocked, divine-level calligraphy mastery. As the melody of the brightest star in the night sky resonated in his mind, lyrics and score were complete. As the foremost authority on music, Ning Xuan began humming softly along to the score, her beautiful eyes blazing with sudden incandescent light. This song, undeniably, she recognized its extraordinary power, and her gaze, when it returned to Yi Xian, had transformed entirely. Seeing Ning Xuan's Yi Xian smiled faintly. Yet one song alone may not fully restore your lost popularity. Allow me, let me compose another. Without delay, he set to work. The first dream materialized upon the page. His calligraphy now surpassed even that of the brightest star, refined beyond measure. Gazing upon the first dream, Ning Xuan drew a deep, steadying breath. The sight before her left her utterly speechless. 2 masterpieces, each brimming with chart-topping potential. I composed these during idle moments at school. If they serve you, all the better. A perfectly plausible, utterly fabricated explanation, though no one questioned it in that moment. Mama Xuan is completely stunned. Baba's songs must be absolutely extraordinary. Of course. The 2 little ones chattered excitedly, while Ning Xuan took another slow, deep breath. So this is the father of my goddaughters. Truly, a genius. No words can repay such kindness. Suppressing her exhilaration, she knew these 2 songs would resurrect her career. Swiftly she withdrew a checkbook from her bag and inscribed the sum of 1 million yuan. Let's keep things professional. This 1 million yuan purchases exclusive singing rights to both songs. Wow, Baba's incredible. 2 songs earn Mama Xuan 1 million yuan. Baba's the best. Watching Mama Xuan hand over 1 million yuan, the 2 little ones once again contributed generously to Baba's dad points. Mu Hanshua watched dumbfounded. 1 million yuan for 2 songs. Her friend's decisive action spoke volumes. Her perception of Yi Xian shifted anew. This big, clumsy hoof grew ever more enigmatic. What else does he conceal from me? Oh, by the way. Ning Xuan's eyes sparkled as she turned to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, in 3 days I'll launch my national tour with the first concert at the Shanghai Sports Center. Given your vocal prowess, would you consider performing a song on stage to boost the atmosphere? She'd almost added, it's a tragedy you haven't entered the music industry, but recalling his current circumstances, she wisely refrained, settling instead for this modest request. To bury such talent would be an unforgivable waste. Well, that might not be appropriate. I hold no interest in the music industry. I simply wish for wife, children, and a warm hearth. Mu Hanshua flushed crimson. Don't talk nonsense. A warm hearth. She could accept wife and children. But that phrase uttered before her closest friend. Utterly, I understand. Yes, I truly do. Ning Xuan blinked, glancing sidelong at her friend. Honestly, if she were a man, she'd choose exactly the same path. Mama Xuan's concert, wow. Baba, we love it so much. Will you perform? We've never heard you sing on such a grand stage. You'll be breathtakingly handsome, and on that day Baba will be the greatest father in all the world. The two little ones delivered a perfect, irresistible assist, prompting Yi Xian, the ultimate doting father, to smile tenderly. Since Tong Tong and Meng Meng wish it so, Baba will join you. Shall we? Wow, really? Baba, smush smush. Overjoyed, Tong Tong and Meng Meng clung to Baba, one on each side, peppering him with kisses and affectionate touches. Their wave of sweetness utterly overwhelmed Mu Hanxue and Ning Xuan. Ning Xuan watched the scene unfold heartful, a father who adores his daughters beyond measure. This Baba was lifting them quite literally to the heavens. The doting father simultaneously reaping rewards as a caretaker. This was what Yi Xian enjoyed doing the most now. Oh, as for everything else, it was of little importance except of course discussing life with his stunning wife. The sweet assaults from the two little ones could be said to have left Mu Hanxue and Ning Xuan utterly defenseless. After dinner, Ning Xuan solved a tricky problem and sent 2 songs to the agent, then suggested, since we have nothing to do, how about we play some games? Games? Upon hearing the word games, Tong Tong and Meng Meng became excited, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sure. Mu Hanxue thought about the earlier scene of the 3 of them flirting and felt a surge of inspiration. How about we play dad.Ye? Hearing her friend's suggestion, Ning Xuan was slightly taken aback. Both she and her friend were skilled at the game with very few losses, so was her friend suggesting this as a way to retaliate against the little guy's father for the earlier displays of affection. Thinking of this, Ning Xuan revealed a sly smile. Just playing dad.Ye is a bit dull, why don't we add some stakes to it? But money is too mundane. Let's draw turtles. At this moment, the ever-enthusiastic Meng Meng chimed in, her eyes shining brightly. How about the loser has to draw turtles? Draw turtles. Upon hearing Meng Meng's words, both Mu Hanxue and Ning Xuan were momentarily stunned, and then images of drawing little turtles on Yi Xian flashed in their minds, which was amusing just to think about. Yi Xian, what do you think? Only then did Mu Hanxue turn to Yi Xian, clearly having made the earlier decision to better act. I'm fine with anything. Yi Xian smiled lightly as he was the master of dad.Ye, wondering if these 2 girls were looking. Alright, since that's settled, let's make it 3 turtles as the stake, with bombs counting double, as usual. With the rules agreed upon, they took a deck of cards and began a game of dad.Ye with Ning Xuan as the player before Yi Xian and Mu Hanxue as the player after. In the first round, the landlord was surprisingly Yi Xian. With his current speed and eyesight, playing dad.Ye was a mere trifle, and it was clear from the moment the 2 stunning beauties decided to play that they would not win. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, QK, straight from 3 to ace appeared before Mu Hanxue and Ning Xuan, leaving them both stunned. So smooth. Ning Xuan frowned slightly. No way. Pass. Mu Hanxue also felt a bit uneasy as Yi Xian was now down to only 8 cards. A pair of JQK. A knowing smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. This hand was one they could not counter, as he clearly understood the cards in Mu Hanxue and Ning Xuan's hands due to his superior vision and subtle manipulations. Show 2 cards. Mu Hanxue. Ning Xuan. Given how expensive the stakes were, only showing 2 cards would... It was only the second hand, and his cards were already so perfect. Seeing the bewildered expressions of the 2, Yi Xian smiled slightly and revealed the 2 remaining cards in his hand, which were a large and a small king. A bomb. Like a thunderclap, it struck the minds of Mu Hanxue and Ning Xuan. Was it over already? They had not even processed what was happening when the first round of dad.Ye was already concluded. However, that was not the most critical part. The crucial fact was that they had not played a single card, and with 3 little turtles, as the stakes, the bomb doubled, plus a spring bonus totaling 4 times, which meant 12 little turtles. 3 by 2 by 2, wow, 12 little turtles, hee daddy, is amazing. Under Mu Hanxue's careful teaching, the 2 little ones had already learned to calculate simple multiplication, and they could easily manage this. Congratulations, the host has received 16 caretaker points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, the host has received 16 caretaker points from Meng Meng. As the caretaker points continued to accumulate, Mu Hanxue and Ning Xuan were left in shock, looking at the brush and dark ink beside them, a chill running down their spines. With 12 turtles to draw on them, just the thought of it sent shivers down their spines. Hee, a bet is a bet, my dear wife Ning the superstar, my apologies. Holding the brush, he began drawing adorable little turtles on Ning Xuan and Mu Hanxue's hands, starting from their delicate wrists and extending to their arms. Before long, the arms of the 2 stunning beauties were covered in countless little turtles, leaving the 2 dad.Ye experts feeling utterly defeated. Let's go again. With that, the second round began. In this round, Yi Xian dug an even deeper hole, and the cards of Ning Xuan and his own wife were quite good, but each had 2 bombs. To take revenge, they chose not to seize the landlord position. A plane. Once again, Yi Xian was the landlord, directly playing a 6-card plane, causing Ning Xuan as the player before him to frown for 3's bomb. No way. Seeing her friend lead off with a bomb, she surely had a good hand, and with her own cards this round would definitely 4 8s. Yi Xian slowly led the 2 girls into a trap. Their bombs should not go to waste. Ning Xuan looked at her bomb and pondered for a moment. Pass. 4J. Seeing her wife's confident demeanor, good hand, but 4K. 4Ks were played in succession, causing Ning Xuan to freeze, glancing at her cards, and then looking at Mu Hanxue, clearly asking if she had a higher card. Mu Hanxue. 4A. Driven by her desire to win, she gritted her teeth and looked at her cards directly, playing pair of Q. Pair of 2. U. Seeing Yi Xian countering her again, Mu Hanxue was quite angry, while Ning Xuan pondered for 9. As long as Yi Xian didn't play, she could clear her hand in one go. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the two stunning beauties, the final move came, followed by a pair played, winning the second round again. Mu Hanyue, Ning Xuan. This. 3 bombs. The two enchanting faces of the girls turned slightly pale. They had used 4 bombs themselves plus the 3 they chose, totaling 7 bombs, which meant 128 times. If multiplied by the base bet of 3, that would mean 384 little turtles. Wow, 384 little turtles, that's so many. Daddy is too amazing. Hee mommy and Xuan mommy are done for this time. Mu Hanyue and Ning Xuan both had flushed faces. They could hardly believe that they had lost so much in this round. A full 32 times more than the first round. A bet is a bet, ladies, come on. You. Mu Hanyue and Ning Xuan looked at each other in despair. They did not expect that even when teaming up, these dad.Ye experts would still suffer such a devastating defeat, with 384 little turtles on the line. Thus Mu Hanyue and Ning Xuan's hands and feet, even their toes, were covered in one little turtle after another, until even their delicate faces and necks were claimed. If it weren't for considering Ning Xuan's presence, Yi Xian would certainly have let the little turtles crawl all over every part of his wife's body. I need to take a shower, I'm done playing. The last little turtle crawled onto Ning Xuan's graceful neck, and this goddess of countless girls' dreams was utterly defeated by Yi Xian. Hastily she dashed towards the bathroom, resembling a cute large turtle scurrying away as if covered in little turtles. Immediately following, his wife shot a fierce glare at that big pig hoof. Did this jerk not know how to cherish a woman, even not sparing her friend? How despicable. Tonight's battle was likely to become a lifelong stain on their friendship. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. Even with Mommy and Xuan Mommy teaming up, they were defeated by dad.Ye. If the outside world knew that a domineering female CEO and a singing diva had been drawn on with 396 turtles by some guy, it would surely cause an uproar. The two little ones looked up to Daddy even more, and the quality of caretaker points continued to rise. That night, an angry Mu Hanyue directly handed over the two little ones to Yi Xian, while she and her friend Ning Xuan went to bed. It was now night in the adjacent bedroom. Tong Tong and Ming Ming snuggled up to Daddy on either side, enjoying the tranquil time, without Mommy feeling the warmth of Daddy's body completely at ease, their mouths curved in happy smiles. Holding his two adorable daughters, he began. Once upon a time, a wealthy man's wife fell seriously ill. Before she passed away, she called her only daughter to her side and said, "Dear daughter, after I am gone, I will watch over you and bless you from the underworld." After saying this, she closed her eyes and died. She was buried in the garden, and the little girl was a pious and kind-hearted girl who went to her mother's grave every day to cry. As winter gave way to spring and time passed, her father remarried. The story of Cinderella, narrated in Yi Xian's magnetic voice, filled with paternal love, reached the ears of the two little ones, conjuring scenes from the fairy tale world of Cinderella in their minds. From the moment Cinderella lost her mother, her father remarried, bringing along two daughters to live with them. The poor Cinderella suffered greatly, being bullied and ridiculed by her stepmother and two stepsisters until she encountered the prince under a tree. The serene atmosphere warmed the bond with his two little sweethearts, and boundless dreams surged in the minds of the two little ones. In the room, Mu Hanyue, who had been sold for a good price by two adorable children, was having a heart-to-heart talk with her best friend. "Hanyue, don't you think today's dad.Ye game was a bit strange? Especially in the second round, Yi Xian seemed to know what cards we..." As a skilled dad.Ye player, she encountered the greatest defeat of her life. But Hanyue, who exactly is that Yi Xian? Not only does he possess an extraordinary temperament, but his culinary skills are absolutely top-notch. Moreover, he is a master in lyric writing and composition. How did you two come to know each other? Listening to her friend, Mu Hanyue had no intention of hiding, as she knew Ning Xuan would not tell anyone else. "Do you remember 3 years ago? At that time I destroyed all traces, but I left Yi Xian's information. Just a few days ago, I personally went to Magic City University." Listening to her friend's detailed recount, Ning Xuan became increasingly wide-eyed, finally transforming into disbelief. "Hanyue, you mean Yi Xian is a junior in college? 3 years ago he must not have even been in university." Ning Xuan's mouth opened wide in shock. The information was enough to blow her mind. "Huh. But speaking of it, that Yi Xian is indeed quite remarkable. He gave up his studies to be a full-time dad for you and the two little ones, and with his culinary skills and talent in music, he could easily make a name for himself in the music industry and even showbiz. A man like that, tisk Hanyue, to be honest, I'm starting to envy you." Ning Xuan sighed, noting how rare such a selfless and great man was in today's society. "Hanyue, if one day you can't get along with Yi Xian, make sure to tell me. I'll be with him then. Don't worry, we will definitely be happy." Mu Hanyue said. "Go away, what are you thinking about?" Listening to Ning Xuan, Mu Hanyue rolled her eyes. Initially her goal was simple, just to ensure the children would not lack paternal love. However, the more she interacted, the more she realized that the man who had once captured her heart was far from simple. The next day dawn broke. The first golden rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the Jiolong villa. In the courtyard of Villa No. 3 people, 1 adult and 2 children, were engaged in morning exercises. What they were practicing was none other than Tai Chi. Indeed, after yesterday's events, Yi Xian had this idea. After all, he couldn't be by his daughter's side at all times, so teaching them some self-defense techniques was still necessary, even though the two little ones were just over 2 years old. The movements flowed seamlessly with a grace that was entirely beyond that of ordinary Tai Chi. This was Yi Xian's refined version extracted from his godly martial arts abilities, a perfect blend of practicality and aesthetics. The two little ones with their adorable little arms and legs were practicing Tai Chi alongside their dad in a very impressive manner. While look, the son-in-law and the two little princesses are practicing. One of the bodyguards at the villa, seeing the three practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, I must say the two little princesses look even cuter practicing Tai Chi. However, did you notice the son-in-law's footwork? Although it's Tai Chi, it's completely different from ordinary Tai Chi." The bodyguards' heated discussions soon attracted everyone's attention. They looked over and saw the set of Tai Chi that the son... "This is... Oh my, the son-in-law is impressive. What am I seeing? Bagua Kong Tong Palm Xingyiquan." Hiss. One bodyguard with extensive knowledge widened his eyes in shock. The son-in-law, he is integrating the strengths of various schools, and he is executing it so fluidly. This is incredible. The surrounding bodyguards were all shaken, and they looked at their son-in-law with altered expressions. The strengths of various schools. My goodness, no wonder it looks somewhat familiar. It turns out there are shadows of familiar martial arts within. Gulp, all 10 or so bodyguards swallowed hard. So does that mean the son-in-law is a top expert? Each one of them was an elite among the Mu family's guards with vision far beyond that of ordinary people. At this moment, Mu Hanyue and Ning Xuan had finished washing up and came out of the villa just in time to see Yi Xian teaching the two little ones Tai Chi. Hanyue, Yi Xian knows martial arts. Ning Xuan, seeing Yi Xian practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, asked. Mu Hanyue, who also saw Yi Xian, pondered for a moment and said he probably knows a bit. Yesterday, he helped Tong Tong and Ming Ming deal with a few bodyguards from the owner of Zui Xianju. Oh, Zui Xianju, Li Xingkong's restaurant. He even fought a few of them. Looks like this guy's skills are quite good. As Zui Xianju is a high-end restaurant in the Magic City, Ning Xuan had certainly heard of it. He should be able to handle. Mu Hanyue nodded without refuting. After all, while the bodyguards at Zui Xianju were not as good as those of the Mu family, Dad isn't that really impressive. Tong Tong, practicing the modified Tai Chi with her dad, blinked her big eyes and asked, "Of course. How about Dad gives you a demonstration?" Seeing the two little ones doubting his skills, Yi Xian smiled slightly and then turned his gaze to the more than 10 bodyguards observing from a distance. "Brothers, come over and help me out." The bodyguards who were originally observing hurriedly walked over at the call of the son-in-law, not daring to be negligent. "Son-in-law, you're too polite. Just tell us what you need." They had a very good impression of this son-in-law and were naturally very willing to help him. "All of you give me your all." Looking at the more than 10 bodyguards opposite him with a calm gaze and a warm smile. Cough cough, son-in-law, is this... If we injure you, we can't bear the wrath of the young lady and little princess. Cough cough. The more than 10 bodyguards were immediately worried, recalling the scene from before when the young lady fiercely protected her husband at Zui Xianju. If they truly harmed the son-in-law, wouldn't the young lady flay them alive? It seems Yi Xian is quite confident in his skills. Ning Xuan watched the scene with great interest. Although she hadn't interacted much, Yi Xian should not be someone unaware of his own limits. I want to see just how strong he is. Mu Hanyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and the chance for revenge had arrived. "Everyone give it your all. Whoever can knock him down once will be rewarded 10,000. Ning Xuan exclaimed, 10,000. Hanyue, you. Even if Yi Xian painted 396 turtles for us yesterday, there's no need to be so harsh. Ning Xuan looked at the scene in disbelief. A 10,000 reward for knocking him down once represented a lot, especially since these were bodyguards carefully selected by her best friend's father. "I know my limits." Mu Hanyue smiled and said, although she mentioned a 10,000 reward for knocking him down once, these bodyguards would not dare to go too far. Otherwise, they had seen her family's guards in action. 10,000. Even though they are the Mu family's bodyguards, a sudden 10,000 is indeed a huge temptation for them. Knocking him down once means 10,000, 10 times means 100,000, and 100 times means 10 million. Gulp. The power of money is evident at this moment. "Son-in-law, I'm sorry. If I knock him down once, he'll give son-in-law 5,000. "Apologies." Whoosh, in an instant, more than 10 bodyguards turned into streaks of light and rushed towards Yi Xian. "Watch out, Dad. Mom, you're so bad." The two little ones saw their protective bodyguard uncles all attack their dad and reminded him, while also holding a grudge against their mom. Bang! The moment the two little ones finished their complaints, one figure was knocked back several meters, finally stopping his steps. The bodyguards who had originally charged forward froze in place, staring in shock at the scene before them. The son-in-law is so strong. The bodyguards were astonished, and Ning Xuan, who originally thought it was excessive, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, staring at the courtyard with her mouth forming an O shape. "Hiss, Hanyue Yi Xian. This is... Congratulations, host. You have gained 23 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You have gained 31 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You have gained 32 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You have gained 28 dad points from Tong Tong." High-quality dad points were coming in, and Yi Xian couldn't help but smile, enjoying pampering his children while raking in dad points. A delightful experience. "Go, Dad. Knock them down, wah wah wah." The two little ones instantly transformed into little fans, their big sparkling eyes focused on their all-powerful dad, cheering for him. Aunt Xuan and the other maids thought, these two super cute little princesses truly embodied the essence of being little protectors guarding their son-in-law at just over 2 years old. They will be something else when they grow up. Damn, the son-in-law is so strong. More than 10 bodyguards were stunned. They were all elite cultivators trained by the family, yet one of them could not stand against the son-in-law's single strike. Hee, I told you I would go all out. Let's all attack together. The domineering voice echoed, causing the more than 10 bodyguards to no longer dare to be careless. In that case, be careful, son-in-law. We won't hold back. Go on. With that, more than 10 bodyguards launched their attacks toward Xuan at a speed at least twice as fast as before. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately fists and feet came together as more than 10 people coordinated, seamlessly fighting alongside their son-in-law with dull thuds echoing from time to time. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the more than 10 bodyguards stopped panting heavily. Their bodies ached all over, and even they who were used to injuries gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with apprehension as they looked at their son-in-law. Daddy, you're so amazing at this. Tong wants to practice too. If I practice, well, I can protect mommy, just like daddy. Ming too. The two little ones watched their daddy beat more than 10 bodyguards to the point of panting, and they themselves were completely enscathed, their eyes sparkling with admiration and hope. Ning Xuan also observed this, her heart rippling with waves. Initially, she thought her best friend marrying someone like this might be a bit of a loss, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. Mu Hanyue was also stunned by the outcome, recalling the moment she went to school to have bodyguards call Xuan. Her pretty face flushed slightly. That guy could he have known from the start that I would come to find him. After breakfast, Xuan, I have something to tell you. As she thought about her mother coming to Magic City, soon Mu Hanyue's face turned slightly red. After all, with her mother in Magic City, their relationship would be completely exposed. What do you call me? Xuan. No husband. Seeing Xuan's serious demeanor, Mu Hanyue steeled herself and almost gritted her teeth as she uttered those two words. That bastard indeed hadn't forgotten. A sweet voice rang in her ears, quite satisfied. What is it? My mom is coming to Magic City in a few days, and you mustn't do anything out of line. Mu Hanyue instructed. Your mother-in-law is coming. Upon hearing that Mu Hanyue's mother was coming to Magic City, Xuan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected his mother-in-law to come at this time, but he wasn't too worried. After all, parents had to meet sooner or later. Aren't you nervous at all? Mu Hanyue was somewhat surprised. Although she had not revealed her family background, judging from the luxury car worth over 150 million and the dozens of billion-dollar villas, she wondered how he could remain unfazed upon knowing that parents from such a wealthy family were coming. She couldn't tell if he was genuinely calm or just pretending. Nervous? Why should I be nervous? Your mind, but it's just meeting the parents. Mu Hanyue. Seeing Mu Hanyue's expression, Xuan suddenly asked, wife, did you sleep well the night before last? It was okay. Why? The sudden question made Mu Hanyue feel a bit guilty. Her pretty face flushed. Memories of what happened the night before last surfaced in her mind, unaware that her two precious daughters had already betrayed her. Is that so? Although Mu Hanyue concealed her feelings, while Xuan still noticed subtle changes. As expected, the dream from the night before was indeed real. Time flew by, and 2 days quickly passed. Until this day, the entire Magic City was in an uproar, with crowds flocking towards the sports center, not for anything else, but because today was the pop diva Ning Xuan's first domestic tour concert after being silent for more than half a year, with the first stop set in Magic City. In the venue, in the VIP section, Mu Hanyue sat with her two daughters waiting for the program to start. Wow, mommy, so many today daddy is going to sing too. Tong and Ming had never seen so many people before, excitedly looking around, curious about every direction. As the crowd looked on, the concert began as scheduled. To ensure the first stop of her concert would be a hit, Ning Xuan invited at least half of the popular stars to come and support her. The lights focused, and at a certain moment, Ning Xuan, dressed in a white pleated skirt, appeared on stage resembling a fairy from a fairy tale. Oh, goddess, diva. As she made her entrance, over 100,000 fans in the venue shouted in unison, their voices resonating throughout the entire hall, showcasing Ning Xuan's immense popularity. In the center of the stage, with the spotlight on her, Ning Xuan displayed a captivating smile that could charm thousands. I'm very happy to hold the first stop of my tour concert in Magic City. This is the starting point of my dreams and the place I cherish the most. Thank you all for coming to my concert. To repay everyone, I want to present a new song to you all. The name of this song is The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The lyrics and music were composed by the same person who is also my friend named Xuan. I hope you all will like it. As Ning Xuan's voice fell, the stage lights dimmed, and a slightly melancholic yet ethereal voice resonated from the speakers. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear clearly the one who gazes up the loneliness and sighs in their heart? Wow, the song Daddy wrote is super awesome, so beautiful. I can't wait for Daddy to sing. The two little ones chirped in praise of their daddy, and meanwhile the song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, undoubtedly ignited the entire crowd, especially with the arrival of the climax. I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that can cry, to give me the courage to believe again, oh, to embrace you beyond the lies whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I lose myself in the darkness. The explosive lyrics and melody combined with Ning Xuan's perfect performance made this song reach perfection. As the song concluded, it received a thunderous applause, and seeing this scene, Ning Xuan's smile also curved into a charming arc. Indeed, this song had become a hit. Following that, Ning Xuan invited popular artists to take turns on stage, bringing an auditory feast to the 100,000 fans present. Half an hour quickly passed, and finally, it was Xuan's turn to appear. Ning Xuan once again took the stage as the host, holding the microphone close to her mouth. Next, the singer who is about to appear is, to be precise, a friend of mine, who has specially come to support me today to add some popularity to the concert. And my friend is none other than Yi Xian, the lyricist and composer of the 2 new songs I just sang. Wow. At this announcement, the venue was instantly filled with amazement. What? The lyricist and composer of Goddess Xuan's 2 songs this. Before the audience could recover, the spotlight on stage focused, and a figure appeared on stage, handsome and stylish, especially with the invisible charm radiating from him, such a presence that outshone many popular idols. Puff, cough, cough, damn, that's the boss. In a corner of the audience, Lin Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he spat out all the tea he had just drunk, rubbing his eyes hard, thinking he might have seen it wrong. My goodness, what's going on with the boss? How does he know Goddess Xuan? Am I dreaming? Wang Lin and Lu Feihu also stared blankly at the stage, while Feng Xiaoqian and Lu Shilan were also stunned, especially Lu Shilan, who looked at the figure on stage with a surprised expression, but with more complexity. He actually sang at Ning Xuanger's concert. No, he even wrote 2 songs for her. Wow, Daddy is so handsome, I love you. Mingming loves you too, Daddy. In the VIP section, the 2 little ones screamed with joy upon seeing their incredibly handsome daddy appear on stage, causing Mu Hanyue's ears to ring. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she noticed many people were watching her. With Yi Xian's keen eyesight, he quickly spotted his 2 adorable daughters cheering for him, and a smile of paternal affection spread across his face. This smile enchanted countless girls. Waving at his 2 daughters, he then picked up the microphone. The next song is dedicated to my 2 cute daughters. The name of this song is Little Dimples. I'm still searching for someone to rely on, and a hug who will pray for me, worry about me, get angry for me, make a fuss for me. Happiness starts to show signs, fate brings us closer together. With ultra-sweet lyrics and a heartwarming melody combined with Yi Xian's godly musical performance, each note seemed to turn into sweet honey, wrapping everyone tightly. Hee, is this the song Daddy wrote for us? So sweet. So sweet. Daddy, Mingming loves you so much. The 2 little ones listened to their daddy singing for them, their smiles revealing shallow dimples, leaving Mu Hanyue stunned. She clearly hadn't expected that Big Pig Trotter would express his love for their daughters in such a way. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyan and the others were completely dumbfounded. My gosh, is this still the boss? He has completely turned into a doting dad, truly. This operation is going to sweeten us all to death. This dog food is just too much. I'm dying. If this song makes me want to find a girlfriend and have a daughter. Lu Feihu looked at the boss on stage with envy, wondering if the boss had ever considered the feelings of single dogs like him while throwing dog food like this. At this moment, all eyes were upon him. An overwhelming wave of sweet affection swept through every corner of the stage. Tong Tong and Mengming, the 2 little ones, were so excited that if Mu Hanshua hadn't held them back, they would have rushed onto the stage, thrown themselves into their daddy's arms, and showered him with kisses. So happy, so blissful. Daddy was so good to them. Daddy, aren't you afraid of spoiling us to the skies? Wow, Daddy, I love you. The 2 adorable kids shouted without restraint. Mu Hangshu's beautiful face flushed as she pressed them down. Behave yourselves. As Mu Hanshua struggled to calm her daughters, the song reached its climax. Dimples, long eyelashes, that's your most beautiful mark. I can't sleep every night missing your smile. You don't know how important you are to me. With you, life is perfectly complete. Dimples' long eyelashes enchantingly irresistible. I slowed my pace, feeling as if drunk. The emotional outburst, coupled with the captivating curve of Yi Xian's lips, sent the audience into an unprecedented frenzy. Congratulations to the host for receiving 66 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for receiving 69 daddy points from Mingming. Congratulations to the host for receiving 66 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for receiving 69 daddy points from Mingming. Hiss. Lin Xiaoya and his group collectively gasped. The dog food attack was so terrifyingly powerful. Heaven didn't give birth to my boss. The daddy path would be eternal as night. Wang Lin, the 3rd brother, swallowed his saliva to calm himself. Tisk tisk, the boss is amazing. He's about to pioneer the ultimate daddy trend. The boss is the boss. Such moves are not something ordinary people can imitate. Lu Feihu, a single dog, choked on the overwhelming dog food while still giving his boss a thumbs up. As the song ended, the venue erupted into unprecedented fervor. Who is this guy? He's incredible. Hey, didn't you hear that Frost's 2 new songs were written and composed by him? And now he sings so beautifully too. Handsome, your singing is super amazing. Come home with me and it'll save you 20 years of struggle. Some girls boldly declared their love, their voices echoing across the stage. Hearing this, Mu Hanshua smiled faintly. 20 years. I can save him 100 years, even 1,000. Encore. Not long after the song ended, a voice rose from the 100,000 spectators, soon followed by a chorus of encore, encore. The audience below chanted in unison, especially the energetic girls, their eyes fixed on the handsome man on stage. Some even harbored the desire to be Yi Xian's daughter. It must be immensely blissful. Good heavens, have those girls gone mad? Sister-in-law has gained quite a few rivals now. Lin Xiaoya sighed in admiration, watching the nearly boiling crowd. The adoration of these girls was something every man— Second brother, what are you saying? Do you think sister-in-law would care about that? She's someone even the owner of Drunken Immortal Residence looks up to. Lu Feihu shot a glance at Lin Xiaoya. If he could achieve even a 10th, no 100th, of the boss' success, Brother Xian, this is a hit. A total hit. Feng Xiaoqian widened her eyes. So Brother Xian sings this well. I've missed out terribly. Looking at Brother Xian now, and then at the man she had chosen, she wondered if she had been blind. Tong Tong and Mengming giggled heartily at the frenzy of Frost's fans, while Mu Hanshua shot a playful glare at the big show-off on stage. Witnessing the sensation, Yi Xian's song had caused a smile touched her lips. She had to admit she was impressed by his singing. Stepping onto the stage in high heels, she said, Ye Xian, if you have another song prepared, why not sing one more? Why let good things go to outsiders? The man before her was no outsider. He was the daddy of her two adorable goddaughters. Encore. Handsome. Encore. With Frost's encouragement, the 100,000 spectators roared again, though the crowd was noticeably dominated by enthusiastic young women. Harvesting daddy points from his daughters, Ye Xian smiled. All right, I'll sing one more. That last song was for my two daughters. This one is for my beloved wife. Ning Xuanger's eyes flickered in surprise. She turned her gaze toward her best friend in the VIP seats. This guy, after being a doting dad, was he now going to be a doting husband? Tong Tong and Meng Ming, upon hearing their daddy's words, also looked at their mommy. Wow, mommy, daddy is going to sing for you. Daddy loves mommy so much. Hearing the little one's Mu Hangshu's eyes met Ye Xian's affectionate gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson and her heart pounded wildly. Lin Xiaoya and the others. The boss divine moves. Was he going to spoil his woman and daughters to the skies? Tisk tisk, it was outrageous. But hey, that was exactly why they admired and respected him. Haha, let the dog food come even more fiercely. Ole, Lu Feihu had become immune to the dog food, laughing maniacally in a truly appalling manner. The chaos in the venue did not affect Ye Xian's composure, for he cared about none of it. What mattered to him were his two adorable daughters and the woman to whom he owed an eternal debt of gratitude. The song is called Love Can't Be Helped. He chose this song because it mirrored their journey and best expressed what he wanted to convey to Mu Hanxue. Love can't be helped. This guy. Upon hearing those four words, Mu Hangshu's heart tightened, her eyes widening. Just as her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, a light, cheerful, and heartwarming melody floated through the air, easing everyone's mood. Can't forget the first time I saw you with those enchanting eyes. Your figure in my mind, it never fades away. Holding your hands, feeling your tenderness, it's almost suffocating. Your innocence I want to cherish. Seeing you wronged my heart ache. Ye Xian's magnetic voice, under his extraordinary skill, turned into a gentle stream, flowing into the hearts of every listener. Ye Xian he. This. Ning Xuanger, a diva of the music industry, was stunned by the song. Sweet. Indescribably sweet. Just hearing the voice filled her with boundless longing for a beautiful love. Puff, cough, cough. Damn boss. Awesome. Lin Xiaoya was forcefully stuffed with invisible dog food, nearly choking on his own saliva. A doting husband move like that. No wonder the boss won over such a strong and stunning woman. Boss, you're so cool and flashy. Haha, this dog food is damn delicious. Lu Feiyu stood aside, grinning foolishly. Though still a single dog, he couldn't help but yearn for love. Ahem. Xuan, it seems. You don't stand a chance. Feng Xiaoqian coughed dryly, looking at her dazed best friend. Now brother Xian's heart is already filled with that woman and his two daughters. From now on no woman can move him, not even a little. I know. Hearing her friend's words, Lu Shirlan bit her lip. The more Ye Xian proved himself, the more unwilling she felt. A man like this, she might only meet him once in her lifetime, and missing him would be forever. In the VIP seats, the two adorable kids' affection for their daddy soared, bringing a surge in daddy points. As for Mu Hanxue, beneath her thorny disguise, ripples disturbed the calm lake of her heart, as scenes of their time together replayed in her mind. Their first meeting at the bar, their first experience of love, the scenes from 3 years ago unfolded before her. That encounter where their hands clasped until they ran out of breath remained vivid despite the years. Then came their reunion at the Magic City University conference room 3 years later, where she saw the dumbfounded expression on his face upon learning he had two daughters. Then Ye Xian's irresistible cooking at the villa, followed by a spring dream that left no trace. Scene after scene flooded her mind. Each image transformed into sweet, deep affection gushing from the depths of her heart, filling her entire being and wrapping her up completely. She felt as if she had fallen into a sea of honey. So sweet. That bastard. But she loved this sweet feeling. Afraid that I might fall in love with you, afraid to let myself get too close. Afraid I have nothing to give you, loving you requires great courage. Afraid that I might fall in love with you, maybe one day I'll lose control. Missing you only tortures myself, loving you is Whoa. As the song reached its climax, the young women in the audience could no longer contain their excitement. They sprang to at first just one figure, then 5, 10, 50. Soon rows upon rows of spectators stood up, their eyes burning with passion as they gazed at the figure on stage, memories of their own lovers or partners flooding their minds. Xiaoya. Xiaoqian. Moved by Ye Xian's song, Lin Xiaoya and Feng Xiaoqian locked eyes and embraced, passionately engaging in a deep French kiss. Two waves of dog food intertwined, leaving Lu Feihu and the others stunned. Especially Wang Lin. Damn, I should have brought my girlfriend. Shit. Ye Xian. As passion surged, Mu Hangshu's beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion. She feared falling in love with him, dared not draw too near, afraid she had nothing to offer him, and knew that loving him demanded extraordinary courage. Each phrase unfolded into a vivid, immersive tableau, especially those two lines. I fear I have nothing to give you, and loving you demands extraordinary courage. They perfectly encapsulated the truth of their relationship. Ye Xian was merely an ordinary junior undergraduate student, whereas Mu Hanxue, the treasured daughter of the Mu family, owned a personal vehicle worth 150 million yuan, or resided in a residence valued at 3 billion yuan, traveled under constant escort by family bodyguards, and presided over Tianji Group, one of the Mu family's 3 core conglomerates. Have I truly burdened him beyond measure? In that moment, Mu Hanxue's thoughts raced. She had long yearned to give her daughters a complete family, unwilling for them to lack paternal love, yet She could not deny having overlooked Yi Xian's feelings. Mu Hanxue knew full well how exceptional her status truly was. What Yi Xian knew of her was but the most trivial facet of her identity. How should he ever learn the true scale of the Mu family's power and influence? The pressure upon him would be unimaginable. To be honest, were their positions reversed, she could scarcely fathom it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have sung for your daughter for the first time. You have acquired the divine level magnetism ability. Divine level magnetism. A host possessing this ability may liquefy metal through sheer willpower, reshaping it. That will simultaneously, they may generate a protective magnetic field around themselves, impervious even to nuclear detonations. Moreover, by manipulating magnetic forces, the host may levitate and traverse the air unaided. Yi Xian, midway through harvesting dad points from Tong Tong and Mengming, froze upon hearing the system's voice echo within his divine level magnetism, liquefying metal, generating a personal magnetic field, impervious to nuclear blasts, and, most astonishingly, levitation. This ability seemed extraordinarily formidable. After finishing the song, he walked back from the stage's edge to the VIP seating area. Wow, Daddy, you're amazing. Kiss kiss. Mwah mwah. Upon seeing their father return, the two little ones dashed toward him barefoot, tumbling headlong into his arms and peppering him with affectionate kisses. Oomph, you just love showing off. Mu Hanxue let out a delicate huff, her way of concealing the turbulent emotions churning within. Though deeply moved, her remaining composure reminded her this was a public venue, a friend's concert, and sentimentality had no place here. Were it not for the setting, she might well have rushed forward and kissed him passionately. What? Does my beautiful wife disapprove? He smiled, watching her feign aloofness. Truly, his wife could be quite endearing at times. TCH. Tricks meant to charm young girls. I won't fall for them. She tilted her swan-like neck like a proud peacock, wearing an expression that declared, I'm utterly indifferent. Alas, her haughty facade lasted barely 3 seconds before being ruthlessly betrayed by her two daughters. Mommy's lying. Just now Mommy was clearly touched, almost in tears. Exactly. Daddy's singing was absolutely wonderful. We saw it ourselves. Mu Hanxue. You humph. I've spoiled you both for nothing. Exposed by her daughters, Mu Hanxue's cheeks flushed crimson. These two little rascals were growing ever less inclined to side with her. TCH. Daddy says liars aren't good children. Hearing her daughter's words, Mu Hanxue nearly choked. Daddy again, always daddy. Was her presence fading into irrelevance? The entire family dispensed romance so thick and sweet that nearby VIP guests, consuming this relentless dog food, wept inwardly. Must they really flaunt such affection so mercilessly? Didn't they know overindulgence in dog food could prove fatal? After 2 songs, the atmosphere ignited completely. Each subsequent number drew thunderous applause from the audience. Ning Xuanger's inaugural leg of her concert tour concluded amid precisely such fervor, and inevitably countless spectators left with the name Yi Xian indelibly etched in their memories. As the gala ended, the audience departed the stadium in orderly fashion. Ning Xuanger approached her, mood buoyant. Never would I have guessed, Yi Xian. You sing so beautifully. I truly underestimated you. With talent like yours, becoming the future king of the music industry is entirely plausible. It'd be a shame not to pursue singing. Ning Xuanger sighed wistfully. The melodies of Yi Xian's 2 songs still echoed hauntingly in her mind. Pausing briefly, her tone softened with reluctant concern. Yi Xian, are you truly uninterested in pursuing a career in music? Heaven forbid. Yi Xian waved dismissively. I have no desire to become a celebrity, trapped daily by fans terrified of paparazzi every time I step outside. Besides, all I wish for now is to fulfill my duties as a husband and father, nothing more. Moreover, he added with a playful grin toward Mu Hanxue, with such a stunning wealthy wife at home, why wouldn't I happily stay put, raising our children and enjoying domestic bliss? Ugh, don't talk nonsense about living off your wife. Mu Hanxue shot Yi Xian a sharp glare. This incorrigible man loved spouting absurdities. Was this what living off one's wife looked like? You aren't worried about gossip from family, neighbors, or friends? Yi Xian's audacious logic thoroughly upended Ning Xuang. Gossip? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Haven't you heard the saying? One day of living off your wife brings fleeting joy, a lifetime of it brings endless delight. Cough cough. Yi Xian, you'll be the death of me. Mu Hanxue never imagined he'd sink so low. Were this living off one's wife, then every man on earth must be doing it. Since when did a kept husband dominate his wife? Even her 2 adorable daughters were rapidly pushing her to the periphery. Where exactly could she vent such grievances? Cough cough. Though you speak with perfect seriousness, why do I sense you 2 are dishing out dog food again? Don't you feel the least bit guilty? Have you considered how this affects poor singletons like me? Sensing the tone veering wildly off course, Ning Xuanger complained lightly. Xuanger, you. Seeing her friend's misunderstanding, Mu Hanxue shot Yi Xian a fierce glare. It's all your fault. You've made Xuanger think the worst. Me. Don't assume beauty grants immunity from false accusations, even if you are my wife. You. Mu Hanxue fell speechless. On matters of verbal sparring, 10 of her couldn't match him. Yet their bickering radiated an invisible aura of romance, delivering yet another generous helping of dog food to Ning Xuanger. Indeed, the most lethal dog food is the kind you cannot see. That precisely described Ning Xuanger's current state. Oh, you 2 keep dishing it out. I'm leaving. Otherwise, I won't even be able to stomach dinner. With that, she slipped away like oil on ice, leaving the scene without granting either of them a chance to respond. Xuanger, wait. You've misunderstood. There's no dog food here between us. I. Before she could finish, Ning Xuan had already vanished several meters away. Mu Hanxue stood frozen, her face burning crimson as she glared daggers at Xuan. All your fault. If glances could kill, Xuan would have perished countless times over. You know what? One day you'll become exactly the person. Mu Hanxue felt this wasn't enough. She added another barb with cutting emphasis. Xuan smiled faintly. Thank you for the auspicious prediction. I despise the wealthy. Uft. Giggle giggle. Daddy, you're incredible. Mommy's about to lose her mind. Watching their mother rendered utterly speechless by Daddy, the two little ones giggled carefree, prompting Mu Hanxue to fantasize just for a second about throttling that insufferable man. Earlier she'd actually begun warming to him. What on earth had possessed her? Xuan, can you please? Smack. Before Mu Hanxue could finish, her bottom received a sharp stinging slap, causing her to recoil like a startled kitten, eyes blazing as she whirled to confront Xuan. What do you think you're doing? What did you call me? You. Xuan, you scoundrel. Humiliated yet again, Mu Hanxue ground her teeth until they clicked. Had it been possible, she'd have devoured him whole. She knew precisely why he'd asked. After losing their last wager, she'd agreed to address him privately, as a husband, not by. The words lodged stubbornly in her throat. And besides, he teased her relentlessly. How could she possibly? Ding. Alert host, someone intends harm against your two daughters. Amid teasing Mu Hanxue, the system's voice pierced his consciousness, and instantly Xuan's gaze flared with icy, lethal intent. A chill seized Xuan's heart. Dare lay a hand on my daughters. Death awaits you. System, activate the X-ray tracking card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully redeemed the X-ray tracking card, costing 10 dad points. As the system's announcement faded, the card appeared in Xuan's inventory. With a thought, he activated it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully deployed the X-ray tracking card. 0.300 inch. A countdown timer materialized atop the card in his inventory. Its effect would last precisely 30 minutes. 30 minutes was more than sufficient to locate the target. Whoever dared covet his daughters would meet only one fate. Upon activating the X-ray tracking card, Xuan's vision pierced through Mu Hanxue's garments, standing directly before him, revealing her form in stark, unadorned clarity. A surge of heat rose within him, but he immediately turned his focus outward, launching himself into motion. His perception expanded like ripples across still water, 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, radiating outward from his center in all directions. Finally, at a distance of over 1 kilometer, he located the suspects inside a derelict half-built structure, roughly a dozen figures, each clad in pitch-black nightwear and masked, moving with professional precision. Within a radius of several kilometers, no other group existed, confirming beyond doubt that these were the ones threatening his daughters. At that realization, Xuan let out a cold, contemptuous snort, perfect timing to test his newly acquired divine-level magnetism. Without hesitation, he struck. In a derelict building on the 8th floor, a professional assassin, seemingly merging with the darkness of the night, was preparing various weapons, military knives, daggers, and firearms. Everyone stay alert. Let me repeat, today's target is not Mu Hanxue, but her two daughters. A hoarse voice came from the leader of the group, the Wolf. As a covert assassin trained by the Qin family of the Lingyu group in the Magic City, his world revolved solely around killing and being killed alongside endless tasks to execute. We only have one chance. This time Mu Hanxue brought only her assistant. We must abduct her two daughters in the shortest. The wolf spoke solemnly. This matter concerned their master's grand plan, which he could not afford to take lightly. Understood, but how should we deal with the man beside those two little girls? One of the subordinates furrowed his brows as he spotted Xuan beside the two targets through a high-powered scope. That kid, don't worry about him. If he obstructs our plan, eliminate him on the spot. The wolf instructed after a moment of thought, deeming the kid inconsequential. He understood. Just as the wolf and his group of over 10 prepared to act, they were unaware that their conversation was fully exposed to Xuan, who was using the perspective tracking card. Listening to the discussions of the wolf and others, a cold glint flashed in Xuan's eyes. If that was the case, then they deserved to die. With a thought, he activated the ability of the divine-level magnetism. Then an incredible scene unfolded in the pitch-dark night, which would certainly startle anyone who witnessed it. At that moment, the rusted railing of the derelict building 10 meters away from the wolf and his group bizarrely began to melt. No more accurately, it dissolved. Under the influence of the divine-level magnetism, the iron railing transformed into a metallic liquid suspended in midair. Clearly, Xuan had also utilized the ability of the magnetic field, causing the metallic liquid to separate into over 10 droplets, which could now be accurately described as liquid beads. Then the droplets of metallic liquid began to stretch and elongate, ultimately transforming into cold, gleaming metal needles. A dark night with ice-cold steel needles. With a whoosh, the metal needles shot forth like streaks of light directed at the foreheads of the wolf and his group under the control of the magnetic field. Puff, 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 puff. Over 10 steel needles pierced through the skulls, and then plunged deep into the hard ground of the derelict building, nearly half of their length buried. Just the residual shockwave was enough to illustrate how fast the needles traveled under the enhancement of the magnetic field. Thud, a body fell back, hitting the ground with a dull thud, followed by several more. Moments ago, the dozen or so assassins were laughing and chatting, yet now they had all turned into cold corpses. The night was chilling, and the derelict building fell silent, once more returning to its usual deathly stillness. A cold wind swept through, and within the scene lay more than 10 corpses, a sight that was truly chilling. At this moment, Xian, utilizing the perspective tracking card, observed everything from a godlike vantage point. Divine level magnetism. This ability kills without a trace. It's simply assassination with high-tech. Though it was his first time killing and he had taken at least 10 lives, Xian felt no discomfort. In his eyes, those who dared to covet his daughter's life had no right to live. Whether it was the dozen here, or even hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands, if they dared to offend his daughter, he would send them all straight to hell, without a second thought. After the cold corpses of the group had been laid to rest for several minutes, swish. Figures appeared within the derelict, on the other side at the parking lot of the Magic City Sports Center. With a clatter, Xiao Li, accompanied by more than 20 bodyguards, shielded Xian and Mu Hanyue within their ranks. Xiao Li's expression was unusually grave. "Mister, be careful. I've received word that assassins are attempting to approach, though their intentions remain unclear." Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Mu Hanyue frowned. "Assassins?" However, Xian, upon hearing Xiao Li's words, was slightly astonished. His dear wife seemed quite remarkable. He had just heard the system alert and eliminated those 10 or so assassins, yet Xiao Li had received news so quickly. This indicated a lot. "Yes, miss. A hacker from the family discovered that many cameras near the sports center were malfunctioning just a few minutes ago. The assassins clearly planned this for a long time and engaged top hackers. After analysis, we received news that a group of assassins intended to harm either the Miss or Tong Tong and Ming Ming." Xiao Li recounted the intelligence she had received, but at that moment, she got a communication. "What did you say? All the assassins are dead?" Hearing the news from the other end, Xiao Li's brows knitted tightly. How could it be so fast? Moreover, according to the report from those who went to intercept the assassins, all of them were killed with a single blow, and importantly, there were no signs of any struggle with the assassins, all wearing expressions from before their deaths. The strange state of the assassins retaining their expressions from before death indicated that the one who eliminated them was far stronger than them, leaving them no chance to react. "Mr. Take Tong Tong and Ming Ming, and leave first while I'll handle the rest." Xiao Li's expression was exceptionally grave. Although she did not know how strong those assassins were, the fact that they had expressions of death on their faces suggested that a terrifying presence was lurking nearby. The safest option was to let the Miss and Sir leave first. "Sir, I entrust you with the safety of the Miss Tong Tong and Ming Ming," Xiao Li said solemnly. She could not feel at ease with that unknown powerful presence around. "All right." Playing the role, while Xian's expression showed no signs of worry. Seeing Sir's serious demeanor, Xiao Li's brow furrowed slightly. Was she being overly cautious? Previously, Sir had a record of defeating more than 10 bodyguards. Although he had not left, it did not rule out the possibility that this incident was unrelated to him. However, Sir's reaction clearly indicated he was unaware. Yet Xiao Li did not know how much insight he had into Sir's case. Xiao Li's probing did not escape Mu Hanyu's notice, but seeing Xian's demeanor, she chose not to think further. "Sisterly, do you suspect it was Sir who did this?" One of the bodyguards beside Xiao Li stepped forward and asked, clearly having noticed Xiao Li's earlier probing. "That's right. Regarding the safety of the Miss and Tong Tong, we cannot overlook any suspicious person, even if Sir is Tong Tong's biologist." After a pause, Xiao Li continued. "However, judging from Sir's reaction earlier, this matter probably has nothing to do with him. What's most important now is to investigate the background of these assassins. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on the Miss of the Mu family. Whoever it is, they are doomed." Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with cold light, and an aura of a master emanated from her. In that moment, she was completely different from the Xiao Li Xian usually saw. "Ghost Shadow, dispose of all the bodies. Remember, leave no traces behind." "Yes, sisterly." After the call ended, the bodies of the wolf and the others were disposed of by Ghost Shadow and his team, using special methods, and soon there was not a single body left on the scene. Withdraw. With Ghost Shadow's command, over 10 people vanished into the night, while the steel needles left behind by Xian's divine-level magnetism had long reverted back to the rusted railing. Everything was silent, as if nothing had ever happened. Not long after Ghost Shadow disappeared, Xiao Li swiftly arrived at the scene and quickly found the holes left by the dozen steel needles in the ground. She then opened her phone and saw the red dots on the foreheads of the wolf and his group captured by Ghost Shadow. Xiao Li's brows tightly knitted together. What kind of hidden weapon is this that can penetrate the skull with such power? It seems this matter must be reported to the master. Muttering to herself, Xiao Li then dialed the phone of Master Mu Yutian, as the events that transpired had already exceeded her ability to handle. In the study of the Mu family in the imperial capital, Mu Yutian was savoring tea while wielding a brush to write down 2 large characters. These characters were none other than the name of Xian, the instigator, who nearly severed his relationship with his daughter 3 years ago. Every time he recalled that day 3 years ago, Mu Yutian couldn't help but grit his teeth, wishing he could devour that scoundrel. Dingling, just then a phone call came in, and seeing it was Xiao Li, he quickly answered. He had previously instructed her to only call if she encountered a tricky or unsolvable situation. This call clearly indicated something must have gone wrong in the Magic City. "Hello, Master. The Miss and Tong Tong and Ming Ming have encountered an assassination attempt." Boom. Xiao Li's sudden comment caused the brush in Mu Yutian's hand to drop onto the expensive rice paper, but he was clearly not concerned about that at the moment. An overwhelming murderous aura surged around him. Cough, cough, cough. "What did you say?" The recently recovered Mu Yutian coughed violently, evidently triggering an old ailment. "Rest assured, Master, the Miss Tong Tong and Ming Ming are all fine, but..." When Ghost Shadow arrived at the scene, all the assassins were dead, and they still bore the expressions from before their deaths. Before we arrived, someone had already eliminated that group of assassins. Hearing this from his trusted subordinate, Mu Yutian felt a slight relief, but narrowed his eyes slightly. They couldn't find out who that person was, right? Master, although we haven't found out yet, that kind of existence is certainly stronger than me. Even if we tried to investigate, we probably wouldn't uncover anything. Xiaoli, frowning slightly, spoke up, then suddenly thought of something. However, the person who eliminated the assassins might be related to Sir. Although this possibility is quite low, I still feel it's worth informing you, Master. Sir, you mean that kid named Yi Xian that the mist brought? Upon hearing the Master's words, Xiaoli awkwardly smiled, clearly aware that the Master held a low opinion of that scoundrel. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and continued, Master, perhaps you don't know, but Sir is exceptionally skilled. Xiaoli's more than 10 subordinates are no match for him. Conservatively estimating Sir's skills are at least on par with mine. Even if he is weaker, it wouldn't be by much. Then Xiaoli briefly reported on Yi Xian's 2 instances of action. After hanging up, she let out a deep sigh of relief. While talking with the Master really makes my heart race. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Mu Yutian reflected on Xiaoli's earlier words. He changed to a new piece of rice paper and wrote down Yi Xian again. Then his gaze turned towards the magic city. Cough, cough, cough. Easily defeating more than 10 experts, and his strength may not even be inferior to Xiaoli's. Yi Xian, this kid is quite interesting. In the Bugatti Yoming, an armored car. Yi Xian, did you do it? Although she already had the answer, Mu Hanxue couldn't help, but did I do it? He feigned doubt. You mean the assassins, eh? If I said I did it, would you believe me? Listening to Mu Hangshu's words, he let out a bitter laugh. At this moment, if Yi Xian were acting, he could definitely win an Oscar. He paused, knowing the danger had passed, and looked Mu Hanxue up and down with her stunning beauty. With that time, I'd rather go home and discuss a 300 million project with my wife and explore the meaning of life. 300 million. Mu Hanxue was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized something, her pretty face blushing. But who's going to discuss a 300 million project with you? Go find your own hand. Mu Hanxue, who had been suspicious of Yi Xian, now wished she could bite him to death. The 300 million project discussing life. She wasn't stupid, she could clearly understand what that bastard was implying. Unbidden scenes that drove her crazy appeared in her mind. Modu, the Qin family. Qin Lingyu gazed at the beautiful scenery of Modu from his study, waiting quietly. The Tianji group had always been a stumbling block for his Lingyu group's further advancement. Although the Tianji group was not listed, Qin Lingyu knew it was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Ring. Soon a phone call came. Qin Lingyu, who had been monitoring everything, quickly answered. But upon hearing the news from the other end, his face instantly changed. What did you say? All of them are dead, and they were dead before the Tianji group's people arrived. Qin Lingyu shot up from his seat, his eyes full of gravity and disbelief. Alright, I understand. Upon learning the outcome, Qin Lingyi's face darkened. Looking at the photos sent by his subordinates. One strike, instant death, no time to react. He murmured, in the end, I was too impatient. It seems that dealing with the Tianji group would require a more gradual approach. Qin Lingyu, however, did not know what kind of entity he had provoked. Both the Mu family and Yi Xian were people he could not afford to offend, even if he were 10 times stronger. From that moment on, the Qin family began its step-by-step descent into ruin. The concert ended, and everything returned to calm. Until this nightfall, Mu Hangshu's mother arrived in Modu. Greetings, Matt. At the Julong Yihao villa, a dozen bodyguards spoke respectfully. Ah, Grandma's here. Hee, Grandma. Hearing the voices, the 2 little ones pattered out on their little feet and threw themselves into Chun Yiqia's arms. Hee Tong, and mumling, my 2 granddaughters. Seeing the little ones, Chun Yiqio shed her usual strong demeanor and beamed with a smile. Grandma, you're finally here. We've been waiting for days. The 2 little ones chirped like larks, complaining. But Chun Yiqio was thinking about the most important matter of this visit. By the way, where is your mom? Oh, Mom and Dad are preparing dinner. Tong said with a grin, then took Chun Yiqia's hand. Oh, Grandma, the iced watermelon juice Dad made is super delicious. It feels so refreshing after drinking it. Ming echoed, not missing any chance to give Dad extra points. As they talked, they arrived at the living room. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was preparing the 2 final dishes of the dinner. As Chun Yiqio approached the kitchen, she saw the blade in Yi Xian's hand flashing and the carrot on the cutting board under the swift knife work falling into fine shreds. The smooth motion was a delight to watch, and Chun Yiqio couldn't help but give Yi Xian a mental point. She had heard the 2 little ones boast about their dad's cooking skills before, and now seeing it, his culinary skills were indeed quite impressive. Mu Hanxue also watched Yi Xian's knife work in awe, so absorbed in the carrot carving that she didn't even notice her mother. Before long, a phoenix spreading its wings appeared in Yi Xian's hands. Its aura was particularly vivid, as if it were. He placed the dancing phoenix on the table, then picked up another carrot. The blade flashed again, and in a moment a coiled dragon emerged with scales, horns, claws, head, and whiskers clearly visible. Every detail was exactly like the real thing. At this moment, Yi Xian, driven by an itch to show off, executed the divine culinary art to its peak. This is Dragon and Phoenix Dance. Seeing the carved dish complete, a flicker of surprise flashed in Chun Yiqia's eyes. She had witnessed the Dragon and Phoenix Dance when she was young, and that culinary master was already 70 years old, handling a chef's knife as if guided by divine assistance. That occasion was a grand show in the culinary world, with 5-star chefs from around the world applauding in admiration. The difficulty and skill of the carving made many 5-star chefs hesitate. Nearly 20 years later, Chun Yiqio had not expected that such a near-pinnacle work of the culinary world would be perfectly recreated by a young man barely 20 years old. Moreover, this was the same guy who had gotten her daughter pregnant 3 years ago and nearly caused a rift between father and daughter. Mom, when did you arrive? Mu Hanxue heard her mother's voice, her pretty face blushing slightly. She had been staring at Yi Xian's movements in a daze. Shen Ichio paid no attention to her daughter's reaction. Instead, she shifted her gaze from the dragon and phoenix dance dish to, "You must be Yi Xian, the biological father of Tong Tong and Ming Ming. Young man at your age to be able to carve the dragon and phoenix dance. Impressive. Very impressive." Because she fully understood the difficulty of the dragon and phoenix dance, Shen Ichio praised him so highly. But this remark made Mu Hanxue pause. Dragon and phoenix dance. Mom, you know this dish. Know it. Know it. More than just know it. Over a decade ago, your father and I attended the most prestigious culinary god championship in the country. On that day, the septuagenarian culinary god master Feng Ruixiang presented this very dragon and phoenix dance at the end of the final championship. It drew sighs of admiration from countless five-star chefs worldwide. What a pity. Master Feng Ruixiang passed away less than half a year after creating the dragon and phoenix dance. Since then, no chef who attempted to challenge this dish has succeeded. Shen Ichio spoke eloquently, but these words stunned Mu Hanxue. She looked at the dragon and phoenix dance dish again, her eyes changed. This dish. Such a big background. Wow, Dad's cooking is so amazing. Hee hee hee. The two little ones' mouths were wide open, their adorable look so endearing that one couldn't help but want to give them a kiss. Congratulations, host. You have received 88 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You have received 88 dad points from Ming Ming. Hearing the system's harvest of dad points, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Tonight's dinner, every ingredient was exchanged from the system mall, unique in the world. As for the effects, needless to say, with long-term consumption, preserving youth and prolonging life were nothing. To exchange these ingredients, Yi Xian had spent 300 to 400 dad points. Of course, as long as the two little princesses liked it, not to mention 300 or 400, even 3,000 or 4,000 would be worth it. Hey, Andy, you flatter me. I'm just showing off my skills in front of an expert. Hearing his mother-in-law's praise, Yi Xian humbly responded. But Shen Ichio said seriously, showing off in front of an expert. If this is showing off in front of an expert, then all the five-star chefs in the world are useless. Chen Yikia's domineering words, if heard by five-star chefs around the world, one wonders what their reaction would be. Hearing Chen Yikia's overwhelmingly domineering words, Yi Xian felt a sense of familiarity. This demeanor was exactly the same as Mu Hanxue's. The mother-in-law's genetic inheritance was indeed strong. Ahem. There's one last dish. After it's done, we can start dinner. Having said that, Yi Xian took out a piece of silken tofu and placed it on the cutting board. Then the knife in his hand flashed again, the speed as fast as thunder and lightning. Chrysanthemum tofu. The well-traveled Chen Ichio once again saw through Yi Xian's move. Mu Hanxue was momentarily stunned. Mom, you know this dish too. You don't know? Instead of answering her daughter, she shot back a question. This retort made Mu Hanxue's face flush with embarrassment, as if implying that such a famous dish, and she didn't even know it, with a hint of being unsophisticated. However, Chen Ichio paid no attention to her daughter's feelings at the moment, and continued to explain. Chrysanthemum tofu, as the name suggests, requires cutting a piece of tofu into the shape of a chrysanthemum. This places extremely demanding requirements on the chef's knife skills. You need to cut the soft, wobbly silken tofu into fine strands, each one as thin as a hair. They must be able to easily pass through a needle's eye while remaining unbroken. Then place it in water, and it blooms like a chrysanthemum, deterring countless five-star chefs. Although this chrysanthemum tofu is not as difficult as the dragon and phoenix dance, the number of people in the culinary world who can perfect it is no more than 5. Mu Hanxue hiss. No more than 5. What did that mean? Mu Hanxue looked at Yi Xian and drew a sharp breath, her heart unable to calm for a long time. Tong Tong and Ming Ming looked at their dad with even more adoration and pride. This was their all-powerful dad. Even Grandma was so amazed. Dad was so awesome, so happy. At this moment, the chrysanthemum tofu was already cut. Then he placed it into water, and the next instant, a blooming chrysanthemum tofu appeared before Chen Ichio and Mu Hanxue's eyes. Beautiful, flawless. That was the unanimous evaluation in their hearts. At this moment, hearing the latest exclamation, the villa's maids, including Aunt Chun, were all greatly astonished. The young master's culinary skills. To actually receive such praise from the lady. The lady has never praised any chef like this, not even internationally renowned ones. Especially the pretty maids, each looked at the young master with eyes full of worship and admiration. Such a talented and handsome guy, why wasn't he their boyfriend? They envied the young lady so much. They wanted to snatch the young master away, but they couldn't, and even dared not. What to do? They were so envious. Alright, it's time to eat. After finishing the last dish of chrysanthemum tofu, he placed it on the dining table and smiled, feeling his status as a father elevate once again. Coconut flakes finally ready to eat. Long live Daddy. The two little ones were overjoyed at the prospect of eating, and each planted a loving kiss on Daddy's cheek, filling Yi Xian's heart with immense satisfaction. Being able to have his cooking recognized by such adorable daughters was a source of immense pride. Two little foodies. He affectionately ruffled the hair of the two little ones, and witnessing such a sweet scene, Mu Hanxue and Chen Ichio, mother and daughter, shared in the happiness as they were showered with the warmth of familial love. Mu Hanxue was filled with envy, while Chen Ichio felt comfort and relief, realizing that the boy who had once made her daughter go to such extremes 3 years ago was actually quite decent. The only downside was that if this boy had appeared in their Mu family 3 years ago in such a manner, things would not have reached this point. Delicious dishes filled the table, accompanied by laughter and cheerful chatter, creating a delightful atmosphere. Seeing her mother so happy, Mu Hanyu's anxious heart finally settled, although that guy had made quite the impression. Her mother had ultimately passed the test. Burp. After finishing the meal, Meng Meng took a sip of chilled watermelon juice and let out a big burp, her rosy little hands rubbing her tummy, looking distressed. Daddy, Meng Meng is so full, I want to eat, but I can't anymore. Seeing his daughter looking so adorable, Yi Xian smiled gently. If Meng Meng wants to eat, Daddy will make it for you again tomorrow. On the other side, Tong Tong with her big sparkling eyes looked at him eagerly. Daddy, how about you make me some noodles? But before she could speak, Meng Meng chimed in. Burp, Meng Meng is already full, let Tong Tong eat instead. Upon hearing Meng Meng's words, Mu Hanyue nearly choked on the chrysanthemum tofu soup, and the maid also spoke up. Madam, why not give it a try? I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Oh, Chun Ichio became interested upon hearing her granddaughter and the maid's words. Alright, since everyone likes it'll go and make some noodles now. With a gentle smile, Yi Xian stood up and headed towards the kitchen. The noodles he made were undoubtedly delicious. Not only were the ingredients exchanged from the system store, but the seasonings were top-notch too. Combined with his heavenly culinary skills, they were guaranteed to be good. Before long, a large pot of steaming hot noodles was served. Wow, Daddy, hurry. I want to eat noodles. Tong Tong, seeing her favorite noodles appear, couldn't wait to try them, while Meng Meng looked at the bowl of noodles and rubbed her full tummy, feeling conflicted. Grandma, you eat it. Meng Meng can't eat anymore. Reluctantly, Meng Meng handed the bowl of noodles to her grandmother. Truthfully, if she could eat even a little bit, she wouldn't share with her grandma. There are plenty of noodles. Chun-Yi, you all can join in too. Yi Xian had prepared enough for Chun-Yi and over 10 bodyguards, laughing as he spoke. Really? Thank you, son-in-law. Hearing her son-in-law's words, Chun-Yi and several maids hurriedly dashed towards the kitchen, eager to ensure they wouldn't miss out on the noodles made by their son-in-law. Watching the maids rush, Chun Ichio looked at the noodles before her. She had already eaten quite a bit, but upon tasting the noodles, her appetite significantly increased. These noodles are truly excellent. Undeniably, with a mouthful of noodles, the texture, broth, and flavor were all impeccable, making it the best noodles she had ever tasted. The meal lasted quite a while, with Chun-Yi, several maids, and over 10 bodyguards enjoying the feast, as it had been a long time since they had eaten the noodles made by their son-in-law. Tong Tong and Meng Meng haven't slept with Grandma for a long time. How about you sleep with Grandma tonight? As a mother, Chunichio offered her assistance, considering her daughter and son-in-law hadn't seen each other for 3 years. More interaction wouldn't hurt. This? Mom, how about it? Before Mu Hanyue could finish her sentence, Chun-Ichio ruthlessly interrupted. It's settled, then my precious granddaughters will go with Grandma. Under Mu Hanyu's reluctant gaze, Chun-Ichio took the 2 little ones into the room, while Mu Hanyue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and turned to head to the bedroom. I warn you, don't think that being nice to my mom will give you any ideas about me. Don't even think about it. Meanwhile, in the villa of the Mu family in the imperial capital, while Chunichio was putting the 2 granddaughters to bed, she was also busy helping Yi Xian by sending a video of the 2 dishes, dragon flying and phoenix dancing and chrysanthemum tofu, directly to Mu Yutian. At this moment, Mu Yutian, alone in his study, was reviewing the information gathered about Yi Xian. Yi Xian, 21 years old, from Magic City, a third-year music student at Magic City University, the most handsome guy at the university, with countless admirers. His mother, Zhang Wanqing, is an elementary school teacher, and his father, Yi Yunfei, is a construction engineer. 3 years ago, after the college entrance examination, he enrolled in Magic City University. On the day he received the admission letter, he celebrated with friends, and that night, had an encounter with a young lady, after which there was no further contact for 3 years until half a month ago. Mu Yutian looked at the information on his phone, noting the thoroughness of the report, which was nearly exhaustive, just shy of detailing how many times Yi Xian went to the bathroom daily. Undeniably, this was the most detailed information about Yi Xian, yet after reading it, Mu Yutian's brow furrowed, as it lacked clarity, particularly regarding Yi Xian's effortless defeat of the more than 10 masters cultivated by the Mu family. Ding dong. While Mu Yutian was deep in thought, Chunichio sent a video, and upon clicking it, he saw Yi Xian skillfully preparing the dragon flying and phoenix dancing dish along with the chrysanthemum tofu. With the knife moving swiftly, carrot shavings fell like rain, demonstrating an extraordinary control of speed, power, and precision. If that boy's skills were on par with Xiao Li's, then his abilities were likely to be significantly stronger. Mu Yutian couldn't help but think of the reports from Xiao Li, which indicated that the assassins targeting his daughter and granddaughters had already been eliminated. Clearly beneath these scenes, Yi Xian's suspicion had increased. This boy is impressive in every aspect, whether in skill, looks, or character. Unfortunately, his family background is... However, if Mu Yutian knew what this boy was doing with his daughter at that moment, he might not remain so calm. He would probably have rushed to Magic City to take care of Yi Xian. The next day at dawn, Yi Xian was teaching the 2 little ones an upgraded version of Tai Chi, while more than 10 bodyguards watched attentively, benefiting greatly from observing their son-in-law and the 2 little princesses. This is quite interesting. It looks like they know what they're doing. Chunichio sat under the pavilion, watching her son-in-law and granddaughters sweating on the lawn. At this moment, Chun-Yi spoke with a smile. Madam, you might not know, but your son-in-law is a match even for more than 10 bodyguards. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's words, Chunichio turned her gaze back to Yi Xian, surprised. She was well aware of the elite bodyguards assigned to protect her daughter. Although that old man was tough, every bodyguard sent was amongst the best in the Mu family. By the way, speaking of which, Chun-Yi looked at Yi Xian, who was instructing the 2 little ones in Tai Chi, and added, Madam, your son-in-law even attended Miss Ning Xuanger's concert. Let me find the video online. Chun-Yi quickly took out her phone, searched for a bit, and opened the video of Ning Shuang'er's concert, where Yi Xian sang Little Dimple, an uncontrollable affection for the two little ones, and Mu Hanyue. The heartwarming melodies filled the air, bringing a satisfied smile to Chen Yiqi's face. I didn't expect Xiao Yi to sing so well, and his emotional intelligence is off the charts. No wonder he has gotten so close to Xuan and the two little ones in such a short time. After chatting for a while, Mu Hanyue emerged from the villa, her complexion rosy and her spirits high. Xuan, you slept well last night, didn't you? You look quite well. In the magical city, the Lantern Festival is held. As the largest lantern festival in the city, it attracts scholars and artists from across the land to come together and celebrate. As night falls, the venue for the festival is set along the banks of the river in the magical city with lights illuminating the riverside beautifully. Wow, so beautiful. The two little ones Tong Tong and Meng Ming arrived at the festival and were immediately captivated by the dazzling lights resembling two little magpies that had escaped from their cages. Wow, Daddy, look. That lantern is so beautiful. Mommy, buy me that. Meng Ming really likes that lantern. The two little ones giggled and looked around, their adorable expressions causing smiles to blossom on the faces of those nearby. Speaking of which, this is the first time bringing the two little ones to the festival. Chen Yiqiu looked at the colorful festival with a sense of nostalgia, recalling her last visit 5 or 6 years ago. People from the south and the north shopping and listening to music, don't miss out. Our stall is honest. Answer 3 riddles correctly, and you can choose any gift from our stall. Answer 5, and you can choose 2. Not far from Yi Xian and his companions, a vendor shouted into a large speaker at the bustling crowd, drawing in couples and Wow, Pikachu! What a cute Pikachu! The two little ones were also attracted by the gifts displayed by the shouting vendor. A row of Pikachus lined up, their adorable appearance irresistible to children like Tong Tong and Meng Ming. Daddy, I really want that. Me too. The two little ones, acting cute, pulled at Yi Xian's hands, their sweet voices melting. As the scene also caught the attention of a nearby single girl, her eyes sparkling as she focused on the two little ones. Wow, super cute, I want to have one too. What's a pity, I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Is that their daddy? So handsome. I wouldn't mind having a baby with him without any responsibilities. The chatter of the girls around made Mu Hanyue pause. Ahem, shall we go play over there? Mu Hanyue's thought was to leave this place of gossip quickly, and Chen Yiqiu, having clearly heard the girls' infatuated murmurings, smiled knowingly, immediately understanding her daughter's intent. Didn't expect this. Son-in-law has quite a charm. No, we want Pikachu. However, when Mu Hanyue wanted to leave, the two little ones were unhappy, pouting and affectionately shaking Daddy's hand, their pitiful expressions making it hard to refuse. Okay, Daddy will win it for you. Holding one little one in each arm, the warmth of paternal love spread out momentarily, stunning Mu Hanyue, who did not say anything further. Really? Thank you, Daddy. The two little ones kissed Yi Xian's cheeks, making the surrounding girls envious. Wow, so adorable. I want to take these cuties home, even just one would be great. So sweet. Oh my, how sweet. I just finished dinner, and now I see this, I'm so stuffed. Wow, that handsome guy is so loving, spoiling his daughter so much. What do I like him more and more, I want to be spoiled by him too. The surrounding girls were practically ready to pounce, feeling deeply moved by the sweetness of the scene. The invisible display of affection was most impactful as the nearby boys also wore knowing, silly smiles, envisioning themselves as the one holding the two adorable little ones instead of Yi Xian. Having just arrived at the festival without even time to enjoy it, Yi Xian and the two little ones were already hit by a wave. Undeniably, at this moment, many had begun to take notice of this father and his two daughters, while Chen Yiqiu, eating her fill of the affection, smiled slightly, watching the situation unfold naturally. Oh, the vendor noticed this scene too, his eyes sparkling as he saw a business opportunity, popularity. As long as his stall gained enough popularity, he wouldn't have to worry about business. Handsome, why not give it a try? Your two daughters are so cute. If you can answer 5 riddles and brain teasers correctly, you can choose any 2 gifts, including 2 super cute Pikachus. The vendor enticingly continued, seeing the two little ones adding fuel to the fire, and it's only $10 each time. $10 won't cause you any loss or deception. Okay, I'll give it a try. Great. Seeing that another deal was made, the vendor felt delighted. Unbeknownst to others, he was well aware that his riddles and brain teasers were quite difficult. In 10 years of running his stall, he had never encountered anyone who could answer 5 consecutive riddles in a row, and even 3 was rare. Most importantly, with 2 adorable kids in front of him, even if they succeeded in 3, it would still require 2 attempts. According to past experience, he couldn't help but chuckle. This was a big customer. Handsome, this vendor's riddles are quite hard, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yeah, I also wanted a Pikachu, but unfortunately got cheated out of $50 by a shady vendor. The vendor was displeased to hear this. Hey, little girl, it's fine to eat a meal carelessly, but don't speak carelessly. I didn't cheat you out of your money. If you can't guess the riddle, don't blame me. If I don't care, you're a fraud. The little girl who had warned Yi Xian to be careful pouted. Women are truly a type of creature that is hard to understand. The vendor, accustomed to such situations, knew that the best way to handle it was to ignore it, and it would soon settle down. However, if you tried to reason with the customers, you would only end up losing out. Sure enough, seeing the vendor remain silent, the little girl found a way to back off and stopped complaining. Daddy, go for it. Daddy, you're the best. The two little ones cheered, and the next round of riddles began. On the table was a closed box, and beside it was a button. As soon as the button was pressed, a riddle would emerge from the box's only opening. At this moment, the previously bustling crowd fell silent. All right, handsome. Let's start your first question. For the gifts of your 2 super cute daughters, good luck. The vendor was also cheering for Yi Xian. After all, he was a big customer, and it was only right to pay more attention. Plus, this would help him gain more reputation and popularity. All right. Seeing the vendor's actions, Xian smiled slightly, not paying much attention. Unfortunately, the vendor would never know what would happen next. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. As Xian pressed the button, the sound emanating from it. In the next moment, as usual, a capsule with a golden metal ring emerged from the riddle box, the paper inside the capsule. Seeing the first riddle appear, the vendor smiled slightly, picked up the capsule riddle, but instead of opening it, handed it to Mu Hanyue, saying cheerfully, "This must be the handsome gentleman's wife. Why not let her open the capsule riddle for him?" I must say the vendor was quite savvy, not to mention the fun aspect. Just Mu Hanyue's beauty alone was enough to attract attention. This. Okay. Hearing the vendor's address, Mu Hanyue's face turned slightly red, recalling the scene from yesterday, where that jerk had left her exhausted. She couldn't help but agree. This vendor is quite clever. Chunichio observed this scene with a slight smile. This little push was beneficial for both. Who is Chunichio? She could see through this little trick of the vendor. After speaking, Mu Hanyue extended her fair hand, as delicate as if bathed in milk, to take the riddle capsule. Honestly, just this hand alone could win 10 years. The single guys around subconsciously swallowed hard, casting envious glances at Xian. That guy was truly lucky. Upon opening the riddle capsule and removing the golden metal ring from the black paper, she unfolded the paper to reveal the first riddle. The Three Kingdoms is the era following the Eastern Han Dynasty, named after the three states of Wei, Shu, and Wu, beginning in the year 220, when Wei replaced Han. Which country had the most vengeful spirits during the Three Kingdoms? Mu Hanyue. The surrounding crowd. Seeing the first riddle, the crowd was bewildered, and Mu Hanyue was momentarily stunned. Which country among Wei, Shu, and Wu had the most vengeful spirits? This. Chunichio, seeing the riddle written on the paper, was slightly taken aback, and then looked at Xian. This riddle is quite interesting, even involving history teste. However, it's hard to say which had the most vengeful spirits. It seems this vendor really put effort into his riddles. You must understand the wars among Wei, Shu, and Wu lasted for many years, and countless vengeful spirits perished. How could one quantify that? To be honest, this riddle is quite challenging. This riddle. After pondering for a moment, Mu Hanyue also had no clue, clearly unable to answer. Which country didn't have vengeful spirits? Even the generals of the Three Kingdoms were not in the minority. Seeing the crowd's response, the vendor was quite satisfied, as he had seen that expression countless times. This riddle was among the more difficult ones he had, and it seemed the handsome gentleman was not so lucky. Handsome, what's your answer? If you really can't answer, it's fine, you can proceed to the next round. The vendor gently encouraged him, knowing that if he moved on to the next round, he would undoubtedly earn $10 more. There's no need for the next round. Xian understood the vendor's intentions, but did not mind. He smiled and said, "What?" Upon hearing Xian's answer, the vendor's smiling face froze momentarily, as he looked at Xian in astonishment. "Didn't expect you to be quite clever." Clever? Did the handsome guy get it right? The vendor's words stunned the single girl, but Wei, Shu, and Wu certainly had many vengeful spirits too. That's quite simple. The key to this riddle is not in the riddle itself, but in the names of the Three Kingdoms. Look at the character Wei. If you break it down, it becomes. Pausing for effect to capture everyone's attention, breaking down Wei results in Qianba Nugui, literally thousands of female ghosts. Hearing Xian's explanation, Chunichio's eyes lit up, and Mu Hanyue stared at Xian in surprise for a moment, while the crowd's gaze towards Xian changed. So this is how a lantern riddle can be played. A connoisseur. That word instantly surfaced in the stall owner's mind. To remain unperturbed by the riddle and pinpoint its crux with such precision was no ordinary feat, especially accomplished in such a brief span. The characters 1008 woman and ghost. Damn, I've lived over 20 years and never knew that the character Wei could be split into these four. Ahem, impressive. What a mind-bending twist. I'm in awe. Utterly in awe. The Chinese language is truly profound and vast. Tisk, but this stall owner is quite sly. With such a difficult riddle, no wonder so few have solved it. Hey, did you think had set out all those toys without some confidence? The passers-by buzzed with chatter. The two little ones had no idea what was happening, but they knew their daddy had cracked the first riddle. Nothing else mattered. I knew daddy was the best. Of course. The two little girls puffed up with pride, magnifying their daddy's achievement to the fullest. They were so excited, as if afraid someone might not know how amazing their daddy was. Since you're a true expert, handsome, I won't beat around the bush. Let's move straight to the second one. Seeing Xian solve the first riddle so accurately and quickly, the stall owner said candidly. A crisp ding rang out again. Xian showed no reaction to solving the first riddle. To him, it was simple. The riddle capsule appeared. Mu Hanyue picked it up with her slender fingers, quickly unscrewed the metal ring, and anticipation stirred in her heart for the second riddle. Not only Mu Hanyue, but the onlookers also fixed their eyes on the slowly unfolding black strip. Why do girls nowadays prefer body wash over soap when bathing? Seeing this question, the female onlookers exchanged knowing smiles. Wasn't this a freebie? Using body wash instead of soap, isn't it? Because. Alright, because of what? Not clean enough. Inconvenient. Not smooth enough. Or. Ahem, but that's wrong. Soap can do all those things too. After pondering for a moment, many women suddenly realized, damn, this question wasn't as simple as they thought. This stall owner is too sneaky. Damn, how did he come up with a question like that? Rotten-hearted boss after money without a conscience. A wave of complaints surged. Obviously, they had been outwitted by the stall owner. Facing the grumbles, the stall owner gave a faint smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Despite the complaints, the buzz was already out. Whether they admitted it or not, the riddle had depth. Hard was right. The competitive spirit was a human weakness. This stall owner is quite interesting. Shinichio smiled as she watched the stall owner, then turned to Yixian curious to see how he would answer this riddle. Mu Hanshue glanced at the stall owner's confident expression. Yixian, forget it. We'll just buy 2 from the shop later. Clearly she didn't think Yixian could guess this riddle. Buy? Yixian smiled faintly. Because they're afraid of getting fatter. The confident stall owner felt a sudden jolt in his heart. If the first riddle could have been a fluke, then this one. He got it right. The stall owner was stunned. How had he managed it in such a short time? Mu Hanshue, who had been about to speak again, heard the stall owner's words, and her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Right? Heh. Soap. The key lies in the character fat soap in Chinese sounds like fat soap. Isn't that right, little Yi? Shinichio chuckled, pointing out the crux. Everyone. Soap. Fat. A soap. Fattening soap. Holy crap. At that moment the crowd seemed to realize something, but the looks they gave Yixian turned strange. The soap they used every day actually had such a connotation. And this was only the second riddle. Next, 2 people exerting strength to break through the sky. A character riddle. Why do vampires never drink juice or vegetable juice? Because they're afraid of the cross hidden in the word juice. Soon 4 riddles ended. Without exception, Yixian answered all of them perfectly, flawlessly. The stall owner stared at Yixian as if he had seen a ghost. This guy. Was he even human? In nearly 10 years he had served perhaps 80,000 customers, but never had anyone broken through the 4th riddle so fast. If the 5th riddle were also solved, he would truly witness a 5-riddle champion. Ding, the 5th press of the button, and as Mu Hangshu's slender fingers unfolded it, the 5th riddle appeared. Somali refugees versus Yang Guifei. Guess a 4-character idiom. Seeing the riddle, the stall owner breathed a sigh of relief. This one was no pushover. Among all his riddles, it was one of the hardest. Obviously, after seeing this riddle, everyone's mind went blank. Somali refugees versus Yang Guifei. What kind of answer could that yield? It was completely irrelevant. Handsome. If you can solve this one, I'll give you not just 2 Pikachu, but 10. The stall owner was absolutely I don't need 10, 2 will do. He paused. If I'm not mistaken, the answer to the 5th riddle should be flesh and blood turning against each other. As everyone knows, Somali refugees are characterized by being skin and bones. In the Tang dynasty, plumpness was considered beautiful. Yang Guifei, who was doted on by Emperor Xuanzong, should be plumper compared to Somali refugees. And plump can be extended to fleshy. So the idiom flesh and blood turning against each other fits perfectly. Clap, 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 clap. Before the stall owner could say anything, the surrounding crowd was stunned by Yixian's explanation. Somali refugees versus Yang Guifei, the answer flesh and blood turning against each other. This was actually spot on. Somali refugees correspond to flesh and blood, bones, Yang Guifei to flesh and versus to turning against each other. Ingenious. Absolutely ingenious. Ahem. You. Unquestionably, the stall owner was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that among the hardest of his riddles Yixian would solve. After a long days, the stall owner shook his head bitterly, realizing he had met a true master. I'm convinced. The stall owner, who had dominated for a decade, was finally bested by a customer. Yage, daddy won. The 2 excited little girls hugged the 2 Pikachu, each bigger than they were, that the stall owner handed over. Against the Pikachu, the little ones looked even more adorably cute. Do you like them? Seeing his daughter's happy faces, Yixian smiled warmly. This was undoubtedly the best reward for him. Like them. Super like them. Thank you, Daddy. Hee. Tong Tong and Ming Ming giggled, kissing Yixian affectionately. An invisible wave of sweetness hit everyone, catching them off guard. Without exception, the crowd was force-fed a mouthful of sweetness. Oh, so sweet. Ma, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to throw up. Mommy, I'm so full, but I still want to eat. What heavens, little lowly, come with Annie. Annie has candy at home, boo-hoo. That handsome guy is so amazing. I want to have his. Some young ladies couldn't help themselves. Mu Hanshue heard this and shot a glare at that big pig trotter Yixian. Was he flirting with all these girls? She should have bitten him to death yesterday. Shinichio leaned over to her daughter's ear and whispered meaningfully, see, daughter, little Yi is very popular. From now on, treat him well, or other women might snatch him away. Hearing her mother's words, Mu Hangshu's face flushed crimson. Mom, what are you saying? Her mother's words made Mu Hanshue feel a bit wronged. Treat that big pig trotter better. She had already given him the butterfly and the precious cherries. What more could she do? Did she have to take the initiative again? Oh no, what was she thinking? At this moment, Yixian had also harvested a huge wave of daddy points. And then good things came in pairs. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a gift for his daughter for the first time. Reward: Divine Instrument Ability. Divine Instrument: the host with this ability can perfectly perform all musical instruments, piano, violin, drums, organ, guzheng, and each instrument is at least level 12 or above. Even the world's most famous instrumentalists are mere minnows before the host. Divine Instrument: the host with this ability can perfectly perform all musical instruments, piano, violin, drums, organ, guzheng, and each instrument is at least level 12 or above. Even the world's most famous instrumentalists are mere minnows before the host. Divine Instrument. Hearing that he had obtained another godlike ability, a slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He already had quite a few divine abilities from the beginning: divine cooking, divine music, divine martial arts, divine calligraphy, divine magnetism. Until now, divine music. At this point, Yixian had 6 divine abilities alone, not counting the passive charm aura. Quietly, Yixian had reached the peak of his life. Hearing that he had obtained another godlike ability, a slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He already had quite a few divine abilities from the beginning: divine cooking, divine music, divine martial arts, divine calligraphy, divine magnetism, until now divine music. At this point, Yi Xian had 6 divine abilities alone, not counting the passive charm aura. Quietly, Yi Xian had reached the peak of his life. In addition, Yi Xian's daddy points had broken through the 1,000 mark. For a moment, he felt like a nouveau riche who had struck. Seeing the wicked curve of Yi Xian's lips, Mu Hanxue snorted sourly. What, so many girls want to have your babies? You must be over the moon, right? Obviously at this moment Mu Hanxue still thought Yi Xian was smiling because of all the girls admiring him. This bout of jealousy made the delighted Yi Xian chuckle. He casually reached out and ruffled Mu Hanxue's head just like he did with the 2 little ones. How could that be? If I'm going to have babies, it's with our little treasure. Mu Hanxue. The sudden intimacy left her frozen in place. That guy dared to touch her head in public, and her mother was right there. Was he crazy? Yet the feeling of his big hand on her head. Mu Hanxue. The sudden intimacy left her frozen in place. That guy dared to touch her head in public, and her mother was right there. Was he crazy? Yet the feeling of his big hand on her head was actually quite nice. No wonder those 2 little ones loved having that big pig trotter rub their heads. Wait, Mu Hanxue, what are you thinking? Leaving the stall. They wandered for another hour or so, but during this time Yi Xian and the 2 little ones truly wreaked havoc at the Lantern Festival, not through any other means, but by flaunting their affection. During this time a small incident occurred. Not long after Yi Xian and his group left, they encountered a father and daughter arguing. The girl stared at the Pikachu in Tong Tong and Ming Ming's hands. Humph, daddy, you don't love me, the pretty little girl huffed at her father. The young father replied, Sweetie, what are you saying? Humph, look at them. That handsome uncle's 2 daughters both have Pikachu, but you only have 1 daughter, and I don't have a Pikachu. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, the little girl cried sadly. The little girl's mother rolled her eyes at her father. Look at you, useless, can't even guess a single lantern riddle. Come on, let's go back. Sweetie, mommy will win you a Pikachu, okay? The little girl's mother rolled her eyes at her father, then walked off toward the stall owner without a second glance. The father gave Yi Xian and his group an awkward smile and hurriedly followed. Recalling the scene just now, the 2 little ones looked at their all-capable father, their faces brimming with happiness and sweetness. Their father had never let them down. Gurgle, a hungry sound came from Ming Ming's little belly. Holding her cute Pikachu, she pointed at her tummy. Daddy, Ming Ming's little belly is talking again. Puffed. Hearing Ming Ming's words, Chun Ichio smiled gently. It seems our Ming Ming is hungry. Let's find a place to eat. Mum Tong Tong is hungry too. Is that so? Both little princesses are hungry. Then let's go eat. The majority ruled. Mu Hanxue watched the backs of the 4 as they walked away and stomped her foot. Annoying, did they think? That big jerk was one thing, but even the 2 little ones and her mother didn't ask her. That bastard had snatched the kids away from her earlier, and now he was even stealing her mother's love. What a despicable jerk. Despicable, you big jerk. If you succeed tonight, he'll bite it off and make you childless. Furious beyond measure, Mu Hanxue made this solemn vow. If Yi Xian ever knew about this thought, who knows how he would react. Before long, Yi Xian and his group arrived at a restaurant called Harbor of Love. The name of the restaurant was very clear, a harbor of love. Many couples and married partners chose to dine here, drawn by the auspicious name, the delicious food, and the presence of an excellent pianist. Listening to the pianist's performance while enjoying exquisite cuisine at the aptly named Harbor of Love, this was undoubtedly the finest enjoyment life could offer. Shinichio arrived at the restaurant and with familiarity began ordering the Western dishes the 2 little ones liked. Foie gras, lobster, spaghetti, escargot. Oh, and a bottle of 1982 Lafite. When Shinichio started ordering, not many people paid attention, but when she mentioned the 1982 Lafite, it drew quite a few glances. Even the waiter's eyes lit up. A bottle of 1982 Lafite here cost 688 RMB, and few could afford it. After all, a bottle of wine was nearly 70,000 yuan. Even the wealthy wouldn't casually order it. Lafite was gone once drunk, but money was different. You could spend it on other things. With that amount, you could have at least 100 butterflies, let alone countless cherries. Moi. After ordering, Mu Hanxue asked the waiter suspiciously, "Isn't there a pianist here? Why isn't anyone playing?" "Oh, I'm sorry, miss. Our pianist had a family emergency 2 days ago and resigned. The boss is currently recruiting a new pianist, but we haven't found one yet." "I see. Never mind." Mu Hanxue always enjoyed listening to piano music when eating Western food, especially when performed by a pianist. It was her greatest pleasure to savor both the music and the meal. "Again, our apologies, miss." The waiter apologized politely and patiently, not surprised as many customers came specifically for their pianist. "We'll want to hear some piano music." When he first arrived at the restaurant, Yi Xian had felt an itch to play upon seeing the piano. Now hearing his wife's desire, he smiled and spoke. "Xiao Yi probably doesn't know that Xuan loves listening to piano music when she eats Western food. Many relatives and friends say she has a compulsion about it." Mu Hanxue. "Mom, what are you saying? What compulsion? Listening to piano music while eating Western food is the most enjoyable thing, okay?" Mu Hanxue, hearing her mother expose her, gave her a reproachful glare. Wasn't she digging her own daughter's grave? Listening to piano music while having Western food? That's nice. Knowing Mu Hanxue's preference, Yi Xian smiled meaningfully. "Since that's the case, they'll play a piano piece." "Piano piece. Xiao Yi, you can play the piano." "You can play the piano." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chun Ichio was momentarily stunned, then her impression of him rose another notch. A man who could play the piano always had an inexplicable charm. She recalled how she and Mu Yutian had first met. It was because he played the piano beautifully that their relationship began. "It's okay, just a little bit." he said casually, then asked the waiter, "May I use your piano?" Sir wants to play the piano. Of course you may. The waiter was taken aback for a moment before coming to her senses. The piano had been idle for 2 days with no one playing it. Since Xuan had the intention, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides, the boss had said that if a guest wanted to play, they could allow it. Without the boss' permission, they wouldn't dare let a guest touch his beloved piano, which alone was worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Shinichio, seeing her daughter's sparkling eyes, smiled slightly. "Why don't you think Xiao-Yi is becoming more and more charming?" Mu Hanxue. "Tim, charming." Mu Hangshua's pretty face flushed slightly. She couldn't deny that knowing Xuan could play the piano had greatly improved her impression of him, because listening to piano music was her greatest joy in life besides work. While the mother and daughter were talking, Xuan had already arrived at the piano. He instantly recognized its quality, smiled gracefully, and sat down on the stool. "The next piece is dedicated to my beautiful and charming wife, who loves piano music, and also to everyone present." Oh, many couples and partners in the restaurant heard Xuan's words and turned their gazes toward the piano. Is that young man going to play the piano? The piano has been idle for 2 days. Finally, someone's playing it. I wonder how this handsome guy plays. The lively discussion among the guests enlivened the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner Luo Zetian, who had heard that someone was playing the piano, also came to the restaurant. Since the restaurant is called Harbor of Love, they'll play Dream of Love. As Xuan's voice fell, many in the hall were visibly shaken. Dream of Love was a world-famous piece imitated by countless people, but never surpassed. This was true for everyone, especially for Mu Hanxue, who loved piano music. Even Shinichio was taken aback. Dream of Love. Swear, isn't this the famous piece by Master Sight, your favorite pianist? I remember this is your favorite piano piece. Does Xiao-Yi know you like piano music? Mu Hanxue, this shouldn't be possible. I've never told him. It must be a coincidence. Hee mommy, it's not a coincidence, it's a meeting of hearts. Meng Meng blinked her big sparkling eyes as she said this. Tong Tong didn't want to be outdone. Right, a meeting of hearts. Ahem. Go away, don't talk nonsense. Hearing the two little ones' ramblings, Mu Hanxue glared at them. They were always highlighting their father's presence. Shinichio, seeing the two little ones, smiled knowingly, everything unspoken. At a certain moment, the piano sounded with a clear ding. The serene and gentle notes fell like a drop of clear water in a secluded valley trickling down a mountain stream. Restaurant owner Luo Zetian's eyes gleamed with a glint of light. He himself was a piano enthusiast with decent skill, and the moment a master's hand touched the keys, he knew this young man was extraordinary. Extremely extraordinary, with a level of piano mastery at least above his own. With superb piano technique, Dream of Love unfolded quietly. The piano notes were melodious and graceful, as if possessing a magic that led the audience into a reverie, their bodies and minds drifting along the river of memories, unable to extricate themselves. Silence. At this moment, the entire restaurant was devoid of any sound except for the piano notes, filled with love, longing, and memories lingering in the ears and flowing into the heart. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Under the supreme piano performance, the restaurant remained in deathly silence. Mu Hangshue's beautiful eyes had unknowingly stayed fixed on her seat, watching Xuan play the piano earnestly. A faint shallow curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. That big jerk actually looked quite handsome when he was seriously playing the piano. The two little ones saw the entire restaurant stunned by their father's piano playing, their hearts filled with pride and joy. Daddy is awesome. We love seeing Daddy like this. As for Shinichio, it went without saying. At this moment, it was as if time had reversed decades, bringing her back to the first time she met Mu Hangshue's father, Mu Yutian. This is the taste of love. After a moment of nostalgia and lingering, Shinichio came back to herself. Looking at Xuan again, her eyes sparkled with admiration. This Xiao-Yi, such high piano skill. This level is definitely masterclass. It's even comparable to Master Sight. She let out a slight sigh. Even though she was the matriarch of the Mu family, even though she had seen many things and heard countless piano pieces, today's Dream of Love was the best she had ever heard without a doubt. She looked at the dazzling Xuan almost in a dreamlike whisper. This is my son-in-law. My son-in-law. After a moment, the sound of the piano lingered in the air, its echoes filling the restaurant with silence. How could that guy? Mu Hanxue looked at the guy playing the piano, realizing that he played so well. Why had he hidden this talent? Was it because of the child or himself? Applause suddenly broke the silence, coming from none other than the restaurant owner Luo Zetian. This gentleman plays the piano at such a high level, not at all weaker than the pianist who left my restaurant. As he spoke, Luo Zetian approached, asking, "What is your name, sir?" "You may call me Yi," with the single character Xian. "Oh, Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure. Your piano skills are remarkable. I wonder, do you have any interest in playing here? As for the remuneration, how does 10,000 for a performance sound?" The guests in the restaurant were astonished upon hearing Luo Zetian's words. 10,000 for a performance was quite a high salary. 1 million for 10 performances. Playing the piano, he gently declined, saying, "This piece is merely for my wife's ears." As a man with a system, he certainly wouldn't toil for money. He would rather discuss the truths of life with Mu Hanxue or deepen his bond with his two little lovers. I see, what a pity. Luo Zetian felt a twinge of disappointment as he noticed Yi Xian's lack of interest in playing. "Please wait, Mr. Yi." Just as Luo Zetian finished speaking, a figure approached from the entrance of the restaurant, holding a beautifully packaged gift box. It was Feng Shuyuan, and when Mu Hanxue saw him, her eyes widened in surprise. Feng Shuyuan, is that him? Oh, that name. Could it be the top pianist in the country who has also won numerous awards internationally? Chun Ichio recognized the identity of the man as her daughter called out his name. Approaching Feng Shuyuan slightly nodded to Luo Zetian saying, I just heard Mr. Yes performance, his piano skills must be extraordinary. How about we have a friendly competition? After a pause Feng Shuyuan continued, if Mr. Yi wins this exquisite yun brocade qipao will belong to him. As he spoke Feng Shuyuan opened the beautifully packaged gift box revealing an elegant, yet fashionable qipao made entirely of yun brocade. Just one glance brought forth an air of sophistication. A yun brocade qipao, you have quite the generosity. Seeing the luxurious qipao, he was slightly surprised. Oh Xiaoyu, do you recognize this type of qipao? I know a little about it, Yixian replied. This qipao is made from yun brocade, which is a top luxury material in the country far beyond any foreign LV bags or fashion brands. Moreover, the techniques used to create yun brocade cannot be replaced by machines. Also, two people can only produce 56 centimeters in a day, hence the saying an inch of gold is worth an inch of cotton. If one were to weave a piece of brocade 78 centimeters wide, there would be 140 threads of silk on its weaving surface, and for a complete yun brocade qipao, there must be nearly 100 threads. Additionally, yun brocade is woven from gold threads, silver threads, copper threads, as well as silk, various bird and animal feathers, and other materials. However, these are not the most important details. Yi Xian spoke confidently, leaving the two little ones dazed. Although they didn't fully understand what their father was saying, they thought it was impressive. To be honest, this yun brocade qipao was auctioned off a few days ago for 1.5 million, which speaks volumes of its value. Luo Zetian looked at the yun brocade qipao with curiosity, asking, what is the most important aspect of this yun brocade qipao? The craftsmanship involved, Yi Xian said solemnly. This yun brocade represents a traditional craft that has been passed down for thousands of years, gathering the essence of countless generations of silk masters. He continued to explain the production process of yun brocade. The production process of yun brocade is extremely complex with numerous steps, each requiring many mysterious techniques. Among them, the most challenging is the preparation of raw materials, primarily silk, as well as gold threads, silver threads, and peacock feathers. Silk must go through dozens of processes, including splitting, dyeing, hammering, oiling, and stretching, and must be processed into specified specifications and colors according to different varieties for weaving. Listening to Yi Xian's introduction, Luo Zetian and the others felt their heads buzzing. They looked again at the yun brocade qipao. Feng Shuyuan brought their gazes completely changed. However, they soon realized another serious matter: such a precious item was being used as a wager, which truly refreshed their understanding of extravagance. This yun brocade qipao seems quite interesting. With a slight smile he spoke, I agree to the competition. If I lose, I will come here to play the piano every day for 6 months without charge. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in surprise. Previously, they might have thought Yi Xian was being overly ambitious, but after witnessing his piano skills, they knew this was a grand gamble. After all, the restaurant owner had just promised him 10,000 for a performance. If this continued for 6 months, that would have 180 million. Oh, Mr. Yi is quite straightforward. Feng Ziyuan's eyes lit up, his impression of Yi Xian improving further. He then looked at Luo Zetian saying, Brother Luo, if I win against this young man today, you owe me a big favor. Luo Zetian smiled wryly, not expecting his friend's visit to turn into such a situation, but this move indeed attracted the attention of many couples and families present. Chun Ichio and Mu Hanyue exchanged glances, bewildered by the spectacle. This guy, has he gone mad? He's actually competing against the famous pianist Feng Shuyuan. Mu Hanyu's beautiful eyes fixated on the scene, her impression of Yi Xian plummeting. Chun Ichio looked at her increasingly satisfied son-in-law with deep meaning. Mad? Swear I think not. Hee, why don't you and Grandma place a bet too? That's a good idea. The two little ones chimed in excitedly, prompting Mu Hanyue to roll her eyes. Go away, you two little troublemakers. Is Mommy afraid of losing? Tong Tong said, supporting her father's side. If Grandma loses, she should convince Grandpa to accept Daddy. Huh. Hearing the two little ones, Mu Hanyu's eyes flickered. She couldn't deny that she felt tempted. She was well aware of her mother's position in the family, as her father Mu Yutian spoiled her mother greatly. If her mother persuaded him, the result would surely be more effective. But what if Mommy loses? Mingming blinked her big eyes at her mother, seemingly contemplating what to have her do. Tong Tong's big eyes sparkled with mischief. If Mommy loses, then. Oh yes, let Mommy give Daddy a kiss, a French kiss that lasts no less than 3 minutes. No way. Upon hearing the little one's suggestion, Mu Hanyue glared at them. Ever since they had their father backing them, the two little ones had grown quite bold. Seeing her granddaughter's antics, Chun Ichio smiled softly. They were indeed two clever little ones. In this case, regardless of who won or lost, the ultimate beneficiary would be their father. But it was quite an amusing proposition. I think this is a good idea, Chun Ichio said with a grin. Mu Hanyue replied. Mom, you. Mu Hanyue widened her beautiful eyes, unable to believe her mother would agree to the little one's mischievous way. What? Chun Ichio maintained her composure despite her daughter's surprise. Do you not want me to persuade your dad to accept Xiaoyi? Or perhaps, are you afraid Xiaoyi might actually win against Feng Shuyuan? Impossible. That big pig's trotters can't possibly win against Feng Shuyuan. Mu Hanyue heard her mother's almost provoking words. Although she knew it might be a provocation, she replied, fine him in. She considered herself a half fan of Feng Shuyuan, having listened to many of his piano performances. Yage, The two little ones, seeing that both Grandma and Mommy agreed, were filled with joy and anticipation. Daddy, go for it. You're the best. If you win, we'll give you a kiss. With everything ready, they just needed their father to win. Feng Shuyan, hearing the encouragement from the adorable little ones, smiled slightly at Xuan. Your daughters are very cute. Thank you, Xuan replied with a slight smile. However, for the sake of those two little ones, I won't show you any mercy today. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Feng Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement upon hearing Xuan's aggressive words. He had been worried that Xuan would hold back during the competition. Before the competition even began, the atmosphere between the two had already turned tense. Luo Zetian sighed, realizing that an intense piano competition was about to unfold. I don't believe that guy can win. Mu Hanyue snorted, glancing at that big pig's trotters in the center. But before she could continue her remarks, Tong Tong and Ming Ming pouted, saying, Mommy, you're being biased. If you don't support Daddy, just wait for a passionate kiss with him. You too. Hearing the two little ones chatter, Mu Hanyue was furious. Such loyalty to their father, without considering her feelings as a mother, made her want to gnash her teeth. At this moment, she looked at Xuan with a fierce expression, as if ready to pounce and take a bite out of that big pig's trotters. You just wait to kiss Daddy. Hearing such rebellious words, Mu Hanyue felt that her 2 years of doting on these two little ones had been wasted, as they actually dared to treat her like this. Chen Ichio smiled gently at her daughter's frantic expression. This was the true look of her daughter, not the workaholic obsessed solely with work. This little Yes appearance seemed to have completely unleashed her daughter's true nature. Since Mr. Yes piano skills are remarkable, let's not waste time with pretense. How about directly playing Flight of the Bumblebee? Under Luo Zetian's arrangement, 2 identical pianos were soon brought onto the scene, ensuring absolute fairness. Flight of the Bumblebee. The piece that best tests piano proficiency. Flight of the Bumblebee. Hearing his friend's words, Luo Zetian was startled. Clearly he knew his friend was revealing his true skill from the start, indicating he took this, Xuan, very seriously. Fine. A calm voice responded. It was precisely this emotionless tone that made Feng Shuyan feel an inexplicable tension. He hadn't experienced such a sense of meeting his match in years. Flight of the Bumblebee. It seems they're going all out from the start. Shinichio murmured. Even though she wasn't well versed in piano music, she had heard of the renowned Flight of the Bumblebee, the piece that most rigorously tests the skill of orchestral musicians. Moments later, the two sat facing each other, locking eyes. In an instant, the entire restaurant fell silent. Within 3 seconds, a deathly hush enveloped the room, as everyone knew an intense piano duel was about to unfold. Mr. Ye, how about we warm up first by playing at 90-second tempo together? Either way works for me. Their conversation made Luo Zetian's mouth twitch. 90-second tempo was the threshold of piano grade 8, the very level he himself currently occupied. Precisely because he was at grade 8, Luo Zetian understood how difficult Flight of the Bumblebee at 90-second tempo truly. Ding. Finally, with the sound of a piano note, 2 renditions of Flight of the Bumblebee at 90-second tempo arose in succession, sounding like 2 buzzing swarms of bees. Every note was extremely precise, with perfect duration. The most astonishing part was that both Xuan and Feng Shuyan were staring at each other, their eyes never once falling on the piano keys. The 2 buzzing piano sounds swirled and rose in the ears of Luo Zetian and the others. It could be said that both performances were identical, equally masterful and divine. Feng Shuyan saw that Xuan could keep up with the rhythm effortlessly. Ha ha ha, excellent. To be able to perform Flight of the Bumblebee so skillfully at such a young age. It seems this is far from Mr. Yes limit. In that case, let's try 80-second tempo. As his voice fell, Feng Xuan's hand speed suddenly increased, and the buzzing from his side grew denser. Buzz. Before Mu Hanyue and the others could react, Xuan's hand speed also abruptly increased, playing the 80-second tempo as well, and their frequencies once again aligned. He indeed, Mr. Yes, skill is higher than I thought. 70-second tempo. Seeing Xuan catch up, Feng Shuyan escalated the difficulty, once more jumping directly from 80-second to 70-second tempo for Flight of the Bumblebee. After Feng Shuyan increased to 70-second tempo, Xuan quickly followed suit. The restaurant patrons were stunned, while Mu Hangshu's eyes gleamed with increasing intensity. That guy, was he actually matching Feng Shuyan without any disadvantage? And this was only the beginning. What followed was a feast of piano music. 60-second tempo, 50-second tempo, 40-second tempo. Until the two had pushed Flight of the Bumblebee to 40-second tempo, their hands had turned into ghostly shadows too fast for the naked eye to see. 35-second tempo. A sharp light flashed in Feng Ziyuan's eyes. He unleashed his full power, his limit at 35-second tempo. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Playing Flight of the Bumblebee at full power at 35-second tempo, Feng Ziyuan's expression was filled with excitement as he vented his passion through his fingers striking the piano keys. On the other side, Xuan still followed at 35-second tempo. The entire restaurant seemed about to explode from the rapid piano notes. The din was incessant in everyone's ears, and as they looked at the 2 dueling figures, their gazes all changed. Good heavens, is this a master-level piano duel? How terrifying. I'm worried the restaurant might collapse from the piano sound. No. Holy crap, listen. That young man's speed has increased again. Amid the crowd's exclamations, a sharp cry rang out, and then all eyes instantly turned to Xuan. Buzz, 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 buzz. With an incredibly terrifying hand speed faster than lightning, the piano buzzing from this side instantly drowned out Feng Ziyuan's playing. Feng Shuyan, who had been pouring his passion into the piano, heard the sudden sound of Flight of the Bumblebee, and his pupils contracted sharply. What is this? 30-second tempo flight of the bumblebee. Feng Shuyan, already at his limit, stared wide-eyed at Xuan across from him. The shock in his heart was like a thunderbolt striking his mind. 30-second tempo flight of the bumblebee. How could it be? However, upon hearing Feng Xuan's exclamation, Mu Hangshu's expression suddenly changed. 30-second tempo flight of the bumblebee. That bastard, when did his hand speed become so fast? 30-second tempo flight of the bumblebee. That's 5 seconds faster than her half-idol Feng Shuyan. She knew exactly what that meant. Feng Shuyan had set the fastest record with 35-second tempo flight of the bumblebee, but now Xuan had not only broken his record, but also created a record that would make countless pianists tremble. 30-second tempo. If this news spread, it would absolutely shake the entire piano world. Meanwhile, the beautiful women and the couples around were all gazing at Xuan with tender and affectionate eyes. Such fast hand speed. If such an outstanding man were their boyfriend, how happy they would be. It wasn't just the women. Even the men looked at Xuan with envy. After all, such hand speed was not something ordinary people could achieve. Luo Zetian was stunned. His eyes fixed on Xuan, filled with disbelief and shock. That Xuan actually had beaten his friend, the current #1 in the domestic piano world. Is this real? Am I dreaming? To be honest, even now Luo Zetian couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Feng Xuan's hands had stopped on the piano at some point. The only sound in the room was Xuan's 30-second tempo flight of the bumblebee raging through every corner of the restaurant. Mu Hanxue, as if thinking of something, blushed with surprise. Her beautiful eyes dared not look at that big pig's trotter, more precisely at Xuan's ghostly moving hands, for fear of being lost in them. He little Yi never ceases to amaze. Shinichio chuckled. A mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law grew with each glance. This son-in-law must belong to our Mu family. If anyone dares to covet him, he'll destroy them. The music ended, and the people fell silent. Driven by an itch to show off, Xuan had directly launched into a 30-second tempo flight of the bumblebee. If the crowd knew this wasn't even his limit, who knows how they would react? Not to mention a mere 30-second tempo. Even 20-second tempo or 10-second tempo, Xuan could play them effortlessly if he wanted. But that would be too shocking. Feng Shuyan clicked his tongue in admiration. His eyes, when he looked at Xuan again, were full of respect. Precisely because he could play 35-second tempo flight of the bumblebee, he knew the difficulty and bitterness involved. Applause erupted. Feng Shuyan was completely overwhelmed by Xuan's piano mastery. Being 5 seconds faster than him, what did that mean? You see, it had taken him no less than 2 years to shorten his time from 36 seconds to 35 seconds, and the closer to 35 seconds, the harder it became. Amazing. Mr. Yes, piano skills deserve to lead the current piano world. Feng Shuyan praised him generously, without a trace of flattery, completely from the heart. Luo Zetian, hearing his friend's evaluation, recalled the earlier offer of 1,000 yuan to invite Xuan to perform. His face flushed with embarrassment now. Such a great figure. 1,000 was too little. Even 1,000,000 would be insufficient. A bet is a bet. Here, Mr. Yi, this is the Yun Jin Chong Sam. Feng Shuyan handed the exquisite brocade box to Xuan. Compared to having the honor of witnessing a 30-second tempo flight of the bumblebee today, a mere Yun Jin Chong Sam was insignificant. Thanks. Xuan smiled as he took the delicate box, then turned and handed it to Chinichio. The style and texture of the Yun Jin Chong Sam suit you, Aunt Chin. I'd like to give it to you. Huh, little you, what are you doing? This won't do. Chinichio quickly declined when she saw Xuan giving her the Yun Jin Chong Sam. Although she didn't lack money, this gift was truly precious. Aunt Chin, I heard from Hanxue that 3 years ago, thanks to you, the 2 little ones wouldn't have made it so smoothly. This is a token of my... Hearing Xuan's words, Chin Yiki's heart stirred. So this little Yi hadn't forgotten about 3 years ago. Well, Mom, hurry up. You lost the bet, you know. A bet is a bet. Mom isn't going to be a sore loser, is she? The 2 little ones chimed in, urging their mother. This wave of divine assistance was definitely the warmest comfort for Dad. Go on. Who's a sore loser? Seeing her 2 daughters making a fuss, Mu Hanxue blushed and stepped forward with clicking footsteps. Xuan, moi. Upon hearing Mu Hangshue's voice, he had just turned his head when he was ambushed by a kiss from Mu Hanxue, completely stunning him. This girl was crazy. This was a public place. Even if he was outstanding, there was no need to be so impatient. But the feeling was quite nice. Oh well, let it be whatever. Then his 2 large hands cupped Mu Hangshue's head, and with a French kiss they fed invisible dog food to the many couples and married pairs, filling them with heartache. Especially the pretty girls among the surrounding couples, each one howling inwardly. Let go of that handsome guy, let me at him. A handsome man and a beautiful woman share a passionate French kiss. The scenery is breathtakingly picturesque. At that moment, every student, male or female, watched in envious awe as an invisible avalanche of romantic dog food descended upon the scene, laced with the intoxicating bittersweet fragrance of love. Show off your affection too boldly, and you'll meet a swift downfall. In unison their hearts cried out. Had this ostentatious display of love truly considered their feelings? That maddening, relentless love? Sweet. Unimaginably, ineffably sweet. This sweetness defies description. Xuan savored the unexpected bliss with quiet delight, while the 2 little instigators, his daughters, beamed joyfully watching their Baba and Mama kiss. Ahem. Feng Xuan, the renowned pianist, was momentarily stunned by the sudden spectacle, then cleared his throat awkwardly, clearly force-fed a generous serving of dog food, leaving him distinctly unsettled. Yet he couldn't help but admit, today's youth certainly know how to live. Haha, well then, disperse everyone. This is a private matter between a married couple. What business do you have here? Luo Zetian chuckled lightly as he gently ushered the crowd away. Throughout it all, Xuan and Mu Hanxue remained inseparable. Haha, hear that, you two clever little rascals. Are you satisfied now? Shunichio glanced at her two beaming granddaughters, her heart swelling with quiet reflection. Young Yi truly is extraordinary. Within such a short time, he's won over these two little ones completely. My daughter's life ahead may well be both joyful and utterly overwhelming. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Nearly 5 full minutes passed before the lovers finally parted. Any longer, and Mu Hanxue might have fainted from sheer breathlessness. Yet all this sweetness undeniably went straight to the head of one certain big pig hoof. Mu Hanxue shot Xuan a fierce, playful glare, as if silently accusing him, all your fault. Mister, you please take care on your way out, and do visit us again anytime. After the meal concluded, Luo Zetian personally escorted Xuan and his family out of the restaurant. After all, Xuan's ghost-like mastery of the piano alone warranted such courtesy. And more still, Luo Zetian insisted on treating them, refusing payment even for the 1982 Chateau Lafayette Rothschild priced at 688. Witnessing his generosity, other diners, couples and families alike, looked on with unmistakable envy. The two girls emerged clutching their Pikachu plushies, brimming with pride and quiet triumph. In their eyes, Baba was the greatest man in the world, capable of accomplishing anything. Xiaoyi, since you're back, why not set a date for the marriage registration? Mom. Hearing her mother's words, Mu Hanxue realized their intentions diverged sharply. She'd simply wanted her daughters never to lack paternal love, while her mother had already fully embraced Xuan as her future son-in-law. He doesn't rush, Andy. The household registration book is still en route. Once it arrives, Hanxue and I will register immediately. He recalled, the original marriage agreement had been precisely this. Handle it as you see fit. She paused, her gaze shifting from her daughter to Xuan. After registration, plan a proper wedding banquet at an appropriate time. What? Mom, a wedding banquet? This. Mu Hanxue's cheeks flushed crimson. She'd never imagined hosting one who, for her, having her daughters grow up with a loving father was enough. That simply won't do. Shinichio gave her daughter a firm look. Xuan is outstanding in every regard, and treats both you and the girls with exceptional kindness. What reservations could there possibly be? It's settled. Also, before the wedding, both sets of parents must meet formally. She paused and added, however, there remains one crucial matter. Tong Tong and Ming Ming still bear the Mu surname. Before your marriage, their surnames must be changed. Our Mu family holds no truck with outdated notions of marriage, nor does it abide by the archaic custom of taking the wife's name. Thank you, Auntie. Shunichio's words stirred Xuan deeply, not because he cared for appearances, but because he valued how others perceived his parents. It's only right. As for your father, I'll handle him. At the thought of her husband, Shunichio's temper flared anew. His stubbornness rivals yours, down to the bone. If he refuses this time, let him fend for himself forever after. Mom, I can't forget the first time I saw you. Your enchanting eyes, your image lingers in my mind. Refusing to. Just moments after Xuan's family left the restaurant, that familiar melody drifted into their ears. Moi. Isn't that Baba's song? This big sister sings so beautifully. Absolutely wonderful. The two girls chattered excitedly, turning their gaze toward the source. We're just outside the restaurant. A 6 or 7-year-old street performer sang Unavoidable Love with heartfelt sincerity. It was none other than the very song Xuan had performed at Ning Shuang'er's concert, now widely beloved across the land. Bravo. Exquisite. Such a lovely, gifted child. She'll surely become a superstar when she grows up. Yes. Excellent. Onlookers applauded enthusiastically, dropping coins, 1, 5, 10, into the cap placed on the ground along with several 50 and 100 notes. Xuan. Look, it's Xuan, the legendary singer of Unavoidable Love. Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly dozens of eyes converged on Xuan. Within seconds, spectators whipped out their phones, searched online, and confirmed his identity. It really is Xuan. I've seen a real celebrity. Xuan. A celebrity? Hardly. He was no star, merely a man who'd sung a few songs for his wife and daughters. And truth be told, fame held little allure for him. Yet the crowd thought otherwise, suddenly surging forward, encircling Xuan's family tightly, making departure. Wow, mommy, daddy. That's our idol. The young street singer widened her luminous eyes, her face flushed with excitement as she stared at Xuan. Her parents, spotting him too, felt their hearts race with exhilaration. Why don't we ask the heartthrob to sing for us? Spectators egged each other on, prompting immediate consensus. Passers-by halted mid-stride, rushing over upon hearing a celebrity had arrived. Big brother, could you sing a song for us? The little girl stood there breathless and hopeful, gazing up at Xuan, her eyes shimmering with reverence. To her, this man embodied her future dream, to bring light and positivity to others just as he did. Baba's been recognized. The two girls giggled, watching their Baba surrounded by adoring fans, smiling with quiet, radiant pride, as though they were the ones being celebrated. Mu Hanxue rolled her eyes at Xuan. That insufferable big pig hoof is about to steal the spotlight again. And indeed, her prediction proved spot on. Of course, I'd be honored. Recalling a new song he'd composed for his daughters, he accepted without hesitation. By the way, do you have a USB port? I've written a song for my two girls, and I'd like to debut it here, on your stage, if that's all right. Yes. Absolutely yes. Mommy daddy, come quick. The idol says he'll use our sound system to premiere his new song. Huh. Hearing Yuan's cry, her parents hurried over, and the crowd erupted in cheers. A superstar, about to debut a new song. The square exploded with excitement. Xian handed his USB drive to Yuan's father, while her mother extended the microphone. Both parents' trembling hearts pounding wildly, overcome with pure unadulterated joy. Whoa, Baba's singing for us again. I can't wait. This song will be super duper super amazing. Absolutely. Baba's our Superman and Spider-Man. The two girls chirped like ecstatic larks, and as Tong Tong and Meng Meng poured out their unrestrained adoration, Mu Hanxue shot the show-stealing rogue another sharp, exasperated glance, while Chen Ichio simply smiled warm and knowing. Taking the microphone, Xian surveyed the fervent audience, its energy pulsing like a true concert venue. This next song is dedicated to my two miraculously adorable twin daughters, the greatest gift heaven ever bestowed upon me. You are my life's most precious treasure. I love you endlessly. Oh wow, we love you too, Baba. Muah. Feeling their Baba's love, Tong Tong and Meng Meng pressed tiny hands to their lips, blew kisses skyward, two fluttering waves of affection soaring toward him. An irresistibly saccharine deluge of dog food flooded the square, yet the crowd devoured it blissfully, without complaint. This song is called The King Commands Me to Patrol the Mountain, dedicated to my two darling princesses. With that he nodded to Yuan's father, who'd already inserted the USB drive. A lively, cheerful prelude swelled forth. Xian's gaze softened as he looked upon his two beloved daughters. Eyes brimming with tender, unwavering paternal love, the sun winks at me, birds sing me melodies, I'm a diligent little sprite, who never clings too tight. Don't ask where I come from, nor where I'm bound to go. I'll pluck the loveliest bloom, and offer it to my princesses. A cascade of honeyed melodies spilled from the speakers, each note elevated by Xian's extraordinary musical mastery, transforming into a golden shower of dog food radiating outward from him, enveloping every listener in its sweet, resonant warmth. Mu Hanxue's eyes widened in disbelief, staring dumbfounded at the big pig hoof commanding the stage. This man has lost his mind. This is far too sweet. Dog food spilled, flooding the entire scene. The vivid lyrics combined with the enchanting melody irresistibly evoked a sweet smile at the corners of one's mouth. Nearby, the little girl Yuan gazed at her idol with adoring eyes, thinking how handsome, charming, and likable he was. She dreamt that her future partner would be just like him. At the same moment, the little girl's parents were also excitedly listening to Xian's new work, feeling an immense glory, as such a beautiful song originated from them, marking one of the most wonderful memories of their lives. Tong Tong and Meng Meng listened to their father's newly written song, their hearts sweet, like honey, feeling enveloped by the thick, sweet love of their father. They adored this feeling. They felt like the happiest people in the world because they had the most doting father. Daddy, I love you so much. Tonight, Tong Tong wants to sleep with Daddy. Me too. Daddy, Meng Meng loves you. Tong Tong loves you too. The confessions of the two little ones made Mu Hanyu's heart feel a pang of jealousy. That big pig trotter was too despicable to steal her daughter's love. She wished she could bite him. The king called me to patrol the mountains. I will turn the world upside down, beating my drum, striking my gong. Life is full of... The king called me to patrol the mountains, catch a monk for dinner. Without warning, the climax hit, suddenly catching everyone off guard, and the audience's pupils widened in astonishment. While the lyrics from my idol are too explosive. My goodness, it's so sweet, so sugary sweet. My idol really is a doting man, refreshing my understanding. While being the daughter of my idol is too blissful. What should I do? I really want to be my idol's daughter. Idol, come with me. I have a mine at home, and I only spoil one person every day. The audience was in an uproar, especially the cute girls and little Lolas who were nearly rushing to the stage. It was clear that the escalating, bewitching melody had completely ensnared the audience into the world of this song, as more and more spectators gathered from all directions. The number of people increased from 100 to 200, then 300, 500. At this moment in the Love Harbor restaurant, Luo Zetian was sending Feng Shiyuan away when they happened to notice the commotion and heard Xian's explosive melody. The king called me to patrol the mountains, catch a monk for dinner. Hearing the captivating melody, they both turned their gazes over, their expressions filled with surprise. That person. Could it be Xian at 30 seconds double speed for wild bees flying? Luo Zetian said in astonishment, looking at the young man on stage. Isn't that Xian? Tisk, this kid is impressive. Not only does he surpass me in piano skills, but his singing is also extraordinary. My teacher once told me that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Huaxiao, and I didn't believe it. Now it seems I was too arrogant back then. Haha, brother Feng, don't be like that. Since ancient times there have been talents like Xian, but how many can there be? Hearing such admiration from his well-known friend, if the outside world knew, it would surely stir up a great storm, as someone was making his friend say that he was beyond ordinary. As the bewitching song drew to a close, the venue fell into unprecedented silence, with the audience still immersed in the lingering melody. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. The silence lasted for a dozen seconds before thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and some cute girls still had blissful smiles on their faces, making one unable to resist wanting to have a sip of their happiness. Wow, big brother sings so well. Can you sign my name? I want to become a person like you and bring joy to everyone in the future. Little girl Yuan excitedly said this, while carefully taking out a photo from her pocket, which was a handsome picture of Xian preserved, while showing that Yuan was his diehard fan. Of course. Then Yi Xian swiftly signed a stylish signature, writing a phone number on the back of the photo, and said to Yuan's parents, "Your little girl has a good singing talent. Wandering around and performing isn't a long-term plan. You can call this number in the future. It might change your daughter's life." This. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yuan's parents were first stunned, and then overjoyed, excitedly bowing in gratitude. What they held in their hands was not just a photo, but a key to another world for their daughter. Hee, all right, little girl, I wish you achieve your musical dreams soon. Goodbye. Saying this, he waved goodbye to the little girl holding one of them and walked away. Goodbye, big brother. Yuan won't let you down. After 2 days together, Chinichio felt a surge of emotions. Honestly, this son-in-law was truly impeccable. Even she, the mother-in-law, was envious. The day's events flashed in her mind, from coming to the Lantern Festival to win a Pikachu for the 2 little ones to playing piano for her daughter in the restaurant and gifting her a beautiful Yunjin Qipao. The next morning. Goodbye, Grandma. Outside the Geelong villa, the 2 little ones waved goodbye to Chunichio as she needed to return to assist in handling matters with 2 other groups in the capital. After seeing off Chunichio, not long after returning to the villa, Aunt Chun came in holding a package. Son-in-law, your package. Oh. Hearing Aunt Chin's words, his gaze fell on the package, realizing something. He tore open the envelope, only to find it was the household registration book. The household registration book has arrived. Oh, we must register without delay. Seeing the household registration book in Yi Xian's hands, Mu Hanyue thought of the marriage contract. If they didn't sign the contract, it would be meaningless to get married. Although her relationship with that guy wasn't the same as before, it wouldn't hurt to get registered just in case. Alright. Yi Xian readily agreed, as this was something already decided. Half an hour later. In front of the marriage registration office, with a squeak, a Bugatti Veyron came to a precise stop. As soon as he got out, he was intercepted by 5 or 6 bodyguards. Hanyu, a long time no see. A handsome young man approached holding a bouquet of flowers. Shangwan Hongtian. Upon seeing him, Mu Hanyue frowned slightly. The Shangwan family, like the Mu family, was a hidden aristocratic family, and the 2 had grown up together. However, Shangwan Hongtian had been determined to marry Mu Hanyue for 5 years, and even learned she had 2 daughters, yet his feelings did not change. But Mu Hanyue had always regarded him as a brother, resulting in him being beaten countless times. Originally looking at Mu Hanyue, his expression suddenly turned cold upon seeing Yi Xian. Hanyue, this is that little... Shut up. Before Shangwan Hongtian could finish, Mu Hanyue admonished him. I warn you, Yi Xian is my man. If you dare to disrespect him, believe it or not, I will beat you. Around Shangwan Hongtian, his bodyguards twitched their lips. Only Mu Hanyue could speak to their young master like this. Although they blocked the way, they dared not lay a finger on Mu Hanyue. Even if she didn't care, their young master would dispose of them at the first opportunity. And from now on, call me Sister Hanyue. Do not call my name again, or otherwise every time you do I will hit you once. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Hongtian was filled with defiance, glaring at Yi Xian. Kid, I want to challenge you to a duel. Since Shangwan Hongtian nearly drowned 5 years ago, if it weren't for Mu Hanyue's desperate efforts to save him, he would have died long ago, and during that incident Mu Hanyue was also injured by glass in the water, almost losing her life. Because of this, he had pursued Mu Hanyue for 5 years, but unfortunately, she felt nothing for him, and only regarded him. You want to duel with him? Shangwan Hongtian, are you crazy? Others might not know, but Mu Hanyue was very clear. Yi Xian's strength surpassed that of her many bodyguards, let alone Shangwan Hongtian. Even 20 Shangwan Hongtians would likely not be a match for this big pig trotter. Kid, do you dare? Shangwan Hongtian took a provocative stance, leaving Mu Hanyue speechless. Moreover, he added, I heard you're the heartbreaker who abandoned Hanyue 3 years ago. Don't worry, as long as you leave Hanyue, I promise not to bother you again, and I will treat Tong Tong and Meng Meng as my own daughters, and take care of Hanyue well. If you persist in your stubbornness, don't blame me for being rude. Mu Hanyue. Shangwan Hongtian, you. Before she could finish, Yi Xian interrupted with interest, looking at Shangwan Hongtian. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Of course. Shangwan Hongtian replied firmly, wanting to defeat the heartbreaker openly and win Hanyue's heart. Alright, I accept your challenge. Mu Hanyue, Yi Xian, you. Be careful. She wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent, thinking perhaps Shangwan Hongtian's method could resolve things with Yi Xian. Shangwan Hongtian grinned. Don't worry, Hanyue, I will go easy on him. Easy on him. I mean, be careful not to get... Mu Hanyue rolled her eyes at Shangwan Hongtian. This kid was really too arrogant. Kid, watch me knock you down with one punch. Hanyue can only be my Shangwan Hongtian's woman. With a huff, Shangwan Hongtian swung a punch towards Yi Xian's forehead, moving quickly a speed that ordinary people couldn't withstand. His bodyguards looked on with slight amusement. Slap! Before the bodyguards could even register their thoughts, a crisp sound of a slap echoed, and in the next moment, they saw their young master flying away like a graceful arc, stunned for a moment before recovering. What the hell? Their young master was knocked away. Thud! Between the dazed bodyguards, their young master had already appeared 3 or 4 meters away, yet even so they dared not make a move. After all, Mu Hanyue, being their young master, could not withstand, was not someone they could afford to offend. Moreover, the Mu and Shangwan families had been on good terms for generations, and Shangwan Hongtian's father was even close friends with Mu Hangshu's father. Therefore they could not ask, nor dared to ask. Shangwan Hongtian, who had crashed onto the ground, rolled twice before stopping in a sorry state. Damn, you, will destroy you. Struggling to his feet, Shangwan Hongtian charged forward, but before he could get close, Yi Xian kicked out like a phantom with a bang, its speed no less than the flight of the bumblebee, played at 30-second double speed. With a whoosh before Xuan Hongtian could react, he flew backward at an even faster speed, this time a full 5 or 6 meters, causing the 5 or 6 bodyguards to gulp down their saliva. What? That guy is so strong. The earlier palm might have been the young master's carelessness, but how to explain that kick? A distance of 5 or 6 meters the young master couldn't. Cough probably got beaten up. Their gazes toward Ye Xian instantly turned wary. Damn, no wonder he was the man Miss Mu had her eye on. Indeed, not simple. But their young master was in for a tough time. Although they didn't know the background of this guy, just by Mu Hangshu's protective nature, no one dared to touch him. So it was for the Mu family, and likewise for their Xuan family. As for Xuan Hongtian, he was also stunned by the kick. Impossible. How is that possible? Xuan Hongtian, lying on the ground in a sorry state, stared blankly at Ye Xian across from him. Although his skills couldn't compare to his father's personal guards, ordinary bodyguards were no match for him. Yet he couldn't even resist this guy. No matter who you are, Mu Hanshue is my woman. If you come bothering again, next time he'll cripple you. Having said that, ignoring Xuan Hongtian's stupefaction, he domineeringly wrapped his arm around Mu Hangshu's slender waist and walked toward the Civil Affairs Bureau, leaving Xuan Hongtian and the 5 or 6 bodyguards bewildered in the wind. Especially the 5 or 6 bodyguards, they stared at Ye Xian's back as if he were a madman. That guy dared to threaten their young master like that, truly. The first time in history. If outsiders learned that the young master of the prestigious Xuan family had been publicly threatened, it would surely cause an uproar. Young master, are you alright? Not until Mu Hanshue had walked far away did the 5 or 6 bodyguards swarm over to help their young master up. But at this moment Xuan Hongtian was clearly dazed, the scenes playing over in his mind. He knew that guy had held back, otherwise he would have been dead by now. After being stunned for 7 or 8 seconds, Xuan Hongtian finally came to his senses and immediately dialed a number. It was none other than Mu Hangshu's assistant and bodyguard, Sister Xiaoli. What background does that Ye Xian have? Background? You mean the young master? Upon hearing this, Xiaoli was slightly taken aback, then quickly guessed what had happened. It seemed Xuan Hongtian had gone to confess to the young lady again, and today the young lady had gone with the young master to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. As for what would happen, she could imagine. The Xuan family's young master had probably been taught a lesson by the young master. Then she proceeded to list Ye Xian's various talents and achievements, from cooking to martial arts to singing to musical instruments. After a moment, having heard Xiaoli's account, Xuan Hongtian stood frozen in place, his gaze toward the Civil Affairs Bureau, filled with complexity. Sister Xiaoli, what did you say? That Ye Xian single-handedly took down more than 10 bodyguards protecting your young lady, and his skills are not inferior. Xuan Hongtian's mind went blank. The more than 10 bodyguards protecting Mu Hanshue were all elites secretly trained by the Mu family, yet that guy had taken down over 10 of them. Even more alarming, even Sister Xiaoli might not be a match. My goodness, no wonder that guy had subdued him with a single move. Damn, such a being was far better than the martial arts coaches his old man had found for him. On the other end, Xiaoli earnestly warned Xuan Hongtian. Young master Xuan, let me remind you, our young master is even more protective than the young lady. If anyone dares to covet Tong Tong Mengming or the young lady, he is capable of anything. Cough, alright, I understand. Xuan Hongtian coughed dryly. He had felt that deeply. If not for the restraint, he would have been dead already. Listening to the conversation between their young master and Xiaoli, the 5 or 6 bodyguards smiled awkwardly, secretly grateful they hadn't made a move, or they would have been in even worse shape than the young master. Aren't you going to take your hand off? Mu Hanshue, who had already entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, glared at Ye Xian. She had let him hold her waist just to get rid of Xuan Hongtian, but this guy had taken advantage and refused to let go for so long. What's wrong with holding my own wife's waist? He completely ignored Mu Hangshu's words, then paused. Besides, it's not like I haven't touched it before. What did you say? Hearing the pig's trotter's words, Mu Hanshu shot him a sharp glare, her pretty face burning as she thought of something, her heart pounding wildly. But being provoked by that bastard, she forgot the main topic. By the way, did you sleep well last night? Want to change positions today? What did you say? Hearing the pig's trotter's words, Mu Hanshu shot him a sharp glare, her pretty face burning as the outrageous words almost made Mu Hangshu's hair stand on end. If it weren't a public place, she would have bitten him to death. This bastard was too despicable talking about that here. If he hadn't forced her yesterday, how could she have? I'll spit, Mu Hanshu, what are you thinking? The two of them, flirting and bickering, looked exactly like a loving couple, unintentionally throwing a wave of dog food that left the surrounding couples waiting to get their marriage certificates feeling very choked. While showing off love in the Civil Affairs Bureau, really? Damn, what did I do wrong? I come to get a marriage certificate early in the morning and have to see this. Oh my god, that handsome guy is so hot. I feel regret, I don't want to get married now, what should I do? I once had a friend who showed off love just like that guy, but now the weeds on his grave are over a person tall. The couples getting marriage certificates erupted in commotion. They were forced to eat this wave of dog food very unwillingly, but they couldn't just leave, they had numbers to wait for. Look what you've done, take your hand off. Feeling the blatant envy from the many couples, Mu Hangshu's pretty face flushed hotly. She had never been stared at like this before. What do you mean what I've done? I just want to change positions tonight. Why are you making me sleep on the floor? Do you want to change positions on the floor? Damn. Can you not be so cruel? Showing off love really kills. Changing positions on the floor, goddamn. These two are good looking and so playful. Really damn, when they get back they should try the experience of changing positions on the floor too. Wave after wave of dog food attacks emerged, stuffing the mouths of the couples. Even the Civil Affairs Bureau was filled with their dog food. Especially the unmarried single dogs in the bureau, their eyes were so resentful. Having worked here so long, they had never seen such a level of lovey-dovey display. As single dogs, they thought they were single nobles, but now they realized they were worse than stray dogs. Coincidentally, the one handling their marriage registration was a pretty single girl. Looking at Xuan, she couldn't help feeling a deep loss. Why couldn't such a treasure of a man be her boyfriend? So sad. Soon with the stamp pressed down, 2 marriage certificates were placed before Xuan and Xuan. So I'm really married now. Seeing the marriage certificate before him, Xuan sighed deeply. Who would have thought he was still a college student? The pretty single girl responsible for registration had a river of tears in her heart. She really wanted to say, handsome, if you don't agree you can back out. How about considering me? But the last shred of rationality told her she absolutely could not say that. If she said it, her iron rice bowl would probably be lost. If it's just a stamp of formality. What's the big deal? As if I did something to you. She rolled her eyes at Xuan. This bastard was really taking advantage and playing innocent. The two's bickering made the registration girl's heart ache. Why were all the good men taken by other women? When would she get married? What was so sad, so blue? After getting the marriage certificates, the two came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice interrupted their steps. Wait. The familiar voice was the same as when they arrived. The person was none other than the Xuan family's young master, Xuan Hongtian, with a swollen cheek, accompanied by 5 or 6 bodyguards. However, this time, both Xuan Hongtian and the bodyguards looked at Xuan with completely changed expressions. Xuan Hongtian, do you want another beating? Seeing Xuan Hongtian coming again, she glared at him. She somewhat regretted risking half her life to save this kid 5 years. Cough, cough. The 5 or 6 bodyguards saw Xuan smile, fade, their hearts pounding. They secretly gulped. Damn, this guy was the one who easily took down more than 10 elite Mu family experts. No. It's not like that, Miss Mo. Our young master, he. Thump. Before the bodyguards could finish, in Mu Hangshu's bewildered expression, Xuan Hongtian knelt directly on the ground with both knees. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. The sudden kneeling was smooth and natural, as if practiced 1,000 times in private. But it completely stunned Mu Hanshua. She stared wide-eyed at the headache-inducing Xuan Hongtian. What are you? Wanting to become his disciple? Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, silence reigned. Mu Hanshua stared in bewilderment at Xuan Hongtian, who was kneeling before Xuan. Xuan Hongtian, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're doing? Are you trying to anger your parents to death? This scene truly shocked Mu Hanshua. The twist was too sudden for her to accept. Behind Xuan Hongtian, 5 or 6 bodyguards had sweat dripping from their foreheads like beans. Damn, if news of the young master's actions reached the Xuan family, the master would surely beat him senseless. Are you joking? Who was Xuan Hongtian? He was the young master of the Xuan family, the only son and future heir. Now he was kneeling to a young man of similar age as his master. How could this not invite ridicule? How could he command respect with such behavior? Seeing Mu Hangshu's exasperated scolding, Xuan Hongtian remained unmoved. Becoming a supreme expert has been my lifelong dream, a dream that has accompanied me for over 20 years. Though I don't know how powerful my master is, my intuition tells me that if I miss this chance, I will regret it for the rest of my life. He called master with such familiarity as if Xuan had already accepted him as a disciple. However, Mu Hanshua dismissed his so-called dream with disdain. Nonsense. Xuan Hongtian, do you know who you are? You are the only son of the Xuan family, the biological son of Uncle Xuan, and the future leader of the family. If other clans learn of your actions today, how will you manage the vast Xuan family? How will you command respect? The two families were on good terms, and Mu Hanshua knew the Xuan family situation well. She could already anticipate Uncle Xuan's reaction upon learning of this matter. So what? If I can't even fulfill my lifelong dream, how can I talk about expanding the Xuan family? If that's the case, I'd rather not be the future leader. At this moment, Xuan Hongtian was incredibly resolute. Having learned of Xuan's extraordinary nature from Shaoli, the scene just now surged in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that the master before him would surely change his life and fulfill his lifelong dream. Even so, what fear is there in opposing the whole world? Interesting. Sensing Xuan Hongtian's resolute obsession, a stubbornness emanating from his very bones, Xuan had originally held some reservations about this young man, but now he found him quite agreeable. Hearing Xuan's words, Mu Hangshu's heart skipped a beat. She had an ominous feeling. Xuan, let me tell you, Xuan Hongtian's identity is not simple. If you take him as a disciple, even I may not be able to protect you. Without hesitation, Mu Hanshua directly warned him of the seriousness of the matter. Xuan, however, clearly paid no heed to her words. Instead, he gave a meaningful smile to Xuan Hongtian and said, you really want to become my disciple? Please, master, accept me as your disciple. With a thud, as Mu Hanshua looked on in bewilderment, Xuan Hongtian slammed his forehead against the ground, producing a dull sound. Mu Hanshua felt as if she were seeing Xuan Hongtian for the first time. She had never seen him so stubborn. The 5 or 6 bodyguards behind him dared not even breathe. The atmosphere was too oppressive, suffocating them. Seeing Xuan Hongtian's appearance, Xuan smiled faintly. In the future, to better protect the 2 little ones and his woman, his own strength alone would be limited. Though he didn't know exactly who Xuan Hongtian was, his background was clearly not simple. If it were simple, perhaps he wouldn't have considered taking him on. However, becoming his disciple wasn't that easy. Accepting you as a disciple is not impossible. Really? Xuan Hongtian's eyes shone with brilliance upon hearing the master's words. As for the 5 or 6 bodyguards, they were shocked. Oh my God, these two. One dares to become a disciple, and the other dares to accept a disciple. Xuan, you. Mu Hanxue was anxious upon hearing this. This detestable big jerk, was he taking her words as wind? Shangguan Hongshan's status in the Shangguan family was even higher than hers. Alright, I have this under control. Mu Hanxue, you. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Mu Hanxue snorted in anger. She knew Yi Xian's temper somewhat. Once he decided on something, even 9 oxen couldn't pull. Yi Xian smiled at Mu Hangshue's reaction. However, if you want me to take you as a disciple, you must first withstand 3 palm strikes from me. After 3 strikes I will accept you. Good. Master, strike as you please. Not just 3 strikes. If it can fulfill my lifelong dream, even 30 strikes I am willing to endure. Hearing this, Shangguan Hongshan's eyes grew even more resolute. Just 3 strikes. Compared to his lifelong dream, they were insignificant. Is that so? As soon as Shangguan Hongshan's voice fell with a bang, he was sent flying by a palm strike from Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian struck with real force. A cracking sound of bone breaking echoed, and in the next moment a figure was already 7 or 8 meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground with incredible speed. Sigh. This speed. The 5 or 6 bodyguards were dumbfounded by the sudden attack, their eyes filled with disbelief. What had they seen? Such speed. Impossible. Before they could react, the young master was sent flying 7 or 8 meters. On the other hand, Shangguan Hongtian, with his ribs broken from the palm strike, had a glint of brilliance in his eyes. So this was what a true expert looked like. Puffed. As Shangguan Hongtian struggled to rise, he spat a mouthful of blood. Young master. The 5 or 6 bodyguards rushed forward upon seeing their young master injured and bleeding from the mouth. Were they joking? If anything happened to their young master, even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone. Cough. Again, Shangguan Hongshan's persistence and stubbornness erupted at this moment. Mu Hanxue was also stunned as she looked at him. She had never imagined Shangguan Hongtian could possess such toughness. She had to admit that his charm had increased considerably at this moment. That's enough, Yi Xian. If this continues, something will happen. Bang. Without answering Mu Hanxue, Yi Xian's figure flickered, striking Shangguan Hongtian with even greater speed than before. This time, he was not only sent flying 7 or 8 meters, but also slid more than a meter along the ground before stopping. Before Shangguan Hongtian even landed, bright red blood sprayed into the air, strikingly vivid under the gold. That was not all. Even after landing, Shangguan Hongtian continued to spew blood from his mouth. Clearly, he was injured further, with countless ribs broken and even his internal organs somewhat displaced. Pain. An indescribable pain pierced through his cerebral cortex, nearly causing Shangguan Hongtian to lose consciousness. And this was only Yi Xian's second palm strike. If you want to become my disciple, you can still back out now. If I deliver the 3rd palm strike, I can't guarantee I won't take your life. Glancing at Shangguan Hongtian, who had been unable to rise for a long time, Yi Xian smiled faintly. My time is precious. 5 seconds. Either withdraw or continue. At this moment, Shangguan Hongtian was in agony, all over his body trembling. I am the only hope of the Shangguan family. How could I possibly withdraw? His eyes were bloodshot, his clothes soaked with blood, and his face unusually pale. In order to forge a protector for his daughter's future, Yi Xian had put great effort into this. Again, thud. Just as Shangguan Hongtian struggled to stand with all his might, he fell to one knee, blood gushing from his mouth. Cracking sounds came from his joints as he tried to rise, the very sound chilling to the bone. The 5 or 6 bodyguards had reddened eyes. They had never seen their young master so stubborn. They had always thought he was a child living under the protection of the master and mistress, but now they realized he had never forgotten his mission. Puffed. Another gush of blood spurted onto the ground, Shangguan Hongshan's face growing even paler. Master, please don't. Cough. The 3rd palm strike. Stubbornness, obstinacy, arrogance. All kinds of expressions filled Shangguan Hongshan's eyes at this moment, and what sustained him was only a single conviction. Bang. The moment Shangguan Hongshan's voice fell, Yi Xian had already struck. With even greater speed than the previous 2 times, he hit Shangguan Hongtian instantly. This time, Shangguan Hongtian was sent flying a full 10 meters and slid more than 2 meters along the ground before stopping. At the instant he landed, his eyes shone with a brilliant light. He had withstood the 3rd palm strike. Then his head lolled to the side, and he fell unconscious. Before losing consciousness, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. The 5 or 6 bodyguards were terrified, realizing that the young master was gravely injured beyond comparison. If the master and mistress were to know, they could hardly imagine such a scene. Even the entire Shangguan family would be in an uproar, especially the 2nd master, who would undoubtedly kill this guy. He is an interesting fellow. Looking at the unconscious Shangguan Hongtian, who wore a satisfied smile, he said, when your young master wakes up, tell him that I have accepted this disciple of his. Cough, cough. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The 5 or 6 bodyguards quickly took the young master into the car and rushed to the hospital. Damn it, if the young master was fine, that would be good. If anything happened, they would definitely be skinned alive by the master and mistress. You? Madman Yi Xian, you are a madman. Mu Hanyuan never expected Yi Xian to be so violent and ruthless. It was as if she was seeing a stranger. Was this guy really the one who doted on Tong Tong and Ming Ming? Seeing Mu Hanyu's startled expression, he knew this scene exceeded her expectations. He stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around her waist and pulling her close while his right hand grasped her smooth and fair chin, revealing a charming arc. Let's see if you dare to contradict your husband in the future. You. Feeling that annoying smile reappear, Mu Hanyue felt as if she were dreaming. How was my acting? Not bad, right? After teasing his wife, he smiled, clearly indicating that his earlier display was merely a test for Shangguan Hongtian. After all, that kid would be a shield for his 2 little lovers in the future. Acting. You. That was all just an act. Of course it was an act. Do you think I am so violent and bloodthirsty? He affectionately ruffled Mu Hanyu's hair, calming her slightly startled heart. That kid named Xuan Hantian is quite good. If I am not around in the future, he can still protect you and the two little ones. You won't be around. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Yi Xian mention that he might not be around one day made Mu Hanyue inexplicably anxious. To be honest, she had gotten used to having Yi Xian by her side during this time competing for the love of their two daughters. Compared to all his career accomplishments, none could match the affection this guy had for the three of them. Is this for Tong Tong? While contemplating, Mu Hanyue was not foolish. The recent events along with Shangwan Hanshin's transformation undoubtedly indicated that this familiar figure, despite being a nuisance, had good character. Most importantly, Shangwan Hantian would be the future head of the Shangwan family. If someone like him was there to protect their daughters, it would provide an extra layer of security for their safety in the future. I'm sorry, husband, I misunderstood you. Feeling inexplicably moved, Mu Hanyue blurted out, husband. When she came to her senses, her pretty face flushed like a sunset, yet at that moment, she felt no real resistance to calling him husband. Hee, after all that you've done for our daughters, how do you plan to repay me? Seeing his wife's charming demeanor, Yi Xian's mind filled with scenes. Why not? Repay me tonight. You. What the hell, why would I repay you? Humph. Learning that everything Yi Xian did was for the children and herself filled Mu Hanyue with sweetness, so sweet that it felt like her heart was melting. Moreover, hearing this naughty guy say they would share a bed tonight made her cheeks flush uncontrollably. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the parking lot of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why not collect some interest now? Looking at his beautiful wife, it would be a pity to not do something in such an atmosphere. He then directly leaned in and kissed Mu Hanyu's ruby lips in front of the astonished onlookers in the parking lot. Husband, you. The panicking Mu Hanyue called out husband again, but this time, it only served to give Yi Xian an advantage. This scene stunned the men and women in the parking lot. Damn, that's a passionate kiss. Damn, that girl is so beautiful, that guy is so lucky. Hey, if I could marry a girl like that, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Hey, don't say 10 years, I wouldn't even blink if it were 20. Whoa, that handsome guy is so handsome, I want to kiss him too. In no time, the two of them became the center of attention, leaving many car owners feeling parched, gulping down large swigs of water. Invisible dog food, this moment struck precisely in the hearts of the onlookers. Not only that, but even what they were eating felt like dog food. Some young couples, seeing the passionate kiss, also locked eyes and climbed into their cars to indulge in passionate kisses. However, the single people were anxious, helplessly watching two people in the parking lot exchanging dog food, feeling inexplicably heartbroken, yet unable to resist wanting more. They enjoyed this painful yet joyful moment. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After over 5 minutes, Mu Hanyue gasped for breath, almost fainting from lack of air, and pushed Yi Xian away, throwing him a mesmerizing glance that made him want to take her right there. You bastard, always taking advantage of me. Are you trying to kill me? Once she caught her breath, Mu Hanyue shot a glare at Yi Xian, who didn't realize that such things could be suffocating even though it felt amazing. Taking advantage. Isn't kissing your own wife just taking advantage? Oomph. Mu Hanyue knew she couldn't argue with Yi Xian, so she could only huff and not say anything more. However, this wave of dog food once again drowned the surrounding singles. Damn it, hurry up and leave. So many people are watching, it's so embarrassing. Seeing the heated gazes around her, Mu Hanyue awkwardly got into the Bugatti Chiron, trying to calm her flushed face. What are you afraid of? Didn't we have a similar situation yesterday? Shut up. Hearing Yi Xian mention yesterday's scene at the Love Harbor, which was identical to today, made her scalp tingle every time she... However, you seem much more proactive today than last time. Reflecting on the exquisite sensation from just now, he increasingly felt that his beautiful wife was becoming more and more charming. You don't mention it. Mu Hanyu's pretty face turned red to the roots of her ears. Unfortunately, the people in the parking lot could no longer see this scene, otherwise they would have been subjected to another wave of dog food. However, when everyone saw the Bugatti Chiron, their eyes widened. Damn, that's a Bugatti Chiron, oh my god. I can't be dreaming. Ooh, I actually saw a Bugatti Chiron, which is said to be no more than 5 in the whole world. Damn, those two just now are so rich. The market price of a Bugatti Chiron is over 100 million, and that's just the base model. A Bugatti Chiron that costs over 100 million, I admit I'm envious. I bet I couldn't afford even the wheels if I didn't eat or drink for 100 years. Jealousy is tearing me apart. The life of the rich is honestly beyond our comprehension. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of the Civil Affairs Bureau, all eyes were on that Bugatti Chiron. Good heavens, how could such a luxury car exist in their city? A car worth over 100 million, what does that represent? At the same time, while the dog food airstrike was happening in the parking lot, the 5 or 6 bodyguards reported this matter to their master Shangwan Xuanra. Meanwhile, at the Shangwan family villa in the imperial capital, Shangwan Xuanru, who was conversing with his second brother Shangwan Xianming, while sipping tea, received a phone call. Upon hearing the news from the other end, he abruptly stood up from his seat. What did you say? Han Tian was beaten badly and sent to the hospital with internal injuries, 6 broken ribs, and multiple fractures in the sternum. Crack. On the other end, Shangwan Xuanming, who was sipping tea, suddenly tightened his grip, crushing the delicate porcelain teacup, with hot tea spilling through his fingers. Unaware of the scalding tea in his hand, Shangwan Xianming exclaimed, "Bastard! How could Han Tian be so severely injured? What are you all doing?" His sharp roar made the glass in the entire villa feel as if it were about to shatter. The 5 or 6 bodyguards on the other side were also rendered speechless. Compared to the master, they feared the hot-tempered second master even more and immediately dared not hide anything recounting the events in detail. Mu family in the imperial capital. Mu Yutian learned of the matter and his face darkened. What? That wretched youngster sent Xuan Hantian to the hospital. Hearing this in his study, Mu Yutian felt his heart sink. He knew all too well how important Xuan Hantian was. The Xuan family's only heir and future head. The Xuan brothers would never let this go unpunished. The study door creaked open and a graceful figure entered. Shinichio, who had come to persuade Mu Yutian to support her son-in-law. What's wrong? Who riled you up so early? Shinichio asked soothingly as she saw Mu Yutian's ashen expression. Humph, isn't it that wretched brat your precious daughters bring back? Mu Yutian, already displeased with Yishian, paused. He beat Xuan Hantian and sent him to the hospital. No surprise. Once he learns of this, Xuan Xuanming, who fiercely protects his own, will surely come for us. Shinichio frowned. This was no small matter. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. They'll make a call to confirm. She dialed her daughter's number. As she listened to Hangshu's account, Shin Yiki's expression grew complex and surprised, and then a small smile curved her lips. No sooner had she hung up than an angry voice echoed through the Mu Villa. Mu Yutian, come out here. Has Second Lord Xuan, what business brings you to my residence? Though he knew their intent, Mu Yutian greeted them with a smile. He thought his family was in the wrong. Has Second Lord Xuan, what business brings you to my residence? Though he knew their intent, Mu Yutian greeted them with a smile. He thought his family was in the wrong. Mu Yutian, stop playing ignorant. Don't tell me you don't know. Your son-in-law has the gall to send my nephew Hantian to the hospital. If you do not give me an explanation today, they'll tear down your villa. Xuan Xianming seethed. Having no children of his own, he had long treated Hantian as his own and placed high hopes on him. Hearing this, he was far from calm. He would make a scene if necessary to see justice for his nephew. Xuanming, to be honest, I only just learned of it. I don't know the particulars. Humph. Don't give me that. Hand over your son-in-law. I do not want to make war with your Mu family, otherwise. Your Mu family and my Xuan family will have no ties from now on. Hearing Xuan Xuanming, Mu Yutian felt he could tear that wretched brat limb from limb. What a mess the boy had caused them. Shinichio, seeing Xuan Xuanming's rage and recalling her daughter's words, smiled knowingly. Second Lord Xuan, please calm down. I already spoke with Hanshua by phone. Oh, she was present and told me how it happened. She paused, and seeing Xuanming's anger ease slightly, continued, the cause of this matter is not Yishian's fault. Hantian provoked it. Perhaps you do not know, Hantian has already taken Yishian, our son-in-law, as his master. Shin Yiki's words stunned Xuan Xianming. Even Mu Yutian was taken aback. Become a disciple of that wretched brat. Impossible. Xuan Xianming snapped. Ridiculous. Hantian would never apprentice himself to a mere stripling. If he wanted a teacher, I could find him the finest masters. Right and wrong can be easily verified. If you doubt me, ask your own people. Your 5 or 6 Xuan bodyguards were there. Perhaps they withheld the full story out of fear of blame. A keen light flickered in Shun Yiki's eyes. Her read on the psychology of those 5 or 6 Xuan bodyguards was uncannily precise. At that moment, a call came in. When Xuan Xianming saw, it was his elder brother Xuan Xuanruo. He answered, and his expression grew complicated as he listened. Big brother, are you sure? That little rogue Hantian actually apprenticed to that Mu family's brat. Xuan Xuanming's shocked outburst made the seasoned Xuan retainers behind him wince. To hurl such an insult at Hantian risked an indirect affront to their family head. Second brother, come home. This is a family matter. Do not make a public spectacle. Xuan Xuanruo paused on the other end. This has nothing to do with the Mu family. Hantian has regained consciousness. Although his injuries are serious, they are not fatal. He admitted it. All of this was his doing, unrelated to Yishian or the Mu family. What? Well, Xuan Xianming was dumbfounded. Alright, I understand. After hanging up, his face showed embarrassment. Ahem. Mu Yutian, the matter has been clarified, and your Mu family is not involved. However, it is true that your son-in-law Yishian struck my nephew. When I teach that boy a lesson, your Mu family must not intervene. At his elder brother's word, Xuan Xuanming's immediate thought was to give that boy a sound thrashing, so his nephew would be satisfied. If this story spread, how would the Xuan family save face? Of course. Since Second Lord Xuan is standing up for his nephew, we have no reason to act. Shinichio smiled faintly. Mu Yutian opened his mouth, but remained silent. He also wanted to see how formidable that wretched boy truly was. Modu. On the highway to Tongluan, a supercar sped along. While a near catastrophe had unfolded in the imperial capital, Yishian was taking Mu Hanshua and their 2 little ones home to meet his parents. After all, they had collected their marriage certificate, only meeting the parents remained. They also had one task this trip, to register Tongtong and Mingming, changing their surnames from Mu Yutong and Mu Yumeng to Yi Yutong and Yi Yuming. Mu Hanshua had just finished a call with her mother Shinichio. Watching the landscape blur past the window and breathing the refreshing air, she felt thoroughly at ease. The air here was at least twice as good as Moda's center. Wow, Daddy's home smells so good. Mom, I heard Daddy's village even has a 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. Listening to the children's chattering, Yishian's mouth softened with paternal fondness. It's not just a rumor. Daddy grew up there. You'll love that place. Hee really. Then Daddy, drive faster. The closer they drew to Yishian's hometown, Goeishu village in Tongluan, the fresher the air became. Mu Hanshua felt a flutter of anticipation though. More than anything, she was nervous. After all, this was her first time meeting his parents. What are you nervous? Yishian asked with a gentle smile as he took Mu Hangshu's slender hand. Caught out Mu Hangshu's delicate face flushed. Was nervous. Hee, mommy is shy nervous now. Mommy, don't be nervous. Every awkward bride has to meet the in-laws. Mu Hanxue fell silent. You two little ones, mommy truly dotes on you in vain. Mu Hanxue felt a pang of frustration. She could bear that bastard bullying her, but these two little ones kept teasing her. For a moment, she felt rather defeated. In Guishu village, a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. Even from a distance, the faint sweet scent of the flowers filled the air. Yi Xian smiled as he caught the familiar aroma, a fragrance that had accompanied him for 20 years. With a squeal of brakes, the car came to a halt at the village entrance. The rich scent of osmanthus greeted them as they stepped out. Ah, so fragrant. Mama, come smell this heavenly osmanthus. Tong Tong and Mengming, the two little ones, bolted out of the car as soon as Mu Hanxue opened the door, deeply inhaling the delightful fragrance. Mu Hanxue also stepped out of the car, captivated by the picturesque rural scenery before her. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of admiration. Yi Xian, is this your hometown? Mu Hanxue's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe that such a beautiful place existed in the world. Under the blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters, curling smoke rose from chimneys, and the air was filled with a refreshing, indescribably pleasant scent of osmanthus. This feeling could only be understood through personal experience. Coming here would redefine one's perception of life's pleasures. Here there was not a trace of worldly noise, making it feel like a utopia beyond the mundane world, a paradise on earth. Seeing the expressions on his wife and the two little ones, Yi Xian was not surprised. When he had first been reborn into this world, he too had been stunned by the beauty of the scenery. Or in his words, this place should not exist in the world. It was precisely because of its picturesque beauty that his parents, though a teacher and an engineer with a decent life, chose to stay here rather than buy a house in the city. The scenery and environment were the reason. If one chose to retire here, living an extra 10 or 8 years would be no problem at all. While Mu Hanxue and the two little ones were admiring Guishu village, the elderly villagers gathered around a stone table at the entrance playing chess also noticed Yi Xian's group. Wow, that car looks expensive. I wonder which rich guy is here to tour our place. Indeed, though we're not a bustling area or a tourist spot, our environment is unmatched, at least several times better than any tourist attraction. That's true. But, don't you find that young man familiar? Under the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree, the village chief Chen Jianghe and the elderly villagers, while speaking, cast their gazes toward Yi Xian, who was smiling and introducing the village to Mu Hanxue and the kids. Suddenly, the elder's eyes widened. Hey, isn't that Yunfei's little Yezi? The over 60 village chief Chen Jianghe narrowed his cloudy eyes and recognized Yi Xian. Ah, the kid who was the first in our village to get into Moda University. Cough, it's really him. That rascal used to fish in my pond every other day when he was little. I know him even if he were ashes. Old Wang, that's ancient history. Little Yezi has made something of himself now. The elders, having recognized Yi Xian, all stood up. That little fellow was the first from their village to get into university, and the best one in Modu at that, bringing great honor to their village among the surrounding areas. At that moment, Yi Xian with Mu Hanxue and the two little ones arrived under the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. Grandpa village chief, long time no see. Hello all you grandpas. Seeing Chen Changhe and the others standing to greet him, Yi Xian dared not be presumptuous. These were the village's most respected elders. What brings you back at this time? And this is... Chen Changhe was delighted to see the village's most promising young man return. He glanced at Mu Hanxue and the two little ones. All right, Grandpa village chief, let me introduce you. As he spoke, Yi Xian took Mu Hanxue's hand. Grandpa village chief, this is my wife, and these two little ones are my daughters. What? The elders, who had been all smiles, were stunned by Yi Xian's introduction, including Chen Jianghe. This news hit them like a thunderbolt. Little Yezi was married and his children were 2 years old. When did that happen? I say, little Yezi, that's not right. Your father too. How could you not tell us about such a big event as your wedding? Wang Jinshui, the elder next to the village chief with the second highest prestige, pretended to frown. Hearing this, Mu Hanxue's pretty face flushed slightly. Cough, how could I dare not tell you? But it's a long story. I only recently found out that Hanxue had given birth to 2 daughters. You see, we just registered our marriage. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out the marriage certificate and handed it to Chen Jianghe. Hanxue, this is our village chief, Grandpa Chen. This is Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Li, Grandpa Feng. Hello, Grandpa Chen. Hello, Grandpa Wang. Hello, Grandpa Li. These were the elders Yi Xian respected. Though Mu Hanxue was usually the decisive CEO of Tianji Group here, she was just Yi Xian's wife and the mother of the 2 little ones, so she was careful not to be careless. Tong Tong Mingming, come greet the grandpas. Hee, hello, Grandpa village chief. Hello, Grandpa Wang. Hello, Grandpa Li. Hello, Grandpa Feng. The 2 little ones blinked their big sparkling eyes and called out sweetly, melting the hearts of Chen Jianghe and the other elders, who beamed with joy. Hee, good, wonderful. Their adorable lisping voices delighted the old men, making them feel 10 years younger. After reading Yi Xian's marriage certificate, Chen Jianghe understood that they had indeed not officially married yet. Though old, he was not rigid. Many people nowadays had children before marriage. So you came back to introduce your daughter-in-law to your parents? Hee, of course. With such a beautiful wife, I had to come back and show off. Mu Hanxue gave him a playful glare, while Chen Changhe chuckled. You're still the same as ever. Indeed, little Yezi stole fish from my pond quite a few times when he was young. Old man Feng chimed in, clearly the one who had That's nothing. My chicken coop was so scared by that rascal that the chickens refused to come home. My dog was terrified of little Yezi. And mine. Hearing the elders expose his childhood mischief, Yi Xian's forehead broke into a sweat. Mu Hanxue looked at him in surprise and whispered curiously, You were that naughty when you were little? Yi Xian paused. Cough, well, not too bad. In his heart, he wished he could erase his childhood memories. After all, he had been the king of the kids in Guishu village, so feared that even dogs wouldn't come near him. If he was like that, then now that he had a system and had become a man with a system, he was even more so. To be honest, at this moment, Xuan didn't care about anyone, not even the heavens. Wow, Daddy is so awesome. He was that amazing when he was little. Yeah, we're not nearly as good as Daddy was. The grandpa's little fish, little chickens, and little dogs must be so much fun. The two little ones' eyes gleamed with excitement. They wanted to follow in their daddy's footsteps. Oh no. Seeing the familiar glint in the little one's eyes, even Xuan felt a sense of dread. Had they said something they shouldn't have? It was as if they were looking at two little Xuans from years ago. One little Xuan, the king of kids, had been enough to turn the village upside down. Two of them. The thought alone made their scalps tingle. Cough, look, you've scared the grandpas. I warn you, don't do what your daddy did when he was little, understand? Or mommy will be angry. Xuan warned the restless little ones. We know, mommy. We're good kids. Tong Tong and Ming Meng replied obediently, but the gleam in their eyes didn't diminish in the slightest, it only grew stronger. This made Xuan and the others feel even more uneasy, silently deciding to keep a close watch on their fish ponds, chicken coops, and dogs. Cough. Xuan of course noticed the elders' wariness. Grandpa village chief, they're actually very well behaved. Is that so? Xuan paused, then also exposed the truth. Back in the day, you were very well behaved too. Xuan. Ta. The elders burst into laughter at Xuan's embarrassment. Xuan couldn't help but smile. They all clearly understood the village chief's implication. Lip service didn't matter. The real problem was when the body couldn't be controlled. The young Xuan had perfected the art of saying one thing and doing another. And the Tong Tong and Meng Meng before them in spirit and demeanor were practically Xuan's clones. After a pleasant 10-minute chat, Xuan turned to Old Man Feng. Grandpa Feng, can I borrow your fish pond today? I'll grill fish for everyone this afternoon. Old Man Feng. You're still scheming after my fish pond. Old Man Feng's beard bristled with anger, but thinking of the village's most promising young man, he relented. I'll forget it. You stole so many times as a kid, one more time won't matter. They'll consider it a welcome feast for your wife and daughters. Seeing Mu Hangshu's refined demeanor, Old Man Feng played the Xuan cough. Thank you, Grandpa Feng. It's all because of your pretty wife and adorable kids. Don't thank me. After speaking, Old Man Feng turned to Xuan. Village chief, go ahead and notify the whole village. This afternoon, everyone come to my fish pond. No matter how many fish we catch, you'll cover it. Hey, good. Xuan, seeing Old Man Feng's generosity, smiled and looked at Xuan. Little Yezi, we can chat more over grilled fish this afternoon. Go home first. I think your parents are waiting for you. Okay. Grandpa village chief, everyone see you this afternoon. With that, he waved goodbye to Xuan and the other elders. Watching the Yi family walk away, the elders were filled with emotion. Time flies. Little Yezi, the king of kids, now has kids of his own, over 2 years old. Indeed. We old folks don't have many years left. By the way, old Zhou, isn't your grandson interning at some paternity testing center in Modu? He's coming too, right? Make sure to bring him this afternoon. Hearing the village chief's words, old Zhou nodded. Good idea. Let me call him and tell him the good news. Then old Zhou dialed his grandson's number. Meanwhile, at Zhou Zishan's maternal grandmother's house in Huaishu village. Ring. Zhou Zishan's phone rang. Seeing it was his grandfather, he answered. When he learned the news, he was stunned. Grandpa, what did you say? Yezi came to Guishu village with his wife and 2 daughters. And he's going to grill fish for the whole village this afternoon. Okay, Grandpa, don't worry. He'll be right there. After hanging up, Zhou Zitian recalled the time he had helped Xuan with a paternity test at the center. He stared blankly for a long time toward Guishu village. My goodness, Yezi sure works fast. In Gui Tree village, along the small path between neighbors, Xuan could no longer suppress her curiosity and said, Xuan, were you really that mischievous as a child? Of course not, Xuan replied. Don't listen to what the village chief says. Oh, I was actually quite well behaved. Suddenly a small dog from the nearby yard barked loudly at Xuan, interrupting his words. Xuan. However, this was just the beginning. With that bark, all the dogs in the village rushed out of their yards, their eyes fixed on Xuan, radiating an unmistakable alertness. Caught off guard by this sudden scene, Xuan was stunned. At that moment, she even felt an impulse to burst out laughing. Did all the dogs in the village know that Xuan had arrived? They all seemed to resist him. What kind of heinous act had this guy committed to provoke such a reaction? Had he disturbed their doghouses or stolen their puppies? In her mind, Xuan vividly envisioned Xuan dismantling doghouses and snatching puppies, and she couldn't help but chuckle. She never expected this guy who seemed so unassuming to be up to such mischief. Hey Xuan, what kind of look is that? Do you believe I won't beat you up? Seeing Xuan's expression, Xuan clearly realized she must have thought of him in a certain way, even if it was only slightly true. Wow, Dad is amazing. All the dogs have come to greet him. It's so impressive, so admirable. The 2 little ones, upon hearing the barking of the dogs, were so intimidated that none of them dared to approach, which made them admire Xuan even more. These guys scram. Listening to the 2 little ones, Xuan thought that he would rather not have their admiration. With a flick of his mind, he unleashed an invisible magnetic force toward the surrounding pack of dogs. Woof! More than 20 dogs were startled by the sudden attack, casting wary glances at Xuan before fleeing in a panic, even barking a few times as they ran away. To Xuan, this scene, where Xuan effortlessly dealt with the dogs, revealed that this seemingly clumsy guy was quite adept. Thus, wherever Xuan passed, no dog was left behind. However, the entire village was in an uproar, rushing out of their homes. Upon seeing the scene before them, they quickly understood. They had been puzzled by why the dogs were barking like crazy, only to realize that the boy from the Ye family had returned. Once they realized this, their attention was soon drawn to Muhan Yue, who was beside Ye Xian with her fair skin, beautiful appearance, and elegant demeanor. Hey, who is that beautiful girl and the two little ones next to the Ye family boy? I've never seen them before. Yeah, I've never heard Ye Xian mention them, or his dad. Could they be relatives? Speaking of which, the Ye family boy has indeed made something of himself. He's at the Magic City University. It's been 3 years already. Time flies so fast. That's right, my son is just about to take the high school entrance exam this year. Many villagers chattered and speculated about the identities of Muhan Yue and the two little ones. However, under the gaze and greetings of the villagers, Muhan Yue became increasingly nervous, as this was her first meeting with her future in-laws. Not long after, with her nerves steeled, Muhan Yue, led by Ye Xian, arrived at a beautifully decorated yet modern bamboo house. One glance was enough to tell that this bamboo house had been meticulously designed, and the designer was certainly not ordinary. Are you satisfied with this bamboo house? It was all put together by my dad and his colleagues. They are all acquaintances. However, even so, the construction cost nearly 300,000. If it were outsiders with the design fees, it wouldn't come down to less than 500,000 each. With such a beautiful scenery, no wonder uncle spent so much money building this bamboo house. Muhan Yue looked around at the lush mountains and clear waters surrounding the bamboo house, filled with admiration. Looking at the bamboo house, she stepped inside and called Dad, Mom. Hey old Ye, hurry up, your son has brought his wife home. Inside the exquisite bamboo house, Jiang Wanqing urged Ye Yunfei, who quickly walked out. All right, coming. Haha, you must be Han Yue, right? You're truly beautiful. Upon seeing his daughter-in-law for the first time, Jiang Wanqing's face lit up with joy. She had to admit that this girl looked even better than in the photos, and how many people must envy her for having such a beautiful and outstanding daughter-in-law. You little brat, you finally decided to come back. Following Jiang Wanqing's words, Ye's father walked out of the main house and scolded him with a smile. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Meeting Ye Xian's parents for the first time, Muhan Yue felt nervous. It was hard to deny that she hadn't felt this way in many years. Good. Jiang Wanqing and Ye's father exchanged glances, thinking their son had a good eye. He had secured such a partner 3 years ago. Then Jiang Wanqing said to Muhan Yue, Han Yue, you've had a tough 3 years. In the future, if this little brat dares to bully you, just tell me, and he'll stand up for you. Thank you, auntie. Hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, Muhan Yue's anxious heart calmed down significantly, as she realized Ye Xian's mother was very approachable. Tong Mingling quickly called Grandpa and Grandma. With her mood settling a bit, Muhan Yue said to the two little ones, Grandma. Their sweet and tender voices floated into Ye Yunfei and Jiang Wanqing's hearts like a gentle breeze, instantly melting their hearts. Hey! Ye Yunfei and Jiang Wanqing each picked up Tong and Mingling, two little ones who were truly lovable. By the way, Han Yue, Annie will show you around the bamboo house. After saying that, she signaled to Ye's father and pulled Muhan Yue into the bamboo house, while the two little ones played in the courtyard. You brat, you've been silent for over 2 years without a word. That's impressive. Ye's father rolled his eyes at his son, but there was no blame in his tone, as it wasn't entirely his fault back then. Honestly, how wealthy is that girl's family? I heard from your mom that the girl drives a Bugatti Veyron and lives in the No. 1 Geelong Villa. Before their son arrived, the couple had assigned themselves tasks. Ye's father was responsible for investigating the girl's background, while Jiang Wanqing aimed to foster a good relationship with her future daughter-in-law. Ye Xian didn't hide anything and told them about the Bugatti Veyron's bulletproof glass and Geelong Villa. Although Muhan Yue was indeed wealthy, to Ye Xian it was of no significance. He possessed various divine abilities, and making money was the easiest thing for him. Not to mention the dividends from Ming Shuang'er's operations with major music platforms in the country were already in the tens of millions. As for how much money Ye Xian had in his bank account, to be honest, he didn't even know himself, as he had lost interest in money. By the way, Dad, you keep an eye on Tong and Ming. I'm going to check out the brewing room out back. Thinking of the peach blossom brew he exchanged from the system, Ye Xian planned to prepare a gift for his parents in the future and to set the stage for further operations. Brewing room. You really think of yourself as a brewer, huh? If it weren't for your insistence, I wouldn't have wasted 2 or 3. Ye Yunfei rolled his eyes at his son. That was 5 years ago. They had quite a quarrel over it, as that 2 or 3,000 was equivalent to 4 or 5 months of his salary back then. Shaking his head slightly before he could continue to complain, he realized his son was already out of sight. Hey, you two, be careful. Seeing Tong stumble, Ye Yunfei was startled and couldn't afford to be distracted. Meanwhile, inside the bamboo house, Muhan Yue said, Auntie, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Seeing Jiang Wanqing carefully take out a transparent emerald bracelet from a well-preserved brocade box, which was clearly not an ordinary item, Muhan Yue felt she had no need for it. Well, Han Yue, I know your family is wealthy and you surely have no shortage of such bracelets, but this one is of special significance. It's a family heirloom from the Ye family, given to the daughter-in-law, and it was also given to me by little Ye's grandmother. So this jade bracelet is yours from now on. Family heirloom. A token for the daughter-in-law. Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, Muhan Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Then, if that's the case, I will accept it. Haha, that's more like it. Seeing Muhan Yue accept the bracelet, Jiang Wanqing's anxious heart finally settled down. One of the most important steps for a mother-in-law was completed. While the future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were having a heart-to-heart, Ye Xian arrived at the back mountain, gazing at the various brewing tools in the brewing room. With the system, he wouldn't need any of these in the future, not even the brewing barrels. Rise. With a flick of his mind, the various tools and barrels in the brewing room were swiftly and effortlessly moved out by Yi Xian under the influence of the magnetic field. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging 100 jars of Peach Blossom Brew, consuming 1,000 daddy points. Peach Blossom Brew. This is brewed from the dew of dawn, and the first blooming peach blossoms from thousand-year-old peach trees, possessing effects of enhancing beauty, strengthening the body, and prolonging life. Though it is Peach Blossom Brew, it is not just a simple brew, but rather akin to sweet spring water, rich in flavor. Immediately, Yi Xian opened a jar of Peach Blossom Brew, and with precise control of the magnetic force took a sip. Sweet, refreshing, invigorating. As expected from a product of the system, one jar costs 10 daddy points. Feeling the effects aligned with the system's description, a smile curved on his lips. With this, the origin of future drinks became clear. He sealed the jar and, satisfied, left the brewing room, carrying 2 jars of Peach Blossom Brew toward the bamboo house. From the exquisite bamboo pavilion, Jiang Wanqing and her daughter-in-law Mu Hanxue descended the stairs. Yi Yunfei noticed the jade bracelet on Mu Hangshue's wrist and let out a slight sigh of relief. The girl's acceptance of the bracelet given by Jiang Wanqing signified her tacit agreement to become their daughter-in-law. Though he was not old-fashioned, the term Libyan son-in-law still carried a less favorable connotation. Wow, mommy, how did you get a bracelet on your hand? It's so pretty. The innocent Tong Tong and Ming Ming blinked their big sparkling eyes in curiosity. Hearing the little one's, Mu Hangshue's graceful face flushed with shyness. Seeing her daughter-in-law's bashfulness, Jiang Wanqing was about to intervene when Yi Xian walked in from outside carrying a wine jar in each hand. What are you all talking about so happily? Wow, Daddy, you're back. We were talking about Mommy's jade bracelet. Look how beautiful it is. The 2 little ones stared at the translucent green jade bracelet on Mu Hangshue's wrist, their eyes brimming with desire. Jade bracelet. Hearing the children, Yi Xian followed their gaze and saw the family heirloom bracelet reserved for the Yi family's future daughter-in-law on Mu Hangshue's wrist. In that instant, he understood everything. That bracelet is meant for your future little brother's wife. Mu Hangshue's face turned crimson. Jiang Wanqing shot a glare at her son. Nonsense, you rascal. Of course, though she said that in her heart, she was thinking, why tell the truth so bluntly? Yi Yunfei, witnessing all this, smiled knowingly. Really? Mommy is pregnant. How strange, why can't we see it? The 2 little ones, not burdened by subtleties, stared wide-eyed with curiosity at Mommy's belly. Shouldn't a pregnant mommy have a big belly according to the books? Yi Xianyu. Seeing the expectant looks in the little one's eyes, Mu Hanxue glared at Yi Xian. Was this bastard really torturing her like this? Just kidding. Your mommy isn't pregnant yet. Noticing his wife's slightly improved expression, he added, but it's only... As he spoke, Yi Xian was also puzzled. 3 years ago, one shot hit the mark, but now after countless attempts, not even a rip. Mu Hanxue thought. Bastard, this big jerk too infuriating. She really wanted to bite him to death and devour him. Since finding this man a while ago, her life had turned upside down. As the eldest miss of the Mu family, she had never endured such treatment before. Alright, that's all for later. Right now, there's an important matter. With that, Yi Xian opened the seal of one wine jar, and instantly the rich fragrance of peach blossom wine filled every corner of the bamboo pavilion's living room. Yi Yunfei, who had been indifferent earlier, now straightened his expression. Is this the wine you brewed in the distillery 10 years ago at the back hill? Brewing. Daddy can brew wine. Hearing that Daddy could brew wine, Tong Tong's big sparkling eyes blinked with curiosity. Of course. Daddy can even make iced watermelon juice that tastes so good. What's brewing wine compared to that? Right, Daddy? Ming Ming snorted twice, striking a proud pose as the perfect assistant. Mu Hanxue rolled her eyes at Ming Ming. The little one was clearly deeply infatuated. If someone said that big jerk could pluck the moon from the sky, Ming Ming would believe it, and Tong Tong would too. You're in for a treat. This is peach blossom wine that I've brewed for 10 years. Not only does it beautify the skin like iced watermelon juice, but it also strengthens the body, prolongs life, and has a refreshing sweet taste suitable for all ages. Mu Hanxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian's words. He talked as if it were true, really believing it was some miraculous elixir. He didn't even blush when lying, his skin was so thick. But Mu Hanxue didn't know that every word Yi Xian said, no, every single character was truer than gold. You talk so wonderfully, but let me taste how good your peach blossom wine really is. Hearing his son's words, Yi Yunfei chuckled. Wow, I want some too. I want some too. Peach blossom wine sounds super delicious. Daddy, quickly pour Ming Ming a cup. The 2 little ones excitedly urged. Mu Hanxue glared at them. What are you 2 fussing about? You are just tiny little things. What business do you have drinking wine? No, Tong Tong wants to drink. Daddy said it's suitable for all ages. Mommy, I don't like you anymore. Yeah, me too. Mommy, you're mean. Mu Hangshue's forehead creased with exasperation. These 2 ungrateful little ones were becoming more and more disrespectful, just like their father. Alright, Hanxue. Although this is wine, it's even better for children. It can supplement their nutrition, regulate their bodies, and boost immunity. As for the alcohol content, just taste it, and you'll see. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei had already picked up a cup, poured a small half from the jar, and took a sip. The moment it entered his mouth, it was sweet and refreshing, cooling his body and mind like a basin of cold water poured over him on a scorching summer day. Excellent. This feeling is beyond words. After taking a sip, Yi Yunfei's eyes sparkled. Quick, you all try it. Oh really? This brat has such skill. Hearing Yi Yunfei, Jiang Wanqing eyed her son suspiciously, then picked up one of the cups Yi Yunfei had poured. She took a small sip. Jiang Wanqing's reaction was even stronger than Yi Yunfei's. Her eyes gleamed. This peach blossom wine is worthy of being my son's creation. Amazing. In her surprise, Jiang Wanqing's true nature was exposed, utterly shocking Mu Hanxue. The phrase worthy of being my son's creation echoed repeatedly in her mind, completely different from the gentle and soft-spoken demeanor she had just shown. But this only made Mu Hanxue more curious. Could this man? Wow, daddy, you're amazing. Super awesome. This is even better than iced watermelon juice. He. The two little ones gulped down the half cup of peach blossom wine, then stared at the jar with lingering desire. Daddy, we want more. Hee, alright daddy, we'll pour you some. Seeing the little one's expressions, Xuan was not surprised, having experienced the taste of course, most importantly, as a doting father, how could he refuse his daughter's request? Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Mu Hanxue picked up a cup of peach blossom wine with her jade-like fingers and took a gentle sip. This feeling. After just a tiny sip, she took another mouthful. The sensation on her palate instantly outclassed Lafite brandy or whiskey. This, how can such exquisite wine exist in the world? Peach blossom wine. The name perfectly matches the taste. But Mu Hanxue's gaze toward Xuan completely changed. She had never imagined that this big jerk's winemaking skill was so extraordinary. Oh, by itself, it was at an international master level. But how did this bastard do it? Yes, that was the question that concerned Mu Hanxue most. There was no doubt about his winemaking ability, but Xuan possessed more than just this one skill. Besides his superb winemaking, there was also cooking, music, martial arts instruments. It was already rare for an ordinary person to excel in one area, but this man excelled in every single one, leaving others in awe. Truly, this man's charm is growing ever stronger, and he's becoming more mysterious. Perhaps before long, he'll have no resistance at all. Mu Hanxue's expression toward Xuan grew increasingly complex. She herself hadn't realized that a hint of admiration had already begun to bloom within her. 1 cup, 3 cups, 5 cups. The sweet, refreshing peach blossom wine was savored by the 6 of them, and soon one jar was empty. Burp, burp. The two little ones reacted the most, letting out a loud burp. This jar of peach blossom wine, which Xuan had exchanged from the system store, weighed a full 10 jin. Even counting the little ones, each person had consumed over a jin and a half. What did that mean? Moreover, the two little ones had only drunk about a jin in total, at most a jin and a half. That meant Xuan, Mu Hanxue, and the other two each had nearly 2 jin. Jiang Wanqing watched Mu Hanxue's expression, which held a mixture of complexity and a faint, almost imperceptible admiration. She smiled gently. She had worried that their family's social standing might be too far behind their daughter-in-law's, but now it seemed her concerns were groundless. Their son's excellence alone was enough to bridge any gap. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing felt more proud of her son than she ever had before. Even when he had been admitted to Moda University, she hadn't felt this triumphant. In the afternoon at Guishu village, a gentle breeze blew. Xuan's parents, along with Mu Hanxue and the two little ones, gradually awoke from their slumber, while Xuan was busy tinkering in the brewing room behind the bamboo building. Divine-level magnetism initiation. With a mere thought, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Under the influence of the magnetic field, Xuan levitated a discarded iron gate hundreds of meters away, suspending it in the air. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Under this extraordinary ability, the entire iron gate melted at an eerie speed in midair, soon transforming into a pool of liquid. Then, tracing a graceful arc through the air, it landed in the brewing room before beginning to reshape itself. 5 folding rotisserie grills for fish appeared on the ground, already folded. Each rotisserie grill weighed about 10 jin, so 5 of them totaled 50 jin. Gazing at the remaining liquid metal in the air, he pondered for a moment, then moved his mind again. A metal skewer as thick as an adult's thumb and about a meter long materialized in Xuan's hand. Feeling the cool temperature of the skewer, Xuan curved his lips into a smile. The grills and skewers were ready. All that was left was to go to Old Man Foam's fish pond for some fish. Thinking of the plump fish in Old Man Foam's pond, Xuan smiled slightly, his mouth watering. From sneaking around as a child to now openly approaching Old Man Foam, was probably going to feel the pinch. With a wave of his right hand, under the influence of the magnetic field, 5 jars of peach blossom wine rose into the air and landed in Xuan's hand. He strode out of the brewing room. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker by the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree in Guishu village broadcast the voice of village chief Chen Jianghe. Ahem, everyone wake up. Attention, all villagers regardless of age or gender, gather on the lawn by the Foam family fish pond. Young Yi, son of Yunfei, will be treating the entire village to grilled fish this afternoon. This is a one-time opportunity, so get moving. Through the loudspeaker, every corner of Guishu village heard it clearly. The villagers who had just woken up from their drowsy sleep heard the broadcast and felt their stomachs less full, a spark of interest flickering in their eyes. Treating the whole village to grilled fish. Only the former child, King Young Yi of the Yi family, could come up with such an idea. He had always had his eye on the Foam family fish pond since childhood, and now he was even bolder. One by one, the villagers emerged from their homes, feeling the gentle breeze and catching the scent of osmanthus flowers as they made their way to the Foam family fish pond. Xuan's father also loaded the 5 jars of peach blossom wine onto the cart to share with the villagers. Initially, Yi Yunfei was reluctant, but upon learning that there were 100 jars of peach blossom wine in the brewing room, he generously agreed. A short while later, on the lawn by the Foam family fish pond in Guishu village, the blue sky, green grass, and clear water formed a beautiful painting. This was the very definition of a picturesque landscape. Hey Yezi, you're finally here. As soon as he arrived, a figure jogged over. He was momentarily stunned by Mu Hanxue standing beside Xuan. Wow, awesome, Yezi. This is your wife, right? And twin daughters. Hearing wife, Mu Hanxue's pretty face blushed slightly. She knew from Xiaoli that this was Xuan's childhood friend Zhou Zitian, who had done the paternity test for Xuan. Daddy, who is he? Tongtong looked at Zhou Zitian curiously. Oh, this is Uncle Zhou. Say hello. Xuan affectionately rubbed Tongtong's head and said with a smile. Oh, hello, Uncle Zhou. The well-behaved Tongtong blinked her big eyes. Seeing the adorable little one, Zhou Zitian grinned, realizing he had become an uncle. But before he could be happy, Meng Meng tilted her head and asked, Uncle Zhou, didn't Annie come? Zhou Zitian was speechless. Meng Meng's blunt question hit Zhou Zitian's sore spot. Auntie, he didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Meng Meng, Uncle Zhou isn't married yet, he said, rubbing her head to explain. Married? That's not right. Daddy isn't married either, but he has mommy and us. Xuan coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. Mom and I are an exception. I see. Then Uncle Zhou, you need to work harder. Daddy already has us, and you're not even married yet. The little master of finishing blows struck again. Zhou Zitian nearly spat out 3 liters of blood. Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. Yezi, this is truly your daughter. Like father, like daughter. I surrender. After complaining, Zhou Zitian wisely chose to shut up. If a 2-year-old could be this sharp, what would she be like when she... Enough of that. Are these the grilling tools? They'll take them over. With that, Zhou Zitian shifted the topic and looked at the 5 folded grill stands loaded on the cart. Yezi, today I... Before Zhou Zitian could finish, he noticed something strange about the grill stand in his hand. Startled, Zhou Zitian straightened his back, grabbed the handle of the black cloth bag with both hands, and let out a low grunt. With a low shout, the black bag lifted off the ground. Zhou Zitian's face turned red from exertion. As he pulled it out of the cart, the unbalanced force caused the 5 grill stands to crash to the ground, nearly smashing his foot. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If such a heavy object had landed on his foot, it could have caused a comminuted fracture. Let me do it. Seeing his childhood friend's face flushed from effort, Xuan smiled faintly and smoothly took the handle of the bag from Zhou Zitian. Without any visible strain, he lifted the black bag with ease as if it weighed nothing. At this point, not to mention a mere 50 gene, even 505,000 or 50,000 gene would be effortless for Xuan with his divine level magnetism ability. Zhou Zitian was stunned. Holy crap. When did Yezi get so strong? He was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Xuan effortlessly lift the black bag that he had barely managed to raise with all his strength, the shock in his heart was beyond words. Uncle Zhou, it's not that Daddy is strong, it's that you're too weak. Yeah, Uncle Zhou, you're so weak. Both your hands can't beat one of Daddy's hands. Zhou Zitian was speechless. Hearing the 2 little ones' words, Zhou Zitian stood frozen, stammering for a long time without forming a coherent sentence. I'm too weak. I almost believed it, damn it. It's clearly that the black bag was too heavy. But what has Yezi been eating lately to become so formidable? Could it be? Involuntarily, Zhou Zitian's gaze drifted toward Mu Hanxue, the nourishment of love, or rather, the effects of their nightly revelry. Shortly, with the help of the villagers, 5 grilling racks were set up. What if we held a competition? Seeing the whole village gathered, Feng Eru grinned at Xuan. Before Xuan became the child king, Feng Eru had been the leader of the children in Guishu village, and all the kids looked up to him. Having not seen each other for a long time, he wanted to show off in front of the whole village. When it came to academics, he couldn't compare to Xuan, but on his home turf today, that was a different story. Indeed, Feng Eru was none other than Old Man Feng's grandson. Though he was now married, his competitive spirit remained. Of course, it was also possible that he wanted to avenge his grandfather. That brat's words had cost the Feng family a considerable loss, and this resentment needed to be vented. Xuan, do you dare to accept? Feng Eru's provocative gaze fixed on Xuan, while Old Man Feng kept his eyes downcast, pretending to be completely oblivious. Village Chief Chen Jianghe noticed Old Man Feng's expression and shook his head with a bitter smile. This old fellow at his age still held a grudge against a child. Truly, obviously this was definitely Old Man Feng's idea. Without him backing the plan, Feng Eru wouldn't have dared to challenge Xuan with such confidence. Easy, it seems today won't be easy. Old Man Feng seems dissatisfied with the invitation for a barbecue at the fish pond. Zhou Zitian had also seen through the trick. Although the villagers feared Feng Eru, he wouldn't dare to provoke Xuan like this on his own. The only possibility was that he had support, and the support was obviously his grandfather. Heads fine. Smiling slightly, Xuan turned his gaze to Feng Eru. How do you want to compete? Simple. Feng Eru, who had already discussed this with his grandfather, looked at their fish pond. Without using nets, well, set a 30-minute limit. Whoever catches more fish wins. Feng Eru. This is too unfair. Before Xuan could speak, Zhou Zitian protested on his behalf. Everyone in the village knows you grew up in this pond, and have been an expert at catching fish for years. Competing against Xuan with your strengths is pure bullying. Fine, I agree. Before Zhou Zitian could finish his protest, Xuan readily accepted, leaving Zhou Zitian stunned. You don't know how good Feng Eru is in the water. Old Man Feng clearly wants to teach you a lesson. Hearing Zhou Zitian's words, Feng Eru retorted. Hey Zhou Zitian, what do you mean? This has nothing to do with my grandfather. It's entirely my own idea to compete. As he spoke, Feng Eru's guilty eyes glanced at his grandfather, who remained composed, and he regained some confidence. Pausing for a moment, Feng Eru took a light breath and coaxed. Xuan, if you win, I'll give you as many fish as you want from now on, free of charge. How about that? At Feng Eru's words, the villagers all looked at Xuan. Everyone knew that Xuan had always coveted the Feng family's fish pond. This temptation was undoubtedly significant. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Xuan smiled faintly, taking it as a joke. Fine. If I lose, I'll pay 20 yuan per fish for what the villagers eat today. Wow. The villagers of Guishu village were startled by the stakes. 20 yuan per fish. With dozens of people, they would need at least 100 fish to have a good time. That meant Xuan would have to pay at least 2,000 yuan if he lost. Great. A word is a word. Feng Eru grinned upon hearing this, clearly satisfied with the bet. As for old man Feng, he glanced at the scene and stopped paying attention, though seeing Xuan's unruffled demeanor gave him an uneasy feeling. Daddy, go. You're the best. Hee, so we can have grilled fish anytime, Daddy. You have to work hard. Win, and we'll give you kisses. The two little ones cheered for their father. Zhou Zitian smiled bitterly. Those two had been at odds since childhood, and though Xuan usually won, this time was different. Feng Eru had the absolute advantage. Hey, good. Since you both want to compete, you'll be the referee today. If anyone doesn't honor the bet, I won't spare anyone's fate. Village Chief Chen Jianghe, seeing both of them so determined, stopped worrying about whose scheme it was and took on the roles of referee. Now you have 2 minutes to prepare. You can use any fishing tools available. 2-minute countdown begins. With the chief's command, the villagers watched with keen interest. One was a fish expert raised in the water, the other the child king from childhood. They wondered who would win. With a sharp sound upon hearing the chief's order, Feng Eru quickly grabbed a bamboo basket and a steel fork, looking formidable. Meanwhile, Xuan had finished his preparations, taking only a steel rod. Seeing Xuan's tool, Feng Eru burst out laughing. Xuan, are you sure you're just using a steel rod? Without even a fish basket, how can you beat me? Hell, be off first. With that, Feng Eru dove into the water like a fish swimming toward the pond and quickly covering several. In contrast, Xuan took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his sleeves and trouser legs, and stepped into the river. One moved swiftly, the other calmly. The competition began. Splash. At the center of the pond, a figure emerged from the water, holding a fat fish. That person was none other than, as expected, the first fish was caught by Eru, murmured Village Chief Chen Jianghe, leaning toward Feng Eru's victory. But before Chen Jianghe could dwell on it, Xuan made his move. The steel rod in his hand turned into a black streak, plunging into the water with lightning speed and precision, directly impaling an equally plump fish. Then with a splash, the fat fish skewered on the rod struggled with its last breath, but how could it escape with its body pierced? Yes, Daddy caught one. Keep going, Daddy. Ming believes in you. Seeing their father's swift and graceful stroke that caught a fish, the two little ones' faces beamed with pride and joy, as if they had caught it themselves. That guy. Feng Eru, who had intended to show off and mock, was taken aback by Xuan's sudden catch, his expression turning serious. Good, Xuan, I underestimated you. No, wait. What is Yi doing? Zhou Zitian saw Xuan raise the steel rod and hurl it forcefully toward the shore. It traced a beautiful arc through the air and landed precisely in a large wooden bucket filled with clean water not far from Xuan and the two little ones. What? The fish landed in the water, and Zhou Zitian's eyes widened in shock. That distance is at least 10 meters, and it actually went in. Is it real? This guy. Xuan glanced at the plump fish in the wooden bucket beside her, then subtly cast a look at the big pig trotter that had splashed into the water over 10 meters away. She knew Xuan's skills well enough. Achieving such a feat was no surprise. Clearly this fellow was showing off again. Giggle Daddy is so amazing. Yes, he threw the little fishies all the way from such a distance. The two little ones didn't care about anything else in their eyes. Daddy's move made him as invincible as Ultraman. Old Master Feng saw this scene and was momentarily stunned. That little Yezi. Before Old Master Feng could ponder further, with a splash, Xuan plunged the steel rod into the water, then broke through the surface. Two plump fish were skewered on the rod like kebabs. One rod, two fish. That's right. With one thrust, he had caught two fat fish. Then the rod traced an arc, and the two fish flew toward the shore, just like before. Plop, plop. The two fish landed in the large bucket, filled with clear water, splashing 2 sprays of droplets. The village chief and Zhou Zitian and the others were speechless. This skill. If the first time was a coincidence, then this time. Still a coincidence. To be honest, they didn't believe it themselves. And this was only the beginning. Next, Xuan began a series of similar, yet varied operations: rod into water, spearing a fish, breaking out, and landing it in the bucket. Smooth and fluid, without a single misstep, proceeding in an orderly manner. The only difference from before was that it was no longer 1 rod 2 fish, but 1 rod 3 fish, 1 rod 4 fish. Thus the large wooden bucket beside Xuan and the two little ones on the shore was filled with plump fish at a visibly 3, 5, 10, 20. Time passed minute by minute. Feng Eru also exerted all his strength to catch fish. Although he couldn't match that precision, he understood well that the final outcome depended on the number of fish. Half an hour passed quickly. With the help of the village youths, Feng Eru transported a full bamboo basket of plump fish to the shore, then poured it into another large bucket. Looking at the fish in his own bucket, Feng Eru then turned to see Xuan's bucket. The sight made his pupils constrict sharply. What? This density? Impossible, how can he have so many more than me? Seeing the density of fish in Xuan's bucket, Feng Eru was dumbfounded. Having dealt with fish for years, he knew clearly that Xuan's fish count was at least double his own. The outcome was already clear. A double difference was no longer a gap in quantity. This was a complete victory. Village Chief Chen Jianghe cast a meaningful glance at Xuan. This little fellow was as mischievous as he was as a child. This blow had left no room for mercy. He had thoroughly dominated Feng Eru as a child, and now he did the same. According to the count, Feng Eru caught 30 fish, Yi Xian caught 88 fish. Yi Xian wins the competition. What? 88 fish. Old Master Feng, displeased at his grandson's defeat, was about to take a sip of tea to calm himself. But before he could swallow, the village chief's announcement made him choke. 88 fish, nearly 3 times his grandson's count. I knew Daddy would win. Daddy is super awesome, wah. Upon hearing that Daddy had won, the two little ones ran over to their invincible Daddy on their tiny feet, throwing themselves into his arms. Daddy mwah. The two little ones cooed sweetly, one on each side, and under the watchful eyes of the villagers they planted a kiss on Daddy's cheek, their hearts brimming with joy and excitement. Cough. This is too much dog food. Damn, I'm going to find a girlfriend when I get back. So heartbroken. Zhou Zetian watched Yi Xian and the two little ones flaunting their affection, feeling almost choked. And it wasn't just choking, it was sickeningly sweet. Yi Yunfei and Jiang Wanqing watched their son and two granddaughters spreading dog food, exchanged a smile, and chuckled. This was undoubtedly the most heartwarming scene they had hoped to see. Originally, they had thought they would have to wait at least 3 or 5 years to enjoy such a moment. Who would have thought their son would give them such a big surprise? Feng Eru left the scene dejectedly, just like in childhood, defeated by Yi Xian once again. However, he didn't feel too hard to accept. After all, he was used to losing. His mind involuntarily recalled Yi Xian's fishing moves just now. 1 rod 5 fish. That's right. At its peak, Yi Xian thrust his rod and pulled up 5 plump fish at once. To be honest, even if Feng Eru practiced for 10 or 20 years, he probably couldn't achieve that. Being able to catch 2 fish with 1 rod and ensure each strike hit a fish was already quite impressive for him. Disappointed as he was nevertheless convinced. And Feng Eru also knew that from now on, whenever Yi Xian came to eat fish, he couldn't say a word against it. In the past, he had to sneak around as a child, from now on, even if he did it openly, nobody would say anything. Grandfather, I lost. Feng Eru said dejectedly to Old Master Feng. Forget it. Let that damned fellow have his way with our fish pond. Let him be. Old Master Feng now understood clearly. Their Feng family couldn't escape the clutches of that child king. Village chief, take some people to set up 5 barbecue grills and light the fires. He'll go handle these fish. With the help of 5 or 6 people, after much effort, the 2 large wooden buckets were carried to the riverbank. Hey Yezi, it's all no problem. By the way, Brother Zhou, there are 5 jars of peach blossom wine I brewed 10 years ago in the car. Share them with everyone. Alright. Zhou Zishan's mind was still filled with the image of Yi Xian's divine fishing moves earlier. But soon Zhou Zishan's attention snapped back, and the reason was none other than the jar of peach blossom wine he had just opened. This is Yezi's peach blossom wine. A rich, mellow fragrance emanated from the open jar, spreading in all directions. In an instant, it filled every inch of the Feng family fish pond, with Zhou Zetian feeling it most intensely. Xiao Zhou, this wine is extraordinary. Pour some for everyone to taste. Seeing Zhou Zishan's reaction, Yi Yunfei already understood everything. The other villagers also cast curious glances. Soon the rich aroma permeated the entire area. This wine, peach blossom wine, truly lives up. Village chief Qin Jianghe took a sip of the peach blossom wine, savoring the sweet and mellow taste on his tongue. Even old Master Feng, who had been grumbling about Yi Xian, had his eyes light up. This was that brat's wine. For a moment, young and old alike on the fish pond lawn enjoyed the 5 jars of peach blossom wine. Wow, Daddy is killing fish so handsome. So fast. While the villagers of Guishu village savored the sweet and mellow peach blossom wine, the 2 little ones' adorable exclamations rang out. Following their gaze, the villagers were momentarily stunned. Fish scales flew, silver flashes flickered. A knife in Yi Xian's hand seemed to come alive as fast as lightning and thunder. In a few swift moves, he completely removed all the scales from a fish. Not a single scale left. And scaling a fish took no more than 3 seconds. Old Master Feng and Feng Eru of Guishu village stared wide-eyed. That kid's fish cleaning skill is much better than ours. Cough. Old Yi, is this our son? Watching their son's spectacular display, Jiang Wanqing asked Yi Yunfei beside her, as if in a dream. When did her son acquire such skills? She had no idea. 5, 10, 20. As Yi Xian skillfully scaled the fish, his hands moved increasingly faster, eventually becoming a blur, rivaling the speed of his previous intricate carvings. Hiss. Wow, Yi Xian's hand speed is terrifying. No wonder even the beautiful younger sister is captivated by. Zhou Zetian glanced at the stunning beauty Mu Hanyue from a distance. Aside from her beauty, he couldn't fathom what else could impress such a girl. Although he was unaware of Mu Hanyue's background, her refined aura clearly indicated she was no ordinary girl. Moreover, the Bugatti at the village entrance, which she had asked about from her grandfather, was undoubtedly the one Yi Xian and the others drove here. After scaling the fish, Yi Xian deftly removed the gills and cut open the belly to extract the entrails, washing them clean with fresh water. The display of skill could only be described as miraculous. Even Yi Xian's parents, who had lived with him for 20 years, watched in astonishment. Daddy is amazing. You're my hero. I really like how serious and capable Daddy is. It's so charming. Although the 2 little ones had seen their father's culinary skills before, they were always thrilled. Mu Hanyue, aware of his abilities, couldn't help but marvel at how fast he was. Mu Hanyue, what are you thinking? You can't think like that. That guy bullied you, and yet you still yearn for him. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Immediately banish this thought. Next, he inserted the skewer through the mouth of the fish and out the tail. Wife, please help me fetch the seasonings from the car. Zhouge, could you bring me a jar of peach blossom brew? Okay. Understood. Hearing Yixian publicly call her his wife, Mu Hanyu's cheeks flushed her enchanting appearance, making one want to embrace her immediately. A barbecue rack could hold 2 fish, 5 racks meant 10 fish, surrounding Yixian to facilitate his work. With focused precision, he carefully executed the crucial grilling process, turning the skewers and applying the peach blossom brew occasionally, using various grilling seasonings obtained from his system. Just these seasonings alone consumed 20 points of his dad value. Before long, with Yixian's various actions and his god-level culinary skills, 10 grilled fish emerged like artistic masterpieces. The aroma wafted through the air, causing the villagers who had already eaten to their fill to have their stomachs rumble in response to the enticing scent. Gurgle, Daddy, is the grilled fish ready? My little tummy can't take it anymore. Well, me too. Daddy, Meng is starving. The 2 little ones swallowed their saliva, clearly enticed by the smell of grilled fish. The other children in the village were similarly affected, and not just the kids. Even the village chief and the villagers cast eager glances, their salivating expressions unmistakable. Just wait a little longer. It's not yet the best time to eat. While grilling the 10 fish, he had the time to affectionately pat Tong Tong and Meng's little heads. Although they could eat now, Yixian, with his god-level culinary ability, wouldn't allow it. After about a minute, as Zhou Zetian and the others were nearly drooling, they finally heard the most beautiful words in the world. Alright, it's time to eat. However, there are only 10 fish. Prioritize the children and the elderly. Mom, Dad, wife, and Zhouge, please help distribute to everyone. The able-bodied can wait for the next batch. We're fine, let the kids go first. Gurgle, the village's able-bodied men, heard Yixian's words, and the distribution was quite reasonable, so how could they refute him? Although they said that their eyes and drooling expressions betrayed them. Wow, so delicious. As expected from Daddy's grilled fish, it's amazing. The 2 little ones clearly had the first right to taste, and after finishing a mouthful they praised it without reservation. The other children in the village also chimed in, their eyes filled with happiness and satisfaction. Among them was also Feng Era's son Feng Xiaonyou, who was slightly older than Tong Tong and Meng. Daddy, Yixian uncle's grilled fish is super delicious. So delicious. This is the best grilled fish I've ever had, even better than Grandma's. Shut up. Eating won't stop. Feng Era's face turned dark. To be honest, if it weren't for his son's youth, he would have wanted to slap him. Didn't he see how annoyed he was? Just imagine seeing his biggest rival from childhood basking in the limelight. How could he feel happy? Feng Era's wife, the village beauty from the neighboring village, shot him a glance. She understood her husband too well. He was too proud to admit his suffering, and he deserved it. The village chief and old man Feng, as respected elders in the village, naturally received some fish. After a moment of hesitation, old man Feng, curious about the grilled fish, took a bite. Crispy, tender, with an excellent taste, it even had a melt-in-your-mouth quality. This is grilled fish. Old man Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he was eating grilled fish. Listening to his great-grandson's words, old man Feng's gaze towards Yixian changed. Undeniably, in terms of grilled fish, this young man was a true genius. Oh, this level of grilled fish is... Village chief Qin Jianghe took a bite of the grilled fish, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes, and then turned to the stunned old man Feng. Old Feng, how does it taste? It's just average. With a huff, stubborn old man Feng replied, and his words elicited faint smiles from the other village elders. Just average. If this is average, then all the chefs of grilled fish in the world must be worthless. Moreover, they had never seen old man Feng consider his own grilled fish to be so good. Ding. Congratulations to the host for grilling fish for his daughter for the first time. Reward, God-level beast master. God-level beast master. With this ability, the host will become the master of all beasts, exerting a kingly pressure over wild animals, insects, and fish. Those who are affected by the host's power will bow down at the host's feet. The specific effects can be explored by the host themselves. God-level beast master. Master of all beasts. Kingly pressure. Bowing down. Words flooded his mind, turning into waves of astonishment, quickly followed by excitement. Isn't this the beast master technique mentioned in the system's golden finger? Who would have thought that grilling fish for his daughter would unlock the Beastmaster technique? However, this ability is quite impressive. If anyone dares to harm his daughter in the future, regardless of their power, he could summon all beasts with the god-level Beastmaster ability and annihilate the enemy in an instant amidst a wave of beasts. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. At the Feng family's fish pond, amidst the emotional fluctuations, the newly acquired divine beast control ability activated autonomously, causing an unpredictable disturbance. Centered around Yixian, the divine beast control ability erupted in all 4 directions in an instant. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. In no time, the divine beast control ability spread to a radius of 10 kilometers, causing countless wild beasts and fish to erupt. The first to surge were the countless plump fish in the Feng family's pond, rushing towards the shore in a frenzy, forming a dark king. This is the aura of the king. Finally, we see the king. How exciting. Eat me, O great king. It is my greatest honor to be your delicacy. No, great king, please eat me instead. My flesh is exceptionally tender, and the taste is definitely among the best of all fish. The chattering fish instantly erupted, and Yixian was also a bit dazed, for he understood each fish's thoughts clearly, even knowing that there were 9687 fish left in the foam old man's pond. Indeed, this was the number of plump fish in the foam old man's pond. Wow, look over there. What is that? A villager's gaze swept towards the pond, and his eyes suddenly widened as he saw waves resembling a sea surge approaching, filled with plump fish. What is happening? Could there be a fish tide? Many villagers were in uproar, and Feng Eru was also startled, saying, "Grandpa, the fish are going berserk." The Feng old man furrowed his brows at the scene before him, wondering if there was something amiss in the pond. Something? Old man Feng, could it be a python or an alligator? A villager with a wild imagination set his face pale. This idea terrified Feng Eru, making him break into a cold sweat. A python and an alligator. Goodness, if that were true, it would be a miracle if he could get out from the center of the pond. Mu Hanyue was startled upon hearing this, quickly shielding Tong Tong and muming her actions entirely instinctive. A python and an alligator, this. Zhou Zitian also looked rather unnatural, but he moved closer to his grandfather Zhou Laozu, ready to leave at the first. The uproar in the crowd jolted Yi Xin back to reality. Hearing the heated discussions and the wary expressions of Zhou Zitian and others, he was momentarily taken aback. His gaze involuntarily fell on the beast tide, rising half a meter above the fish pond. This was the effect of the divine beast control ability. Even the residual waves were so impressive. This ability truly was formidable. Everyone return. A thought spread out with the divine beast control ability, and in the next moment something strange occurred. The fish that had been rushing forward to worship the king suddenly felt the king's will and came to an abrupt halt. The king, quick return. Great king, please do not be angry, we will return immediately. Over 9,000 fish splashed down from the half-meter waves, creating a cascade of water droplets, and then the surface of the water returned to normal as the fish scattered away, for the king's command was one they would not disobey, even at the cost of their lives. On the shore of the fish pond, Zhou Zitian and his group, who had been on alert, felt their hearts settle as they saw the water surface calm down. What just happened? I don't know. Suddenly, all the fish went berserk, and now they're calm again. It's really strange. This smell, the grilled fish is ready again. Then the villagers' gazes fell once more on the 10 plump grilled fish, while Yi Xian had already started preparing the third batch. The grilling speed was much faster than the first 2 batches, as he had adapted to the process, making the speed increase quite. With another batch of grilled fish, the villagers' hearts calmed down significantly, and most importantly, the fish pond exhibited no more of the earlier disturbances. Meanwhile, in Tongluan town, the entire seafood market erupted. Without warning, all seafood went berserk. Every single seafood market, including fish, lobsters, crabs, jellyfish, and eels, and so on. Without exception, they all jumped out of their tanks or boxes, surging towards Guishu village. Not just these, but all kinds of snakes hidden in the shadows also emerged. Even rats that everyone despised filled the streets. In an instant, the ground was covered with various seafood snakes and rats, as well as pet dogs, pet cats, and more. King. The aura of the king. We must worship the king. Great king, wait for us, we will be there soon. Countless beasts surged towards Guishu village, but the owners and passers-by in Tongluan were taken aback. Wow, what is happening? All seafood and animals are going berserk. Oh my, is this the end of the world? Could it be a tsunami or an earthquake? No, my fish, my eels, my crabs, don't go. The entire Tongluan was in chaos, and some people even called the Magic City's meteorological and geological department to report the situation. In Tongluan town seafood market, it was merely a microcosm centered around Guishu village. Within a 10-kilometer radius, incredibly similar events were occurring, especially in many villages and in the jungles with ferocious beasts. Magic City Meteorological and Geological Department. What did you say? There is a riot of various seafood and animals in Tongluan. The reason is unknown. The director of the Meteorological and Geological Department, Zhang Xiaoyu, looked grave upon hearing his subordinate's report, noting that the situation was becoming increasingly intense. Contact the monitoring department, get me the satellite imagery. Yes, director. After making the call, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately rushed to the monitoring department. When he arrived, they had already pulled up the satellite imagery, showing the real-time satellite view of the entire Tongluan. Next to the satellite view were dozens of surveillance camera feeds, through which they saw all kinds of scenes of animals and fish going berserk. The entire Tongluan was in chaos. Investigate. Find out what caused this riot. We must identify the reason and nip it in the bud, otherwise the potential loss to our Magic City and Tongluan would be unimaginable. Zhang Xiaoyu issued commands, and his subordinates efficiently proceeded to execute them, fully aware of the seriousness. With a loud bang, a figure walked in from outside. Director, it has stopped. Stopped. All the animals have scattered. The seafood has all halted in place. The riot is over. What? Hearing his subordinates report, Zhang Xiaoyu's gaze fell sharply on dozens of surveillance videos where every single animal had fled the scene and many fish and lobsters were frozen in place. Zhang Xiaoyu stopped. After watching the surveillance videos for a while, his brow furrowed. Continue to monitor for 24 hours without interruption. Report immediately at the first sign of any abnormal activity. Yes, director. The head of the monitoring department responded solemnly. Zhang Xiaoyu would not idle about. He immediately instructed his subordinates to notify meteorological and geological experts from the Magic City to convene an emergency meeting, as the occurrence was too bizarre. The source must be identified. Amidst the external commotion by the fish pond in Guishu village, the people's anxiety was eased by waves of delicious grilled fish. 3 batches. 4 batches. 9 batches. 10 batches. Over 100 fish were quickly grilled, and at this moment the villagers had all eaten their fill. Even Feng Eru, who usually found Yi Xian displeasing, gritted his teeth and jealously ate 2 or 3 fish. Congratulations, host, you received 133 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations host, you received 133 dad points from Ming Ming. Congratulations host, you received 133 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations host, you received 133 dad points from Ming Ming. As the father-daughter relationship deepened, the quality of dad points noticeably improved. Listening to the system's notifications, Yi Xian smiled slightly. It seemed necessary to continue being a doting father. The beautiful barbecue fish festival came to a close amidst joy and a sense of reluctance. Village Chief Chen Jianghe and Old Master Feng were still lingering over the experience, wondering when they would get to savor such grilled fish again. If that little Yi could come here often in the future then. Old Master Feng had a thought flash through his mind. It seemed he needed to ensure that the boy visited their fish pond more often. If Feng Eru knew his grandfather's thoughts at this moment, he wouldn't know how to react. Ding. Reminder to the host, there is a 0.001 chance of encountering danger. Upon hearing the system's sudden notification, Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What the heck is 0.001? Yi Xian couldn't help but think back to the wave of assassins at the sports center in Modu. Using the tracking perspective card, he exchanged 10 points of dad value and activated it directly. Then centered on Yi Xian, a familiar feeling emerged as his vision pierced through the layers of the forest. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Soon Yi Xian discovered a group of people hiding about 2 kilometers away from their bamboo house, in a secluded part of the forest. These individuals exhibited behaviors strikingly similar to the previous wave of assassins, but in addition, there was a young man among them. Young master, shouldn't we inform the master? One of the subordinates spoke to the young man, who was none other than Qin Shuhe, the son of Qin Lingyu, the chairman of the Lingyu group. He's just a young brat. Although we can't touch Mu Hanyue and those 2 children, it doesn't matter if we deal with that pretty boy. Qin Shuhe waved his hand dismissively. If it weren't for the fact that this would enhance my impression in my father's eyes, I wouldn't come to this godforsaken place. The environment is nice, but there's nothing compared to the hustle and bustle of Modu. A remote countryside is just perfect for us to take action, and at this point an evil smile appeared on Qin Shuhe's. Hearing their young master's words, the more than 10 subordinates couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They truly didn't dare to praise their young master's preferences. However, Qin Shuhe was unaware that his words had already crossed the line for someone who was watching them, and the consequences would looking for death. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. A dangerous aura surged around him. Although he concealed it well, Mu Hanyue still sensed a trace of it suspiciously. Yi Xian, are you okay? She looked at Yi Xian with suspicion, uncertain if what she felt just now was real. What could possibly happen to me? He reached out a large hand, affectionately ruffling Mu Hanyue's hair. This scene made Feng Eru and Zhou Zitian envious, especially for those like Zhou Zitian who were single and felt particularly stimulated by this wave of dog food. What are you doing? Everyone is watching. Mu Hanyue felt the villagers' gazes and her face flushed. This guy was too bold, daring to act like this in broad daylight. Let them watch. Who told my wife to be so beautiful? Mu Hanyue, you. It was better not to say anything. This remark made Mu Hanyue's face even redder, almost spreading to the back of her ears. Seeing their son bully their daughter-in-law like this, Yi Xian's parents found it quite amusing. It seemed that their daughter-in-law was no match for their son. All their previous worries vanished. The young people these days really know how to play, getting so bold now. Village Chief Chen Jianghe, who rarely spoke disrespectfully, made Mu Hanyue's face redden even more. The elderly villagers couldn't help but smile, marveling at how their village's child king had truly lived up to his title. It's worth mentioning that when they were young, not only the children, but even the dogs were afraid of him. Daddy is bullying mommy again. I really like it when daddy does this. Zhou Zitian, Feng Eru and others. What the hell? To like daddy bullying mommy, this was undoubtedly a little cotton-padded jacket. Without a doubt, this was the dream little cotton-padded jacket in the hearts, especially Feng Eru. Looking at his son beside him, he truly wanted to kick him out. Although they were both children, why was there such a... He couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian's 2 little ones, then at his own son, shaking his head. He then leaned closer to his wife, the beauty from the neighboring village, and said, "Wife, how about we put in some effort tonight and have a cute daughter like that too?" Hearing her husband's words, the beauty from the neighboring village also looked at Yi Xian's family. If they had a daughter, it would surely bring them even more happiness. Then let's eat more tonight to replenish ourselves. Feng Eru's eyes brightened upon hearing this. But, hearing her husband's words, the beauty from the neighboring village nodded with a slightly flushed face. As dog food was scattered everywhere, Yi Xian was completely unaware of it, and the same went for Mu Hanyue. Alright, you all tidy up here for now. I'm going to the distillery on the back mountain for a bit. After saying this, he pinched the noses of the 2 little ones, saying, "Stay with mommy and wait for daddy to come home. Daddy is leaving first." Daddy, you go ahead. We can just stay with mommy. Tong Tong and Ming Ming nodded their little heads like chicks pecking at rice. They always listened to daddy, because they were daddy's little cotton-padded jackets. Could come give daddy a kiss to say goodbye. Goodbye, daddy. Love you, Mua. The 2 little ones affectionately kissed daddy's handsome cheek. Their sweet and adorable appearance filled the fish pond of Feng's family with dog food. Even the over 9,000 fish in the river were forcibly stuffed with dog food, almost choking them. Zhou Zitian. Cough, Yi, I suggest you hurry and leave. If you keep talking, I might just bleed to death. The heavily impacted Zhou Zitian glared at Yi Xian with resentment, feeling a mix of envy and sorrow in his heart. Hey, Uncle Zhou, why would you bleed to death? Hearing Zhou Zitian's words, Tong Tong curiously asked. Ming Ming blinked her big eyes. Yeah, daddy said normal people wouldn't bleed to death. Cough. You two stop talking. Mu Hanyue coughed, lightly glaring at her two daughters. Did they want to tell others that they were just feeding dog food to their daddy and that they had upset him? Mommy, how can you say that? Tong Tong frowned slightly. Didn't you teach us to ask when we don't understand? But why can't— It's so strange. Does that mean we shouldn't ask when we encounter something we don't understand in the future? After saying this, Tong Tong looked at her omnipotent daddy. Daddy, should we ask or not? You. Mu Hanyue, hearing Tong Tong's retort, was left speechless. Even the president of Tianji Group and the eldest lady of the Mu family had no words to say. Cough, cough. Yeezy, your daughter is too cute. I'm really impressed. Zhou Zitian was genuinely amazed by Tong Tong's reasoning and couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, before he could continue laughing, Meng Meng's voice followed. So the question is, Uncle Zhou, why did you bleed to death? Gah. The sudden critical hit left Zhou Zitian dumbfounded. As he was drinking water, Yi Yunfei directly sprayed it all out, almost choking. As the duo of little knife hands struck, it seemed they were trying to kill little Zhou. At this moment, he was probably already feeling a river of sorrow flowing in his heart. Zhou Zitian didn't know what to say, opening his mouth only to let out a long sigh, shaking his head bitterly. He had never imagined that one day he would be cornered to such an extent by two little Lolas. It was too embarrassing, and today's experience would be one he would never forget. However, it wasn't over yet. Tong Tong's voice continued. That's right, Uncle Zhou, we are really super curious. Zhou Zitian. At this moment, he truly felt he was on the edge of collapse. Oh my god, these two little ones were not giving him any way out. Was this a rhythm to drive him to death? Village Chief Qin Jianghe smiled faintly, trying to smooth things over. Tong Tong, Meng Meng, your Uncle Zhou didn't really bleed, it was just a figure of speech. After a pause, Qin Jianghe continued patiently. Your Uncle Zhou was stimulated by the affection between you and your daddy. Oh, if the village chief grandpa says so, then we understand. Uncle Zhou was choked by the dog food we and daddy scattered, right? Village Chief Qin Jianghe, scattering dog food. Choked. Where did you learn this? Cough, cough, who taught you? Village Chief Grandpa said, scattering dog food. Of course I learned it from Daddy and Mommy. Tong Tong confidently nodded. Meng Meng continued, that's right. Daddy and Mommy often show affection in front of us. We love watching it. Xun Jianghe. Well, did the Village Chief Grandpa get stimulated by the dog food too? Tong Tong, seeing the amiable Village Chief Grandpa, blinked her big eyes curiously, and then continued, Daddy and Mommy are really amazing at scattering dog food, but why haven't we been stimulated? Everyone was left speechless. Well, to be honest, a little bit. Suddenly Chun Jianghe regretted intervening. Now answering was difficult, and not answering was equally challenging. These two little ones were truly putting him in a tight spot. Seeing the village chief struggling with the two little ones, the other elders and villagers dared not interject. Each of them looked at the little ones with changed expressions. Goodness, how were these two little ones educated? Their verbal skills are too smooth. An exquisite bamboo lodge nestled in the rear mountain. At this moment, Yi Xian gazed at a group of assassins not far away. This time he did not intend to use the divine-level magnetism from before, but rather another method to eliminate the encroaching enemies and, naturally, to also test the efficacy of his new ability, divine-level beast taming. The two little ones were his inviolable scales. That Qin Shuhe was asking for death, so he would oblige them. However, Yi Xian would obviously not let them die so easily, for that would be too merciful. Hey, young master, that reckless brat has returned home. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. A sneer appeared on the face of one of Qin Shuhe's subordinates. As long as it didn't involve Mu Hanxue and the two children, nothing should go wrong. However, he did not realize that this only made them more dangerous. Oh, that lucky brat is alone, is he? Through the telescope, Qin Shuhe saw Yi Xian alone in the back mountain winemaking room. Heaven helps me. Act immediately. Be sure to kill this man in the shortest time. I want to see how much this pretty boy means to that woman. Qin Shuhe sneered, his lips twisted in a ferocious grin. He was the only son of the Qin family, the future ruler of the Qin family in Modu, and would also be the chairman of the Lingyu group. How could he not take this matter seriously? Yes, young master, rest assured he's just a pretty boy. The surrounding experts sneered. In Qin Shuhe's mind, he pictured Mu Hangshu's greatest rival learning the news and falling into disarray. Then their Lingyu group would carry out the acquisition plan, and soon the entire Modu would belong to the Qin family. Action! With that thought, Qin Shuhe no longer hesitated and decisively implemented the first assassination plan. Every man present was a loyal follower of the Qin family, and the information would never leak. However, what they did not know was that each step they took closer to Yi Xian brought them one step closer to death. 2,000 meters. 1,800 meters. 1,500 meters. Qin Shuhe and his dozen men quickly approached. In Yi Xian's eyes, they were already as good as dead. Those who disrespected his woman would die, those who harmed his daughter would die an even worse death. At 1,000 meters, just as Qin Shuhe and his men reached that distance, Yi Xian made his move. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the divine-level beast taming ability. That was not all. He also exchanged for another item from the system shop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging divine-level soundproof card, consuming 50 daddy points. Divine-level soundproof card, able to shield sound within a certain range. The effect of this card will definitely satisfy the host. No matter what happens within the card's coverage, the outside world will not detect the slightest disturbance, even if a nuclear bomb explodes. A nuclear explosion can't be heard. That's quite a boast. Ding. Congratulations to the host, divine level soundproof card successfully used. Coverage 1 kilometer radius. 1000. It was also when Yi Xian exchanged and used the divine level soundproof card, and the invisible soundproof barrier enveloped a 1 kilometer radius that Qin Shuha and his men abruptly halted their forward charge. Roar! The beastly roars rose from all directions, the howls piercing the sky, making one's scalp tingle. Happening. Including Qin Shuha, they were all startled by the beastly roars around them, and an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Ah, brown bear. That's a lion and a tiger. Poisonous snakes. So many poisonous snakes. Damn, what's going on? Various ferocious beasts surrounded the dozen men, a dense mass of at least 100. And this was not the most terrifying. The most terrifying were the countless poisonous snakes, some crawling on the ground, some hanging from branches with their tongues flicking. The mere sight sent chills down one's spine. The densely packed poisonous snakes numbered at least 1,000. Damn, how is this possible? So many beasts and snakes. Gulp. They swallowed saliva. Qin Shuha and his men turned ashen, their faces as ugly as if they had lost their parents. Young master, could someone be driving these beasts and snakes? A subordinate, his eyelids twitching wildly, stared at the scene. It was truly too bizarre. Impossible. How could such an ability exist in this world? Qin Shuha immediately denied it, but his subordinate was still suspicious. But young master, this scene before us. Although the man did not finish, everyone understood. There was only one explanation for this bizarre scene before them. Swoosh. Just as Qin Shuha and his dozen subordinates were overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding, a sound of cutting through the air came, and then to the horror of everyone, a figure flew down from the sky. That's right. He flew down. This person was none other than Yi Xian. Hiss. Young master, that. The paramour of Mu Hanxue. He can actually fly. A demon. This man is definitely a demon. He must have summoned these beasts and snakes. Fuck. Who cares if he's a demon? Can he be faster than a gun? One of Qin Shua's subordinates sneered. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet shot straight for Yi Xian's heart. The bullet was so fast it arrived in the blink of an eye. Qin Shuha and the others stared fixedly at their intended assassination target, their minds imagining the scene of Yi Xian's head being blown off by a bullet. Facing the bullet that would terrify any ordinary person, Yi Xian remained expressionless. He activated his divine-level magnetism ability, and an invisible super-strong magnetic field acted on the bullet. The high-speed bullet drastically slowed down, and his right hand turned into a blur, catching the bullet between his index and middle fingers. The gunshot faded, and the scene fell into dead silence. The king is so powerful. Catching a bullet with bare hands, that's amazing. As expected of the king, our eternal god. To serve the king is our greatest honor. Hearing the heated discussions among the beasts and snakes, Yi Xian smiled slightly. The king, this divine-level beast taming ability, was truly formidable. However, Qin Shuha and his men were stunned. No, to be precise, incredulous. Catching a bullet with bare hands, how is that? To them this was completely impossible, yet it was happening right before their eyes. One could imagine how shocked they were. Who exactly are you? Qin Shua's face darkened. Every moment before him reminded him that this was not someone he could afford to offend. Who am I? Hearing Qin Shua's words, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Based on your understanding, I should be a god. A god? Bullshit. Kill him. To avoid any further complications, Qin Shuha directly ordered his dozen subordinates to roar. However, how could the surrounding beasts and snakes allow them to challenge the dignity of their king? With a great roar, they charged at the dozen men, and the overwhelming flood of poisonous snakes instantly engulfed them. Oh, no, I don't want to die. Young master, save me. Piercing screams rose from the scene. Seeing this hellish sight, Qin Shuha was also terrified. Although he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, he was after all a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. How could he have ever witnessed such a bloody scene? Limbs, severed heads, exploding internal organs, and intestines scattered everywhere. Every scene before him pushed Qin Shua's tolerance to its limit. Ugh. Finally, Qin Shua's stomach churned, and he vomited while leaning against a tree. It was too gruesome. He could even vaguely hear the crunching sound of bones being chewed, which made his scalp tingle. In less than a minute, aside from Qin Shuha, there were no other subordinates left. All had become delicious meals for the beasts and devil. You are a devil. Now Qin Shuha had lost all his previous ferocity. He was like a frightened rabbit. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Qin Shuha was terrified, footsteps sounded from not far away. The surrounding beasts and snakes automatically parted to both sides, clearing the way for their king. You, don't come near me. I warn you, I am the future ruler of the Lingyu group. My father is Qin Lingyu. If you dare touch me, my father will make sure you never leave Modu. Swish, a flash of light, and the next moment a steel needle pinned Qin Shua's right hand to the ground. Oh, a piercing scream came from Qin Shua's mouth, and an unbearable pain shot from his hand. You dared to disrespect my woman, and most importantly, you shouldn't have set your sights on my daughter. Rest assured, I won't let you die so easily. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more flashes of light, and the next moment Qin Shua's left hand and both feet were also pinned to the ground. Another wave of pain almost caused Qin Shuha to faint. Next, enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. With a command of beast taming, tens of thousands of ants swarmed from not far away. But these were not ordinary ants. They were the man-eating ants that terrified countless people. And these were not found by Yi Xian in Guishu village. He had exchanged them from the system shop. 10 man-eating ants cost 1 daddy point, and 10,000 ants consumed a full 1,000 daddy points. Of course, it was absolutely worth it. These 10,000 man-eating ants had terrifying vitality. Even 1,000-degree heat could not kill them. They were 10 times more resilient than the legendary cockroach known as Little Strong. The reason for this was that he wanted to turn Guishu village into an absolutely safe place. After all, he had too many attachments here, and the two little ones would often come here, even stay for long periods. Most importantly, although the reproduction rate of these man-eating ants was not fast, the combat power of the offspring was no weaker than those exchanged from the system shop, and even stronger. Oh, no you bastard. They'll haunt you even as a ghost. The man-eating ants moved incredibly fast, and soon covered Qian's entire body. Then an even more tragic scene unfolded. The one who had trespassed against Yi Xian's inviolable scales left this world in the most miserable way. Flesh, tendons, bones, internal organs. Without exception, they all became a feast for the man-eating ants. This feeling was several times more terrifying than being bitten by thousands of insects. The piercing screams were so dreadful that even the beasts and snakes had terror in their eyes. They looked at their king, their gazes filled with fear. The king's wrath was terrifying, truly terrifying. Those who plot against my woman and daughter deserve to die. Ignoring Qian's screams, Yi Xian, using his divine-level magnetism ability, appeared several meters away in a flash's speed, like a ghost. Then he vanished from the scene. Only Qian being devoured by thousands of ants, and his bone-chilling screams lingered in every inch of the 1-kilometer radius covered by the soundproof card. The piercing screams lasted for a quarter of an hour before finally subsiding. Only then could Yi Xian alleviate a trace of anger in his heart. But after this brutal slaughter, with his divine-level martial arts, magnetic abilities, and beast mastery combined, he was even confident he could take down a deity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging and using the purification card, consuming 1 point of nurturing value. Purification card, as the name suggests, is not just about cleansing, but rather purifying all kinds of negative emotions and malevolent energy from the body, returning to a state of natural peace. He could have killing intent toward enemies, but such negative feelings he would never impart to the two little ones. One could say that Yi Xian was quite thorough in his thoughts here, embodying the image of a doting father. You little rascal, it turns out your cooking skills are so good. If it weren't for Tong Tong and Meng Meng telling me, I would still be in the... On the way back from the Feng family's fish pond, Tong Tong and Meng Meng chattered about their father's remarkable culinary skills. Everything from literary tofu to flying dragons and phoenixes, and even the famous Buddha jumps over the wall dish, sharing it all with their grandparents, without holding back, ruthlessly selling out their most admired father. Yi Xian's parents were stunned for quite a while upon hearing this news, but recalling the operation of grilling fish, it was clear that this was a skill essential for a good chef. Thus they concluded that their son had been hiding his talents quite deeply, after living together for so many years they had never discovered it. Little did they know that Yi Xian had only acquired this ability less than half a month ago. Daddy's knife skills are super impressive. Daddy looks super handsome. When showcasing his knife skills, even mommy was drooling. The two little ones laughed and praised Daddy's knife skills, making Mu Hanyue feel somewhat targeted. Go away, drooling. Don't talk nonsense. That's exactly it. Don't think we didn't see. When Daddy cooks, you watch very seriously, and even drool, yet you deny it. Mu Hanyue. Listening to the two little ones, Mu Hanyue chose to remain silent, because they were speaking the truth. After all, anyone would drool upon seeing such exquisite dishes. Daddy, just show us your knife skills. Grandfather and grandmother, you must pay attention. Daddy's hand speed is very fast. The two little ones encouraged, eager to see their father show off. In their eyes, watching Daddy shine for 24 hours a day would never get old. Oh, it seems little Yi really has some skills. Yi Yunfei smiled slightly, and then looked at his son. Little Yi, why not show us? Yi Xian cough, well. Okay. Yi Xian figured he wouldn't refuse the two little ones' request, especially since the old man had spoken. He couldn't possibly turn it down. He reluctantly agreed, as this was merely a trivial task for him. Mom, do we have any green radishes at home? Please bring me one. Oh, you brat. Just wait. Seeing her son ordering her around, if it were usually, she would directly retaliate. But today she decided to let this little rascal show off. She wanted to see what tricks this little brat could pull with his knife skills. Before long, Zhang Wanqing came back from the kitchen with a large green radish. Here, this one should do. It's the biggest radish. That's enough. He casually took the green radish from his mother's hand and picked up a small dagger from the table. Daddy is going to carve again. I can't wait to see what Daddy is going to carve this time. The two little ones stared eagerly at the green radish in their father's hands, afraid to miss any moment of Daddy's grand performance. Mu Hanyue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, but her gaze also fell on the green radish in Yi Xian's hands. Although she disapproved of that big pig's trotter showing off, she was still curious about what Yi Xian would carve. After all, this big rascal, though mischievous, always managed to surprise them. With the knife in his hand flying with brilliance, the green radish shavings fell like rain. Each cut was perfectly timed, showcasing the beauty of completing an artistic masterpiece. Zhang Wanqing, who originally wasn't paying much attention, felt that Yi Xian's knife skills were impressive, even though he hadn't finished. This food carving looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. As he watched his son carve, Yi Yunfei slightly furrowed his brows, recognizing something. As time passed, the true form of the carved green radish gradually revealed itself, and Yi Yunfei's eyes widened more and more, ultimately filled with astonishment and disbelief. This is the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree at the village entrance. Oh my goodness, Daddy carved that osmanthus. Wow, Daddy is amazing. And look, Grandma, under the tree, that's the village head, Grandpa Feng, Grandpa Zhou. Hearing the astonished remarks of the two little ones, Yi Yunfei, Zhang Wanqing, and Mu Hanyue all looked under the tree, where several old men were playing chess, and the essence of each person's spirit was vividly captured. This work is a masterpiece, a true treasure. This guy. Muhanua stared at the carving in front of her lost in thought as memories of her first visit to Osmanthus village flooded back, where she saw the village head and others playing chess under the 1,000-year-old Osmanthus tree. The two scenes overlapped. It was undoubtedly identical. Even the leaves on the Osmanthus tree were clear as day. Is this big pig's trotter still human? He could recreate everything with just one glance. This little rascal. Ye Yunfei's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the carving before him. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, with only the green radish shavings quietly lying on the ground, evident of the miraculous transformation of nothing into an artwork. Jiang Wanqing gazed at her son's masterpiece, stunned for quite a while, without being able to react. This was her. But when did this happen? She was completely unaware, just like how she had fished in the Feng family's fish pond in the afternoon and grilled fish. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity toward her son. Although he was indeed her son, it seemed she knew too little about him. No, far too little. Little Yi is at home. Yet while the family was lost in their thoughts, the village head Chun Jianghe walked in, with several elders from the village clearly calling out for Yi Xian. It was nothing else but to ask for a jar of treasured peach blossom brew. Even Grandpa Feng was among them. Initially, he didn't want to come, but ultimately, he couldn't resist the temptation. Little Yi, we've been thinking. On this carving. Old Zhou's words were cut short, as his gaze happened to fall on the green radish carving on the table. But what shocked him the most was that he saw himself in it. Not only that, as his view expanded, Old Zhou exclaimed again, cough cough. Not only me, but also the village head, Grandpa Feng, Grandpa Zhou, Grandpa Wang. And this 1,000-year-old Osmanthus tree, every leaf, even the texture, is vividly captured. This, after being lost in thought for a moment, Old Zhou spoke again, his gaze falling on Yi Xian. Little Yi, this couldn't possibly be your carving, could it? Seeing Old Zhou's reaction, village head Qin Jianghe and several elders also looked at the green radish carving in surprise, quickly noticing that they too were depicted, even seeing the village head holding white pieces while playing chess. Of course, who else could carve this besides Daddy? Grandpa, Grandma, Mommy, and we can all testify to that. Seeing the astonished expressions of the village head and the elders, the two little ones couldn't help but feel delighted. Daddy was showing off again. Listening to the two little ones, the village head Qin Jianghe and the elders looked at Yi Xian with renewed admiration. Indeed, their understanding had limited their imagination. The once young king of children, Little Yi, had now grown to such heights. Their Osmanthus village had produced an extraordinary genius. Exquisite bamboo pavilion. After a brief moment of astonishment, village chief Qin Jianghe and the others came to their senses. Little Yi, did you really carve this? Although it was already certain, Qin Jianghe still wanted to hear Yi Xian's own answer, for the level of carving here could only be described as divine craftsmanship. He chuckled. Just a smattering of knowledge. He let out a faint smile and spoke in such an understated tone that village chief Qin Jianghe and the others held Yi Xian in even higher regard. Possessing such talent and yet remaining so composed. Honestly, even at their advanced age of 70, they could not maintain such equanimity. Qin Jianghe said, just a smattering. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Qin Jianghe was taken aback, then sighed deeply. Truly, I never expected the former leader of the kids to be so humble one day. The village chief's words provoked Yi Xian to roll his eyes. Isn't being a little humble a good thing? As they say, a scholar should be regarded with new eyes after 3 days' separation. 20 years had passed. He was no longer the ignorant youth Lu Ming, but a man with a system. Mu Hanshua heard her man being teased by the village chief. The corners of her mouth turned up into a mesmerizing curve that made one want to give a gentle kiss. The charm at that moment was utterly beautiful. Of course, Daddy said that the greater one's ability, the lower one's posture should be, because only then can one earn true respect from others. Just like a bowed head of wheat, the lower it hangs, the better the grain. Although Ming Ming doesn't know what it means, whatever Daddy says must be right. The two little ones chattered away in defense of their daddy. Seeing them protect their father, Yi Xian's parents revealed knowing smile. Upon hearing the two little ones' words, the village chief and the elders were slightly surprised. Teaching by example. Tisk, it seemed they had underestimated little Yi. Such an educational philosophy was rarely practiced by parents, for with wealth and fame, people naturally become inflated, a weakness of human nature that is unavoidable. To be honest, even they were lost in thought. By the way, village chief, why have you come to see little Yi? Yi Yunfei, seeing the two little ones vigorously defending their father, smiled and asked village chief Qin Jianghe. Cough well. Hearing Yi Yunfei's question, the village chief coughed dryly. Well, we came here to shamelessly ask little Yi for a jar of peach blossom brew. We're old, and this is our only indulgence. Asking Daddy for peach blossom brew. The two little ones blinked their big curious eyes. That was Daddy's homemade peach blossom brew. He's so happy. Oh, Grandpa, village chief, so that's why you came. Yi Xian paused slightly, then chuckled. Coincidentally, I was just about to tell my parents that I plan to give each of your families 2 jars of peach blossom brew. I've already prepared them. As he spoke, Yi Xian stepped aside, revealing a corner of the bamboo pavilion's living room, where 16 jars of peach blossom brew were neatly arranged, exactly matching the 8 people the village chief had brought. He paused. When I was young, I was naughty and caused you all a lot of trouble. Let these 2 jars of peach blossom brew be my token of respect for each of you. This, little Yi, 2 jars is too much. 1 jar is enough. Before the village chief could finish, Elder Feng interrupted. What's too much? When he was little, this rascal didn't cause a ruckus in my fish pond. That's right, he also caused trouble with my chickens. And the several elders began to complain in turn. They were really going all out for the peach blossom brew. Qin Jianghe was speechless. Before he could say anything more, Elder Foam and the others simply took action, each grabbing a whole jar of peach blossom brew and quickly walking out of the bamboo pavilion as if afraid something might change. Soon only village chief Qin Jianghe and 2 jars of peach blossom brew remained in the bamboo pavilion. Hee Grandpa village chief, do you need me to help you carry them home? Seeing the stunned village chief, Yi Xian smiled faintly. More than a dozen jars of peach blossom brew were nothing to him. This? No need. Staring at the peach blossom brew right before him, thinking of the sweet and mellow fragrance that had lingered in his memory since that day, he swallowed his saliva and strode out the door like a young man in his 20s. I didn't expect that at their age of 70 they'd still be so spry. Yi Yunfei looked suspiciously in the direction where the village chief and the elders had left. It's all for their son's peach blossom brew. This is the first time I've seen the village chief accept a gift so readily. Jiang Wanqing chuckled, then turned her gaze to her son Yi Xian. Not bad, son. You've really made your mother proud today. By the way, tonight you must show off all your culinary skills. You've been hiding them from me for so long. Let me see if I can't enjoy a good feast at your expense. No problem. Hearing his mother's words, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, this was the first time he had cooked for his parents since obtaining his divine-level culinary skill. Mu Hanxue, watching the harmonious and intimate relationship between Yi Xian and his parents, couldn't help but feel envious. After all, even before she had fallen out with her father Mu Yutian, they had never been like this. After dinner, Yi Xian's parents were recounting to Mu Hanxue and the 2 little ones stories of Yi Xian as the leader of the children in his childhood. Mu Hanxue occasionally let out giggles. As for the 2 little ones, their eyes were full of admiration and envy. So daddy was really amazing when he was little. Ding! Warning, host, a master is approaching. Although the threat to the host is only 0.005, it should be a... Yi Xian, who was sitting on a rocking chair in the courtyard enjoying the gentle evening breeze, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Threat rate 0.005. Friend not foe. Under the power of the overdraft tracking card, Yi Xian then saw a figure appear under the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree at the village entrance. This person gave him a familiar feeling. Friend not foe. How interesting. With his divine-level magnetism ability, Yi Xian vanished from the rocking chair in an instant, his movements so subtle that he didn't disturb anyone. About 5 or 6 seconds later. Who goes there? Shangwan Xuanming, who was gazing at Yi Xian's bamboo pavilion under the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree, narrowed his eyes and sharply turned to look behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared like a ghost behind him, and that person was none other than his target this time. Yi Xian. Upon seeing the arrival, Shangwan Xuanming's scalp tingled. He never expected that the one who had appeared silently behind him was the very person who had beaten his nephew into the hospital and whom Shangwan Hantian had threatened to leave the Shangwan family if they used their clan power against Yi Xian. Shangwan Xianming knew his nephew's temperament all too well. He meant what he said. For this very reason, Shangwan Xianming was even more determined to meet Yi Xian to see what kind of monster he was. Thus the scene unfolded. Oh, you know me. He examined Shangwan Xianming carefully. What's your relationship with Shangwan Hantian? In his second eyes narrowed, Shangwan Xianming made no attempt to hide his identity and stated directly, "You're the one who beat my nephew into the hospital and made him your apprentice." Moi. I took him as my apprentice. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly. I didn't take him as my apprentice. He knelt and begged to become my disciple. And since he withstood 3 of my palm strikes, he is my apprentice. Even your Shangwan family has no say in this. Ridiculous. My Shangwan family has no say. They'll see just how formidable you are. With a cold snort, Shangwan Xuanming's feet blurred as he transformed into a streak of light, charging fiercely at Yi Xian. Though his speed was astonishing, his attack carried no killing intent. As for Shangwan Xuanming's arrival, Yi Xian could figure it out with his little toe. It was just as Mu Hanxue had worried before. The Shangwan family feared that if the relationship got out, it would affect their reputation. A test. Indeed, that was the purpose of Shangwan Xuanming's visit. Shangwan Xuanming's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, his fist was already upon him. A mocking curve had already formed at the corner of his mouth. With such strength, he wanted to be his nephew's master. Just as Shangwan Xianming thought he had it in the bag, Yi Xian moved. Bang! Like a strike that pierced through space, a palm landed on Shangwan Xuanming's chest. In the next moment, he transformed into a black light and was sent flying, sliding over a meter along the ground, blood gushing from his mouth in a spray of crimson. So are you convinced? A calm voice echoed in Shangwan Xuanming's mind, yet it struck like thunder. You. Puff. Just as Shangwan Xianming wanted to speak, another mouthful of blood spurted out, his face turning pale as snow. Cough, cough. How is this possible? Shangwan Xuanming's gaze towards Yi Xian completely changed. The feeling from that last strike was utterly unstoppable, too fast, so fast that he had no time to react. He could not believe that there was someone in this world who could defeat him in a split second without even giving him a chance to resist. This kid, not much older than his nephew, was actually far stronger than him. If it weren't for you being Shangwan Hangshan's second uncle, you would already be a corpse right now. Glancing at the horrified Shangwan Xuanming, I hope this is the last time. If there is a next time, I won't care whether you are Shangwan Hangshan's second uncle or his father. After being momentarily stunned, by the time Shangwan Xianming regained his senses, Yi Xian's figure had already vanished from the arena, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet his severely injured body constantly reminded him that everything that just happened was real. How could such a young man possess such formidable skills? Reflecting on the earlier scene, that guy could kill him as easily as taking a deep breath. Xianming dialed his elder brother's number. On the other side, Xuanru, who had been waiting for news, was jolted upon receiving Xuanming's call. What did you say? That Ye defeated you with a single strike, and you didn't even have a chance to resist. The two brothers exchanged a few words before hanging up, then turned their gaze towards the distant night sky adorned with lights of the imperial capital, their eyes narrowing slightly. What kind of existence is that son-in-law of the Mu family? This night would undoubtedly be a sleepless one for the Xuan family. Commands were issued from the top down, each one related to Yi Xian and Xuan Hongtian, while Yi Xian had become a taboo for the entire Xuan family. The next morning, a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of Guishu village, her stunning face and graceful figure accentuated by the two dimples that appeared when she smiled, exuding a playful cuteness. Lin Xiyu, a popular female streamer from Dosha Live, had come to Guishu village to fulfill her promise to her fans and witness the splendor of the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. Goddess Xiyu has become even more beautiful. Oh, especially those two dimples, I just want to give her a kiss. That tree must be the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. What a big tree. Streamer, where is this? The scenery is so beautiful, and the air must be particularly fresh. As soon as the broadcast started, a number of fans rushed in, and the number of viewers soared, quickly surpassing 10,000. Today, I will take you all to visit Guishu village, the hometown of the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. While speaking, Lin Xiyu wandered around Guishu village with a selfie stick, admiring the picturesque scenery and inhaling the enchanting fragrance of the osmanthus flowers, feeling wistful as she mused. If I could settle down here with my Prince Charming in the future, it would surely be a particularly happy thing. Her words immediately drew declarations of affection from the fans, and comments swarmed the screen. Wow, look at that exquisite bamboo house courtyard and those two adorable little girls. In the live stream, a fan suddenly exclaimed, and then many fans turned their gazes over, a flood of comments pouring in the next. At that moment in the courtyard, there were no others but Tong Tong and Mengming, both holding a book on the stone table. Lin Xiyu had evidently noticed the two little ones, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. What is this? Are those two little girls reciting poetry? Sister, can you help me? I want to recite Changhen Gu that Daddy taught us. Mengming's sweet, clear voice echoed through the courtyard. Oh, all right, then you recite it. Tong Tong took the book from Mengming's hands, nodding like a big sister. The Han Emperor longed for beauty, to conquer the nation, ruling for many years without finding it. In the Yang family, a girl has just come of age, raised in a deep boudoir where no one knows her. With innate beauty hard to abandon, one day, chosen to be by the Emperor's side. With a glance and a smile, 100 charms are born. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. The sweet and adorable voice flowed out, causing Lin Xiyu's eyes to widen in disbelief. What is this? Are those two little girls reciting poetry? What am I seeing? This is not the most important part. The most important thing is that these two little cuties are only 2 or 3 years old, yet they can recite such difficult poetry. Cough cough. Wow, what are those two little cuties reciting? They are so impressive. Absolutely. However, from the sound of this rhythm, it should be a poem. Cough cough, a 2-year-old cutie reciting such difficult poetry. Wow, is this a little monster? Moreover, being only over 2 years old, they probably can't recognize all the characters. I have a feeling that those two little cuties are going to be famous. Dude, be confident, just remove the feeling from your words. As the two little ones recited Changhen Gu, the number of fans in the live stream surged from over 10,000 to 30,000, and the growth continued at an astonishing rate. Tong Tong and Mengming were oblivious to the fact that they were already seen by tens of thousands of netizens, still diligently performing the tasks assigned by Daddy. In the chilly spring, bathing in the Huaqing pool, the hot spring water glides like creamy fat. The maid helps the delicate and feeble girl rise. This is when the new favor is bestowed. With cloud-like hair and a floral face adorned with golden hairpins, the hibiscus curtain warms the spring night. The spring night is short, and the sun rises high. From now on, the emperor won't attend morning court. In the harem, there are 3,000 beauties, all affection resting on one person. In the golden house, the beautiful maidens await in the night, having feasted in the jade tower, drunk and enjoying spring. Sisters and brothers are all granted land. How pitiful that the glory is bestowed upon the door, thus making all the parents in the world prefer daughters over sons. The sweet and adorable recitation echoed, leaving Lin Xiyu and the audience in the live stream in a daze. Impressive, this is too impressive. Moreover, not only did they recite it, but every word could be clearly heard. In the scene, Lin Xiyu's heart was overwhelmed with joy, feeling as if her heart was melting. Wow, these two little girls are super cute. I want one too, and they are so talented, too adorable. I want to take them home right away. 40,000, 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. The number of fans in the live stream quickly broke through 100,000, and the surge showed no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, in a dormitory at Magic City University, with a wuxia, young man suddenly sat up from his bed like a corpse, startling his nearby roommates. What the heck, are you okay? Fourth. Lin Zuya and Wang Lin saw fourth Lu Feihu sitting up like a corpse, their eyelids twitching. Lu Feihu, however, paid no attention to them. While something big has happened. Second and third, come quick, this is. Cough cough, our niece. With a swift slide, he jumped off the bed, the motion almost seamless, taking less than a second. Hearing fourth's words, Lin Zuya and Wang Lin turned their gazes over. Tong Tong and Mengming, aren't they the eldest daughters? Oh my, our niece is live streaming. Wang Lin's eyes widened in shock. This isn't our niece's live stream, it's the streamer I follow who went to our eldest's hometown. Coughing lightly, eldest hometown this. The background is indeed. Lu Feihu took a deep breath. But that's not the most important part. Look at what Meng Meng is doing. She isn't reciting poetry, is she? In the lofty palace, the wind carries the heavenly music heard everywhere. Slow singing and slow dancing, the bamboo strings are played all day long. The emperor cannot see enough. In the soil beneath Mawei's slope, the jade face is unseen, buried in emptiness. What is this? In the soil beneath Mawei's slope. The Li Palace. Lin Zuya was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, could it be that the Mawei slope mutiny? This poem is about Emperor Tang Ming and Yang Guifei. Wow, this is incredible. Meng Meng is too amazing, and Tong Tong surely doesn't know all the characters in this poem. They're only over 2 years old. How incredible. Wang Lin's eyes were wide open in disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. Wow, no wonder she is the eldest daughter, just like the eldest, a total prodigy. This gene inheritance is so strong. Lu Feihu licked his lips while Lin Zuya immediately called his girlfriend Feng Xiaoqian. The wind blows the celestial garments as if dancing in a rainbow dress. The jade figure weeps lonely tears on the rail. A pear blossom branch springs in the rain. With affection in her gaze, she thanks the emperor. After parting, their voices have become indistinct. Looking back down at the world, one cannot see Chang'an, only dust and mist. In front of the exquisite bamboo house in Guishu village, Lin Xiu had quietly entered the courtyard at some point, listening to the two little ones reciting Changhen Go. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? The number of fans in the live stream had already surpassed 100,000, each one in shock, staring at the two little girls on the screen. Their hearts stirred like a storm. Genius. Prodigy. These were the words they all agreed upon, but they felt that those words were not enough to describe the two little girls in front of them. At this moment, yes, parents also came out of the bamboo house and happened to see the scene of their two incredibly cute granddaughters reciting poetry. Especially Zhang Wanqing, as a primary school Chinese teacher, she understood all too well what the poetry represented. What is this? A timeless masterpiece. This is definitely a timeless masterpiece. Zhang Wanqing's eyes sparkled, but soon suspicion filled her gaze, her brows slightly furrowed. But she had never heard of such a powerful poem. Wanqing, is this poem very impressive? Yi Yunfei spoke in a daze. Although he couldn't understand what the two granddaughters were reciting, from their clear articulation and the beauty of the verses, this poem was undoubtedly extraordinary. Half a minute, 1 minute, 2 minutes. The exquisite bamboo house courtyard fell into silence. Only the sweet, adorable voice of Meng Meng filled every inch of the courtyard, echoing in the ears of everyone present and the audience in the live stream. Finally, at a certain moment, in parting, I earnestly send verses. In the verses there are vows that both hearts know. On the 7th day of the 7th month at the Chongqing Palace, at midnight, no one speaks in private. In heaven I wish to be a pair of birds, on earth I wish to be branches entwined. Time may end, but this love will last forever. Meng Meng ultimately recited the entire Changhen Go without missing a word, yet the scene remained silent, as did the live. In heaven I wish to be a pair of birds, on earth I wish to be branches entwined. Time may end, but this love will last forever. What an incredible poem. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, utterly captivated by the two little ones. The number of fans in the live stream had already exceeded 200,000, and the atmosphere erupted. Is this my granddaughter? Zhang Wanqing stared blankly at the scene, completely unable to believe what she was seeing. What kind of two little prodigies had her son given birth to? The song of eternal regret emerged. Its brilliance left countless netizens awestruck. Not only was it universally hailed as an immortal masterpiece, but it was also recited flawlessly by a toddler barely over 2 years old. Oh, beautiful auntie, may I ask who you are? After finishing their recitation, the two children finally noticed Lin Xiu standing in the courtyard, holding a selfie stick. Their sweet voices stirred Lin Xiu's maternal instincts. These adorable, brilliant little girls held an irresistible allure for young women like her. Viewers watching the live stream erupted with a fresh wave of chat messages upon seeing the children notice Lin Xiu. Many even teased the host, urging her to find a partner and raise such charming daughters herself. How lovely you both are. I'm a live stream host. I heard you reciting that poem just now and couldn't resist coming to see you. She paused gently before adding, by the way, what are your names? I'm Tong Tong. I'm Meng Meng. Hearing identical replies from the two indistinguishable twins, Lin Xiu's mind momentarily blanked. She had indeed lost track, unable to tell which was which. Yet she felt too embarrassed to ask again. Smiling warmly at the two cherubic girls, she said, Tong Tong and Meng Meng. What beautiful names. So melodious, so endearing. You hear that? So many people say just that. Tong Tong set aside the book in her hands and giggled with playful pride. Is that so? Then, who taught you this poem? Distracted by the twins' charm, Lin Xiu's voice softened into a delicate, coquettish lilt, sending shivers through her legion of viewers. Meng Meng chimed in, of course it was Papa. And, shoo, let me whisper this to you, he wrote it himself. Even Mom, your Papa wrote it. Lin Xiu gasped in astonishment. Whoever composed such a poem must be truly extraordinary. Naturally, he's the handsomest, most remarkable man in the entire world. Papa dotes on us beyond measure. As the twins spoke in their tender, affectionate tones, Lin Xiu sighed inwardly. How blessed their parents must be, having accumulated lifetimes of virtue to deserve such angelic daughters. Whoa, no more. These twin blossoms are too adorable. I want to take them home right now. I wonder which lucky fellow is. Damn, I'd gladly trade 10 years off my life just to have daughters like them. That's beside the point. I'm dying to know what celestial beauty must their parents possess. Jiang Wanqing, listening to Tong Tong and Mengming, drew a quiet, instinctive breath. This immortal poem had been penned by. Amidst these ripples of awe, Xuan and Mu Hanxue stepped out from the main building, entering the scene as if summoned from an inkwash, painting a paragon of grace and elegance. Standing side by side, they seemed carved from classical verse, serene, harmonious, utterly sublime. Were they then? Unsurprisingly, Xuan and Mu Hanxue's appearance instantly captivated every eye, especially those of countless adoring female viewers who pressed their phones so close the screens nearly touched the lens. Xuan, the heartthrob. The moment he appeared, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze locked onto him. His visage was etched forever in her memory, for he was her lifelong idol. Aunt, pretty auntie, you know Papa too. Seeing her mirror their own starstruck reverence, the twins instantly. Phew, of course I do. Overwhelmed, Lin Xiu exhaled deeply. Her cheeks flushed crimson as though she'd just sprinted through a jungle battlefield. Regaining composure, she declared, I'm not just a fan, I'm his devoted admirer. Especially his song Love Unavoidable, my absolute favorite. Heartthrob. Singing. A fan. Jiang Wanqing turned to her son, utterly stunned. Xiaoyi, you actually sang. Auntie, you didn't know yet. Seizing the moment, as if divinely guided, the twins prompted Lin Xiu, who eagerly championed her idol. He's astonishingly multifaceted. Just recently at Ning Shuangder's concert, the reigning queen of music and film, he ascended to legendary status with 2 songs alone, earning the title Prince of Love Ballads. And that wasn't all. His later hit The King Sent Me to Patrol the Mountains cemented his place atop the pantheon. Today his fame rivals even Ning Shuangder's. But while millions adore his songs, few recognize the man behind the voice. Lin Xiu narrated with unwavering fervor, leaving Xuan's parents reeling, while Mu Hanxue watched helplessly, her lips twitching, as she beheld the radiant, starstruck girl across from her, the latest devotee of her husband's charisma. Wow, Papa's songs are that famous already. Tong Tong and Mengming gaped wide-eyed, their sparkling gazes brimming with awe, pride, and boundless admiration. Absolutely. Papa is far more extraordinary than you imagine, and his songs are exponentially more beloved than you could ever fathom. Hearing this, Lin Xiu felt as though she'd found a soulmate, and with unrestrained, almost feverish praise, she elevated Xuan to ever loftier peaks. Her effusive adoration, amplified by the twins, left Xuan blushing faintly. Congratulations, host. You have earned 166 fatherhood points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You have earned 166 fatherhood points from Mengming. Congratulations, host. You have earned 166 fatherhood points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You have earned 166 fatherhood points from Mengming. Effortlessly harvesting fatherhood points from the twins, Xuan reveled in this effortless triumph, a euphoria so profound it defied description, perhaps the very zenith of mortal joy. Those who understood without words, those who didn't never would. In that instant, Xuan's elation was singular, unmatched, unshared, unearthly. Meanwhile, the livestream audience, now exceeding 300,000 stunned viewers, exploded in chaos. What the This man is him, Xuan, the singer of those 3 divine songs. Xuan? Ah, that's why his name sounded so familiar when the host mentioned him. He's the superstar Xuan. Goodness, each of those 3 masterpieces has surpassed 300 million downloads. Imagine what that signifies. Indeed, not even the reigning diva Ning Shuangder boasts such records. Frenzy erupted. With merely his presence, Xuan ignited a wildfire of devotion across the entire livestream. 300,000, 330,000, 350,000, 380,000. The meteoric surge in viewership shattered all previous records on Douxia Live. And Lin Xiu, already a rising star, soared further, still her follower count rocketing past 400,000. Lin Xiu trembled with exhilaration, taking several deep breaths. Her idol stood before her, and she vowed to etch every second into memory. By the way, heartthrob, many netizens online are curious, if you were to describe your own handsomeness in one sentence, how would you phrase it? After steadying herself, she gazed up at him with luminous, hopeful eyes, her cheeks blooming with a soft, involuntary, oh my, asking Papa to describe his own charm. Hee. I so want to hear this too, Mengming. The twins blinked their large, shimmering eyes playfully, adoring their omnipotent Papa with sugary sweetness. Hundreds of thousands of viewers shared that eager anticipation, and even Xuan's parents watched him with quiet, proud smiles. Today's revelations had far exceeded their expectations, but seeing their son shine so brilliantly filled them with pure, unreserved joy. They too longed to hear how he would define himself. Me describing my own charm. That feels rather awkward. Xuan replied modestly. Papa. Yes, just one sentence. Hee. When Papa hesitated, Tong Tong and Mengming deployed their most irresistible pout, against which Xuan possessed zero resistance. Ahem, all right. Fine, I'll oblige, but truly you two are impossible little enchantresses. As he affectionately pinched their cheeks, he delivered a generous dose of dog food, before even beginning his answer. Before Lin Xiu or the viewers could savor that sweetness, the twins leaned in and planted tender kisses on their doting Papa's cheek. Papa, this is wonderful. You're the very best Papa in the whole wide world. Mengming loves you so much. An avalanche of saccharine affection cascaded forth. Mu Hanxue couldn't help but roll her eyes playfully, while Xuan's parents basked in the rich, joyful dog food, served by their son and granddaughters. Wah, it's so sweet. Idol, please speak. Otherwise we'll melt away completely. Watching this scene, Lin Xiu burned with envy. She longed to whisk the twins aside and claim that cherished cheek pinch for herself, savoring its unparalleled sweetness alone. An exquisite bamboo house and courtyard. Seeing Lin Xiyu acting like a little fangirl, Mu Huanxue couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. It seemed the lesson he had received was not enough, and he vowed to reassert his authority as a husband by evening. If I must evaluate my handsomeness, it's quite simple. Pausing for effect, he captured the attention of Lin Xiyu and the hundreds of thousands of fans in the live stream. My handsomeness is akin to the warm sunlight streaming through a floor-to-ceiling window on a winter's day. Comforting and understated, beautiful, yet not overly sentimental, evoking endless imagination. The U.S. Time magazine once compared my handsomeness to a flawless statue of a handsome man sculpted with utmost precision by Michelangelo. However, I personally do not fully endorse this comparison. Firstly, it describes my handsomeness in a superficial and shallow manner, failing to capture the deeper essence within. Secondly, it should not be said Michelangelo sculpted with all his might, but rather even Michelangelo could not sculpt such a being, which would be a more objective description. Otherwise, it's hard to convince anyone. Mu Huanxue exclaimed, "This bastard has truly refreshed my understanding of shamelessness." Hearing Yixian's serious nonsense made her feel embarrassed. This guy could lie without even flushing. Wow, daddy is amazing. Although the two little ones did not understand from their mothers and the beautiful aunt's reactions, they could tell that daddy was definitely in the spotlight. Cough cough. Lin Xiyu was caught off guard by his sudden remarks, clearly surprised that her idol would explain his handsomeness in such a manner. Honestly, she almost believed those philosophically laden words. The numerous fans in the live stream were also amused. This scene was indeed far from their imaginations of a serious idol. It's getting late, we should head to the local household registration office. Jokingly checking the time, I said, today we need to handle another matter in addition to visiting my parents in Guishu village, registering Tong Tong and Ming Ming's identities, changing their last name from Mu to Yi. Haha, then you two should go and come back early. Tonight is the bonfire party that only happens once every 6 months in our village, Jiang Wanqing said, with a smile, clearly aware of their purpose. Got it, Mom. We'll be back before the bonfire party. Yi Xin smiled slightly, and Lin Xiyu's beautiful eyes lit up. A bonfire party under such picturesque nightfall would surely be interesting, especially since her idol would attend. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian led Mu Huanxue and the two little ones away from Guishu village towards Tongluan town. 2 hours later, Tong Tong and Ming Ming's names were officially changed to Yi Yutong and Yi Yuming. Haha, now that everything is settled, it'll take you to a good place. Today happens to be the first day of the Tongluan Temple Fair. Upon hearing Daddy's words, the two little ones' big eyes sparkled with excitement. Daddy, are we going to the fair? Hee, I've heard the fair has everything and is very lively. Daddy, let's hurry up. Ming Ming can't wait any longer. Haha, alright. Yi Xian affectionately held the hands of the two little ones, one on each side, as they walked towards the parking lot. Mu Huanxue, lingering behind, stared enviously at the big pig's hoof, holding the two little lovers, stamping her foot in frustration, feeling possessive, yet unable to say anything about it. Damn that big soul. Mu Huanxue muttered, looking quite beautiful in her anger, both charming and cold, possessing a unique allure. Daddy, you're spoiling us so much, aren't you afraid we'll become arrogant? The two little ones spoke, their eyes full of sweetness and regret. Daddy was the one who spoiled them the most in this world, with Mommy coming in second. Haha, if you become arrogant, then so be it. You two are Daddy's daughters. Who else should I spoil if not you? Upon reaching the car, he lightly rubbed the delicate jade-like noses of the two little ones. Daddy's ultimate goal is to spoil you into the happiest little princesses in the world. Hee, really, Daddy? Daddy Ming Ming loves you super duper a lot. The two little ones happily kissed Daddy again, filling the car with an abundance of dog food. Sitting in the passenger seat, Mu Huanxue watched her man and daughter showering each other with affection, feeling both gratified and envious. The excessively sweet dog food made Mu Huanxue feel stuffed, unable to take any more, yet the dog food kept coming. As the car sped towards the Tongluan Temple Fair, an old lady with a shifty gaze watched the passing vehicles with gleaming eyes. To her, these were not vehicles, but money. Indeed, this old lady was the infamous scam artist. From a distance, she saw a luxury car approaching and immediately threw herself onto the road. Squeak. While munching on the overly sweet dog food, Mu Huanxue happened to catch sight of the scam artist falling to the ground and shot a glare at Yi Xian. Look at you, all you do is show off with the two little ones. If not, would you have hit someone? After saying this, Mu Huanxue pushed the door open to get out, but her expression quickly returned to that of a cold goddess. It was just an old lady. Even if she had hit someone, she had 100 ways to easily resolve the matter. Although she could handle the situation, her conscience was still troubled. The scam artist was also startled, nearly wetting herself. Seeing the luxury car only 3 inches away from her, a chill ran down her spine. However, her eyes soon filled with a fierce glint. Having taken such a risk, she was determined to make a good profit. With that thought, the scam artist began to perform theatrically. Oh no. I've been hit. Everyone come look. Oh, my elbow, my knee, my lumbar disc. She showcased her skills, her act remarkably polished. Sure enough, her performance attracted a crowd of onlookers who expressed sympathy and began pointing at the luxury car. Is everything alright? Mu Huanxue frowned slightly, although she didn't know the old lady was faking the fact that she was deliberately trying to escalate the situation, extinguished any sympathy she might have had. Though young, she had seen her fair share of people, and her attitude had grown considerably colder. However, the scam artist was not willing to accept this. Seeing Mu Huanxue's attitude, she smirked slyly. You think I'm fine? The car was going so fast. Oh. Mu Huanxue frowned slightly, then quickly wrote a check. This is 100,000 and hey, race my phone number. I have urgent business. If you need more money, call me. 100,000. The scam artist's eyes lit up at the sight of the 100,000 check. This was definitely her heart raced with excitement, but on the surface, she remained calm. Oh, since you young people are busy just have my son. Of course, the scam artist had no idea that 100,000 was a mere drop in the bucket for Xuan. While speaking, she reached out to take the check, eager to pocket it. This amount was equivalent to her earnings over several months, and she couldn't help but smirk at her impending success. Indeed, those who drive luxury cars are usually foolish and rich. However, this time, she had clearly miscalculated. Just as she thought she was about to succeed, a large hand intercepted the check, causing her to lose the prize she thought was in her grasp. The scam artist's negative emotions exploded. Hey kid, what are you doing? I warn you if I have. Before the scam artist could finish, a sharp slap rang out, striking her cheek without any warning. The sound of bone cracking echoed as she was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away, crashing hard onto the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. A pitiful sight. Holy shit, that person has gone mad. He hit someone and then dared to strike them. Will they die? The scam artist was thrown onto the opposite curb, her cheek suffering a shattering fracture that left her dazed. Xuan, get in the car. Xuan ushered the stunned Xuan into the car and pressed the gas pedal, speeding away. The bystanders were left dumbfounded. They truly couldn't understand this behavior. Is this how young people handle hitting someone nowadays? At this moment, the scam artist, regaining her senses after being momentarily stunned, sprang up from the curb, seemingly unharmed. Damn it. What bad luck. This time I've lost big. The scam artist, rising like a zombie, cursed loudly. Due to the strain on her facial muscles from her injuries, she winced in pain. What the hell is this? A scam. Seeing the scam artist's vibrant demeanor, the onlookers were also stunned. What had they just witnessed? Were the acting skills of scammers now this impressive? Inside the supercar, Xuan glanced at the seemingly uninjured scam artist through the rearview mirror, recalling how she had just been ready to give her 100,000. However, she then glared fiercely at the big soul beside her. You already knew she was a scam artist. Xuan shot a reproachful glare at the big bad driver, feeling annoyed that he didn't inform her it was a scam, making her look foolish. Too naughty, utterly wicked. Hee mama was fooled too. Just now Ming was really scared. I told you, how could daddy's driving skills hit someone? The two little ones patted their chests in fear, clearly deceived by the shameless old lattice acting. Xuan, these two little ones truly are relentless in defending their father's image, but why do I feel so envious? By the way, Daddy, when did you know that the wicked person was scamming? Tong Tong blinked her big eyes full of curiosity while Ming stared at her father with wide eyes. Yes, Daddy, Ming is super curious too. It's actually quite simple. With a doting smile at the two little ones, he continued, from the very beginning I noticed that scammer lady. She didn't start scamming at first. Rather, she was looking around with shifty eyes, clearly searching for a target. Moreover, when that scammer lady fell, we were at least 2 meters away from her. After braking, even though she hit it well, a hint of panic still showed on her face. Besides, she had a rosy complexion and was not dirty at all. Listening to Xuan's thorough explanation, Xuan was astonished. This big oaf, while feeding the two little ones dog food, could still observe so closely. Is he even human? Daddy knew everything from the beginning, so amazing. Even Mama didn't notice. Mama was just too jealous. Xuan. The two little ones make me embarrassed. What does it mean to be jealous? It's clearly you three who are feeding each other dog food. But thankfully that big fool noticed, otherwise that scammer lady would have taken advantage of us. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Xuan, with a blushing face, truly felt an impulse to strangle the big oaf in front of her. How could he do this? I also wanted to see when our silly wife would finally wake up. Xuan, are you trying to die? Xuan was momentarily stunned, then gritted her teeth, almost biting Xuan. Has he gone mad? Does he want to see me make a fool of myself so badly? Every time he succeeds, Xuan, oh Xuan, can't you be a little smarter? Sigh, this guy is simply my nemesis. Ever since I met him, I haven't had a moment of peace. Truly. A fateful bond. Daddy is bullying Mommy again. Yes indeed, I don't know how many times this has happened. Every time Mama is bullied to the point of being helpless. Mama, you're too silly. Shut up. Xuan glared fiercely at the two little ones, feeling that they had been led astray by that big fool. How could they dare to tease her like this before? Strangely, Xuan felt her status was getting lower and lower. No, she even felt she had no status at all. Is it really okay for you three to act like this? Rolling her eyes at the three, she felt that the older one could drive her mad, while the younger ones couldn't even be angry. Clearly, Mama, you're just too silly. Daddy noticed from the beginning, and you still gave money to that scammer lady. Exactly. Daddy said being silly isn't scary. What's scary is knowing you're silly, but not trying to change. The two little ones chattered, leaving Xuan stunned. What kind of thoughts had those little ones absorbed from that big fool? Did he? You. Having been bullied by Xuan, the big oaf, was understandable, but now even the two little ones. In this joyful atmosphere, the group soon arrived at the annual temple fair in Toddlers. People coming from the south and going to the north, those shopping or strolling, don't miss out. Don't hesitate, don't linger. $1 won't let you lose out, nor let you be fooled. Our shop offers good quality at low prices, fair to all, with a tenfold compensation for any fakes. As soon as they arrived at the fair, the bustling sounds of sellers filled their ears, and the smell of smoke and fireworks rushed at them. Although noisy, it was hard to feel annoyed. There were all sorts of shops selling snacks, ring toss games, various clothing and toys, and so much more. Here there's nothing you can't imagine, and that's why every temple fair is packed with people. Folks from 10 miles around come here. Wow, is this the temple fair? Daddy's hometown is so interesting. This is way more fun than those malls. Hee Daddy Ming Ming absolutely loves it here. The two little ones chattered away, their excited expressions resembling larks that had just flown out of a cage. So many beautiful clothes and toys. With the little one's voices ringing in her ears, Mu Hanyue looked at Tong Tong and Ming Ming, who were gazing around feeling a sense of wonder. She had never been to a place like this before, where the lively atmosphere was 10 times richer than her usual surroundings. Compared to her previous living environment, she preferred this place much more. Woof 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 woof. Soon the two little ones were attracted by a stall selling puppies, their eyes sparkling with delight as they looked at the small dogs in the cages. Daddy, Mommy, look quickly. Those puppies are super cute. Much cuter than the dogs in Daddy's village. The village dogs run away when they see Daddy and won't play with us. At this point, the two little ones felt somewhat downcast. However, Mu Hanyue smiled brightly and glared at Xuan. What could he say? Who told him to let all the dogs go? In the face of absolute facts, any explanation seemed futile. Daddy will buy you one to take home, okay? To make up for the little one's disappointment, he affectionately ruffled their heads, causing the nearby children to look on with envy. They wanted one too, but their parents wouldn't buy them. The puppies at this stall were very expensive. The cheapest one was over 1,000. Really? Upon hearing that Daddy would buy them one, Tong Tong and Ming Ming's cute little faces brightened up with joy. Of course, Daddy has never tricked our most adorable little princess. Daddy, you're so nice. Without a doubt, another wave of dog food hit Mu Hanyue and the customers and passers-by around the stall. The stall owner, witnessing this, smiled broadly while eating a wave of dog food. This handsome gentleman, your two daughters are so cute. Why not buy them a pet to keep them company? The lively-minded stall owner anticipated business from their conversation. He chatted enthusiastically, and what was more important was that, judging by Xuan and Mu Hanyue's attire and demeanor, it was clear they were not ordinary people, indicating they were likely wealthy. So, little friends, which pet do you want? After saying this, the stall owner launched another round of persuasion at Tong Tong and Ming Ming, showing his dedication to closing the deal. We're just looking. They're all super cute. Mama, which one should we get? The two little ones tugged at Mu Hanyue, struggling back and forth in front of the pet cages. Divine Beast Control, activate. With a thought controlling the beast taming ability, a special aura immediately enveloped the many pet cages at the stall. As soon as the beast taming ability activated, all the puppies in the cages at the stall erupted into a frenzy. Woof woof woof. The chaotic barking startled the surrounding children and parents, as although these were pet dogs, they still had a certain degree of aggression. Your Majesty, it's your Majesty. Your Majesty, pick me. Please choose me, Your Majesty. I'm super easy to take care of, but just give me some food, and I'll live. Your Majesty, I'll act cute and be adorable. Take me home. The chattering voices instantly filled Xuan's ears, making them buzz. However, at this moment, Xuan's gaze landed on a black and white puppy that had just opened its eyes, clearly just born. Will Your Majesty please choose me? When I grow up, I'll help protect the little master. Hearing the little puppy's words, a glimmer of interest sparked in Xuan's eyes. This little husky was quite intelligent, wanting to protect its little master. Tisk, this one's the one. Little did Xuan know at that moment his decision would change this little husky's life forever, and soon would also create an incredibly powerful and formidable canine king. Sharp eyes, handsome sir. Seeing Xuan instantly spot one of the few good dogs on the stall, she slipped in a subtle flattery. This little pup, though a husky, has an extraordinary background. It was brought from abroad by a relative of mine. My family wouldn't let me keep it, so they entrusted it to me to sell. 999 purebred husky, absolutely incomparable to the common huskies on the market today. There's an essential difference in bloodline. Tell you what, since no one has bought it these past few days, and I can see you're a straightforward man, sir. 8,000. Just 8,000 for this purebred husky, how about it? Originally, this purebred husky had cost over 10,000 abroad, but since it hadn't sold for days, he lowered the price. After all, a good dog that didn't sell was worthless to him. Daddy, this little puppy is so tiny and cute. Daddy, can we buy it? The two little ones, hearing the vendor's words, set their eyes on the purebred husky. The little husky seemed to sense Tong Tong and Ming Ming's attention, whimpering pitifully. You like it? Seeing the little one's expressions and the pitiful little husky. We love it. Daddy, can we buy it? The two little ones, hearing the vendor's words, set their eyes on the purebred husky. Alright, well, take it. Woof, thank you, Your Majesty. The little husky, hearing the king's words, was overwhelmed with gratitude. This scene made the other pet dogs around green with envy. That little thing is so lucky. Yes, so small just because its bloodline is a bit better than ours. Your Majesty, no. How could you choose that little one? The other pet dogs at the stall barked in excitement and envy. Then money and goods exchanged hands. Tong Tong and Ming Ming took care of the little husky together and left the stall. Why no, Mommy, Daddy, I want one too. I want a pet puppy. This scene made the surrounding children envious, and the parents cast resentful glances toward the direction Xuan and his family had left. Well, buy one another time, okay? The parents of the children really didn't want to buy. 1,000 or several thousand yuan was 1 or 2 months of their salary. How could they part with it so easily? No. Other kids have them, why don't I? Boo-hoo. Mommy, I want a pet. I want one. For a moment, children were making a fuss around the stall. The vendor smirked inwardly. That handsome guy was a good man. Leaving the pet stall, the two little ones contentedly and carefully tended to the newborn husky. Ding. Host has bought a pet for his daughter for the first time. Obtain Divine Medical Skill. Divine Medical Skill. With this ability, the host's medical techniques have reached the pinnacle. Coupled with items from the system shop, resurrecting the dead and regenerating flesh is not impossible. Top medical experts and professors are but amateurs before the host. Resurrect the dead and regenerate flesh. Trample medical experts and professors. With the experience of acquiring numerous divine abilities before Xuan curled his lips into a smile and couldn't help but glance at the little husky. According to the system's introduction, divine medical skill allowed Xuan to perform marrow cleansing to some extent. Clearly the little husky was about to become his first test subject. Tongtong Mingming let Daddy take a look at the little husky. With that thought, he spoke to the two little ones who were carefully tending to the pup. Okay. Hearing that Daddy wanted to see the cute little husky, the two little ones naturally agreed. After all, Daddy had bought it. Holding the palm-sized little husky in his left hand, he gently stroked it with his right. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging and using 1 drop of Peach Blossom Immortal Brew, consuming 50 Daddy points. Indeed, while using the divine medical skill to stimulate acupoints, he used magnetic force to permeate the Peach Blossom Immortal Brew through the little husky's skin into its body. Woof! The little husky lying in Xuan's hand opened its cute, dazed little eyes. Feeling the king's touch, it let out a contented whimper. At the same time, its physique underwent a tremendous transformation. Woof! At a certain moment, as the Peach Blossom Immortal Brew fully took effect, the little husky miraculously let out a clear woof woof and no longer whimpered. Thank you for the king's grace. Xuan heard the little husky's gratitude. Although the pup didn't know what the king had done to it, it felt incredibly comfortable, and its physical fitness had more than doubled. Ah, Daddy, the little husky barked. MHM, 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 and it barked so clearly. Daddy touched it, and it barked. It must like Daddy a lot. The two little ones hugged the little husky Daddy handed back to them. By now the pup's talents and destiny had been completely transferred. Even Mu Hanxue was slightly stunned by this scene. Is that big pig's trotter really that popular? Xuan watched and smiled to himself. He knew why, and only he knew. The little husky's fur and tiny paws had changed subtly, all thanks to the miraculous effect of Peach Blossom Immortal Brew. Oh, by the way, why don't you give the little husky a name? Just calling it little husky sounds a bit odd. He noticed the two little ones' reactions and suggested with a smile. A name? Tong Tong and Ming Ming looked at their mother. Mommy, why don't you come up with one? In their understanding, Daddy was the greatest, but next came Mommy. As the two little ones finished speaking, even the little husky's eyes turned toward Mu Hanxue, as if it knew a name was about to be given. Feeling the attention, Mu Hanxue was almost flattered. The two little ones had finally remembered they had a formidable mommy. Racking her brains, extracting every bit of inspiration, Mu Hanxue's mind raced. How about Tianba? Tian for genius, Ba for dominance. I hope this little husky will be the smartest and most domineering dog. Wolf, hearing the name Tianba, the little husky, let out a clear, adorable bark. Thank you, mistress, for bestowing the name. Mu Hanxue and the two little ones didn't understand the little husky, but Xuan, with his divine beast taming ability, knew exactly what it meant. He looks like the little dog really likes it. MHM, 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 the little dog seems so happy. Tianba, little Tianba, he. The two little ones giggled, repeating the name. And so the newborn little husky had its name. Tianba. Mu Hanxue hadn't chosen the name casually. Long ago she had once thought of getting a pet, but the idea was shelved. Back then she had already come up with a name. Precisely the one she had just given Tianba. Little Tianba, from now on this is your name. Tong Tong held the little husky, pampering it just as Daddy pampered her, eliciting responsive woofs from the pup. Hee, so smart, little Tianba. Ming Ming giggled as she saw little Tianba nod in a human-like manner. The more she looked, the more she adored it. Even Mu Hanxue's lips curved into a slight smile. Xuan affectionately touched the heads of the two little ones. The family's happiness radiated an invisible wave of affection, making passers-by smile, with a blissful bittersweet sweetness as they eagerly consumed the love shared by this family of four. Dog food scattered, envying the crowd. Hey Mom, look, that's your favorite teddy bear. What a huge plushie. It must be so cozy to sleep with. Glancing over, they saw the two little ones target a white teddy bear plushie over 1.6 meters tall, with several couples holding darts aiming at balloons across the stall. The stall owner collected money nonchalantly, handing out 20 darts, utterly unbothered by the possibility of losing the large teddy bear. Unbeknownst to others, he knew these darts looked normal, but had an internal weight imbalance, so under gravity their trajectory was prone to deviation. That was why few could hit all 20 balloons. It was fundamentally a scam. Yet the owner banked on people's gambling mentality, thus turning a profit. You like the teddy bear plushie? Hearing the two little ones, he glanced at Mu Hanxue, in surprise, obviously not expecting this capable, domineering female CEO to like such girlish items. What's wrong with that? Seeing the little ones betray her without mercy, Mu Hanxue forced a hum, trying to mask her inner turmoil. Oh Daddy, you haven't given Mommy any gift yet. Use this teddy bear plushie as your token of love. Innocent Tong Tong cooed, coaxing her daddy, while Ming Ming chimed in excitedly. Yeah, if Daddy doesn't give Mommy a gift soon, she'll get all shy. Who wants her daddy's gift? Despite her words, her gaze uncontrollably stole a glance at the teddy bear. The little ones were right. The teddy bear plushie was her favorite toy, though it had been whisked away by Mu Hanxue ever since Xuan moved into the villa. Seeing the anticipation in Mu Hanxue's eyes, Xuan smiled faintly, not exposing her thoughts. He turned and pinched the little one's cheeks. All right then, Daddy will win this token of love for Mommy. Hee, really? Go Daddy. Yeah. If Daddy wins, Mommy will sleep with you tonight. Shut up. Glaring fiercely at the two little ones, Mu Hanxue It couldn't help but conjure certain images, her fair cheeks flushing. Hearing the little ones, the surrounding men cast envious glances at Xuan. These two little girls were incredibly thoughtful, and most importantly, that woman was so beautiful with such a great figure and such an elegant aura. How fortunate was that guy to have such twin daughters and a fair-skinned, beautiful, and graceful wife. Sir, want the teddy bear plushie? Care for a round? The sharp-eared stall owner smiled, though a hint of caution arose in his heart. He knew well that winning the teddy bear required hitting all 20 balloons, and with his tampered darts, it was an impossibility. That was his ultimate confidence. At this moment, Xuan was a major customer, at least in his eyes. But what happened next made him question his existence. Alright, I'll take a round. Scanning the code to pay 20 yuan, the stall owner handed Xuan 20 darts. As the transaction concluded, the owner revealed a triumphant smirk. Another sucker had taken the bait. Little did he know what awaited him. Hey, check out that guy. He's starting. The teddy bear. No way he can hit all 20. Yeah, this is super tough. Breaking 15 is already impressive. Exactly. I always feel the darts here are rigged. At home I can easily hit 15, but here I'm lucky to get 10. The surrounding crowd murmured and criticized, but Xuan paid them no heed. Facts speak louder than words, they'd better not. With that thought, a dart flew from his hand. As expected, gravity skewed its trajectory. However, Xuan possessed a superpower, magnetic control. With a subtle force, he corrected the dart's path, and under the guidance of the magnetic field, it precisely pierced the balloon, producing a pop sound. Oh, lucky shot, the first one hit. Haha, no kidding. Wait, what is that guy doing? Is he about to throw 2 darts at? A cry of surprise rang out, and then all eyes turned to Xuan, or rather to the 2 darts in his hand. 2 sharp whistles cut through the air as the darts streaked towards the panel. 2 balloons burst with a pop, and both darts stuck straight into the board. What a... The stall owner was dumbfounded. How could this be? At that moment, a sense of dread crept into the owner's heart. The crowd fell silent, their murmurs replaced by pure shock at Xuan's feet. No joke. 2 darts thrown simultaneously, both hitting their mark. The probability was minuscule. The undeniable truth made everyone realize this guy was an expert. Xuan watched Xuan's performance and sighed softly. That big rascal was about to steal the spotlight again, even if it was for her, to win that white teddy bear. As for the 2 little ones, they giggled, delighted to see their daddy showing off a sight they never tired of. Then Xuan picked up 3 darts. Seeing this, the stall owner's mouth twitched. No. No way. The audience, still recovering from the previous shock, was stunned again. 3 darts at once. Where did that guy get the nerve? Pop, pop, pop. 3 balloons burst, the darts embedded in the board. 3 more hits. Daddy is awesome. Go for it. Hee, keep it up, daddy. You're our idol. The 2 little ones transformed into fangirls, cheering for their daddy. As if fueled by their encouragement, Xuan, under the stunned gaze of the crowd, directly picked up 4 darts. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Oh my god, thighs. No way, another dart added. The stall owner was about to cry. Damn it, why did this have to happen? Now he was up against a master. What to do? For whistling sounds, and as expected, 4 balloons popped. The stall owner's legs went weak, and he leaned on the railing. The audience, speechless, could only think one word: damn. Unbelievable. This guy is a god. Just as everyone thought it was over, Xuan picked up 5 more darts. The stall owner. No. No way. Before the audience could regain their composure, 5 more balloons burst in rapid succession, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. 15 darts, all hits, and the 5th time with 5 darts at once. Everyone's gaze toward Xuan shifted completely. Damn, it's not the darts that are rigged, oh, it's our own lack of skill. Ahem. I'm really curious how he did it. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well then, I'll take that teddy bear plushie. As his words fell, no one saw how he moved, but 5 darts had already burst 5 balloons like 5 bombs exploding in their minds. With that, all 20 darts hit their mark, and the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The operation concluded, leaving the entire venue in a state of shock. The stall owner was completely out of sorts, staring in disbelief at the 20 burst balloons on the display panel as the recent events replayed in his mind like a film. It would have been one thing if only 20 darts had been thrown, but Xuan had launched 5 darts simultaneously, piercing 5 balloons with pinpoint accuracy. Moreover, it should be noted that these darts were specially modified, a fact that he alone was fully aware of. This gentleman here is your teddy bear. The stall owner hurriedly brought over a large teddy bear measuring at least 1.60 m, stuffing it into Xuan's hands, his heart bleeding. He had suffered a significant loss. Thank you. With a smile, he accepted the teddy bear and casually handed it to Xuan, saying, here, this is a prize won through your man's hard work. Make sure to take good care of it, or else I'll show you what happens. The surrounding crowd gasped at his words, their minds conjuring images of Xuan dealing with Xuan accompanied by butterflies and cherries. Hearing this, Xuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she snatched the large teddy bear into her arms. However, the stall owner, who was somewhat skeptical, glanced at the 2 little ones and gritted his teeth, saying, how about we make a bet, if you can throw 10 darts with both hands simultaneously and burst the balloons, I'll give your daughters each a small teddy bear. Having already lost a large teddy bear, he didn't mind giving away 2 small ones, as these were originally prizes for bursting 15 balloons. Really? Upon hearing the stall owner's words, Tong Tong and Ming Ming blinked their big eyes in surprise. Of course it's true. The stall owner forced a smile, eager to see just how impressive this guy truly was. Daddy, we really want them to. The hopeful gazes of Tong Tong and Ming Ming fell upon their omnipotent father. Feeling their anticipation, Xuan nodded and smiled. This is simple. He picked up the 10 prepared darts from the stall owner, holding 5 in one hand. With a swift motion, they transformed into streaks of light followed by the simultaneous explosion of 10 balloons as the 10 darts shot straight into the panel. All 10 darts hit their mark. Completing this feat was incredibly easy for Xuan. Not only could he handle these 10 darts, but he could also manage 100 or even 1,000, piercing them precisely at a single point if he wished. His godly magnetic ability was no joke. It was this skill that allowed Xuan to effortlessly eliminate the assassins sent by Qin Lingyu. The stall owner could hardly believe his eyes. Looking at the 10 exploded balloons and the 10 darts embedded in them, his existential doubts only multiplied. Even if his specially made darts were capable of such a feat, it was still extremely impressive. Just who was this guy? The thought sent chills down his spine. The stall owner witnessing this scene had no choice but to concede, swiftly handing each of Tong Tong and Meng Meng a small "Thank you, boss. Daddy loves you so much." Meng Meng loves you too, moi. The two little ones hugged their small teddy bears, their faces beaming with joy. After expressing their gratitude, they went further, planting kisses on their father, expressing their love. The surrounding audience looked on in envy as they saw Mu Hanyue and the two little ones, each holding a teddy bear, their hearts filled with sweetness. Oh my, it was so sweet. Showing off one's affection can be deadly. Is this really okay? Especially among the single folks around, they were happily munching on dog food, their faces blooming with smiles. Under the gazes of envy and jealousy, Xuan left the stall with his 3 beloved wives, and the little ones, leaving behind a picturesque and heartwarming scene. Wow, I'm so envious. If only my future man could pamper me 1/10 as much as this handsome guy, I'd wake up smiling from my dreams. So this is the taste of dog food. It's really sweet, super sweet. I must have someone introduce me to a girlfriend when I go back. I can't control myself any longer. I really want to find a man to hug, boo-hoo. The crowd around the stall was buzzing with discussion, all stimulated by a wave of dog food. The stall owner let out a sigh of relief. Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? This stall is honest and fair. For 20 yuan you get a teddy bear to take home. I'm in. Mommy, I also want a teddy bear. I love them. Count me in. With Xuan's excitement, everyone's emotions were channeled into winning gifts with darts, and undoubtedly the stall owner's business took off. On the other side, in the car returning to Guishu village. Mommy, daddy is amazing, right? Yes, the large teddy bear mommy is holding will be a token of love from daddy to mommy. The two little ones giggled, recalling the delightful experiences from the fair. It truly was so much fun, and they felt incredible. Upon hearing their words, Mu Hanyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She stole a glance at Xuan, quickly averting her gaze, her heart racing wildly. What token of love? You two little ones, stop saying silly things. Who's saying silly things? It's obviously true. Don't think we don't know anything. Mommy was so moved when she received the large teddy bear from daddy that she almost cried. Mu Hanyue could only sigh in silence, listening to her two little ones' mischievous words, as she genuinely didn't want to engage in conversation with them. Daddy won, so mommy has to sleep with daddy tonight. You too. Upon hearing their words, particularly the phrase sleep with daddy, Mu Hanyu's mind couldn't help but drift to certain thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush red. Watching the exchange between his beautiful wife and the two adorable little ones, Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling quite pleased. How about I tell you a story? The two little ones who had been complaining about daddy's supportive role were instantly captivated by his proposition to tell a story, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yay. Daddy's stories are always super interesting. The two little ones exclaimed, believing that anything told by daddy must be exquisite. They adored his stories beyond measure. Seeing their attention diverted, Mu Hanyue let out a quiet sigh of relief, but she also felt a tinge of curiosity about the story that the big pig's trotters would tell next. All right, here I go. Feeling the gaze of two little ones and one beautiful wife upon him, he smiled affectionately. Sometimes treating his wife like a daughter was quite amusing. Daddy, hurry up and start. I can't wait any longer. Okay. With the little ones urging him on, Xuan chuckled and began in a voice filled with magnetic affection. Once upon a time, there was a young man who faced a dilemma in the mortal realm. He went to the mountains to ask a Zen master, I can never win the heart of the girl I admire. What should I do? The Zen master opened his eyes and pointed to a snail struggling up a tree trunk. The young man suddenly understood. Master, are you saying that as long as I persist like this snail, I will eventually succeed? As they listened to daddy's story, images began to unfold in Tong Tong and Meng Meng's minds, and Mu Hanyue was no exception. It was as if a mountain appeared before them, where a young man sought answers from the Zen master, who pointed at the climbing snail. Unbeknownst to them, they had already fallen into the deep pit laid by their unscrupulous big pig's trotter's daddy. Seeing the three of them pondering slightly, Xuan couldn't help but curve his lips into a grin. The Zen master raised his wooden fish and smashed it down hard. Persistence, my foot. You first need to have a decent house like it. As his voice fell, Mu Hanyue and the two little ones were momentarily stunned, taking about 3 seconds to react. Mu Hanyue couldn't help but laugh, giving Xuan a white glance. This rascal was as unorthodox as ever. How could she have thought this big fool could actually say something profound? So wicked. Giggle, having a house like a snail. That young man is so pitiful. Daddy is amazing. He directly found a super rich wife, so he could avoid struggling his whole life. Hearing the little one's comments, Mu Hanyue shot them a glare, while Xuan affectionately pinched their little noses, chuckling, what nonsense you were saying. Mu Hanyue, you big fool, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hearing Xuan's words, Mu Hanyue felt a surge of desire to strangle him. Wasn't this indirectly admitting the truth? What a despicable man. Oh, how had she not noticed before how annoying he was? So sly. In the car, Mu Hanyue felt somewhat exasperated while the two little ones giggled as they watched their mother's reaction, thinking their dad was incredibly impressive managing to put her in such a state with just a few words. The story is far from over. Ignoring Mu Hanyue's glare that seemed ready to bite, he continued. After living in the mortal realm for a while, the young man encountered another dilemma and sought out the Zen master again. Master, am naturally dark-skinned, and in summer I become even darker. Others mock me. Oh, what should I do? The Zen master said nothing, slowly opening the door to let the sunlight in. The young man suddenly understood and nodded, saying, I see now, master. You want me to open my heart and not care about others' opinions, right? The Zen master, looking through the sunlight streaming in, replied, No, I just wanted to see clearly where you were speaking to me from. Mu Hanyue was left speechless. That Zen master is too mischievous, she muttered. Yes, 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 uncle, young man is so pitiful. The little ones chimed in as time joyfully sped by while Xuan narrated the series of tales about the young man. Guishu village quietly came into view. With a screech, the car came to a halt. At that moment, Lin Xiu, who was live streaming under the ancient osmanthus tree and watching the village chief Qin Jianghe and a few elderly men play chess, turned her gaze over. When she saw the Bugatti Phantom, her beautiful eyes lit up. The idol has returned. The live stream camera shifted from the chessboard to the supercar at the village entrance, and over 100,000 active fans were immediately captivated. That's Bugatti Phantom. Wow, I heard it costs over 100 million. Damn, look at this scene. It seems the idol's fan. Woo, I'm so envious. I'm completely envious of Xuan for having a luxury car worth 100 million. Who is the idol's wife? She's so extravagant. Let go of that girl, and let me have a turn. Amidst the heated discussions among fans, Xuan stepped out of the car, holding a dog cage which contained not just any dog, but a little husky, or rather a little Tianba. Before the livestream fans could start commenting, Mu Hanyue and Tong Tong each came down holding a cute, fluffy white teddy bear. This is such a cute teddy bear, it's so big. Lin Xiu's gaze was immediately drawn to the teddy bear in Mu Hanyue's arms, as she wished she could have one too. The many viewers in the livestream were also stunned, especially the single girls. Mu Hanyue holding the large teddy bear was undoubtedly a deadly temptation for them. After a day's work facing the loneliness of an empty room, they could tightly hug a teddy bear for comfort while falling asleep. This state would continue until they got married, at which point they would no longer hug a teddy bear, but their husbands. Idol, where did you buy this teddy bear? Suppressing her excitement, Lin Xiu stared intently at the giant teddy bear. She also wanted to buy one to hug while sleeping every night. Of course, it would be even better if she could sleep with the idol, and if something wonderful could happen, it would be unforgettable, even if there were no responsibilities involved. Hee, pretty Annie, this is a token of love my dad gave to my mom. Yes, 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 dad worked super hard for this teddy bear. Before Xuan could respond, the two little ones began to excitedly praise their dad, giving him a boost. Such little sweethearts are undoubtedly the role models for all daughters in the world, though very few can achieve the level of these two little ones. Stop it, don't say such things. Hearing the little ones, Mu Hanyue shot a glare at Tong Tong, and mumming, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was fine to say such things privately, but now many netizens would be watching this live stream. Hearing the little ones, the elderly men playing chess under the tree smiled. It's exactly as it should be. Dad helped you win this teddy bear. You need to sleep with dad tonight. Mu Hanyue's face was burning as she quickly covered Tong Tong's mouth. However, the words had already been heard by Lin Xiu and the more than 100,000 fans in the livestream. This wave truly flipped the entire livestream. Cough, what did I just hear? Damn, weren't the idols supposed to be at the household registration office? What on earth did they do? At night sleeping with this guy, my goodness, let go of that girl. Let me have a turn. Well, I know the idol belongs to me, The comments in the live stream were buzzing with excitement as viewers imagined every possible scenario and position that might occur at night. Village Chief Qin Jianghe and the other elderly men couldn't help but sigh, realizing that today's young people are really something else. They are far more playful than when they were young. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Magic City University, while the eldest daughter's so considerate, if I could have a daughter like that, I'd want to hold. Lu Feihu swallowed hard, wondering if the eldest brother would sleep with his sister-in-law tonight. TSK Tisk, the eldest brother truly lives up to his name. He is a role model for our generation. I can't take it anymore, but I'm not staying in the dorm tonight. You all help me cover for it. Saying this, Lin Xiaoyang called Feng Xiaoqian, wanting to have a romantic evening and discuss a 300 million project. Lu Feihu amp, Wang Lin, you brat. Wang Lin, whose girlfriend had just gone to another school for an exchange, cursed loudly. As for Lu Feihu, who was still single, his face turned dark. Damn it. Ha, wish you a happy evening. Seeing the desolate expressions of the third and fourth brothers, Lin Xiaoyang felt get lost. The voices of Wang Lin and Lu Feihu echoed in unison. However, Lin Xiaoyang had already left, leaving behind just the two of them, the unfortunate duo. The situation of Lin Xiaoyang and the others at Magic City University is merely a microcosm of many netizens across various places. Time flew by and night fell. By the ancient osmanthus tree the bonfire blazed and the golden flames illuminated the village square. The gentle evening breeze brought with it the fragrant scent of osmanthus, creating a comfortable and enjoyable atmosphere that was simply intoxicating. Miss Lin, come try the peach blossom wine made by Ye. Zhou Zetian approached with a cup of peach blossom wine, having dressed up especially for tonight's bonfire party, even using cologne, an old-fashioned scent, in hopes of leaving a good impression on Lin Xiu. Oh, idol brewed this wine. Hearing Zhou Zetian, Lin Xiu looked curiously at the amber-colored peach blossom wine. The idol can brew wine too. As she spoke, Lin Xiu took the cup, pressed her ruby lips to it, and took a small sip. That small sip made her beautiful eyes light up. This wine is so marvelous. Hee, isn't it? And this is just one of tonight's highlights. You will be singing for everyone later. Zhou Zetian already knew Yi Xian could sing well, and was aware that Lin Xiu was a fan of Yi. As expected, when she heard this, her eyes sparkled, and the fans in the live stream also erupted in excitement at the prospect of the idol performing at the bonfire party. He's going to sing too. The bonfire party quietly began. Lin Xiu was also infected by the joyful atmosphere, holding hands with the villagers as they sang and danced together, while her phone was fixed on a stand on the ground, for how could such a joyous moment not be shared with her fans? Time flew by, and the large barrel of chilled watermelon juice that Yi Xian brought, which had cost him 100 values of dad points, was now nearly empty. The village chief Qin Jianghe, who had long arranged the bonfire party schedule, approached the makeshift stage with a microphone in hand and smiled. All right, let's invite Xiao Yezi to sing us a song. Without a doubt, the village chief's words attracted the attention of the happily gathered villagers, especially as a glint of excitement flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. The male god was finally about to begin. Not only her, but the fans in the live stream were also on high alert, carefully listening as their idol prepared to sing a song that would surely become legendary. At this moment, three figures emerged from the crowd, appearing on the makeshift stage. It was none other than Yi Xian and the two. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What the heck? They could understand Yi Xian going up, but the two little ones, after all, it wasn't just for fun. They were there to sing for everyone. Mu Hanyue, are they going to sing together? Mu Hanyue thought of a possibility, and the more she thought, the more suspicious it became. Recently, the three of them had been sneaking around doing walk knows what. Upon reaching the stage, Yi Xian certainly noticed the puzzled gazes of everyone, including Mu Hanyue's reaction. He smiled slightly, saying, I believe some of you have already guessed. That's right, this song will be sung by me and my two lovely daughters. The song is called Where Did Daddy Go? And I dedicate this song to my two adorable daughters. The two little ones on stage didn't seem to hear their father's words, their faces full of sweet smiles, feeling even sweeter than honey. Zhou Zetian's eyes widened as he stared at the scene. Wow, Yezi isn't. Cough cough, is he throwing more dog food? Hearing Zhou Zetian's words, Lin Xiu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Dog food. That's great, as she loved watching her idol show off. The villagers present and the over 1,000 fans in the live stream also pondered as they were about to hear Yi. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian gave a knowing glance to a neighbor responsible for playing the accompaniment, who happened to be the music teacher from their nearby school. Quietly, a joyful melody began to play from the speakers, and before anyone could fully embrace the comfortable feeling, the song had already started. Daddy, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? A sweet sticky voice emerged. It was the two little ones singing, especially that word daddy, which melted everyone's hearts. I can't. Yi Xian's doting voice followed as he lovingly ruffled the heads of the two little ones, undoubtedly showering everyone with a wave of dog food. And this was just the beginning. Then I'll teach you. Okay. The dialogue filled with dog food was forcefully stuffed into everyone's mouths, making them, including Mu Hanyue, feel a pang in their hearts. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. My family has someone very cool, 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to knives and guns. His hands are a bit rough, and he taught me to walk. The soothing melody, the cheerful tone, combined with the two little ones' adorable voices, made the village chief Qin Jianghe and others unconsciously smile. These two little ones. Mu Hanyue stared at her daughters on stage, her eyes filled with disbelief. Sure enough, these three had been up to something behind her back. Lin Xiu was also taken aback, never expecting the male god's two little ones to sound so delightful when they sang. Wow, this is so cute. My inner girl is going wild. A little lowly, come to me. Cough cough. This song caught me off guard. As a single dog, I actually laughed. What on earth? It's toxic, I'm done, for I've already been poisoned to death. Well, what two little ones, come with me? Ooh, I have lots of candy at home. No wonder they're the idol's daughters. So impressive, keep it up. The fans in the live stream instantly erupted in chaos as the two little ones' voices displayed a unique charm. Not only was the melody irresistible, but it also unconsciously conjured up vivid images in everyone's minds. However, while everyone was critiquing, they were undoubtedly overwhelmed by the dog food from the three of them. The phrase invisible dog food is the deadliest was epitomized at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with tenderness, overflowing with affection and paternal love. Thank you for taking care of my little monsters. You are the most beautiful love letter I have ever written. The button holding a family's happiness, loving you unconditionally through wind and rain. This is the first time as your dad. Our feelings are a bit complicated. You sprouted desperately while I turned gray. Following closely behind the voices of the two little ones, Yi Xian's emotional eruption came without any preamble. No, to be precise, from a certain perspective, what Tong Tong and Meng Meng sang was the groundwork. It was Yi Xian's doting and magnetic voice that seemed to dance like a spell upon the hearts of the crowd. Listening to the unabashed affection and declaration from their father, the two little ones' faces radiated with joy and happiness. Their father loved them so much that it felt so blissful, so blissful, so blissful. The host received 188 dad points from Tong Tong. The host received 188 dad points from Meng Meng. The host received 188 dad points from Tong Tong. The host received 188 dad points from Meng Meng. It was no surprise that at this moment the two little ones' impression of their father had improved immensely. At this moment, they felt like the happiest children in the world, for no one could surpass their father's love for them. As Lin Shiyu's live stream progressed with Xuan and the two little Lola's song, the number of fans quickly broke through 2,000 and then reached 2,000 and 2,900. The number of fans surged exponentially with no upper limit in sight. Especially parents with children, as they listened to the song, their gazes fell upon their own kids, and they couldn't help but recall the moments they shared with their children. Among them, Feng Eru, listening to Xuan's song and looking at his son beside him, was filled with guilt and remorse. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The song eventually came to an end, but the venue remained silent with not a single sound. The song may have finished, yet everyone's thoughts were still immersed in the sweet ocean of dog food, unable to extricate themselves. Sweet. An unprecedented sweetness, a wave of syrupy sweetness, swept over, immersing the villagers and countless netizens in it. This is the first time being your daddy. Our feelings were a bit complicated. The lyrics, the melody, the mood, they undoubtedly struck a chord deep in the hearts of countless fathers. Even Ye Yunfei, upon hearing his son sing this song, was reminded of the scenes of his childhood with his son, watching him call out daddy for the first time, taking his first steps, and holding his hand as they strolled through the market. So many firsts, forming a tapestry of images in the present, and memories surged like a tiger breaking free from its cage, unstoppable. Ye Yunfei was like that, and so was Feng Eru in the field. Even the village chief Chen Jianghe and several elders were deeply moved, not to mention the other villagers. Lin Shiyu had long been stunned in place, her admiration and reverence for her idol flowing like the endless Yangtze River or the surging Yellow River, uncontrollable. Oh my goodness, my idol is incredible. So this is how fatherly love can be expressed. I admit I'm jealous. I'm utterly convinced by this romantic sweetness. Your way of doting on your daughter leaves me speechless. I wish I could be my idol's daughter. It's so blissful. Such sweet dog food. I can't take it anymore. What should I do? So heart-wrenching. We all had the same 9-year compulsory education. Why is my idol so outstandingly exceptional? My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching TV, and I said my idol's romantic sweetness is incredibly sweet. Like a blizzard of snowflakes, the bullet comments whizzed across the live stream, with at least dozens per second filling the entire screen to the brim. Wolf under the baptism of the peach blossom immortal brew Xiao Tianba also let out a couple of woofs, joining the others in feasting on the master's romantic sweetness. As expected of the king, master is so amazing. While yapping, the adorable Xiao Tianba shook his tail and ran happily around Mu Hanxue, his cute appearance making everyone smile. However, at this moment no one noticed that the newborn Xiao Tianba could already behave like this, and his adorable appearance would surely make many want to take him away. After trotting for a while, Xiao Tianba returned to the small bowl prepared by his two young masters, which contained nothing other than chilled watermelon juice. He lapped it up with relish, his face showing a remarkably human expression of satisfaction. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely think this little husky had become a spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first duet with your daughter. You have been rewarded with the Divine Sky Control ability. The Divine Sky Control, the host with this skill can easily control the weather, wind, rain, thunder, hail, and everything related to the weather. It is a must-have killing skill, allowing one to kill without a trace, as easy as turning one's palm. Divine Sky Control. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yi Xian admitted he had gained a new understanding of the system. Absolute control over wind, rain, thunder, and hail. Uncertain whether it was true or false. Then with a thought, Yi Xian exerted a faint trace of the lightning ability from the Divine Sky Control. The next moment something strange happened. Rumble. In the starry pitch-black night sky, a thunderbolt suddenly struck without warning, the blazing white lightning tearing a crack in the night like a giant axe. It was this sudden thunderbolt that caught everyone off guard and pulled their thoughts back. What's going on? Thunder. Weren't they saying there would be no rain for the whole week? How strange, at this rate it's not going to rain. No idea, the weather is too abnormal today. As the villagers were discussing with a crackle, a terrifying thunderbolt struck the ground hundreds of meters away at the village entrance, instantly blasting a large crater. Lin Shiyu widened her eyes and stared at the crater, which was illuminated by the decorated bonfire. This was caused by the thunder. Staring at the millstone-sized pit, Lin Shiyu gulped. The fans in the live stream were also shocked by the scene, and their previous heated discussions and complaints ceased. Yi Xian looked at the crater hundreds of meters away, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was clearly satisfied with the scene. No wonder the system said this ability could kill without a trace. If used well, it was even more convenient than the divine magnetism ability. After all, whether it was wind, rain, thunder, or hail, if used properly, they would all become deadly weapons. Wow, Dad is— Yes, we're having a bonfire party, and Ming Ming hasn't had enough fun yet. I don't want it to rain. The two little ones were slightly startled by the sudden thunder, then pouted as they spoke. Of course it won't rain. He patted the two little ones' heads affectionately. But, although it won't rain, it will rain, Zhou Zitian said, colorful bubble rain. Yi Ziyu. Without answering Zhou Zitian, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Next, the second program. How about I perform a magic trick for everyone? Oh, magic. Upon hearing Yi Xian's voice, as expected, the villagers all turned their eyes toward him. Even Mu Hanxue cast a surprised look at Yi Xian. That big rascal could also do magic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming and using the colorful bubble rain card, consuming 50 dad points. A total of 10000 colorful bubbles lasting for 5 minutes. After the successful redemption, Yi Xian's lips curled into a charming smile. He then pretended to make a few magician gestures, and the next moment an incredible scene appeared in the venue. Somehow a purple bubble descended from the night sky, exceptionally beautiful and eye-catching under the bonfire's glow. Then, 5:10:50. The colorful bubbles then appeared in the sight of the bewildered and astonished villagers. In an instant, red, orange, yellow, green, and other rainbow-colored bubbles filled the hundreds of meters of open space at the bonfire party, extending into the distant pitch-black night. Magnificent and utterly magical. Hiss. This. Oh my god, how did Ye do it? Unbelievable. Zhou Zitian drew a sharp breath, completely unable to believe his eyes. What did he see? Colorful bubbles. He touched a blue bubble with his finger, and it popped with a bow sound just like a real bubble. This guy, when did he do that? Is it really just magic? Mu Hanxue was also stunned by the bonfire party enveloped in colorful bubbles. The scene was incredibly beautiful. She swore she had never seen anything so romantic in her life. But this was not the end. Just as the colorful bubbles were about to touch the ground, Xuan used his divine magnetism to lift them back into the air, and then used the wind ability of divine sky control to blow the colorful bubbles in all directions. One of the wisps of wind surrounded Mu Hanxue and the two little ones. Then, driven by the wind, 3 swirling vortexes of colorful bubbles revolved around the mother and daughters within a radius of 1 meter. Giggle, wow, Dad, how did you do that? I love it so much. Dad is super awesome. Ming Ming loves it, moi. The two little ones' faces were flushed with excitement, looking very cute. They were clearly overjoyed by their father's sudden magic trick. Seeing that she was treated the same as the two little ones, Mu Hanxue was momentarily flattered, but her heart was sweet. That big rascal has a conscience after all. Looking at the colorful bubbles swirling around her, Mu Hanxue, though she was the president of Tianji Group and a young lady of the Mu family, had never seen such a scene, and she was the center of it. A syrupy sweetness instantly filled her heart, making her feel completely enveloped by that big rascal's love. At that moment she realized that big rascal was actually quite handsome. Holy crap, do you have to go this far? Ye, you're taking it too far. As expected, the single dog Zhou Zitian took a big mouthful of the family's romantic sweetness. The song just now was fine, and the colorful bubble magic was fine, but the exclusive treatment of the 3 ladies surrounded by colorful bubbles was too much. Even a wife-doting maniac or a daughter-doting maniac didn't need to show off like this. Did they ever consider the feelings of single dogs? Such a waste of life. Whoa, this spell must have cost a pretty penny. The village chief and several elders couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration as they looked at the colorful bubbles filling the sky. Their gazes fell on little Ye in their eyes. The young people nowadays were unbelievably outstanding. This is a dreamlike rainbow bubbles surrounding. Wow, so jealous so. Wish I had a man who would dote on me like this. If there were a man who would do this for me, I would be willing to be against the whole world just to be with him. Lin Xiyu was eating the syrupy, sweet romantic sweetness, feeling extremely envious. Most importantly, she was still a single dog. If her future man could be half, no, even 1/10, as good to her as Xuan was to his family, she would be more than satisfied. The livestream audience was stuffed with saccharine romantic gestures, their envy swelling like the mighty Yangtze River. Woof woof. Little Tianba on the ground chased after the colorful bubbles with a naive, clumsy trot, looking adorably endearing. Yet no one paid attention to it at that moment. Daddy is super awesome. Can you do it again? Ming Ming really wants to see it too. The two little ones surrounded by the rainbow bubbles quickly passed 5 minutes of bliss. Still craving more Tong Tong, and Ming Ming stared at their all-powerful daddy with pitiful big eyes. The colorful bubbles were so beautiful. Daddy's magic was truly amazing. They whimpered and coquetted like little lark. He affectionately tapped their little noses, a loving fatherly smile spreading across his face. Of course it's true. Daddy, do another one. The two little ones' adorable sweet voices rang out again, making everyone's lips curl involuntarily. Such voices were simply irresistible. As a father, Xuan felt the same. He gazed at his daughters with indulgence. All right, Daddy, we'll do another magic trick for you. Huh? Zhou Zitian's brows rose. Ye is going to do another trick. Not only Zhou Zitian, but also the villagers Lin Xiyu and the netizens all turned their attention back to Xuan. Sure enough, under the gaze of the two little ones and the crowd, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming Mystic Fragrance Rose X2, consuming 20 dad points. Mystic Fragrance Rose. This rose possesses an irresistible charm, especially its fragrance. Anyone enveloped by it, regardless of age or gender, will be captivated. It is a must-have for romance. Mystic Fragrance Rose. Yes, this was another magic trick Xuan performed for the two little ones. With empty hands, he flipped them, and suddenly a Mystic Fragrance Rose appeared in each hand. The moment the two roses materialized, a unique, enchanting fragrance emanated from them, spreading in all directions. The rich floral scent wafted over everyone. Most importantly, wherever the fragrance reached, people felt a soothing comfort and warmth, their eyes even glazing over slightly. A clear effect of the rose's allure. For our two beautiful and adorable little princesses. With that, Xuan gallantly presented the two Mystic Fragrance Roses. Wow, such beautiful and fragrant roses. We love them. Daddy is amazing. How did you do that? Tong Tong and Ming Ming blinked their big eyes, took the roses, and inhaled deeply. Their faces bloomed with pure, blissful smiles. Daddy, we love you so much. Moi. The overjoyed little ones rushed into Xuan's arms. Daddy, we want. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two clingy little imps showered their daddy with affection, planting loud, unabashed kisses on his cheek. Village Chief Chen Jianghe and the other elders chuckled warmly. Dog food. Yezi's family. Oh my god, this is going to choke me to death. Zhou Zitian was once again bombarded by the lovey-dovey display. He felt the dog food had already reached his throat, yet more was being shoved down. So suffocating. But it wasn't over yet. Before the wave of sweetness ended, another began. As the two little ones carefully protected their roses, Xuan turned and walked toward Mu Hanxue, who stood with a faint, envious smile. Seeing Xuan approach, Mu Hanxue's heart tightened. What was this big idiot up to? Now in front of so many people, especially with the live streamer who knew how many were watching. Then under the gaze of the crowd. At that moment, a dark fragrance rose descended from the pitch-black night sky. Centered on the rose, an exotic fragrance spread once more. Undoubtedly, Xuan had redeemed another dark fragrance rose. Finally, under the envious eyes of Lin Xiu and countless female viewers in the live stream, the rose landed gently in Xuan's hand. Then his magnetic, affectionate voice resonated, "My beautiful wife, my treasure, this is for you." Whoosh. The scene erupted. The villagers looked at the couple, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. A scene like a painting. Silhouetted by the golden bonfire, it stirred the heart. Xuan's parents watched their son and daughter-in-law's sweet moment, their hearts brimming with joy. This son of theirs had high emotional intelligence. As a woman, Zhang Wanqing understood that no woman could remain unmoved by such a spectacle. Just as Zhang Wanqing had guessed, Mu Hanxue was caught off guard. She never expected that big idiot to prepare such a romantic surprise for her. Her delight was written all over her face. And his words, "Beautiful wife, my treasure." Oh my God, it was so sweet. Unbearably sweet. That big jerk had never called her that before. I can't take it. I feel like I'm completely falling. What should I do? Run away or accept? Hey Mom, why are you standing there? Take it quickly. Daddy is so romantic. When I grow up, I want to marry someone as wonderful as Daddy. Mingming too. The children's words snapped Mu Hanxue out of her daze. In a daze, she took the mystic fragrance rose from Xuan's hand. At that moment, no matter if she was the CEO of Tianji Group or the eldest miss of the Mu family, it didn't matter. In this moving scene, she was just a little wife doted on by that big jerk. You big jerk, you always love showing off. Mu Hanxue shot Xuan a glance, her cheeks flushed as she took the mystic fragrance rose. But undeniably at that moment, her heart was filled with unparalleled sweetness, so sweet that it felt like it would melt. How do you like it? He ignored her reproachful look and asked with a smile. Mu Hanxue gently sniffed the rose, her cheeks blushing, and nodded shyly. Mommy, kiss him. Kiss him. Hee. The two little ones urged excitedly, looking like they were egging on trouble. And their brilliant encouragement quickly gained resonance from the villagers. Kiss him. Kiss him. Cheers erupted from all around. Tong Tong and Mingming's smiles grew even brighter. Watching this, Lin Xiu's heart was filled with envy. So much envy. That girl was so lucky. Oh my God, she really wanted to push her away. What could she do? You all. Mu Hanxue glared at her two little troublemakers who were setting her up. Was it really that great to make her kiss their dad? Amid the crowd's cheers and her own heart's ripples of emotion, Mu Hanxue bit her lip, steeled herself, closed her eyes, and blushed as she leaned in to kiss Xuan's cheek. Seeing his wife like this, Xuan smiled slightly. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her tightly against him. Her curves pressed against him, and then launched into a passionate French kiss, a high-explosive display of affection that left everyone stunned. Beside the bonfire, the fragrance of roses permeated the air. A French kiss, always the most captivating spectacle, now made Xuan and Mu Hanxue the focal point of the entire gathering. You big scoundrel. How dare you? Mu Hanxue would have been better off silent. Her words gave Xuan the perfect opportunity to plunge straight in, taking the direct approach. This direct strike caught Mu Hanxue off guard, her eyes widening as she glared at the big scoundrel. Holy crap. Zhou Zixin's eyes bulged as he stared fixedly at the two, locked in an unbridled kiss in the middle of the scene, his face a mask of disbelief. In such a bright and open world, morals were declining. Was it really alright to flaunt their affection so blatantly in front of all the singles? Though the dog food was sweet and delicious, he truly couldn't stomach another bite. Another mouthful would make him sick. Heaven help him. Lin Xiu watched Xuan's dominating kiss, pressed her rosy lips together, and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, as if the one kissing Xuan was herself, not Mu Hanxue. Not only Mu Hanxue, but the countless fans in the live stream felt the same. Wow, this is too sweet. I feel like I'm falling in love. What should I do? Such a domineering kiss. The male god is super manly. If a guy ever kissed me like that, I'd immediately agree to marry. Boo-hoo, I really don't want to eat dog food, but it's so delicious. What can I do? I can't control myself at all. Let go of that male god, let this little lowly handle him. The army of adorable female fans in the live stream displayed extraordinary combat power, their comments dominating the entire screen. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the two in the center, their eyes unblinking, afraid that if they looked away, even for an instant, they might miss something. In a hotel near Magic City University, a couple who had just been locked in a fierce battle for half an hour now embraced each other. When they saw Xuan and Mu Hanxue's passionate kiss on the screen, the dying flames of passion roared back to life. Damn, the boss and his wife really know how to have fun. Lin Xiuya gazed at the screen, and his hand, which was resting on Feng Xiaoqian's bare, slender waist, tightened involuntarily, earning him a glare from her. Yet her eyes, when they turned back to the screen, sparkled with eager anticipation. Xiuya, how about we try it too? The last time was way too boring and lacked any romance. Feng Xiaoqian pressed her rosy lips together, revealing a mesmerizing, intoxicating smile, especially enchanting under the hotel's lighting. Okay. Without wasting any more words, he answered with a single syllable and sprang into action. Soon the hotel room witnessed a French kiss, just like the one on the live stream screen, though it quickly escalated into another bout of fierce combat. Wang Lin and Lu Feihu in the Magic City University dormitory stared at the screen and felt their blood boil. The other netizens and fans were also flooded with emotions, all of them without exception getting their mouths stuffed full with the dog food Xuan and Mu Hanxue were dishing out. At that very moment, the number of fans in Lin Shiyu's livestream broke through the 500 mark, an unprecedented level of popularity. Finally, Mu Hanxue struggled to push away the big pig trotter that had nearly suffocated her once again. Her face was now flushed beyond belief. This time, even more people had witnessed it, and everyone present was a neighbor of Xuan, including his future in-laws. As their lips parted, Xuan wore a faintly satisfied smile, savoring the indescribably exquisite sensation. Hee Daddy and Mommy are the best. Daddy, we want to sing a song for you and Mommy. The two little ones, seeing their parents flaunting their love, couldn't stay still. After speaking, Tong Tong and Ming Ming blinked their big sparkling eyes at Village Chief Chen Jiang'a. Grandpa Village Chief, may we? Oh, of course you may. Seeing the earnest look on the two little ones' faces, Village Chief Chen Jiang'a smiled kindly. How could he refuse such an adorable request from these two lovely children? Hee really. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. Then Tong Tong and Ming Ming held hands and walked to the stage. Next, we're going to sing a song that Daddy once sang called Can't Help Falling in Love. Upon hearing the little one's words, the music teacher neighbor found the instrumental track for Can't Help Falling in Love on the computer, and at the two little girls' nod began playing the accompaniment. When the music started, the lively scene fell into absolute silence with only the soothing melody of Can't Help Falling in Love filling the air. Can't forget the first time I saw you with your charming eyes, your figure in my mind never fades away. The adorable, sweet, childish voices rang out, giving a completely different feeling from when Xuan sang it at Ningxi. Both the vocal technique and the control of timbre were perfectly executed, clearly showing that they had practiced a lot with their dad. Seeing his two little girls singing on stage, he was also slightly surprised, clearly not expecting his daughters to sing so beautifully. The sweet, childish voices brought knowing smiles to the faces of the simple villagers, while the live stream fans erupted in heated discussion, their hearts melting at the sound. Wow, the male god's two daughters sing so beautifully. They're so cute. Boohoo, the male god is so mean, making me want to have such adorable little lolas. I just want to take them home right now and give them kisses every day. Male god, come into my bowl. Let's have a 300 million yuan project, no strings attached. Oh my god, if a daddy like that were my husband, I'd definitely be laughing in my dreams. Countless comments flew across the screen in a blur, making it impossible to read them clearly. The original 500 fans surged at an almost exponential rate as the two little lolas showed off their vocal talents. 520000, 550000, 58000. In no time, the fan count easily broke 600 and then continued climbing towards 700 without slowing down. The destructive power of adorable children was formidable. Countless fans were filled with emotion. A tiger father has no dog daughters. Xuan was so formidable, his daughters naturally wouldn't be ordinary. The two little ones' performance had already proven everything. Their voices were simply irresistible, too cute, too melodious. Xuan was also harvesting daddy points from the two little ones. Clearly, Tong Tong and Ming Ming's admiration and love for their daddy had increased even more through their singing. As the representative of the single dogs, Zhou Zixin's envy was like an endless river. He was sour. Yes, truly, genuinely sour. Is this family of three taking turns feeding us dog food? Can they give us a break? At that moment, Zhou Zitian and the other single dog's inner feelings were beyond mere envy. Just as Zhou Zixin's heart was drowning in bitter dog food. But I'm afraid he'll fall in love with you, afraid to let myself get too close, afraid I have nothing to give you. Loving you also takes a lot of courage. The sweet, cloying voices hit with full force, pushing the sweetness of the entire song to a new peak. Everyone's eyes focused, their hearts melted, their scalps tingled. These two little lowless voices were too magical. The bonfire stage radiated with the sweet, innocent voices that echoed through every corner of the venue. Ding! The host's song was performed for the first time by his daughter, rewarding the ability of divine bone alignment. Divine bone alignment. With this ability, the host can correct the bones of himself and others. Although it cannot restore crushed bones, as long as the body is intact, even shattered bones can be revived. This ability, combined with divine medical skills, is simply exceptional. Divine bone alignment. Though this ability seems somewhat impractical, it can work wonders when truly needed. It's laughable that even shattered bones can be revived. This is already beyond the realm of medicine. After sorting through the information transmitted by the system, Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile, wondering when this ability would come into play. The joyous time quickly passed, and the bonfire party came to an end. By the time Xuan's family returned to their exquisite bamboo house, it was already 8 in the evening. Today was tiring yet fulfilling. Seeing the weary expressions on his parents and Mu Hanxue, he smiled slightly. How about I help you relieve your fatigue? Relieve fatigue? You know how to do that? Mu Hanxue was the first to voice her doubt upon hearing his words. Really? Daddy, let's get started. Mu Hanxue expressed her skepticism, while the two little ones, full of belief in their capable daddy, blinked their big eyes in anticipation. Hee, alright. Seeing the eager expressions of the little ones, he smiled at his parents. Mom and Dad, how about you two go first? Well, that sounds good. Xuan's parents pondered for a moment before nodding. Ding. Congratulations, the host has exchanged for a set of immaculate golden needles, consuming 10 daddy points. Immaculate golden needles. These needles maintain an immaculate state at all times without use, immune to all viruses and bacteria. They are treasures that countless acupuncture masters could only dream of acquiring. The host need not worry about various chain reactions caused by using the needles. Upon hearing the system's introduction, a set of immaculate golden needles appeared in Yi Xian's inventory. If the outside world knew of their existence, it would surely spark a fierce competition. Unfortunately, besides Yi Xian, no one else in this world knew about the immaculate golden needles. Moreover, with the presence of the immaculate golden needles, if combined with divine magnetism and divine control of heaven, killing would become even more convenient. Then I will begin. With a flick of his right hand, more than 10 golden needles appeared, as if by magic. Additionally, he exchanged for peach blossom elixir from the system's store. Having used a drop on Xiao Tianba before, he was certainly more generous with his family, using 2 drops evenly distributed among the needles. Thus, Yes Father became the first test subject. Though Yi Xian was very confident in his own skills, his parents were not as assured. However, their thoughts soon changed. With a flash of brilliance, Jiang Wanqing and Mu Hanyue along with the 2 little ones watched as the golden needles precisely penetrated one of Yes Father's acupoints. This was just the beginning. As the brilliance flickered, the more than 10 needles swiftly and accurately pierced every acupoint within a second or two. Once the effects of the peach blossom elixir were fully absorbed, Yi Xian waved his hand, and all the needles left the acupoints, returning to the needle pouch in a smooth and fluid motion. Under the dual effects of the stimulated acupoints and the peach blossom elixir, Yes Father clearly felt his spirit rejuvenated, the weariness of the day washed away. He looked at his son in astonishment. "I didn't expect it, kid. You have some skills." "Old Yi, how do you feel?" Jiang Wanqing curiously asked, seeing that Yes Father looked significantly better. It seemed that another hidden ability of their son had emerged, and this troublesome boy was hiding even more from them. "I feel refreshed, and my vision has improved significantly, like the fog dissipating in winter. It feels quite marvelous." Yes Father recounted his recent sensations confidently. "Oh, this kid's technique is that impressive." With suspicion, Jiang Wanqing looked at her son. She knew that what he used was none other than acupuncture, which is often dismissed by modern medicine. In fact, one could say this technique is nearly lost, as both in China and other countries Western medicine is the primary focus. The state of traditional Chinese medicine is like the setting sun. Although there is still a sunset glow, it is the last light about to vanish. He will find out by trying, won't we?" Yes Father chuckled, leaving a hint of suspense. The sensation was quite extraordinary and utterly indescribable. "You make it sound so real. Kid, come and do it for me." Jiang Wanqing, hearing this, was also greatly intrigued. Right away, with a slight smile at her mother's words, he performed the same action, but faster than before. Soon the golden needles surrounding Yes Mother were also collected, precisely controlled as they returned to the needle pouch. Feeling the enhancement in her mental state, Jiang Wanqing gazed at her son in surprise. "Kid, not bad." "He, of course. Who do you think my daddy is?" Yes, that's right." Before Yi Xian could speak, the 2 little ones excitedly chimed in, making Yes Father and Mother smile. "All right, who is next?" Me too." The eager Tong Tong and Meng Meng spoke up, while Mu Hanyue watched the state of her future in-laws with a mix of skepticism and anticipation. Quickly after the acupuncture, the 2 little ones absorbed 2 drops of peach blossom elixir, feeling even more invigorated than Yes Father and Mother. Given their smaller size, such effects were quite normal. "Tong Tong, Ming Ming, you're leaving tomorrow, so how about sleeping with Grandpa and Grandma tonight?" Jiang Wanqing smiled broadly at her adorable granddaughters, with Yi Yunfei doing the same. They had always thought they wouldn't see such a scene for at least another 3 to 5 years. Who would have thought their son would be so impressive, not only bringing back a beautiful and cultured daughter-in-law, but also 2 adorable little ones? "Of course. Yes, we'll miss you after we leave. This place is amazing." Tong Tong and Ming Ming nodded like little chicks pecking for food. Yes Father and Mother each took one of the little ones' hands and walked toward the bedroom, chatting as they went. Soon only Yi Xian and Mu Hanyue were left in the living room. Seeing that it was just the 2 of them, Mu Hanyue became nervous. She knew that once they were alone, she would inevitably fall into the clutches of that big pig's hoof. What to do? That big fool was about to tease her again. With a thud, while Mu Hanyue was lost in her thoughts, a sudden knock on her head interrupted her. "Ugh, what are you doing, you jerk?" With her smooth little hands covering her head, she glared at Yi Xian in annoyance, and that charming expression almost made it hard for Yi Xian to restrain himself. What were you thinking about? Your face is so red." After a pause, he continued, "I warn you, don't have any improper thoughts. You big-head ghost, you big pig's hoof. You jerk." Seeing the big pig's hoof teasing her on purpose, Mu Hanyue pouted, grinding her silver teeth, ready to bite back at any moment. In the bamboo house living room, they were flirting and teasing each other. Overwhelming romantic vibes radiated from the 2 of them, flooding every inch of the living room. If Yes Father and Mother and the 2 little ones were here, they would surely be fed a hearty dose of this lovey-dovey atmosphere. "Hurry up, I'm about to begin." "Mu Hanyue. You?" "Humph." Hearing that big oaf's words, Mu Hanyue rolled her eyes at him, but said nothing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging and using 4 drops of Peach Blossom Immortal Brew, consuming 200 dad points. That's right. It was exactly 4 drops. Over a dozen golden needles absorbed all 4 drops of Peach Blossom Immortal Brew, and then with a swoosh like a flash of light, the needles instantly appeared at various acupoints on his beautiful wife's body. Yi Xian was already adept at this operation, having performed it countless times. If any external Chinese medicine masters were to witness this scene, they would certainly be astounded. Indeed, this level of skill was far beyond their reach. It could be said that compared to Xuan, they were not even worth considering as useless. After a pause of a few seconds, once the peach blossom immortal brew was fully absorbed, he withdrew the golden needles into the needle pouch and then tossed it into his storage space. Under the powerful effect of 4 full drops of peach blossom immortal brew, every aspect of Xuan was undergoing subtle changes, from her appearance and figure to her physical fitness, all showing significant improvement. Of course, Xuan was unaware of this at the moment. Under the effect of peach blossom immortal brew, all of Xuan's fatigue was swept away. This? How did you do it? Clearly feeling the changes in her body, Xuan looked at the big oaf before her with astonished eyes. This scene was too surprising. No wonder the uncle and auntie and the 2 little ones had shown such obvious changes in their mental state. Hiss. Aya. Xuan, who had just gotten up halfway, felt a sharp pain in her ankle and instinctively leaned, struggling to get up, but before Xuan could stand, a large hand encircled her slender waist and lifted her up. What are you doing? Don't move. Just as Xuan was about to struggle, Xuan scolded her. Before long, a small foot as clear as jade appeared before Xuan's eyes. Hiss. Being touched by the big bad guy on her small foot, Xuan winced in pain. Now you know it hurts. Scolding Xuan, as if she were a little girl upon hearing the angry reprimand, Xuan's pretty face act. While Xuan was in a daze, Xuan had already begun massaging his wife using the divine bone-setting ability. After a moment, Xuan looked at the handsome man before her in surprise. Xuan, your massage skills are incredible. Of course. However, don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Laughing, he continued to massage Xuan, which earned him a roll of her eyes. This big oaf really couldn't handle praise. That guy, his skin was really too thick. The next morning at dawn, the golden morning sun pierced through the thick clouds and spilled onto Guishu village, chasing away the last traces of darkness from the bedroom. Golden sunlight bathed a peerlessly beautiful face. At this moment, the fairy-like beauty was fast asleep, a faint smile curving at the corners of her lips, as if she were having a sweet dream. Beside the unclad beauty lay a handsome youth. Propping himself up on one elbow, he rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the sleeping woman before him. Just then the sleeping beauty's eyes fluttered, then struggled open into drowsy slits, and she saw a certain big pig trotter before her. What are you doing? Seeing the burning gaze of that scoundrel, Xuan was startled, and her heart instantly became fully. What do you think? After a moment, under Xuan's culinary guidance, which surpassed even the level of a master chef, Ye's mother's cooking skills rocketed upward. Although she still couldn't match a 5-star chef, she was more than a match for a 4-star one. If the outside world learned of this, it would undoubtedly shake the entire culinary industry. You must be joking. In such a short time, turning a decent cook into a 4-star chef. Anyone in the industry would fully understand what that meant. Fried eggs, steamed buns, sandwiches, hamburgers, and so on. A whole table full of delicacies, all new breakfast items made by Ye's mother. Of course, milk and bread were also indispensable. Although they didn't usually eat these, now that their daughter-in-law and granddaughter were present, they naturally wanted to present their best side. Soon after the meal was ready, Xuan supported Xuan as she came downstairs. Even with the transformation brought by the peach blossom immortal wine, she couldn't withstand such torment. Xuan wished she could bite that bastard beside her to death. It was too embarrassing, too shameful. Xiaomo, are you alright? Seeing Xuan being helped downstairs by his son, Ye's mother hurriedly got up from the table, and Yi Yunfei did the same. Auntie, it's nothing. Nothing, just twisted my ankle last night. Thinking about last night's twisted ankle, Xuan naturally used that as the excuse for being supported by that big jerk. Otherwise, she couldn't exactly say they had been too rough last night, could she? Some people might be able to say it, but she didn't have the face. Twisted ankle. Is it serious? The future daughter-in-law's words made Ye's mother even more anxious, and she quickly, Xuan said, cough. It's not serious. Xuan took care of it last night. Saying this, she didn't know what else came to mind, and she glared fiercely at Xuan. Mommy, you're hurt. Should we go to the hospital? Yeah, if Mommy gets hurt, Mingming will be very sad. Tong Tong and Mingming asked with concern on their little faces. Hearing their words, Xuan felt a mix of emotions. She didn't know if it was right to deceive her daughters, but what else could she do? She couldn't tell the truth. Sigh. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Glancing at that big jerk who looked perfectly calm, her anger flared up again. It was all because of him. During the meal, Jiang Wanqing took a bite of a steamed bun and asked the future daughter-in-law, who was eating fried eggs with her head down, Xiao Mu, did the twisted ankle affect your sleep last night? She was trying to find a topic to bridge the gap between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, truly putting great effort for her son. Of cough. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Xuan almost choked on the fried egg. Last night, I slept okay. Since her future mother-in-law asked, Xuan naturally dared not refuse to answer, so she braced herself and said that. After breakfast, the journey home from Guishu village came to an end. Tianji Group had numerous matters awaiting Xuan's return to handle, and her assistant and bodyguard Xiao Li had already made several phone calls. As for safety concerns, they need not worry at all. With Xuan around, their young mistress and the 2 little princesses would be safe. What she didn't know was that Qin Shuhe from the Qin family in Modu had already been dealt with by Xuan, and there was no trace left behind. More accurately, no one knew how he had perished. Mom and Dad, you don't need to see me off. I'll call you when I arrive. Seeing the reluctant expressions on Ye's father and mother, Xuan waved goodbye, and the 2 little ones also needed to return to class. Be careful on the road, Ye's father cautioned as his son took the driver's seat. Don't worry, Dad. As he spoke, the roar of a powerful beast echoed, and the car had already started. At that moment, Zhang Wangqing's voice came through. "Xiao Mu, if that brat bullies you, call me, and he'll take care of him." Hearing his mother's voice, Yi Xian rolled his eyes in silence while Mu Hanyue was a bit taken aback. However, thinking about how that big pig hoof often bullied her, and that it was the kind of bullying she couldn't report, she couldn't help but feel a bit frantic. Hee, Daddy can't bully Mommy anymore. Mommy has a strong backer now. Yes, I really want to see how Daddy bullies Mommy, and how Grandma teaches him a lesson afterward. The two little ones chattered fearlessly, but before they could continue their excitement, two playful knocks landed on Tong Tong and Meng Meng's smooth foreheads, causing them to let out a hum. "When did Daddy bully Mommy?" "That's love, you know." He corrected his two daughters with a serious demeanor. "Humph, Daddy clearly loves to bully Mommy." "Exactly, Daddy bullies Mommy, and he even bullies Cherry." Seeing the big pig hoof in a predicament, Mu Hanyue initially wanted to laugh, but after hearing that, she froze on the spot. "You two who? Who taught you that?" Yi Xian was also taken aback. These two little ones dared to say anything. "Don't think we're just 1 or 2 years old, we're already a year and a half." "Exactly, Daddy clearly likes butterflies and cherries, that's why he's with Mommy." Mu Hanyue was so furious, she felt like her lungs were about to explode. At this moment, she deeply regretted teaching the two little ones about butterflies and cherries, especially in front of that big fool. In contrast, Yi Xian remained calm, unaffected, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. It was precisely Yi Xian's reaction that made Mu Hanyue wish she could bite him to death, especially since her butterfly was still throbbing with pain. On the other side, beneath the Millennium Osmanthus tree at the entrance of Guishu village, an elderly man was conversing with several old gentlemen from the village. Suddenly, he staggered, feeling dizzy, and his sudden illness left the village chief and others no time to react. Chairman Feng. Seeing Feng Rumen fall back, the old gentleman hurried to support him. "Oh no, the village chief is experiencing a sudden cerebral hemorrhage." As the village's highly respected Dr. Old Zhou immediately diagnosed Feng Rumen's condition. He never expected that Feng Rumen, who had been coming to Guishu village and was preparing to retire there, would suffer a sudden cerebral hemorrhage at this time. What? Sudden cerebral hemorrhage? The assistant accompanying Feng Rumen turned pale. Previously, Chairman Feng had a history of cerebral hemorrhage, but it had not manifested for years. He was aware that a sudden cerebral hemorrhage could be fatal, and without timely medical attention, it could certainly endanger his life. If anything were to happen to Chairman Feng, he would be held responsible, as Feng was the current president of the Writers Association and a well-known scholar and expert in the country. His status was too special. "Old Zhou, is there any way to treat this?" The village chief Chen Jianghe furrowed his brows. Old Zhou had been a soldier in his youth, and was also a military doctor proficient in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. To put it bluntly, the doctors in those hospitals were not worthy of holding a candle to him. Hearing the village chief's words, both Feng Rumen's assistant and the other old gentleman turned their gazes toward Old Zhou, who had now become their only hope. There is a method, but it requires a craniotomy to repair the ruptured blood vessels in the brain. However, does Guishu village have the conditions for that? Pausing for a moment, Old Zhou continued gravely. Moreover, patients with sudden cerebral hemorrhage must avoid bumps. Even if we drive to the hospital, it's likely he won't make it in time for surgery. As for traditional Chinese medicine, while it is profound, I've only learned the basics in my lifetime. I am completely at a loss when it comes to treating Chairman Feng's sudden cerebral hemorrhage. What? Old Zhou, you can't do anything either. Hearing Old Zhou's words, Feng Rumen's assistant felt a deep sorrow, as if he had been sentenced to death, unable to treat him and unable to take him to the hospital without risking bumps. What should they do? Just then, Yi Xian and his group, having noticed the situation, stopped the car. "It seems something has happened over there. You all wait here, I'll be right back." He opened the door and got out of the car, without waiting for Mu Hanyue and the two little ones to respond, as the scene of the incident clearly involved the village chief and several old gentlemen. "Mommy, it's the village chief and the old gentleman. It seems something is wrong." The two little ones looked toward the scene, while Mu Hanyue pondered for a moment. "Let's go and take a look." Mu Hanyue led the two little ones, enduring the hidden pain from her butterfly, toward the scene. "Gentlemen, what happened?" Upon arriving at the scene, Yi Xian's eyes immediately fell on Feng Rumen, who had suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and was now red-faced and unconscious. Chairman Feng just arrived in our village, and for some reason, he suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Even Old Zhou can't do anything, and he can't be bumped around, so we can't take him to the hospital." The village chief Chen Jianghe furrowed his brows tightly. If something happened to Feng Rumen in Guishu village, it would be a grave sin for them, as he was undoubtedly a pillar of the nation. "Oh, let me give it a try." From the expressions of the village chief and the other old gentlemen, it was clear that this elderly man who was on the brink of death had an extraordinary status and a good relationship with them, which prompted Yi Xian to decide to save him. "This is Feng Rumen, president of the Writers Association of China, a well-known expert and professor in the country, even holding a prominent position internationally. How did he end up here?" Upon seeing the person suffering from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, Mu Hanyue immediately recognized him as the renowned president of the Writers Association, Feng Rumen. It was astonishing that the Big Pig Hoof's village elder knew such an eminent figure. While Mu Hanyue was deep in thought, Yi Xian had already moved. A golden light flashed in his hand as he aimed directly at Feng Rumen's head. "Xiao Yiyu." Before the several old gentlemen could speak, they were stopped by Old Zhou. "Everyone be quiet. Chairman Feng may still have a chance." Although Old Zhou had only learned the basics of traditional Chinese medicine to outsiders, he appeared to be extremely knowledgeable. Once Xuan made his move, he recognized that the young man's medical skills were extraordinary, as the technique he was using resembled the legendary 13 ghost needles. This young man actually knows the legendary and peerless needle technique, the 13 ghost. As Xuan performed the technique, old Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, and his heart was stirred by an immense wave. How did this young man learn it? While Mama looked, Daddy is using needles again. Daddy's needles are super powerful. Even though he was really tired yesterday after a few pricks from Daddy, he felt completely refreshed. Upon hearing the words of the two little ones, the originally skeptical village chief Qin and several elders turned their gazes once more towards Xuan, who was swiftly applying needles with an almost ghostly speed. Old Zhou, is the Ghost Gate 13 needles you mentioned really that impressive? After a brief pause, village chief Qin asked. Impressive? It's beyond impressive. Hearing the village chief's words, the military Dr. Zhou, who had decades of experience, began to elaborate. The technique that little Ye is using is without a doubt the legendary Ghost Gate 13 needles. This technique was created by BNK during the Warring States period. This acupuncture method is exceptionally effective for dispelling illness and evil spirits, ensuring that once healed the affliction will never recur. It is considered a miraculous skill in medicine. Moreover, the Ghost Gate 13 needles is a particularly profound special treatment method within acupuncture, representing the most extraordinary aspect of traditional Chinese medicine. The application process is also extremely rigorous. First, it opens the heart meridian through the Ghost Gate 13 needles, as the heart governs the spirit. If the heart is chaotic, the spirit will be unclear. It selects the governing vessel and other calming points. Old Zhou spoke as if recounting cherished memories, causing the two little ones to look at their daddy with changed expression. Wow, Daddy's needles are so amazing. Yes, the Ghost Gate 13 needles, what a powerful name. Although the two little ones seemed to understand only a fraction, they grasped that Daddy was very impressive, and that was enough. The details didn't matter to them. Mu Huanxue was left bewildered by Old Zhou's words. Ghost Gate 13 needles. What on earth? If that's the case, then that big clumsy guy is actually a medical genius. Even though she didn't know much about medicine, just from Old Zhou's words, she could already tell that this technique was extraordinary, deeply unsettling. Mu Huanxue couldn't help but think back to the changes she experienced after being treated by that big guy last night. Not only did her fatigue completely vanish, but the two of them also had an intense session that lasted over an hour, which was more than double the usual time, evidently validating Old Zhou's claims. Congratulations to the host for receiving 188 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for receiving 188 dad points from Ming Ming. Congratulations to the host for receiving 188 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for receiving 188 dad points from Ming Ming. As expected, the two little ones' admiration for Daddy grew even stronger. When Daddy was serious, he looked incredibly. After hearing Old Zhou's words, the village chief and the other elders looked at Xuan with changed expressions. This little Ye was now employing such a powerful technique. They realized that the once playful child had not only got himself a beautiful wife, but also two adorable daughters. No wonder that girl was interested in their little Ye. It turned out he was so remarkable. Amidst their reflections, Xuan finished applying the Ghost Gate 13 needles. This round of operations alone had earned him over 1,000 dad points. As for Old Zhou's sentiments, he paid them no mind, seeing it merely as a routine task. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Van Rumen, who had been unconscious and whose face was flushed, struggled to open his eyes. The redness on his face returned to normal, and without warning, he puffed out a mouthful of black blood, splattering it beneath the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. Yay, that old grandpa woke up. Daddy is amazing, so awesome. Tong Tong and Ming Ming clapped their little hands in excitement, jumping with joy upon seeing the unconscious old grandpa revived by Daddy. Daddy looked so cool when he was in the spotlight. He calmed down. Xuan, putting away the golden needles, affectionately ruffled the two little ones' heads, his face filled with tenderness. To him, the smiles of the two little ones at that moment were more joyous than healing 10 or even 100 Van Rumens. Elders, we should be leaving now. Goodbye. With the matter settled, he left quietly, concealing his achievements and fame. Although it was difficult to hide them since he had just performed in front of the elders, the Ghost Gate 13 needles would surely be remembered by Old Zhou for a lifetime. By the time Van Rumen regained his senses, Xuan's figure had vanished from the scene, leaving only the roar of a supercar departing and a plume of blue smoke rising. Van Rumen's assistant stared blankly at the cloud of blue smoke left behind, replaying the recent events in his mind. That guy had actually resolved the president's sudden cerebral hemorrhage in a matter of moments. How is this possible? In less than 10 minutes, the president had only spat out a mouthful of blood and was healed. What unfolded before him completely surpassed his comprehension. What is happening to me? After spitting out the stagnant blood, Van Rumen felt his breathing had become much smoother. Upon hearing the president's words, the assistant sighed in relief. President, it was a young man who performed acupuncture to treat your sudden cerebral hemorrhage. A cerebral hemorrhage, and it was sudden. A young man. As Van Rumen searched for something upon hearing the assistant's words, the village chief, Chun Zhanghe, smiled slightly. President, Van, no need to look anymore. Little Ye has already left. Confirming that Van Rumen was fine, village chief Qin Zhanghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little Ye. Old Qin, do you know the young man who saved me? Upon hearing village chief Qin Jiang's words, Van Rumen's eyes gleamed with gratitude. Even a small favor must be repaid with a great kindness, how much more so for a life-saving grace. Qin Zhanghe was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged smiles with several elders. Yes, of course I know him. And that little Yi grew up right before our eyes, it's just that. I didn't expect that little guy to have such remarkable medical skills. After some clarification, Fan Rumen learned that the person who saved him was indeed from Guishu village named Yi Xian, the most proud young successor of Guishu village. By the way, President Fan, you should have heard of the poem song of Everlasting Regret, right? Thinking of the currently popular song of Everlasting Regret online, Fan Rumen, as the president of the Writers Association, surely couldn't have missed it. Song of Everlasting Regret. Isn't that the ancient poem recited by those two genius kids online? Upon hearing Xinjiang's words, Fan Rumen was taken aback, but the assistant beside him suddenly seemed to recall something, his pupils narrowing. Ah, could it be? Those two little ones, cough cough, the little girl reciting song of Everlasting Regret. If that's the case, then that song of Everlasting Regret is not. Gasp. Village chief, the young man who saved the president, the Yi Xian you mentioned, is the author of Song of Everlasting Regret. The assistant realized something, waves of shock surging in his heart. Fan Rumen hadn't seen the two little ones, but he had been watching them clearly. However, those words struck Fan Rumen's ears, causing him to tremble. The person who saved him was the one who penned the timeless poem Song of Everlasting Regret. Fan Rumen's eyes glinted with brilliance, for it was his assistant who had first discovered this timeless poem online, and at that time the entire Writers Association was shaken. Old Chin, can you tell me about the Yi Xian who saved my life? Fan Rumen was deeply curious about the young man who could compose such an eternal poem and also save a person from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. He chuckled. Well, that's a long story. If I were to tell it in detail, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. And so the village head and a few elders let their minds wander, recounting all sorts of trivial matters about Yi's son. How he was the king of children when he was young, stealing chickens, catching fish, and taking bird eggs. When he heard that even the dogs in the entire village were now afraid of Yi Xian, Fan Rumen was slightly stunned, and vivid scenes appeared in his mind. A moment later, Fan Rumen looked with interest toward the center of Modu, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian, an interesting young man, but I'm afraid I owe him a great debt of gratitude. The grace of saving a life is as vast as the heavens. Meanwhile, in the car speeding toward Zhulong Villa, Daddy, you're so amazing. Tong Tong was still saying excitedly, her little head filled with images of Daddy showing off his mighty skills just now. At that moment, Daddy was the most charming. Meng Meng loves you so much, Daddy moi. Meng Meng was even more direct, planting a sweet affectionate kiss on Daddy's cheek, making that unscrupulous man's heart melt with a sly smile. Meng Meng, you're not allowed to snatch Daddy from me, humph. Tong Tong on the side was displeased, and upon seeing Meng Meng kiss Daddy, she couldn't stay calm. Daddy, I want one too. With a moi sound, love kisses finally satisfied her. However, this scene gave Mu Hanxue a pang of heartache. The sudden dollop of dog food caught her off guard. Yi Xian, when did you learn such exceptional medical skills? Having swallowed a mouthful of overly sweet dog food, Mu Hanxue asked curiously. That was a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, being able to cure it with a few acupuncture needles. She knew exactly what that meant. Normally, such a condition would require a craniotomy. Before Yi Xian could speak, Tong Tong grinned and began her usual divine assist. Mommy, do you also admire Daddy as much? Who admires your daddy? Mu Hanxue was stunned for a moment, her fair cheeks flushed slightly at being caught. To be honest, Yi Xian's move had really exceeded her expectations. It would be false to say she wasn't the least bit admiring or surprised. Shame on you, Mommy's blushing. Liars aren't good kids, you know. Seeing Mommy's blush, Meng Meng's big sparkling eyes curved into crescent moons as she said adorably. Ha ha, can't you see Mommy is embarrassed? Pretending to scold, he pinched the two little ones' cheeks. You two little rascals, why are you telling the truth like that? You? Shameless. Hearing the first half, Mu Hanxue felt a bit relieved, but when she heard the second half, she suddenly had the urge to pin that big scoundrel to the ground and bite him to death. That guy was too despicable. She had never seen such a shameless and detestable person. Bullying her at night was bad enough, but during the day, he seized every opportunity to bully her. She glared fiercely at that big pig's trotter. If looks could kill, even Yi Xian with all his abilities might be annihilated by Mu Hanxue's piercing gaze. Driving while teasing his beautiful wife, he found her frantic appearance quite charming. A moment later, the two little ones finally let go of their mommy who had been tortured enough. Daddy, how about telling us a story? We haven't heard one from you for days. Tong Tong's hopeful big eyes blinked as if they could speak, incredibly cute. Upon hearing her sister's words, Meng Meng's eyes also lit up. She loved listening to stories, especially the ones Daddy told. Daddy, Meng Meng really wants to hear one too. Yeah, come on, Daddy. The sweet coquettish voice made Yi Xian's whole body melt. Seeing this, Mu Hanxue felt an indescribable envy, and her gaze toward that big pig's trotter was sour, as if she had eaten a lemon. Of course I can tell a story, but does Daddy get any benefits? He looked at the two little ones with a doting laugh. Benefits, huh? Hearing Daddy's words, Tong Tong and Meng Meng thought seriously. At one point, the two little ones' eyes fell on Mommy, and after a quick blink they thought, if Daddy tells us a story, then tonight Daddy and Mommy can watch butterflies together, okay? Mu Hanxue. Watching butterflies together. Mu Hanxue was about to collapse. These two little ones were going crazy. Unconsciously, she felt they were going further and further down the path of being brats. Ahem. Then Daddy will tell you one. Seeing his stunning wife on the verge of exploding, he cleared his throat to smooth things over. These two little ones were so fiercely supportive of their daddy that it was outrageous. If he didn't speak up, they might say something even worse. Yes, really, Daddy, you're super great. You spoil us so much. Meng Meng loves you, moi. The two little ones were both lovable and infuriating. Mu Hanshua deeply felt this, but recalling their mother-trapping antics, she wanted to hang them up and spank them. What did they mean by watching butterflies together? She couldn't even bear to imagine that scene. He glanced at the stunning beauty a story came to his mind, and he began to narrate. There was a couple who fell in love in college for 4 years, never making a single promise. On the train home, he had 32 stops, she had 21. She said, "Wake me when we get there," and then fell asleep. After an unknown time she was awakened, but the train had already passed several stops. He smiled gently, and said, "Come home with me." Hearing this, Mu Hanshua looked at Xuan, suspiciously, a warm and beautiful scene appearing in her mind. If they were together they would surely be especially happy. The two little ones were also listening, expectantly blinking their beautiful big eyes, looking forward to the rest of Daddy's story. The car was silent, with only Xuan's voice filling every corner. However, the mother and daughters had not noticed the sly smile on Xuan's lips. Obviously, the story was far from as simple as they thought. Then, continuing his trap-setting operation, the girl heard the boy's heartfelt confession, burst into laughter, and tears slid down her face. The two little ones' big eyes lit up. They were so happy. Even Mu Hanshua smiled knowingly. Just as Mu Hangshu's smile bloomed a divine twist, continued the unfinished story. They arrived at the small mountain village that raised him, and she was sold to an old bachelor in his 50s. Mu Hanshua said, "What? Sold to an old bachelor in his 50s? Hearing this, Mu Hangshu's smile completely faded, replaced by full resentment. A little figure in her heart screamed, "Human trafficker." That was Mu Hangshu's first reaction. She then looked at that big scoundrel. She had been tricked by that villain again. A love story that should have ended happily was turned into a tragedy by him. She had really misjudged him. "Oh, dad.You. So mean. How could you do that? That auntie is so pitiful." Tong Tong and Ming Ming blinked, their beautiful big eyes, their little mouths pouted high. That auntie had actually liked that human trafficker for so many years. Boo-hoo, so pitiful. How could mean daddy do that? Daddy is a bad person. No, daddy, that doesn't count. You need to tell a different one. The two little ones pouted their small mouths, looking adorably angry, while Mu Hanshua couldn't help but chuckle. "You pervert, hurry up and tell another one." With a glare at someone, Mu Hanshua chided. "All right then, I'll tell another one. Get ready, I'm about to start." "Oh, let's get started quickly." Daddy, if you tell another story like the last one, Ming Ming won't kiss you anymore." The two little ones didn't notice the mischievous curve at their irresponsible daddy's lips. Even Mu Hanshua was unaware. "A serious story. Just kidding, it's merely a different approach." Clearing his throat, he followed with another tactic. It wasn't a story unfolding. A girl cut her finger, and a boy bought a band-aid for her, but he was mute and gestured for a while without the clerk understanding. Later, he simply cut his own finger, and only then did the clerk realize he needed a band-aid. Pausing for effect, he gave Mu Hanshua and the two little ones enough space for imagination. Then the clerk chuckled, wondering why he hurt his finger just to buy a band-aid. She watched him with tears in her eyes. "Wow, so sweet. Oh, daddy really didn't lie to us." The two little ones blinked their big sparkling eyes, and their impression of daddy rose back to its original height, all their previous displeasure completely dissipating. Listening to the excitement of the two little ones, a slight smile curved his lips. The next day, she came to visit relatives. Just as Mu Hanshua had taken a sip of water, she sprayed it out upon hearing this, nearly choking on it, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, glaring fiercely at the irresponsible big pig's trotters. A man's words are deceitful. If that jerk hadn't been driving, Mu Hanshua really wouldn't have been able to control herself from choking that guy to death. That filthy rogue was too despicable. However, this sentence left the two little ones completely confused. Seeing their mother's reaction, they curiously asked, "Mommy, are you okay? Yeah, why did you react so strongly when relatives came?" Tong Tong and Meng Ming's little faces were filled with doubt and curiosity. They found it strange why Mommy reacted so much upon hearing that relatives were coming. Nothing at all. Glancing resentfully at the big pig's trotters, the two little ones didn't understand what it meant for relatives to come. How could she not know? After all, that girl had just visited a few days ago, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the girl merely cut her finger, and yet he cut his own finger as well. What if those relatives came, wouldn't he? Thinking of this, Mu Hanshua lightly scoffed. This big scoundrel was doing it on purpose, definitely saying it for her to hear. Under Mu Hanshua's intense mood, the car sped toward the Zhulong villa, during which she felt the urge to strangle that big pig's trotters countless times. Upon returning to the villa, Aunt Xuan, who had already reached 5-star chef level under Xuan's guidance, was aware that the young master and the two little princesses were coming, and spent the whole afternoon preparing dinner with the maids. She must not let down the young master's trust. Although she couldn't compare to Xuan, she was already considerably good. After dinner, the two little ones burped in unison. "Mommy, tonight you sleep with daddy, we'll sleep by ourselves." Aunt Xuan. The many maids in the villa opened their eyes wide, their faces full of surprise, their gazes darting between the young master and the young miss, their minds pondering the most unexpected thoughts. Villa master bedroom. After taking a shower, Mu Hanshua, clad in her pajamas, entered the room. Seeing that certain big scoundrel staring at her, her delicate face burned. Those scorching eyes had already said it all, making her scalp tingle. That bastard wasn't afraid of being drained dry, was he? "Big bad guy, I warn you today, you can't mess around. I have to go to the company tomorrow." "Damn it, what do you want?" Mu Hanshua was startled by the big jerk's words. This guy wasn't going to torment her again, was he? Have you forgotten that I know medicine?" This time, Xuan stimulated the acupoints with his divine medical skill. This night was destined to be another sleepless night. The next day, Mu Hanshua woke from her sleep. Looking at the big scoundrel beside her with a faint smile on his lips, the scenes of last night flooded into her mind, and her delicate face couldn't stop burning. But strangely, she felt refreshed and clear-headed. Thinking of this, Mu Hanxue didn't dare to look at that big jerk anymore, all because it was too shameful. That big scoundrel's operations really far exceeded her understanding of shamelessness. But just then Mu Hangshu's beautiful eyes caught sight of a face bathed in golden sunlight. Very handsome, very charming. Thinking that it was this big scoundrel in front of her who bullied her day and night, Mu Hanxue suddenly got angry and decided to teach him a lesson. Then she raised her jade-like slender finger and aimed it at the big scoundrel's nose. If this scene were seen by outsiders, it would definitely cause a stir, and it was a treatment that countless boys dreamed of. Instantly, the sweet, syrupy dog food spread from the two of them, filling every corner of the room, as if it was about to. Just as Mu Hanxue was enjoying her revenge, feeling smug without any warning, Xuan opened his eyes, catching her off. "You little Hanxue, you've grown quite bold. Looks like you haven't been taught enough." The energetic couple fooled around for a while before stopping. Mu Hanxue, blushing, leaned against Xuan's chest. This was the first time she felt the big bad guy's heartbeat, steady and powerful. "Big bad guy, today, we'll take Tong Tong and Ming Ming to visit your school, then come to the company. Later, when the two little ones go to school, you'll be idle anyway. Come to the company, and they'll find you a job." After much thought, Mu Hanxue stated her plan. Originally, she wanted Xuan to be a full-time dad, but the more she interacted with him, the more she realized his extraordinary nature. Making him only a stay-at-home dad would be a waste of his talent. "Job." Hearing his wife's words, Xuan was slightly stunned. But this job doesn't require you to be at the company all the time. It's very flexible, and it won't hinder you from taking care of the two little ones. This position is the security minister of Tianji Corporation's Tianji building. You don't have to answer to anyone, your direct superior." Saying this, Mu Hangshue's face flushed. She had made this decision because she saw that this big jerk's strength in various aspects were quite good. "Oh, working with my little Hanxue." He glanced at the generous curves of the beauty in his arms. "Sounds not bad." Starting as Mu Hanxue smiled slightly. Xuan was her man. How could she let him be someone else's subordinate? "All right, I'll temporarily serve as security minister. When you find a suitable person, you'll leave then." Mu Hanxue heard Xuan's words and smiled nonchalantly. A suitable person. As long as she didn't nod, the security minister position would never have a suitable person. "Now that I've agreed to be your group's security minister, is there any benefit?" As he wrapped his arm around Mu Hangshu's slender waist, he tightened his grip, almost melting the beauty into his body, and said teasingly. And Mu Hanxue was also in a good mood hearing that big jerk agree. She bit her silver teeth, whispered in Xuan's ear, "I'm going to drain you dry. You little vixen, watch me reassert my husbandly authority." At this moment, all words seemed so powerless. It must be said that the effect of peach blossom immortal wine was extremely powerful. If this were on an ordinary person, what would it be like? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After about half an hour, the two dressed and left the room. Mu Hangshu's complexion was exceptionally good today, and her eyes unconsciously exuded a hint of captivating charm. While the young lady looks super beautiful today. Yeah, her complexion is rosy and glowing. So pretty. I think it's very likely. It seems the young lad's complexion is so good thanks to the young master's great contribution. A few maids chattered, feeling extremely envious. They hadn't slept well all last night. Aunt Xuan, who had been through it herself, looked at the maids' expressions and shook her head with a slight bitter smile. She looked at her own young master with great emotion. It wasn't their fault. Who could blame them when the young master was so outstanding? "Hee, mommy, you look so beautiful today." Yeah, I've never seen mommy so pretty. Your skin is so nice." Hearing the two little ones' words, Mu Hanxue smiled tenderly, gently stroking their heads. But when she noticed Xuan's meaningful gaze on her, a blush rose on her face, and she didn't know what she was thinking. "Daddy, your school is enormous, isn't it? And Daddy, you must be the handsomest boy at school, right? Daddy, does mommy have rivals at school?" Ever since leaving the villa, the two little ones had chattered incessantly, firing off question after question. 10,000 curiosities about their father's unknown university, brimming with wonder and anticipation. The atmosphere along the way remained delightfully warm. With two such lively children present, joy was inevitable. And meanwhile, elsewhere along the route to Modi University, another incident unfolded. A charming little girl no more than 5 or 6 years old sat before a chipped, battered bowl, clearly begging. Before her, crooked characters were scrawled on the ground. "If someone can cure my brother's illness, I will sell myself to them, serving them as ox or horse for life and gratitude." Hey, don't bother looking. It's an old trick 10 years out of date. And she's dressed the part, sure, but selling oneself. What era do we live in now? This little girl is quite delicate looking. She'd make a fine child bride someday. And forget it. Do you really think taking her in would be fortunate? Who knows what snares she might conceal? Goodness, people these days will stoop to anything. Whose child is this anyway? Do her parents even have the face to Around her, passers-by spat scornful words onto the pavement. The little girl pressed her lips together, clutched the hem of her shirt with tiny fists, and blinked back tears, each barb cutting deep. Su Xiaoming's heart shattered. Every word she'd written was true. She would do anything to save her brother. Once she had been the cherished princess of her family, doted upon, adored. Then just days ago, everything collapsed. Her parents slain, her clan annihilated. Only she and her gravely poisoned elder brother had escaped. Scatter, everyone move along. And people like this don't deserve pity. Where there is pity, there is always fault. Human warmth and coldness revealed themselves with brutal clarity. No one wished to entangle themselves. What if she tried to swindle them? That would be a loss beyond measure. In an instant, the crowd dispersed like mist. And how could this happen? Mommy said most people in this world are kind. So why haven't I met any? Su Xiaoming's heart ached fiercely. Her brother lay dying waiting for money to survive, and she was utterly alone in the world, her brother her only remaining kin. Oh, Daddy, that big sister looks so pitiful. Mengming's large sparkling eyes caught sight of the solitary girl kneeling on the ground from inside the car. Yes, Daddy, let's go see her, okay? Tong, hearing Mengming's words, also spotted Su Xiaoming, the little beggar offering herself in exchange for healing. Ding! Alert, rescuing this girl may yield unexpected rewards. No. Yixian, who had been preparing to drive past, instinctively braked at the system's voice, then pulled over. Gazing towards Su Xiaoming in the distance, though disheveled, she struck him as naturally exquisite, her bearing radiating quiet, innate nobility. Interesting. Not faint smile touched Yixian's lips. And ding. Congratulations. Host has successfully redeemed an activated character information card consuming 1 parental virtue point. Target begging girl. Instantly a profile appeared beside Su Xiaoming in Yixian's vision. Su Xiaoming, age 5.5. Youngest daughter of the Su clan, a second-tier imperial capital aristocratic house. Cheerful, vivacious, innocent. Elder brother Su Ziyu, a prodigy in commerce within the imperial capital, was poisoned and his clan exterminated by the Lu clan, a top-tier house envious of his extraordinary acumen. Oh, a commercial prodigy. So grievously poisoned. Perhaps he is the unexpected reward the system hinted at. Alright, we'll go take a look. In learning of Su Xiaoming's peerless commercial genius of a brother, Yixian's lips curved upward, half in amusement, half in resolve. Was he truly destined to spend his life merely as head of security for his wife's Tianji group? Absurd. He intended to forge a vast commercial empire for his daughters and any future children, providing them with the finest in all things while embodying the ideal father they deserved. Such was Yixian's profound paternal devotion. In he stepped out of the car, whereupon the 2 little girls scampered forward, bare feet pattering towards Su Xiaoming. Big sister, here, eat this. Tong, dashing up beside Su Xiaoming, offered several slices of bread. Beside her, Meng handed over a carton of milk. And here's milk too. Daddy says kids must drink lots of milk to grow tall and strong. Hearing those sweet, tender voices, Su Xiaoming lifted her small head and saw 2 astonishingly lovely, radiant little girls offering her food. Tears welled instantly in her eyes. How many days had passed since anyone extended kindness? Most people recoiled from her as if she carried plague. Thank you, little sisters. And overcome with emotion, Su Xiaoming murmured her thanks, but did not eat. Instead, she carefully set the bread and milk aside for her brother. Yixian studied the crooked contract of self-sale she'd written. Its bold declaration clear: I will do anything, if only my brother may be healed. Little one, your brother is ill. Yixian smiled gently, already knowing the truth. And yes, he's been sick for many days. And I have no money, so I can only sell myself to heal him. At that, tears streamed down Su Xiaoming's cheeks, pure heartbreaking sorrow. And Daddy, please help big sister. And don't worry, big sister, Daddy's medical skills are amazing. He will save you. The 2 girls chirped like joyful larks, but nearby onlookers shook their heads, clearly skeptical of Yixian and his really. And hope blazed in Su Xiaoming's eyes, unclouded, guileless, childlike. And little one, I'll accept your contract. As it happens, my 2 daughters have long needed a playmate. With practiced ease, Yixian folded the crooked parchment and tucked it away, leaving Su Xiaoming wide-eyed, stunned that fortune had arrived so suddenly. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. And with a soft thud, Su Xiaoming bowed deeply, her forehead striking the ground, knowing at last her brother had hope. Rise now, take us to your brother. Yixian extended his hand to lift her, showing no revulsion at her dirt-streaked clothes. To him, it was nothing. As a child, he'd wrestled stray dogs in mud pits daily. His own appearance then had been no cleaner. Yes, big brother. Su Xiaoming sensed no disdain, only kindness, causing her impression of Yixian to soar. Her brother's warnings against strangers began quietly to dissolve. Soon they turned down a narrow alley beside a derelict, half-finished building. And cough. And before they even rounded the corner, violent coughing echoed, followed by a spatter of crimson blood. There, sprawled on a flattened cardboard sheet, lay a young man, pale as death, lips stained violet black, his life flickering like a guttering candle. And brother, I've brought someone to heal you. Big brother will save you. Seeing her brother vomit blood, Su Xiaoming rushed forward, face drained white. Su Ziyu, sensing unfamiliar presences, tensed, every nerve alight with wary vigilance. Xiaoming, I've told you countless times, never bring strangers near me. And what healing are you babbling about? Ni's sharp rebuke sent fresh tears cascading down her cheeks. But you're the only family I have left. Without you, I'm utterly alone in this world. Wah. You? Ugh. Su Ziyu choked into another fit of coughing. Yet what followed next would remain seared into his memory for eternity. The deadly poison has invaded your heart's meridian. At most you have no more than 3 days to live. With a single glance, it was apparent to him that Su Ziyu was already gravely ill, and upon hearing these words, Su Ziyu's eyes filled with vigilance as he stared at Yixian. Who are you, and how do you know? With his family annihilated, Su Ziyu wished nothing more than to make the perpetrator suffer, to consume their flesh and drink their blood. This enmity was irreconcilable. Su Ziyu could not allow this. It was his greatest secret, one even the Lu family in the imperial capital did not know. Of course he did not mind, but he had a younger sister. He was still clinging to life, not only because he was unwilling to die with his vengeance unfulfilled, but also because he could not bear to leave his sister alone and vulnerable in this world. Yi Xian smiled, slightly sizing up Su Ziyu, who was on the verge of death, yet still hanging on for the moment. He spoke eloquently. Su Ziyu, 25 years old, the only son of the second-rate Su family in the imperial capital. You possess great talent for business. Half a year ago you took charge of the family business, and in just 6 months you doubled the family's performance. However, you overlooked the principle that the tall trees attract the wind, and ultimately fell victim to the Liu family's poisonous schemes. Your parents were killed, your family destroyed, and the Su family's assets were completely seized by the Liu family. Hearing Yi Xian's words left Su Ziyu stunned, and Su Xiaoming also looked at the big brother with disbelief. It was simply incredible, or rather too detailed. You were sent by the Liu family. Su Ziyu's eyes were filled with suspicion. This was the only possibility he could think of. He wanted to struggle to protect his sister, but his weakened body afflicted by the deadly poison would not allow him to move an inch. Liu family. Upon hearing Su Ziyu's answer, Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, then smiled as if bathed in spring breeze. You're still a business prodigy, yet your mind is so limited. Do you think that if the Liu family found you they would immediately tell you all of this? Su Ziyu. Hearing this, Su Ziyu fell silent. Indeed, if the Liu family discovered him, they would never waste words. They would kill him immediately to prevent any future troubles. They understood clearly that if he survived, the Liu family would face a future calamity. Since they were not from the Liu family, they must be enemies of the Liu family. With this thought, Su Ziyu's vigilance and hostility began to wane somewhat. Tong Tong and Ming Ming watched their father admonish the pale-faced big brother, their eyes filled with admiration for him. Dad is so handsome. What do you want with me? Su Ziyu understood very well that this person before him was revealing his identity so easily, clearly indicating that he had come well prepared. Moreover, the ability to uncover these matters spoke volumes about the other party's capabilities. What puzzled him was how someone younger than himself could achieve this. It's simple. Su Ziyu was a clever man and did not beat around the bush. From now on you will work for me. Work for you. Yi Xian's words left Su Ziyu momentarily stunned, and then he felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Was he joking about making him work for him? You think too highly of me. You know I won't live more than 3 days, yet you say such things. Su Ziyu's lips curled into a bitter smile, his eyes filled with helplessness. How he wished to live. He had a deep-seated grudge that had yet to be avenged, and he could not bear to let his 6 or 7-year-old sister bear this burden. Oh, what if I can cure your poison? The calm voice rang out, yet it struck Su Ziyu like a thunderclap. Tong Tong and Meng Ming, the two little ones, watched with great interest, admiring their capable father's impressive display. At this moment, their father looked super handsome to them. In their eyes, he was the most handsome person in the world without a doubt. The two little ones looked at their father with pride, completely acting like little fans. Seeing their father shine made them feel happier than eating honey. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sharp light flashed in Su Ziyu's eyes, while Su Xiaoming's big eyes sparkled with hopeful light. Really, big brother, you can cure brother's poison? Su Xiaoming's big eyes stared intently at the big brother before her, for she knew that if the poison was cured, then brother would be fine. Don't worry, my medical skills are very impressive. Yes, before dad had saved someone who seemed to have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. The two little ones eagerly proclaimed their father's glorious achievements, which was one of their favorite things to do. Su Xiaoming was momentarily stunned. A cerebral hemorrhage? What is that? However, Su Ziyu's pupils constricted. You saved someone who had a cerebral hemorrhage. It was no wonder he was so astonished. After all, a cerebral hemorrhage is something that if not treated immediately has a mortality rate exceeding 99. It could be said to be a death sentence, and if this person could cure a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, it meant that their medical skills far surpassed common knowledge. Perhaps his deadly poison could indeed be cured. Just a superficial understanding. With an indifferent smile, though it was a simple task for him, Su Ziyu did not see it that way. If curing a cerebral hemorrhage was merely a superficial understanding, then all the experts and professors in this world could simply go home and farm. Taking a deep breath, Su Ziyu's gaze became resolute. All right, I promise you, as long as you can cure my poison, my life will belong to you from now on. Before his impending death, Su Ziyu decided to take one last gamble. If he could truly rid himself of the deadly poison, it would be akin to a rebirth. In the future you will be glad for today's decision. Yi Xian observed Su Ziyu's reaction, knowing that he wouldn't fear Su Ziyu's potential betrayal. If that were to happen, he would personally let Su Ziyu understand what true suffering felt like. Now I will cure your poison. As soon as the words fell, Su Ziyu had yet to react when more than a dozen golden needles precisely pierced various acupoints on his body, and this was just the beginning. Then golden light danced, and the movements were as fast as a specter. In a short while, over 100 golden needles surrounded Su Ziyu, and if Old Man Zhou were present, he would undoubtedly be greatly shocked. For Yi Xian was employing another long-lost technique rarer than the Ghost Gate 13 needles, known as the Golden Needle. The so-called Golden Needle through acupoint involves using specific techniques, force, and almost rigorous precision and speed to apply the needle 136 times in the blink of an eye, and it must all be completed within 3 seconds, otherwise the recipient will suffer a reversal of vital energy and die. Of course, its efficacy was commensurate with its risks. Not only could it expel hundreds of poisons, but later it could also form a degree of resistance to various deadly toxins. Today, the medical community recognized the Golden Needle through acupoint as a lost and forbidden technique, and it was considered taboo to use it unless absolutely necessary. However, for Yi Xian, the risks involved were non-existent, as he was a master of medical skills, and the Golden Needle through acupoint was something he could handle with ease. 10 minutes later, having consumed 2 drops of peach blossom immortal brew, he completed the golden needle through acupoint for Suziyu. Just as the 136 golden needles all left his body, Suziyu lying on the cardboard miraculously sat up, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood that splattered on the ground, causing sizzling sounds, and even corroding a small pit in the ground. Cough cough. As the poisonous blood was expelled from his body, Suziyu immediately felt his breathing had become much smoother, and even his complexion had slightly reddened with his lips no longer black and purple. As the person involved, Suziyu felt the changes most acutely, excitement flickering in his eyes. This is my poison. For the first time, a glimmer of past brilliance emerged in Suziyu's eyes as he realized something. Just as you have sensed, your poison has been cured. Suziyu clenched his fists, feeling the power in his hands for the first time. It's really cured. Brother, you're fine now, woo woo woo. Su Xiaoming, seeing her brother rise from the cardboard, tears streamed down her face. No one knew how worried and fearful she had been these past few days. Hee, I told you my daddy's medical skills are amazing. Yes, dad is super impressive. Tong Tong and Ming Ming watched their dad effortlessly heal big sister's brother, their eyes filled with admiration. They knew their dad could do it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for exchanging 12 units of high-end apartments in Yudu Star Mansion, consuming 5,000. Long ago, Yi Xian had his sights set on exchanging for the high-end apartments in Yudu Star Mansion at the system store. The reason he exchanged for 12 units in one go was that exchanging for a single unit required 500 dad points. 10 units would be 5,000 dad points, but now 12 units only cost 5,000 dad points, meaning he could gain 2 extra units. How could Yi Xian miss such a good deal? Although he would only have over 1,000 points left after the 5,000 were deducted, it was all to know that each building in Yudu Star Mansion has 30 floors with 2 households per floor, totaling 60 households for one building, and for 2 buildings that makes 120 households. Assuming an average price of over 1.5 million per building, 2 buildings would yield at least 180 million. Of course, Yi Xian did not pay much attention to the overall value of the 12 high-end apartment buildings. Name: Yi Xian. Age: 21. Skills: God level cooking, God level music, God level martial arts, God level calligraphy, God level magnetism, God level instruments, God level beast taming, God level sky control, God level medicine, God level bone setting. Items: peach blossom immortal brew X10 tracking and X-ray card X5. Yudu Star Mansion properties: 12 units, a set of golden needles. Passive skills: charm aura. Dad points: 1364. Looking at the multitude of abilities on his personal panel, a mysterious smile crept across his lips. He had unknowingly become an invincible existence in many fields. With a subtle motion of his right hand, a set of keys appeared labeled with the number 602 in Building 8 of Yudu Star Mansion. For now, you 2 siblings will live here and recover quickly. As he handed the keys to the Yudu Star Mansion room to Suziyu, he also gave him a bank card. Suziyu stared at the bank card and keys in his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. I cannot express my gratitude for this great favor. In the future, Suziyu will surely repay your kindness 100-fold, 1,000-fold. At that moment, Suziyu was utterly captivated. Not only had his deadly poison been cured, but he had also been provided with a place to stay and assistance. This inexplicable trust left him deeply moved. The 2 little ones watched their dad's actions with beaming smiles, quietly observing how he had won over big sister's brother. Dad was the best, and they loved him so much. However, the 2 little ones were unaware that their omnipotent dad was about to change Suziyu's life forever, while simultaneously bringing a catastrophic retribution upon the Liu family of the imperial capital, a reckoning that had quietly begun at this moment. In a dilapidated building at the corner, Suziyu took a deep breath while holding his beloved younger sister in his arms. He looked up at the distant buildings bathed in the golden morning sun, then turned his gaze to the retreating figures of Yi Xian and his daughter. Young Master Yi, I will not disappoint your expectations. Clenching his fists tightly, Suziyu had just learned Yi Xian's name and respectfully referred to him as Young Master Yi. He secretly vowed that since Young Master Yi had given him a new life, he would dedicate his entire being to repay him. Not only to repay the life-saving grace, but also for the different future he provided for his sister, as he understood very well what awaited her if he were to perish. It was precisely because he understood this deeply that he felt even more grateful towards Yi Xian. His kindness was a debt he felt he could never fully repay. The siblings embraced for a long moment before finally letting go. Suziyu looked at his sister seriously. Xiaoming, you must remember that Young Master Yi is our greatest benefactor. No matter what happens in the future, you must never do anything to harm Young Master Yi, understood? Suziyu said, fearing the possibility of conflict between Young Master Yi and his sister. Although the probability was very small, he had to make it clear to her that Young Master Yi had rendered immense kindness to their siblings and the Su family, and they must never do anything to harm him, not even the slightest. Su Xiaoming nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Big brother saved you, so he is Xiaoming's benefactor for life. After a while, Su Xiaoming turned her gaze back to her brother. Brother, what are we going to do now? Having gone through family changes, Su Xiaoming seemed to have matured a lot and asked with genuine concern. Seeing his sister like this, Suziyu sighed deeply but did not hide the truth from her. We will wait for Young Master Yi's next command, and then I will make the Liu family in the imperial capital pay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold for what they have done. Back in the car, as soon as the door was opened, the little Tianba started barking. Master, little master. Knowing what the little Tianba meant, Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then the little Tianba ran into the embrace of the 2 little ones playing with Tong Tong and Ming Ming. The little Tianba had grown a lot since they bought him, and after being treated with needles by Xuan several times, he had consumed no less than 5 drops of the peach blossom immortal brew. In the future, the little Tianba would be the personal protector of the 2 little ones. Xuan couldn't help but pay close attention. Hee little Tianba, did you miss us? Tong Tong gently stroked the soft fur of the little Tianba, which was her favorite thing to do, especially petting the little Tianba adorably silly head. Little Tianba, just now Daddy was amazing, did you know? Ming Ming chattered away about Daddy's glorious achievements regardless of whether the little Tianba could understand. Woo! Listening to the 2 little masters, the little Tianba responded with a whimper, his face displaying a variety of human-like expressions of surprise and confusion. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, it would undoubtedly shock them, for the little Tianba here seemed no different from a spirit. Daddy, will we meet the little sister again? After hearing Ming Ming talk about Daddy's achievements, Tong Tong's big hopeful eyes were fixed on Daddy, her cute big eyes seemingly speaking. Of course we will. Xuan affectionately ruffled Tong Tong's little head. Once they settled down, they could invite her to the villa. Really? Ming Ming perked up at the idea of inviting that little sister to the villa, imagining how beautiful she must be. Absolutely. The 3 of them chatted while spreading love, deepening the bond between father and daughters, and undoubtedly the affection of the doting father was the most direct proof. They sped along, soon arriving at the long-absent Magic City University. Seeing the familiar school gate again, Xuan couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Previously, he was the campus heartthrob of Magic City University, with senior sisters and junior sisters who secretly admired him, lining up all the way to the suburbs. Now he was legally married to a beautiful wife and had 2 super adorable daughters. However, the appearance of the Bugatti Chiron immediately attracted everyone's attention, just like last time. Ahem, look. Am I seeing things? That's a Bugatti Chiron. Could it be Senior Xuan? The buzzing discussions erupted from the school gate, with some students even taking pictures and posting them in the school group chat. Undoubtedly, the next moment the school group chat blew up. Xuan's incredible actions were simply unbelievable. After dropping out, he could still retain his student status and directly receive his diploma after graduation. Although it was unclear how this news spread, it had been confirmed to be true. This news undoubtedly left many students at Magic City University envious. As the screeching brakes sounded, the Bugatti Chiron stopped in front of the junior dormitory building, and the roar of the beast immediately drew countless gazes. The students who had already learned about the Bugatti Chiron from the school group chat couldn't take their eyes off the car, especially the girls whose eyes were filled with anticipation. Opening the door, Xuan, along with the 2 little ones and the little Tianba, appeared in front of everyone. With an aura of charm surrounding him and a handsome appearance, he was truly the epitome of a Prince Charming. Standing together with the 2 cute little Lolas, they were simply a walking love story. Idol. It's definitely Senior Xuan. He's come to school. He seems even more handsome now, and those 2 must be his daughters, so adorable. No wonder the idol doesn't come to school anymore. If I were him, I wouldn't either. I admit I'm jealous. Hey, with such a rich wife, he definitely has it easier than most people. The idol is so charming and handsome, I want to have his babies. The surrounding chatter erupted, causing Tong Tong and Ming Ming to be stunned as they listened to so many people discussing their daddy. The 2 little ones blinked, their big eyes filled with surprise. Wow, Daddy, you're so famous at school. Yes, Daddy is so handsome, he must have many little sisters chasing after him. Hearing so many beautiful girls confessing around them, the 2 little ones couldn't help but worry about their mommy. Would Daddy, like other men, abandon mommy? But mommy was so fierce, they were surely no match for her. What nonsense are you saying? Xuan smiled affectionately, ruffling the heads of the 2 little ones. The sight made the nearby schoolgirls envious. They wished to enjoy the idol's affection, it was so sweet, and having daughters only made the idol more charming. What should they do? They felt even more attracted to him. Idol, I love you. Out of nowhere, a sweet confession echoed, reigniting the fervor of many girls, turning the scene into an impromptu love confession venue. Bad Daddy flirting again. I'm definitely telling mommy when we get home. Mommy has so many rivals now, let's take care of them one by one. Xuan. He knocked the foreheads of the 2 little ones and shot them a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? Daddy, you knocked our heads, Bad Daddy. The 2 twins mimicked the same action, their pouting expressions genuinely made one want to tease them. Watching them made one's heart ache. Alright, let's hurry inside. I'll show you the place where Daddy lives. Clearing his throat, Xuan carried one of the little ones in each arm as he walked towards the dormitory. Seeing themselves being carried by Daddy, the 2 little ones finally huffed and forgave him their mischievous eyes, seemingly saying, at least you know your place. Wow, unbelievable. I feel like the previous campus heartthrob was a fake. This idol is just too sweet. Wo was showing me this early in the morning again, tricking me into wanting a daughter. I can't take it anymore. I must discuss a 300 million project with my girlfriend and strive to implement the baby-making plan. Undoubtedly, this wave of love was incredibly satisfying for many students at Magic City University, leaving them feeling both sour and sweet, an overwhelming mix. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Xiaoyou and the others were watching the scene below. Is that the Bugatti Chiron? That must be the boss. Lin Xiaoyou asked, momentarily stunned, to the 3rd and 4th members Wang Lin and Lu Feihu. It said that there's only one Bugatti Veyron in the entire Magic City. It must be the boss. The 2 next to him seemed to be the boss daughters. Could they be going to the dorms? Lu Feihu voiced his doubts. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyou and Wang Lin, dressed only in their shorts, jolted upright. Holy crap, hurry up and get dressed, clean the dorm. Exactly, we absolutely cannot leave a bad first impression on our knees. Damn it, the boss is bringing his daughters for a surprise check without any notice. In the dormitory, the door creaked open as Xuan brought a little one into the room. To his surprise, he found Lin Xiaoya and the others had efficiently cleaned up the place. The bedding was neatly arranged, toothbrushes and shoes aligned, and the tables under the beds were tidy. The books were stacked one after another, making it seem like a well-disciplined dormitory. If it weren't for Xuan having lived here for over 2 years, he might have been fooled. Last time I was in a hurry and didn't introduce you. This is Tong Tong and Meng Meng. He affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little ones, saying, "This is your Uncle Lin, this is Uncle Wang, and this is Uncle Lu." "Hello, Uncle Lin, hello, Uncle Wang, hello, Uncle Lu." Their sweet and obedient voices made Lin Xiaoya and the others feel an indescribable pleasure. "So this is the daughter of the boss. She is truly enchanting." "Haha, yes, I am your uncle, and your father is my boss." Lin Xiaoya, being the second in rank after Xuan, smiled broadly, revealing a grin akin to a big bad wolf. "Get away, second brother." As Lin Xiaoya finished speaking, the third brother Wang Lin squeezed and saying, "Beautiful nieces, I am your second uncle." "I am your third uncle." Lu Feihu grinned, introducing himself as well. "Oh." Tong Tong and Meng Meng carefully observed their father's 3 roommates, pondering for a moment. Indeed, none of the 3 uncles are as handsome as our daddy. Lin Xiaoya, Wang Lin, and Lu Feihu were momentarily stunned, almost stumbling over their feet. While this ability to roast is definitely innate, just like the boss, was it really necessary to be so direct? Even if they weren't as handsome as their father, there was no need for such honesty, was there? At their first meeting, Lin Xiaoya and the others were already cut down by 2 super cute little girls. After chatting for a while, they learned that the boss had brought his 2 daughters to visit the school. Without hesitation, they all called their class monitor to request a leave of absence. Are you kidding? How could they not accompany the boss daughters to school? As for attending classes, taking a leave of absence was no big deal. As long as they completed their credits before graduation, everything else was unimportant. Before long, the group of 6 left the dormitory. However, as soon as they stepped out, they were locked on to by at least hundreds of gazes, including many beautiful girls. "Second brother, so many pretty junior sisters are staring at us. Looks like you have a girlfriend now," Lu Feihu said, his vanity swelling as he walked with an air of confidence. "Ha, good luck with that," Lin Xiaoya replied with an eye roll, continuing, "With the boss aura, we've all become celebrities." Lin Xiaoya smiled with a hint of amusement. Although he already had a girlfriend, being stared at by so many beautiful junior sisters was undoubtedly a wonderful experience. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Xiaoya and the others served as guides, introducing every building in the school to the boss' 2 adorable daughters. Teaching buildings, libraries, sports fields, basketball courts. After about half an hour, they had toured the entire campus, finally arriving at their last stop, the broadcasting room. That's right. Thanks to Lin Ziya's strong connections aside from the girls' dormitory and the restroom, he took his 2 nieces whom he had only met once to explore every corner. The little ones were very excited to see such a beautiful school. "Uncle Lin, this is the broadcasting room." Looking at a room in front of her, Tong Tong blinked her sparkling eyes and exclaimed. The endearing way she called Lin Xiaoya Uncle Lin made his heart melt. He secretly resolved to have his girlfriend give him a cute child as soon as possible, just like the boss, to show off their love and make those single dogs envious. Creaked, the door to the broadcasting room opened. At that moment, the campus beauty Feng Weiqi, majoring in broadcasting, had just finished announcing the sports event between Magic City University and Xuan University. Many students were pouring into the sports venue, but she forgot to turn off the audio channel. What happened next shook the sports venue and the entire Magic City University. The competition was a unique skill that Xuan University could rival Magic City University, and to be precise, Xuan University even held an advantage. The history of the competition between the 2 schools spans many years, stemming from the rivalry for the title of the #1 university in Magic City. For over a decade, Xuan University had failed to become the top university, which frustrated its higher-ups, prompting them to cultivate the music department with the aim of defeating Magic City University. The scene was so grand that even the principals of both schools came to witness it. Additionally, a big name from the music department was invited. If Xuan were here, he would definitely recognize him. It was none other than Feng Shuyuan, the owner of the Chongsam in the Love Harbor restaurant. As the broadcast began, students from both schools unleashed their full potential to defeat each other. An invisible smoke of battle flickered between the contestants, and the conflict was about to explode. On the other side, the broadcasting girl Feng Weiqi saw the visitors and hurriedly stood up from her seat, quickly running over. "Hello, Senior Xuan." With a slight blush on her face, she completely ignored Lin Xiaoya and the others. It was no surprise, considering she was a campus beauty in the broadcasting department. Then Feng Weiqi's gaze fell on Tong Tong and Meng Meng. These 2 adorable little cuties are the senior's daughters, right? Humph, indeed. Just look at who our daddy is. Lin Xiaoya and the others. The others in the broadcasting room. They were left speechless. While others were doting fathers here, they turned into protective daddies. They felt a pang of jealousy at this wave of dog food. "Oh, Daddy, that's a piano." The little ones' gazes quickly fell on the piano less than a meter away from the broadcasting seat, and their minds flashed back to the day when their daddy played Love Dream for their mommy in the restaurant. Daddy, Tong Tong really wants to hear you play the piano." Yes, Meng Meng too. "Daddy, can you play us a song?" The little ones were being cute and charming, making Feng Weiqi's beautiful eyes glow with warmth. Motherly love surged instantly. "Wow, Senior Xuan's daughters are so adorable. I wish I could have one too, but I don't know if Senior would agree. Even if he doesn't take responsibility for me, that's fine. While the boss can play the piano too." Hearing the little one's revelation, Lin Xiaoya and the others looked at their boss with astonished eyes. When did this happen? They had been together for nearly 3 years and had no idea. They didn't know. Feng Weiqi's beautiful eyes sparkled. To her, a boy who plays the piano is exceptionally handsome, especially Yi Xian, who has been dubbed the most handsome guy in the history of Magic City University. If he played the piano, he would undoubtedly be extraordinarily handsome. Hee, big brother, why don't you play the piano for us to enjoy? Wang Lin, the third brother, chuckled, supporting his two nieces, eager to see big brother's piano skills. Yes, big brother, we haven't seen you play the piano yet, Lu Feihu chimed in encouragingly. Daddy, play a song for us, the two little ones urged, cutely wanting to hear their dad play the piano, which sounded you two little rascals. Seeing their eager and cute expressions, he affectionately ruffled their hair, saying, all right, Daddy will play for my two little charms. His voice was filled with magnetic affection, leaving Lin Xiuyan and the others, including Feng Weiqi and her fellow students in the broadcasting room, momentarily stunned. Especially Feng Weiqi's beautiful eyes sparkled. If their idol were to pamper them like this in private, they would surely wake up smiling from their dreams. The term little charm was indeed spine-tingling. Daddy is the best. MHM, Daddy moi, the two little ones were ecstatic, planting a big kiss on their father's cheek. Their adorable and sweet appearances made Feng Weiqi and the other girls' hearts swell with affection. Invisible dog food was being consumed by everyone at this moment, sweet and choking, but it was truly delicious. Cough, cough. Big brother, if you don't play soon, we're going to choke on this dog food. Lin Xiuyan shot a resentful glance at his big brother, feeling wronged. Is this how you trick him into having a daughter with his girlfriend? Big brother, while you show affection with your niece, could you consider the feelings of a single dog like me? Lu Fei's eyes were filled with envy. He truly felt powerless as he still had no girlfriend. Hee. Hearing the words of their daddy's three roommates, the two little ones giggled innocently. The sight melted the hearts of Feng Weiqi and the other girls, who wished to rush over and give the little ones a warm hug. Oh my, they were super cute, and she wanted a daughter like that too. What to do? Super envious. Amidst the little one's charming antics, Yi Xian approached the piano, placing his hands on it, causing the broadcasting room to fall into silence. Meanwhile, at the other side of the competition, He Xiuyuan, although you graduated from Magic City University, today's competition is won by our Xuanwu University. Rubbing his beard, Zhao Zicheng, the president of Xuanwu University, smiled slightly at Feng Xiuyuan. Although Feng Xiuyuan was a student of Magic City University that was over 10 years ago, at that time he was a comet in the piano world, not only excelling in piano, but also having exceptional talent in other instruments. Those were the darkest years for Xuanwu University. If Xiuyuan were still at our Magic City University, you wouldn't dare to say that. Li Zifeng, the president of Magic City University, snorted lightly, clearly displeased with Zhao Ziqiang's words. He was well aware that Magic City University was likely to face defeat today, as they had in previous years. Seeing the two presidents starting their usual banter, Feng Xiuyuan smiled slightly. They were not enemies, but rather rivals who had been contesting for decades without a clear winner. This had become their norm. Although I am reluctant to admit it, I have to say that Xuanwu University has been. Before Feng Xiuyuan could finish, the sound of the school broadcast echoed through the stadium, and not just the stadium, but the entire Magic City University. Next, this piano piece, Wedding in the Dream, is dedicated to my two lovely daughters and to everyone present. Unaware that the broadcast was still ongoing, Yi Xian began to play the piano. Hearing the familiar voice, Feng Xiuyuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he glanced at President Li Zifeng. President, is that voice from a student at the school? Feng Xiuyuan clearly recognized that voice, one he would never forget, the owner of which had once defeated him at the Love Harbor restaurant with a rapid rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee. Upon hearing Feng Xiuyuan's words, Li Zifeng paused slightly and recalled the voice from earlier. I know this student. He is a top student from our music department, currently in his third year, and also the school's heartthrob. However, his situation is quite special. His name is Yi Xian. The plain voice echoed in Feng Xiuyuan's ears. Yi Xian. So it really is him. However, soon after, a bitter smile appeared on Feng Xiuyuan's face as he realized an important fact: the person who had defeated him in piano skills was actually his junior by over 10 years. The students from both schools in the competition were also dumbfounded, clearly interrupted by the sudden sound. But after a moment of confusion, the elite music students from Magic City University instantly recognized the voice. This is Big Brother Yi. Indeed, that voice definitely belongs to Big Brother Yi, but he can even play the piano. Yi Xian has always been good at singing, and being righteous earned him the title Big Brother Yi, especially after achieving fame at the concert of the diva Ning Xuaner. Their admiration for Yi Xian grew even stronger. The many students of Xuanwu University were also bewildered. Wait, Yi Xian, could it be that guy who became famous at Xuanger's? Unintentionally, the elite music students of Xuanwu University wore expressions of displeasure, as that guy, while not a big star, had undeniable strength. In a moment of silence, the soothing and pleasant melody filled every corner of the stadium through the broadcast, showcasing advanced piano techniques. The elite music students of Xuanwu University were all wide-eyed in astonishment. What? How can this piano skill be? An expert knows it when they see it. The level displayed this time was even slightly better than that of their piano professor, who was already at level 11. This meant that the piano skills of this music department heartthrob from Magic City at least matched that of a level 11 professor. But how is that possible? A third-year student on par with them had achieved a level they might never reach in their lifetime, which shattered their so-called pride. As for the music department students, they were dumbfounded, feeling astonished yet incredulous. Big brother, yes, piano. Damn, big brother, Ye truly deserves his title. He's incredible. This is a rhythm of ascending to immortality. TSK, TSK, tisk. Even our music professors would be hard-pressed to match this. Incredible big brother, yes, piano skills are comparable to that of a professor, at least at the level of an 11. Haha. Let's see who dares to say that our Magic City University is inferior to Xuan. The noise from the many music department elites of Magic City University reached the ears of the students from Xuan University, each face flushed red, burning painfully, as if they had been slapped by that Ye Xian from Magic City University. Who incredible, an extraordinary piano piece, yet another extraordinary piano piece. That Ye Xian is definitely the future hope of the contemporary Chinese piano world. Feng Shiyuan let out a deep breath. This piece was like the extraordinary piano pieces from Love Harbor, and just playing one was already remarkable, but now that junior of his who was over 10 years younger had played 2 pieces. Extraordinary piano pieces. Shiyuan, are you sure? Upon hearing Feng Ziyuan's words, Li Zifeng and Zhao Ziqiang were momentarily stunned. A young man in his early 20s playing extraordinary piano pieces, they knew all too well what that represented. Of course, Li Zifeng looked suspicious while Feng Shiyuan gave a faint bitter smile. He had heard a piano piece of the same level before, and he still remembered its name, Dream of Love. A soothing, evocative, and heartwarming piano melody filled every corner of the sports stadium in Moda University. Numerous students cast astonished glances at the broadcast speakers, their only thought being that their school's heartthrob senior Ye Xian could play the piano, and more importantly, at an extraordinary level. Half a minute, 1 minute, 2 minutes. The entire sports stadium and all corners of Moda University fell into silence with only the enchanting piano melody of Dream Wedding, lingering, relaxing the mind, and evoking reverie. Both the piano piece and the performance technique had reached a level of sublime mastery, leaving everyone immersed in the charm of the piano music, unable to extricate themselves. They simply could not imagine that such a familiar piano piece could be played with such an effect. As Feng Shiyuan listened to the progression of the piano piece, he sighed in admiration. No wonder he is the one who defeated me in piano mastery. Such skill is truly extraordinary. Defeated in piano mastery. And what did you say? Li Zifeng and Zhao Ziqiang stopped mid-sentence, sensing something amiss, and turned to Feng Shiyuan with astonishment. Shiyuan, you. Are you sure? Ye Xian defeated you in piano. It was no wonder the 2 principals were so shocked. Who was Feng Shiyuan? He was the most accomplished musician in the history of Modu, and indeed the most accomplished person in all of Modu. Over the past decade, he had won no fewer than 80 awards, if not 100 each, one of the highest prestige. It was hard to imagine that such a musical genius could be defeated, and by a young man barely 20 years old. How could I be wrong? Feng Shiyuan shook his head bitterly, and then recounted. I once met Junior Ye Xian, who is over 10 years my junior, at a friend's restaurant. He played a peerless piano piece, Dream of Love, and I even had a piano duel with him for which I lost to Yunjin Chong Sam. Looking back, Feng Shiyuan was still filled with emotion. The events of that day were still vivid in his memory, and he did not hide the greatest defeat of his career. However, Feng Ziyuan's words struck the 2 principals like thunderclaps, their minds echoing with shock. Feng Shiyuan, how could that be? And on top of that, he lost to Yunjin Chong Sam, a true luxury item. That kid. His piano skill is that high. Xuanwu University Principal Zhao Ziqiang's eyes were full of disbelief. He could not accept this. Feng Shiyuan was now at the 12th level of piano mastery, at the peak of the 12th level. If that kid from Moda University could defeat him, didn't that mean his piano skill was at least at the peak of the 12th level? The thought was terrifying. At this thought, Zhao Ziqiang's mind was struck with unprecedented shock. How could this be? A piano prodigy of the 12th level, barely over 20. This was an absolute anomaly, unheard of in the world. Hiss. My goodness. That kid is so formidable, no wonder. Hearing this, Li Zifeng seemed to understand something. No wonder the president of Tianji Group, Mu Hanxue, was with a student from his school and had 2 daughters with him. At the time, he had suspected that Ye Xian was being kept by that woman, but now it was clearly not the case. Actually, this is nothing, Feng Shiyuan said, thinking about the piano duel back then. He took a deep breath and decided not to hide anything from the 2 principals. Li Zifeng, cough. Holy crap, this is nothing. Zhao Ziqiang directly cursed. Damn it. Defeating you, Feng Shiyuan, is nothing. What else has that kid done that is so... I won't hide it from the 2 principals. Seeing the reaction of the 2 principals, Feng Shiyuan was not surprised, because he had felt the same way back then. Though I hate to admit it, I must say that Junior Ye Xian is the most extraordinary piano genius I have ever seen. Pausing slightly, he continued, do the 2 principals know the piano piece Flight of the Bumblebee used to test piano grades? His calm voice rang out. The 2 principals pondered for a moment and nodded silently. Of course they knew Flight of the Bumblebee. It wasn't just for testing piano levels. All orchestral instruments could be tested with it. The piano duel between Junior Ye Xian and me was none other than this very Flight of the Bumblebee. That scene I will never forget for the rest of my life. Junior Ye Xian vividly demonstrated to me what a true piano genius is. At first I wanted to keep Junior Ye Xian for my friend, but as the duel began I was shocked to discover that the Junior Ye Xian, who was over 10 years younger than me, surpassed me in piano skill. Upon hearing this, both Li Zifeng and Zhao Ziqiang couldn't help but twitch their mouths and blink rapidly, clearly stunned by Feng Ziyuan's words. The fact that Ye Xian's piano skill was above Feng Ziyuan's. What did that mean? If the outside world knew, it would cause an earthquake of the 18th magnitude. Feng Shiyuan paid no attention to the principal's reactions and continued with a sigh. We started the duel with Flight of the Bumblebee at 90-second speed. At that time I was just playing around, but then I realized I had underestimated this junior. Our duel of Flight of the Bumblebee soon reached 35-second speed. Flight of the Bumblebee. Zhao Ziqiang's shocked voice rang out, his eyes filled with disbelief, because he knew very well that Feng Ziyuan's fastest was also 35-second speed. That kid played it. Zhao Ziqiang stared intently at Feng Ziyuan, not moving his eyes for a moment, focusing all his attention, not missing a single word, because every word Feng Ziyuan said next was extremely important. Played it. That's an understatement. Feng Ziyuan took a deep breath. The scene of that day was still fresh in his memory. You two principals might not believe it, and even I at the time couldn't believe it. Do you know what my junior Xuan did? He actually played Flight of the Bumblebee at 30-second speed. Feeling that wasn't enough, he continued with emotion, 30-second speed. Even if I spent my whole life, I fear I could never achieve that. It was only after witnessing Junior Xuan's 30-second speed Flight of the Bumblebee that I truly believed my teacher's words. The vast land of China hides dragons and crouching tigers. Geniuses are countless. There is always someone better, and beyond the sky is another sky. Unable to achieve, even in a lifetime. 30-second speed Flight of the Bumblebee. The two principals exchanged glances, seeing the thick extreme shock in each other's eyes. My goodness, that little guy. Is this amazing? In the venue, amidst the excitement of the competition, the two principals were left in utter shock by Feng Ziyuan's words, like a bombardment that shattered their minds. What did they just hear? To be honest, if it weren't broad daylight, they would truly think they were dreaming. No, they couldn't even imagine such a shocking scene in their dreams. Goodness. 30 seconds at double speed for the Flight of the Bumblebee. This is terrifying. Feng Ziyuan's highest record was merely 35 seconds at double speed, and even so he was quite renowned internationally. If they remembered correctly, the highest record for the Flight of the Bumblebee internationally was only 33 seconds, which means that Xuan had directly shattered the world record, pushing it to the terrifying mark of 30 seconds. 3 seconds faster than the highest record. If this gets out, it will surely cause a sensation throughout the piano community. The legendary piano piece, Wedding in a Dream, continued to play, yet the mindset of the two principals had completely changed. Are you kidding? If they could remain calm after learning about Xuan's piano skills and achievements, that would truly be odd. Principals, please keep this matter confidential. Although Xuan didn't say so, I feel he doesn't like to seek the spotlight. Li Zifeng. Zhao Ziqiang. Not seeking the spotlight. Goodness. That kid has already garnered. However, upon reflection, Feng Ziyuan had a point. If Xuan wanted to be in the limelight, he could easily step into the music scene, yet he chose not to. Everyone has their own aspirations. I can understand, Zhao Ziqiang said solemnly. For such a piano genius, not letting more people know is truly a great loss. Eventually, at a certain moment, the music concluded, yet the venue remained immersed in the beautiful reverie of Wedding in a Dream, unable to extricate themselves. The allure of the instrument was brought to its peak by Xuan at this moment. Unsurprisingly, the students throughout the university were all in an uproar. This is a piano piece. Goodness. Although I don't understand piano, this piece feels amazing. The male god's piano skills are extraordinary, so impressive. Moi. The male god is so handsome, I love you like a mouse. Come home with me, male god. He'll give you all my family's wealth as long as you treat me well. Sob, sob, sob. You can't have him, the male god belongs to me. The university was in an uproar. They initially thought Xuan was merely the school's top heartthrob and a talented music student, but they never imagined he was this remarkable. It could be said that Xuan's existence met all their criteria for a Prince Charming. No, in their eyes, even a Prince Charming could not compare to Xuan. In an instant, Xuan became the national husband of the university, becoming the object of envy for every boy. Applause erupted in the broadcast room. Wow, daddy is amazing, so charming. Yes, yes, yes. Just look at whose daddy he is. The two little ones were excited, their faces flushed, as daddy was far more impressive than they imagined. Daddy is super handsome. When they grow up, they will find boyfriends based on daddy's standards. He. Glug, 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 glug. Lin Xiuyan, Wang Lin, and Lu Feihu, after hearing their leader play the piano, instinctively swallowed their saliva. Wow, their leader is incredible, so cool. Feng Weiqi and many other girls gazed at Xuan with sparkling eyes, clearly enchanted. Senior Xuan is so handsome and charming, and they love how he plays the piano, but feels like they are in love. While the male god just radiates love. Oh, so the male god is this skilled at playing the piano. No wonder he is my dream male god, so wonderful. The beautiful junior sisters in the broadcast room were chattering excitedly, their faces glowing red, as if their senior Xuan was playing the piano just for them. Oh, not good. The broadcast. It's not off. At that moment, a beautiful, cute junior sister blinked her wide eyes in shock, as if the sky had fallen. What? Feng Weiqi realized the gravity of the situation. Oh, could it be that the piano piece played by senior Xuan? Everyone in the school heard it. Moreover, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important part was everyone present surely heard the piece. How was the competition venue reacting at this moment? Lin Xiuyan and the others. Holy cow, this divine assist operation can't be intentional, right? Cough, this is a huge deal. The whole school heard it. What does this mean? At this moment, the leader's piano piece shouldn't disrupt the dual competition provoked by Xuanwu University, right? Hearing the uproar in the broadcast room, the two little troublemakers smiled smugly, as if to say, see, our daddy is super amazing, now you all believe it. Congratulations, host. You've received 199 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You've received 199 daddy points from Ming Ming. Congratulations, host. You've received 199 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You've received 199 daddy points from Ming Ming. As various parties were shaken, Xuan also reaped the rewards of being a father from his two adorable daughters, truly gaining both fame and fortune. Daddy, you were amazing. Tong Tong wants a kiss. Yes, yes, yes. Ming Ming wants one too. As they spoke, the two little ones excitedly dove into Xuan's arms, planting kisses on his handsome cheeks, showering him with a wave of invisible affection that caught Lin Xiaoyan and the others off guard. Seeing the two little ones so happy, Xuan, as their daddy, was naturally in great spirits. He affectionately pinched their little noses and said in a voice full of charm, "Are you satisfied now?" He's super satisfied. Daddy spoils us so much, we are so happy. The sweet and cute voices of the two little ones flowed into everyone's hearts in the broadcast room, filling them with an overwhelming sense of sweetness, as if they were enveloped in an ocean of endless joy. A doting father could not be more evident. Let's go, he said, holding one little one in each hand, flashing a charming smile at Feng Weiqi and the others. Thank you all, juniors. Wow. It was precisely Xuan's explosively charming smile that caused many junior sisters, including Feng Weiqi, to blush, exclaiming, "Oh my god, the male god is smiling at us. How happy. So sweet. Sob, sob, sob. Is this what love feels like? It's just as sweet as they say in books. If only their future boyfriends could be like Senior Xuan, they would gladly shrink to nothing for that." In the broadcasting room, Feng Weiqi and others watched the family of three, leaving their envious hearts flowing like a I really envy them so much. Senior Xuan dotes on his two adorable daughters. If their future boyfriends could treat them like that, how wonderful would it be? After more than 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoya waved his hand and bid farewell to Xuan and the two little ones, saying, "Boss, I still have two lovely nieces. Come again next time. Goodbye, uncles." As the sweet voices of Tong Tong and Ming Ming faded, the Bugatti vanished from view, but the echoes of the two little girls' voices lingered in Lin Ziya's ears, and a knowing smile remained on his face. After a moment, the three of them gradually came back to their senses. "Hey, second, where are you going?" Wang Lin and Lu Feihu saw Lin Xiaoya hurrying away and asked suspiciously. It was almost noon, and they wanted to... What else? I'm going to talk projects with your sister-in-law. The baby-making plan is urgent. Before Lin Xiaoya finished speaking, he was already 2 or 3 meters away, his anxious demeanor leaving Wang Lin and Lu Feihu stunned. Talk projects. Baby-making plan. Urgent. Bastard, second, you bastard. Damn it, Lin Xiaoya, are you even... The two of them were stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what the so-called project talk, baby-making plan, and urgency meant. Damn it, is it really okay to hit them like this? Wang Lin, feeling beaten down, glared in the direction Lin Xiaoya had left, swallowed hard, and skillfully pulled out his phone. "Hey Xuan, you're still at Binjiang University, right? I miss you so much. They'll come find you tonight." "No way, I can't take it anymore." Then it's settled. "Hey, be ready for me." What the hell, third, you bastard?" Wang Lin stared wide-eyed at Lu Feihu, who had just sold him out. After a moment, Wang Lin completely disregarded Lu Feihu's words. "All right, fourth, fend for yourself. He'll try to have a super adorable niece before that shameless second does." Lu Feihu. After a moment, looking at the empty surroundings, Lu Feihu felt a wave of sadness. Damn, everyone has left. What should I do? Oh no. Ruichi, the school bell. Yes, I have the school bell, Ruichi. Today is the broadcasting and hosting department's evening party. Haha, I've succeeded at this moment. Then under the pressure, Lu Feihu also put aside his pride and went for it. Fortune favors the bold, and dreams should be chased. What if it comes true? At Moto University, in a nearby car. Daddy, you were so handsome today. Yes, the whole school heard you playing the piano. They must be very envious that we have such an amazing daddy. Of course, the two little ones chattered, constantly bragging about their dad's piano skills. By the way, Daddy, are we going to Mommy's company? Tong Tong asked with her big blinking eyes filled with anticipation. Of course. Didn't Mommy say this morning that Daddy is now the security director of Mommy's company? With Daddy protecting Mommy, no one would dare bully her. The two little ones said innocently and adorably, although they didn't know exactly what a security director did. It sounded impressive. You two little ones be good when we get to Mommy's company. As the car sped along, they quickly arrived at the Tianji Group parking lot. Meanwhile, another incident was happening in front of the Tianji building. 3 cars stopped in front of the Tianji Group, where a crowd of reporters and female fans had already gathered. The reporters, armed with cameras, adjusted their focus, eagerly waiting for the main star to appear, while the fans were excitedly Mingza, my idol, finally arrived. Big star Mingza, my forever god. Mingza is super handsome, truly a top-tier star. A swarm of crazy fans surged forward. The security at Tianji building arrived, but did not intervene because their spokesperson Kai Mingza had his own bodyguards. With a click, the car doors opened, and more than 10 bodyguards in sharp outfits filed out of the 2 cars behind. Each was personally selected by Kai Mingza's father, Kai Kunping. The sound of leather shoes hitting the ground spread as the group split into 2 rows. Then a handsome young man stepped out of the extended Lincoln, who was none other than the top-tier star Kai Mingza. Wow, I love you, my idol. As Kai Mingza made his appearance, the fans surged forward like crazed wolves. More than 10 of Mingza's bodyguards snorted coldly. They would never allow anyone to get close to their young master, and they were already thinking about how to prevent any intrusion, which was something they frequently did. This made Kai Mingza's bodyguards bolder, even brutally ignoring a fan who had grabbed a car light. However, just then 2 super adorable little girls appeared in front of a bodyguard, and he smiled as he reached out toward them. Woof! Just as the burly bodyguard thought he had succeeded, a childish bark sounded, and suddenly a bite landed on the bodyguard's left wrist, causing a shattering fracture. The little dog, after undergoing multiple modifications from the Peach Blossom Immortal Brew, had remarkably sharp teeth. Where did this beast come from? Looking for death. The sudden pain in his wrist enraged the bodyguard, and he swung his right hand violently at the little dog, his speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. No, little Tianba. The two little girls saw the bad man about to hit little Tianba, their pale faces showing concern, knowing he bit the bad man to protect them. Humph, just a dead dog. How dare you bite me? Go to hell. The bodyguard knew his left hand was shattered, and he increased the force of his right hand. If he slapped down even with little Tianba modifications, he would be in serious trouble and wouldn't recover in days. Seeing this scene, Kai Ming's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. How dare a dog hurt his people? Just when everyone thought the little husky was doomed, little Tianba evaded the bodyguard's slap, and instead the bodyguard who attempted to strike him was hit in the face, flying sideways for over a meter and crashing to the ground unconscious. The sound of bones shattering echoed from his face, indicating another severe fracture. In the sudden turn of events, everyone turned their gaze to the scene, revealing a figure, Xuan. Who are you, and why do you hit people for no reason? Although he knew his subordinate's temper, Kai Ming's immediately seized the moral high ground, preparing to launch a public opinion attack on the one who had laid hands on his man. He had already thought of at least 10 ways to ruin that young man's reputation. Yet before he could execute his plan, his face suffered an unprecedented impact. A crisp slap echoed, and the top-tier celebrity Kai Ming's was sent flying by a single slap. His entire face hit the ground with a dull thud, and a cracking sound of bone fracture came from his cheek. Who do you think you are? Xuan's face was icy cold. If not for the presence of reporters in the crowd, that bodyguard would have already become a corpse. Xuan was well aware of the bodyguard's earlier move. Young master. The sudden scene terrified the remaining dozen bodyguards, their eyelids twitching wildly. They had never expected anyone to dare lay a hand on their young master in public. Seeing their master lying on the ground like a dead dog, barely breathing, they felt a chill in their hearts. If the old master found out, they would be in deep trouble. The surrounding fans and reporters were also stunned, staring in horror at the scene. Some of Kai Ming's blind fans wanted to step forward to defend their idol, but seeing the man's skill, they gulped and stopped in their tracks. Kid, you're asking for death. Charge. Cripple him. The dozen bodyguards no longer cared about their image. If they didn't make this kid pay today, they might lose their lives. With a rustle, the dozen bodyguards engulfed Xuan, their speed far beyond that of ordinary guards. Stop. Shut up. A security guard from Tianji Group tried to intervene, but was silenced by the security captain, leaving the guard utterly confused. Captain, this. The security guard was completely baffled, unable to understand why the captain forbade him from stopping the fight. After all, Kai Ming's was a top-tier celebrity here to sign an endorsement contract with Tianji Group. The security captain, named Zhao Laohu, was a member of the Mu family, having secured the position of captain at Tianji Group. He immediately recognized their young master and the two little princesses. Had the young master not acted, he would have knocked the bodyguard away himself. As for why he didn't intervene, it was simple. He had heard from his colleagues protecting the young lady at the villa that the young master was exceptionally skilled. Thud, 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 thud. Muffled sounds rang out from the scene, and within 3 seconds, all the bodyguards lay on the ground, their cheekbones shattered. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Daddy, keep going, knock down all the bad guys. The two little ones cheered for their father. Just moments ago, little Tianba had almost been hit by those bad guys. Click, click, click. The surrounding reporters, seeing the crisp and thrilling scene, more exciting than a movie, pressed their shutters, repeatedly capturing every moment. But more importantly, the man they were snapping wasn't just anyone, it was the top-tier celebrity Kai Ming's. This was definitely front-page news. Congratulations, host. You have received 233 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You have received 233 daddy points from Ming Ming. Congratulations, host. You have received 233 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You have received 233 daddy points from Ming Ming. Seeing their father effortlessly take down the bad guys, the two little ones' eyes sparkled with the admiration and adoration of little fans. Daddy was at his coolest in moments like this. Just as Xuan was racking up daddy points, a scream rose from the crowd. It's him. He is Xuan. The Xuan who became a legend overnight at the concert of the goddess Frost, the queen of pop. Sure enough, with the scream, Xuan was recognized. The blind fans who had been grieving for Kai Ming's were momentarily, what? That guy is the Xuan whose songs are all the rage. Is this? This Xuan is so powerful. He even dared to hit Ming's, and he took down all the bodyguards in seconds. So awesome. No wonder he looked familiar. He's Xuan. Wow, so this is the Xuan everyone's talking about. He was super cool, just now so manly. Such incredible skills. Being with him at night must be so special. Chatter and whispers filled the air from the fans. If Kai Ming's knew about this scene, he would surely vomit blood, and hearing the fans buzz, the reporters also paused. Some even pulled out their phones to check. After a moment, their gazes toward Xuan changed completely. It really was him. So those two super adorable little ones were his daughters. No wonder they were so cute. They were Xuan's daughters, the inspiration for his songs, Little Dimples, and The King Sent Me to Patrol the Mountain. With a rustle, 7 or 8 reporters rushed forward with their cameras and microphones. Mr. Xuan, it's really you. Fantastic. Yes, Mr. Xuan, these must be your daughters. They're super cute. Mr. Xuan, may I ask a question? You just acted so decisively against a top-tier celebrity. Have you considered the public opinion backlash? Questions poured from the reporters. The two little ones watched their father being interviewed, their faces beaming with joy. They loved seeing Daddy being admired like this. Woof woof. Little Tianba, held by the two little ones, barked twice, celebrating for his master. Gulp. He's Ye Xian. So powerful. The security guard who had wanted to intervene earlier stood frozen in place, as did the other. The security captain looked at the scene. Do you know something? He's our newly appointed security director of dad.Ye Group, the highest boss of our department. The captain spoke openly about the young master without hiding anything. But his words struck the guards like thunder, their minds roared. New security director. The highest boss. Hiss. See. Captain, are you serious? The guard who had wanted to shout earlier felt a chill of terror rising from the soles of his feet to his head, nearly pissing himself. The security captain glanced at his subordinates, then turned his gaze to the young master. If these guys knew that the young master was not only the security director, but also the husband of the young lady and the father of the two little princesses, what would they think? In front of the dad.Ye building, ignoring the reporter's questions, he turned around holding the two little one's soft hands and entered the building. The head of security, Zhao Laohu, hurriedly instructed his men to block the reporters and the crowd. At the same time, respectfully bowing, Head of Security Zhao Laohu represents all the security personnel, welcoming the new security minister to dad.Ye Group. I've met the minister. Zhao Laohu was serious, and his subordinates dared not slack off in the slightest. The person before them was their department's boss, and the capabilities he had just displayed far exceeded their expectations. The commotion also caught the attention of many staff members in the building, and upon seeing the newcomer, their expressions were all stunned. While the new security minister is so handsome, the two beside him must be his daughters. Oh my, bringing his daughters to work on the first day? This new security minister must have an impressive background. Of course, if President Mu finds out about this, he would definitely be fired. Hey, what do you think the relationship is between this handsome guy and President Mu? The chattering voices echoed from the first-floor lobby of the dad.Ye building. The company was always a place where gossip thrived, and dad.Ye Group was no exception. Especially among the two beautiful ladies in the group, whose looks were stunning enough to be considered campus belles anywhere, but now they had become strong proponents of gossip within the group. At this moment, the two pretty ladies watched Ye Xian affectionately holding the two little ones, their eyes filled with envy. They too longed for such adorable little ones, imagining how particularly happy they would be. Of course, if they could have some sort of connection with this new security minister, even without responsibility, they would have no problem raising the little ones alone. Tuition and support would be minor matters. The important thing was that damn powerful gene. However, if they knew that Ye Xian was President Mu's man and the father of the two little ones, they would surely have a different reaction. The two little ones, seeing their mother's colleagues continuously praise their father, their little faces full of pride and happiness. Ahem, what did you say? The newly appointed security minister beat Kai Mingza, and over 10 bodyguards were taken down. At some point, a nearly shrill voice rang out in the first-floor lobby of the dad.Ye building. As soon as this was said, everyone felt a collective shock, and their gazes fixed intently on Ye Xian. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. What had they just heard? The new security minister had beaten Kai Mingza. After all, Kai Mingza was a star heavily promoted by Huiguang Entertainment, a top-tier celebrity with fan numbers exceeding 100 million, and was touted by major media outlets as the most likely candidate to become the next best actor. Hey, how could it not be possible? The commotion in front of the building was caused by the security minister beating Kai Mingza. And this is not even the most important part. The crowd was left speechless. Isn't this just the beginning? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed, but before they could linger on their thoughts, the speaker continued. Swallowing nervously, he continued, do you all know who our new security minister is? You know the concert of the pop diva Xuan, right? During the first stop in Magic City, the one who became famous overnight, Ye Xian, is our new security minister. In other words, our new security minister's name is Ye Tian, the one who became famous in one battle. What? As soon as this person's words were spoken, everyone in the lobby of the first floor of the building felt their pupils constrict. Only the head of security, Zhao Laohu, wore a knowing smile, thinking, damn, no wonder he is the man chosen by the lady. The influence of the Mu family is indeed extraordinary. Seeing how the title of her own son-in-law could cause such a stir, she felt a sense of pride. Wow, Daddy is already so... They are all so surprised they admire Daddy so much. The two little ones held tightly onto their capable father, as if declaring that he was theirs. They felt that these people were not praising their father, but were instead praising themselves. The two beautiful receptionists were also stunned, looking again at the incredibly handsome and charming man, their eyes shimmering with even more admiration. The newly appointed security minister is that Ye Xian, the male god. There was no denying that since the concert ended, the two ladies had been captivated by Ye Xian's two songs, Little Wine Cave and Qing Fei dad.Ye, becoming his loyal fans. Later, the songs The Great King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountain and Where Did Daddy Go that spread online were also among their favorites. My goodness, this happiness came too suddenly. If that's the case, wouldn't we be able to see the male god often in the future? Oh, the two beautiful receptionists had their big eyes smiling like crescent moons, looking exceptionally pretty. Clearly, he could rely on his looks to earn a living, but he chose to rely on his talent. Even with his talent, he was also incredibly capable. Such a man was undeniably the ultimate male god, and being with such a male god would surely provide a sense of security. Before long, under the longing gazes of the crowd, Ye Xian took the two little ones into the elevator. No one dared to approach, as Ye Xian was not only a big star in their eyes, but also the security minister of the group. Just this position alone was enough to intimidate them. As the elevator doors opened, the entire first floor of the Tianji building erupted into a frenzy. News spread like wildfire, with various chat groups calling upon friends in the Tianji group, all centered around their newly appointed security minister Xuan. Meanwhile, in the top executive office of the Tianji building, click. As the door opened, a figure appeared in the room. His name was Xuan, one of Mu Wangshu's capable subordinates, known for his efficiency. He was also one of the few who knew the identities of Tong Tong and Meng Meng. President Mu, something big has happened. Tong Tong and Meng Meng had a conflict with our company's spokesperson Kai Mingze. The two young ladies were almost injured. What? Upon hearing Xuan's words, a murderous glint flashed in Mu Wangshu's eyes, though it was subtle enough not to be noticed by Xuan. However, there's no need to worry. The two young ladies were saved by the newly appointed security minister. It's just that. The security minister beat Kai Mingze and over 10 of his bodyguards. After hearing this news, Xuan was also taken aback, feeling that this newly appointed security minister hired personally by President Mu was quite impressive. On his first day, he had taken down the group's spokesperson and even beaten the top-tier star Kai Mingze. The security minister beat Kai Mingze. Upon hearing this, Mu Wangshu's killing intent dissipated significantly, and she let out a sigh of relief. Okay, I understand. Have Xiaoli come over. Yes, President Mu. Xuan responded and hurried out of the office to carry out President Mu's orders. After Xuan left, Mu Wangshu stood up from her executive chair and gazed out the window toward a certain direction in Magic City, which was surprisingly the Kai family in Magic City. Kai Mingze, is he the son of Kai Kunpeng? You. Very good. Miss, you called for me. As she entered the office, Xiaoli saw the displeased expression on her Miss face, and recalling what had just happened, she could somewhat understand the reason for her Miss bad mood. I originally intended to have that Kai Mingze serve as the image spokesperson for our group as compensation for the losses incurred from Kai Kunpeng's cooperation with the company. But that Kai Mingze dared to touch my Mu Hangshu's daughter. Their Kai family is asking for death. Then, Miss means for me to eliminate the Kai family. Seeing her misintention, Xiaoli said calmly, as if discussing something extremely ordinary. After all, before their Mu family, a small family, like the Kai family of Modu, was not even worth mentioning. That won't be necessary. The Kai family is merely a minor player. They may be spared the death penalty, but they cannot escape punishment. Issue orders to Tianji Group to terminate all business dealings with the Kai family. Furthermore, have someone keep an eye on Kai Mingze. If that brat dares to retaliate, kill him directly. This? Yes, Xiaoli pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. She understood her misintention. It was merely out of consideration that the Kai family had already suffered considerable losses in the previous cooperation. This time, sparing Kai Mingze's miserable life would draw a clear boundary between the two sides. If Kai Mingze still failed to know his place, he would only have one path: death. Creak. As Mu Hanshu was giving her instructions, the office door was pushed open, and then a cheerful voice came. Mommy, we're here. Before the sound faded, the two little ones ran in and burrowed into their mommy's arms, giving her a loving kiss. This scene brought a smile to Xiaoli's face. Seeing these two little ones lifted her spirits. Master. Xiaoli saw Xuan and slightly bowed her head. If it were before, she would not have done so, but the more she interacted with him, the more she realized this master was not simple. Moreover, she had never forgotten the assassin incident outside the stadium back then. Even now, this master of theirs remained highly suspicious, though she could find no evidence. Xuan, showing little reaction, nodded slightly. Mu Hanshu held the two little ones for a moment. Xiaoli, take them out. I have some matters to discuss with Xuan. No one is to enter without my order. Yes, miss. After speaking, she said to the two little ones, come go play with Aunt Xiaoli. Daddy and Mommy have to talk about work. Oh, then Daddy and Mommy hurry up. Then the office was left with only Xuan and Mu Hanshu. The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. Finally, at a certain moment, Mu Hangshu's beautiful face was full of guilt. I'm sorry, I didn't know this would happen. If it weren't for the fear of causing negative repercussions for Tianji Group, that Kai Mingze would already be a corpse. A calm voice came out. Mu Hanshu did not doubt for a moment that this guy would kill Kai Mingze, because he was indeed capable. Then Xuan stepped forward and looked out at the beautiful scenery of Modu. No one in this world can bully my daughter, Xuan's daughter. Whoever dares to touch my daughter, no matter who they are, only death awaits them. Watching Xuan's back and listening to his domineering words, Mu Hangshu's heart swelled with emotion. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I promise. A sweet, gentle voice sounded. At this moment, Mu Hanshu had none of the aura of the domineering female CEO of Tianji Group. She was entirely a gentle and lovely young girl. Meanwhile, outside the office, Aunt Xiaoli, haven't Daddy and Mommy finished talking? Yes. It's so boring here, Tong Tong and Meng Meng said in a whining, pitiful tone. Their appearance was so adorable that one couldn't help but want to pinch their cheeks. Xiaoli gave a gentle smile and rubbed the two little ones' heads. Daddy and Mommy are discussing very, very important matters. They can't be disturbed, okay? Xiaoli said so, but of course she would never know what the young lady and the master were doing in the office. She only assumed they were. Oh, in that case, we'll wait a little longer. Hearing that Daddy and Mommy were working, the two little ones sensibly continued playing. Their daddy had said that only after finishing work could he play with them. At that moment, the office door opened, and Xuan and Mu Hanshu entered the VIP reception room. Wow, Daddy and Mommy, you're finally out. We've been waiting for so long. The two little ones chirped adorably, complaining that their little tummies were hungry, clearly blaming their parents for ignoring them for so long. All right, weren't we? Discussing business. Mentioning business, Mu Hangshu's face flushed for a fleeting moment. The day passed quickly, and Xuan became familiar with the security department of Tianji Group. However, as time simmered, the incident of Xian brutally beating the top-tier celebrity Kai Mingze in front of Tianji building was widely reported online by journalists. Tianyao Forum. Bloody hell. What? The legendary musical prodigy Xian, who rose to fame in one battle, has beaten up top-tier celebrity Kai Mingze. My goodness, Xian's skills are so good, even a dozen bodyguards are no match for him. Kai Mingze is too weak, they're not even in the same league. Xian is so cool, so manly. In an instant, the incident of Xian beating Kai Mingze was pushed to the top of the trending list. Undeniably, Kai Mingze's career would suffer immeasurable damage. A flood of forum posts surged across the internet, and then the terrifying butterfly effect of the web unfolded, with all major platforms and websites being overwhelmed. However, there were no shortage of Kai Mingze's blind fans who launched a barrage of cyberbullying against Xian. Yet facing the vast online momentum, their efforts were clearly a drop in the bucket. In the private hospital of the Kai family, a luxurious ward. Seeing the nearly violent comments online, Kai Mingze was furious. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his teeth grinding audibly, his fractured jaw twisting with venomous malice. Xian, I won't stop until I destroy you, or my name isn't Kai Mingze. With a cold expression, Kai Mingze took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, give me some internet trolls, as many as possible. Hey, are you sure, Master Kai? I currently have nearly 200 million trolls at my disposal. If you want all of them, it'll cost at least 30 million. The leader of the troll army perked up with a gleeful laugh at Kai Mingze's words. 200 million trolls, a massive order. Fine, I'll take the 200 million trolls. I want to destroy a man named Xian, a lucky bastard in the music industry. I want him ruined. As he spoke, Kai Mingze clenched his fists tightly. If possible, he would have flayed Xian alive to vent his boundless hate. He knew very well that the spread of this incident would have a huge, even immeasurable impact on him. 200 million trolls. The troll leader paused, then understood. Looks like that Xian is in for a world of trouble. Don't worry, just a nobody. The troll leader thumped his chest in assurance. If 200 million trolls couldn't handle a mere boy, he might as well bash his head against a block of tofu. At least, that was his conviction at the moment. After hanging up, Kai Mingze sneered, his eyes glinting coldly. Xian, you're good. Very good. This time, even the gods won't be able to save you. One must admit that the efficiency of internet trolls was remarkable. Soon the trending topic of Xian beating Kai Mingze quietly shifted, replaced by all sorts of negative rumors about Xian. Clearly all Kai Mingze is doing. In the dormitory of Magic City University, seeing the online slander, including the vile insults calling Tong Tong and Meng Meng bastards without a mother, Lin Xiaoyao, Wang Lin, and Lu Feihu cursed Kai Mingze to the heavens. Bastard. That Kai Mingze doesn't even spare children, damn him. Lin Ziya's face was livid, he was ready to kill Kai Mingze. This is too despicable. Damn it, these must be Kai Mingze's hired trolls. How many did he get? So low. Damn Kai Mingze, I'll curse your ancestors. Wang Lin and Lu Feihu were also furious, turning into keyboard warriors, furiously typing and engaging in a chaotic online battle with the trolls. Meanwhile, Magic City University exploded. Before long, everyone harbored intense hostility toward Kai Mingze. Is that son of a bitch asking for death? Senior Xian was their pride. Oh, just a few hours ago, he had helped them beat Xuanwu University in a music battle. In an instant, everyone at Xuanwu University who could breathe was fighting against the countless trolls, sparking a fierce online war. However, the number of trolls Kai Mingze hired was overwhelming, and the situation remained highly unfavorable for Xian. Daddy, so many people are saying bad things about you online. Mom, they're so mean. In a private room of a Western restaurant near Tianji building, the two little ones fiddled with their phones, their adorable faces full of displeasure. Those who slandered their daddy were all bad people. Mu Hanxue heard the little ones and took out her phone to scroll through the posts. She happened to see a trending comment saying, bastards without a mother, and her face instantly turned icy cold. Kai Mingze, how dare you? Having controlled Tianji Group for years, Mu Hanxue had seen everything. This scene was undoubtedly Kai Mingze's doing. That Kai Mingze was practically begging for death, slandering her man, and even involving her two daughters. For either offense, Kai Mingze must die. A cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Mu Hanxue was truly enraged. She directly dialed Xiao Li's number. Hey, Xiao Li immediately suppressed the online rumors. And that reckless Kai Mingze. Since he wants to die, let's grant his wish. Yes, miss. Xiao Li was not surprised by her mistress' anger, as she had also seen the unscrupulous online posts. Her eyes narrowed. Kai Mingze, you have brought cataclysmic disaster upon your entire Kai family. Without hesitation, she called the troll army she had worked with for years. With one phone call, a deluge of trolls flooded the internet. 200 million, 300 million, 500 million. No. Xiao Li knew the severity of the situation and mobilized all the trolls under her command. The number. Exactly 1 billion. 1 billion trolls. What did that mean? It would crash every major website platform. No one knew how many people were behind those 1 billion accounts. Even if one person managed 100 accounts, it would still require 10 million operators. Undeniably, the influx of 1 billion troll accounts completely stunned the trolls hired by Kai Mingze. Their absolute advantage was instantly reversed. Forum after forum was overrun. No one knew who was behind the opposing force, only that they vastly outnumbered them. Kai Mingze, waiting for news in his luxurious private hospital ward, received a call from the troll leader. Without any pleasantries, the leader terminated the mission and refunded half the commission, 15 million. Was he joking? Although he didn't know who the opposing force was, it was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend. Staring blankly at the 15 million in his account, Kai Mingze stood frozen. After a long while he flew into a rage, his face dark. Useless. Since ruining his reputation won't work, then let him die. Cai Mingze was not discouraged. Instead his malice grew, and he devised another venomous scheme. He directly called the bloodthirsty organization and placed a hit job for 15 million. However, this very task would lead him and the Kai family of Magic City to utter ruin. Cai Mingze would never know at this moment that the bloodthirsty organization, which he considered incredibly ruthless, actually had the Mu family as their biggest client. Outside the Kai family, in the shadows of a private hospital, a notification pinged revealing a message on the phone. Cai Mingze spent 15 million to issue a task to assassinate Xuan. That reckless fool has finally made a move. The corner of Ghost Shadow's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He had received Sister Xiao Li's order earlier and had been waiting at the private hospital ready to strike at the first sign of trouble. The ringtone of his phone rang, and seeing it was Sister Xiao Li, he quickly answered. Upon learning about the mission from Sister Xiao Li, he gazed towards the hospital with an even more intense killing intent, saying, "Yes, Sister Xiao Li." After hanging up, Ghost Shadow revealed a chilling smile. What courage! Not only did he issue a task to assassinate the son-in-law, but he also slandered the little princess online and even insulted the young lady. With a swift motion, Ghost Shadow vanished from his spot. As a master second only to Xiao Li, his prowess was beyond doubt. A moment later, without alarming anyone, a figure appeared in Cai Mingze's room. The black knight here contrasted sharply with the white hospital room. Before Cai Mingze could react, a silver needle precisely struck the acupoint on his neck, silencing him completely. Cai Mingze, a mere ant, dares to offend the son-in-law and threatens our little princess. You truly have guts. Cai Mingze couldn't speak, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Blame yourself for offending those you shouldn't have. Be more perceptive in your next life. With that, several sprays of blood erupted as Cai Mingze's arteries were slashed. Gushing blood soaked the hospital bed crimson in an instant. Cai Mingze was engulfed in terror, his pupils dilated to their limit. As the excruciating pain surged, he wanted to scream, but found himself unable to. He couldn't fathom the mercilessness of the ghostly figure that had appeared, killing him so swiftly. You shall die from blood loss. Consider it a cheap end. After finishing his task, Ghost Shadow revealed the dagger in his hand, horrifyingly devoid of any blood, indicating how swiftly he had acted. With those words, he vanished from the hospital room. The entire process from entering to exiting after severing the arteries took less than 3 seconds. Thus Cai Mingze faced his countdown to death. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Blood soaked the hospital bed, dripping onto the floor, forming a pool of crimson that spread in all directions, turning the luxurious hospital room into a hellish scene. About 5 to 6 minutes later, Cai Mingze's face turned as pale as snow. The last vestiges of his consciousness faded, marking the end of his life. However, although Cai Mingze was dead, the matter was far from over. It was merely the beginning. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging and using the evidence collection card. Target Cai Mingze, consuming 10 points of host dad value. This was followed by an additional document appearing in Yi Xian's inventory detailing all of Cai Mingze's crimes, totaling no less than 10 legal violations, indicating a life of wrongdoing, and most importantly, he bore the weight of 3 lives on his conscience. With a thought, he sent these documents online across various platforms. Unsurprisingly, the now deceased Cai Mingze was back. Forced comments flooded and impossible to cancel, and only after seeing them could they be dismissed. Countless netizens erupted in outrage. What the hell, that Cai Mingze is a beast. How could he have harmed so many girls? Damn, scum like him deserves to be skinned alive. 3 lives, unbelievable. He's a top-tier star. Cai Mingze is a scoundrel. I used to be his fan and I truly was blind. Bah, people like him should spend their whole lives in prison. In no time, Cai Mingze was vilified by countless netizens. The leader of the Water Army, who had previously associated with Cai Mingze, was now drenched in cold sweat, shocked to realize he had collaborated with a beast all these years. Subsequently, all brand endorsements and film projects related to Cai Mingze were shelved, contracts unilaterally terminated. Who would dare associate with Cai Mingze now? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Cai Mingze had become the pariah of the internet, utterly disgraced, and this was only the beginning of his downfall. At this moment, another wave of explosive news emerged, accompanied by photos as evidence, showing Cai Mingze brutally murdered in his hospital bed, blood splattered everywhere. The final conclusion from the prosecution was that Cai Mingze committed suicide out of guilt, a consequence of his own actions. However, those within the prosecution knew well that this was no suicide. He had clearly been killed, his arteries severed, bleeding out. The brutality of the attack ranked among the top 3 cases they had ever encountered. As for the public statement of suicide out of guilt, it was merely a decision made to avoid unnecessary chaos given the severity of the incident. Cai Mingze's crimes were so grave that even 10 executions would not be excessive. Undeniably, this tactic was effective, calming public sentiment and preventing the situation from escalating further. Meanwhile, on the other side, the students of Magic City University were in an uproar. Lin Ziai, who had yet to celebrate in the dormitory, was taken aback by the news of popular star Cai Mingze committing suicide out of guilt, along with various pieces of evidence circulating online. What the hell, Cai Mingze really knew how to play so many techniques, definitely a seasoned player. Although Lu Feihu, a single dog, had never experienced it himself, he had seen enough to know that Cai Mingze was far more skilled than anything he had seen, though unfortunately his stamina was poor, lasting less than 10 minutes. In the Magic City at the Cai family residence, amidst the rising chatter from the outside world, Cai Kunping's eyes were bloodshot, filled with sorrow. His beloved son had died tragically, and the murderer roamed free. Kai Kunpeng found it impossible to accept this. The young master's death is too suspicious. Just before this, the young master had contacted a water army intending to ruin Yi Xian's reputation, but ultimately failed. He later contacted the Blood Kill organization to plan an assassination, and then the young master mysteriously died. And the center of all this revolves around one person, Yi Xian. If anyone wanted the young master dead, it would be him, the prime suspect. Yi Xian. Hearing this name, Kai Kunpeng's eyes sparkled with a cold glint. He knew very well that this was the one who had caused his son's disgrace. Even if his son had not died, he would not spare that boy. The Blood Kill organization has people involved with that boy. Facing the Blood Kill organization, Kai Kunpeng was aware that they were no match for them, but with his only son killed, he could not swallow this anger. If he couldn't do it domestically, then he would hire an assassin from abroad. Who contact the Sakura Society, tell them that as long as they kill Yi Xian, I will agree to their acquisition plan. Taking a deep breath, Kai Kunpeng's face twisted with rage. If he couldn't avenge his son, how could he establish himself in the Magic City? How could he talk about expanding the Kai family? Acquisition plan. Hearing Kai Kunpeng's words, a trusted aide's expression changed. Master, think twice. The Kunpeng Group is your lifetime's hard work, and the Sakura Society's intentions in acquiring our group are certainly not pure. Agreeing to their acquisition would be like seeking death. We might end up with nothing. The aide wanted to say more, but was cut off by Kai Kunpeng raising his hand. Enough. I've made up my mind. Prepare immediately. I can earn more money if I lose it, but the hatred for my son's murder is immeasurable. That boy must die. How can I face my deceased son otherwise? Kai Kunpeng knew well that the Sakura Society had ulterior motives, but so what? They were using him, and now he too was using them. As long as he could eliminate that boy, even if he lost the Kunpeng Group, so be it. Yes, master. I will contact the Sakura Society right away. After saying this, the aide left the study. Kai Kunpeng gazed into the distance as night fell over the Magic City, taking a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with terrifying coldness. Sakura Society, even the Blood Kill organization, fears you. Yi Xian, whether or not you are related to my son's death, you must die. The one who could easily take down the elite family expert he had chosen for his son was undoubtedly highly suspicious. He then murmured towards the direction of Fusong. Sakura Society, I hope you won't disappoint me. Nine Dragons Villa. Aunt Chen prepared an elaborate feast celebrating her son-in-law's appointment as the head of security for the Tianji Group. She was aware of Kai Ming's schemes against him, but she felt little concern for with Miss around the Kai family posed no threat. Daddy, can you tell us a story? After a moment of eating, Tong Tong blinked her big eyes at her father. You want to hear a story? Seeing Tong Tong's hopeful expression reminded him of the last tale he told about a college student scammed in a mountain village and a boy who castrated himself for a girl. Yes, but we don't want to hear a story like last time, we want a ghost story. Naughty and adorable Meng Meng eagerly said. During the day, she read a ghost story book with her sister and became quite fond of such tales. However, the stories in the book were not frightening at all, which is why she turned to her omnipotent father. The stories told by Daddy are always amazing. The ghost stories will definitely be fantastic too. Ghost stories. Why would little children want to hear that? How about I tell you a story of Little Red Riding Hood instead? Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood. Before Yi Xian could continue, the two little ones frowned, covering their ears with their tiny hands and shaking their heads like a rattle. No, Tong Tong doesn't want to listen. Ghost stories, Meng Meng wants to hear ghost stories. Daddy, tell ghost stories. As expected, the two little ones were extremely resistant. They were currently infatuated with ghost stories. Yi Xian. Looking at the two little ones, Mu Hanyue, who had seen her husband being bullied in the office during the day, let out a chuckle, grinning mischievously. Hey, I hope you're not planning to tell ghost stories. If not, just say so. Seeing Mu Hanyue's provocation, Yi Xian smiled meaningfully. Is that so? I wasn't planning to tell one, but since you put it that way, Daddy will tell you one. If I don't show this girl a good time, she'll never know how to appreciate the extraordinary. Really? I knew Daddy is the best. He spoils us so much. The two little ones giggled, giving Daddy a sweet kiss on his cheek, knowing he would never refuse them, eagerly awaiting his ghost story. Is that so? Mu Hanyue scoffed in disbelief, teasing. I want to see what kind of tale you can conjure up. Haha, since that's the case, how about we make a bet? Seeing the skepticism on Mu Hanyue's face, he thought it would be quite nice to indulge his daughter while reaping some benefits. Another bet. Upon hearing about the bet, Mu Hanyue couldn't help but feel a slight twitch in her eyelids. They had bet before, and she had never won. However, feeling a bit stubborn, she tentatively asked, what are the stakes? After previous failures, she would not easily fall for this big oaf's tricks, so she had to be cautious. Her wife's cautious demeanor did not escape his notice. He nodded slightly and smiled. It's simple. Don't you doubt that I can tell a good ghost story? If my ghost story scares all of you, then tonight you will serve me. Mu Hanyue. Hearing that shameless jerk's outrageous claim, Mu Hanyue's face turned crimson. Aunt Chun and several maids were taken aback by the new son-in-law's words. Oh no, to be precise, he was already a son-in-law, especially as they recalled his ghostly speed, which made their faces flush slightly. Now hearing that the son-in-law wanted to make the miss serve him, they secretly wished they could replace her and start the service immediately. Hee wow, are Daddy and Mommy betting again? Mommy's going to lose again. The two little ones didn't expect that while they wanted to hear ghost stories, it was actually Daddy and Mommy who were betting, and they looked at Mommy with mischievous expressions for it. Mommy was completely no match for Daddy when it came to betting. You too. Mu Hanyue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood hearing the two little ones. How could they say that? This was going to make her die. Originally hesitating Mu Hanyue was provoked by the two little ones and immediately agreed, biting her silver teeth. Oh, I agree. After a pause she fixed her beautiful eyes on the big jerk. But if I win, you have to sleep alone for 10 days, no 1 month. Wow. Tong Tong and Meng Meng stared wide-eyed at Mommy's wager, turning to Daddy. Making Daddy sleep alone for a month. Mommy is so ruthless. This means Daddy and Mommy won't be able to catch butterflies and play cherries together. If the two little ones' thoughts were known to Mu Hanyue, they would not know how she would respond. Cough, cough, cough. Aunt Xuan also coughed lightly. The idea of sleeping alone for a month was too obvious, completely indicating a month. However, this excited several maids, all thrilled at the thought that if the son-in-law slept alone for a month they might get a chance, although they didn't dare. But as long as the miss didn't find out, a little thrill would be fine. Unknowingly, several maids with the looks of school flowers envisioned scenes of the son-in-law sleeping alone for a month, possibly leading to beautiful encounters with themselves. I agree. Ignoring Mu Hanyue's death glare, Yi Xian's calm voice rang out, leaving Mu Hanyue feeling as if her pressure fell on cotton. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Mu Hanyue snorted coldly, thinking it impossible to conquer them all with a ghost story. The more she thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. Mu Hanyue's mind conjured up images of that big oaf sleeping alone for a month, and just the thought made her giddy, imagining how it would infuriate that detestable big jerk. Is that so? I hope you win, but I must say this up front, don't cry when you lose. If you cry, I will keep my word. Oh, as long as you can manage, I will serve you tonight. With the arrow on the string, it had to be released. To make that detestable big jerk spend a month in solitude, Mu Hanyue was determined, and of course part of her wanted to redeem herself. After all she had lost in a most humiliating manner before. No more nonsense, let's get started. She glared at Yi Xian, wanting to bite him to death for his detestability and eat him bit by bit. Since someone is so eager to serve, I will not refuse you. Mu Hanyue, you. Humph. Gritting her teeth, Mu Hanyue truly wished to bite that jerk to death. Seeing the stunning beauty in such a state made Yi Xian smile slightly, not for any other reason, but because he was certain he would win this bet for the night's service, and not even the King of Heaven could stop him from having his beautiful wife serve him. Daddy, hurry up and start. Mom, we can't wait anymore. The two little ones chattered and urged him on. Aunt Xuan and several maids were also looking forward to the master's ghost story. If the master won this round, he would be able to serve the mistress in bed, enjoying butterflies and chasing cherries. If he lost, he would have to endure a month of solitary misery. However, at this moment Yi Xian was engaged in another matter, one that would determine the outcome of the upcoming bet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming the Divine Immersion card, costing 10 daddy points. Divine Immersion card. The host who holds this card will imbue the area where his voice reaches with the ability of immersion, making those who hear the sound feel as if they are actually there. All senses, taste, hearing, smell, etc., are indistinguishable from reality. The specific effects can be explored by the host. Indeed, Yi Xian naturally had his own confidence. Spending a month alone in the empty room was completely impossible. He would never in this life endure such solitude. So without hesitation, he directly used the Divine Immersion card, and then began telling a ghost story. The Divine Immersion card instantly enveloped the entire villa living room, and everything proceeded subtly. Mu Hanyue, Aunt Xuan, and the others were completely unaware of any anomaly. The living room was utterly silent, everyone waiting for the ghost story to begin. Finally, at a certain moment, an eerie voice arose. A doctor had just finished an emergency shift, and it was midnight. He was about to go home. He walked to the elevator and saw a nurse. They went down together in the elevator, but the elevator didn't stop at the first floor and kept going down. As Yi Xian's icy voice echoed in her ears, Mu Hanyue, who had initially been indifferent, felt her heart tighten. It was a strange sensation. She seemed to have been transported into Yi Xian's ghost story, as if she had become that doctor. In the pitch-black night where ghosts could leap out at any moment, she rode the elevator alone, watching the floor numbers as it descended into the basement. What's more, Yi Xian even used divine sky control to create a wisp of chill wind, a cool breeze, making the ominous feeling all the more real. To make his stunningly beautiful wife share his bed, Yi Xian had truly gone to insane lengths. Of course, the effect was excellent. A gust of eerie wind blew, and Mu Hanyue, Aunt Xuan, and the others already immersed in the ghost story felt their hearts clench. For some reason, they all had a bad premonition. When they reached B3, the door opened. The elevator door opened, and a little girl appeared before them, head bowed, saying she wanted to ride the elevator. The doctor quickly shut the elevator door. The nurse asked in surprise, "Why didn't you let her on?" The doctor said, "B3 is our hospital's morgue. The hospital ties a red ribbon on the right hand of every corpse." Her right hand. Her right hand has a red ribbon. Hearing this, accompanied by the chill wind, Mu Hangshu's beautiful eyes flickered. A red ribbon tied on a corpse in the morgue. That little girl was a ghost. It's worth noting that the two little ones, upon hearing the terrifying ghost story, had slightly unnatural expressions on their faces, but their sparkling big eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. Not only that, the two little ones looked at their daddy with admiration. Daddy's ghost stories were indeed so good, super scary. However, the two little ones didn't notice that the maids' faces were pale with fright, clearly scared by their daddy's ghost story. But this was not the end of the ghost story. Before the others could deepen their fear, Yi Xian's eerie voice rose again with the wind. The nurse, upon hearing this, slowly extended her right hand and said with a sinister smile, "Is it a red string like this?" One of the maids couldn't hold back and let out a scream. She seemed to see in the confined elevator before her a nurse with a sinister grin extending her right hand to show her that red ribbon. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The other maids beside her, already terrified, trembled at the scream. They swallowed hard, their faces pale. Their eyes when looking at the master had changed completely. The master's ghost story was too scary, too scary. Aunt Chin's expression also changed. As for Mu Hanxue, she looked at that big pig trotter with a complicated expression. That bastard tells such terrifying ghost stories. Obviously Mu Hanxue had also been frightened just now, especially by the maid's scream. She seemed to see the nurse with the red ribbon on her hand lunging ferociously toward her. Wow, wow, wow. So good, so good. Daddy's ghost story is super thrilling. Daddy, tell another one, okay? Please. One ghost story was clearly not enough for the two little ones. They excitedly wheedled and cajoled in their cute voices, urging their daddy to tell another one. Their frantic demeanor made the maids' eyelids twitch. Again. Oh my goodness, they were already scared out of their wits by one ghost story. If there were a few more, they would be scared into jumping into the master's arms, though they dared not and could not. But the two little princesses weren't they scared at all. Looking at the two little ones' excited and eager expressions, the maids' mouths twitched. They couldn't understand how these two little ones, barely 2 years old, could be bolder than them. An ordinary 2-year-old would have been scared to tears by now. Could it be? That damn powerful genes. The master and the two little princesses were truly a pair. One dared to tell, the other dared to listen. But they really didn't want to listen anymore. The master's ghost stories were so scary, so scary. Stop telling them, she said. Little kids listening to ghost stories, aren't you afraid of nightmares? Mu Hanxue glared at the two little ones and said in a reproachful tone. Of course, she clearly didn't want to be scared by another ghost story either. Somehow that big pig trotter's voice seemed to have a magic that always drew her thoughts into the world of the ghost story. No. Mommy, are you scared? Mommy must be scared, afraid to sleep with Daddy tonight. The two little ones spoke with shocking audacity, causing Mu Hanxue's face to flush. She braced herself and said, If you're not scared, then why won't you let Daddy tell his super awesome ghost stories? We're not scared. Listening to Daddy's ghost stories, we'll definitely have sweet dreams tonight. Mu Hanxue, Aunt Xuan, and the maids. Listening to the master's ghost stories and having sweet dreams. Cough. Really, this is too much. No doubt they are his biological children. After saying humph, the two little ones stared at their daddy with wide, blinking eyes, not moving a muscle. Their hopeful and expectant look was irresistibly amusing. Daddy, start now. This really. The maids hadn't yet recovered from the previous ghost story, and their faces were already turning pale before the next one even began. Seeing that the two little ones were completely unafraid and glancing at Mu Hanxue's nervous expression, he understood everything. He spoke softly. All right then, Daddy will tell you another ghost story about a midnight bus stop. Midnight bus stop. Just hearing the word under the effect of the divine immersion card, Mu Hanxue and the others felt as if they had been transported directly to a midnight street lamp at a bus stop enveloped in impenetrable darkness. At that moment, a chilling voice rose softly. There was a young man who wanted to take the bus home at night, but because he arrived at the stop too late, he wasn't sure if there were any more buses. He didn't want to walk either because his home was far and remote, so he just waited to see if the last bus would come. He waited and waited. Just when he thought there would be no bus, he suddenly saw a bus appear in the distance. The eerie wind blew. The appearance of the last bus made Mu Hanxue and the maids' hearts tighten. Obviously they knew that this bus was the center of the ghost story, especially the maids, their eyes full of anxiety and panic. No, master, please stop. We don't want any more. In the Jiulong villa, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the eerie wind whispered through, while a chilling sound echoed throughout the living room, rendering the cries of the several maids utterly ineffective. He excitedly rushed to flag down the bus. Upon boarding, he found something strange about this last bus. Normally the final bus wouldn't be crowded due to its remote route, yet this one was filled to capacity. There was only one empty seat, and the atmosphere in the bus was eerily quiet with not a single person speaking. He felt a sense of oddness, but still walked towards the only vacant seat and sat down. Upon hearing this, Mu Hanxue and the others increasingly sensed something was amiss as the ghost story continued. As soon as he sat down, the woman whispered to him, "You shouldn't be on this bus." He found it curious, and the woman went on, "This bus is not meant for the living. As soon as you board, they will drag you away to become a scapegoat." He was terrified but didn't know what to do. Then the woman said to him, "It's okay, I can help you escape." So she pulled him and opened the window, leaping out. As they jumped, he heard the voices from inside the bus shouting. How could he escape? When he steadied himself, he found they were standing on a desolate hillside. He sighed in relief and hurriedly thanked the woman. Just then the woman revealed a sinister expression, her smile wicked. "Now no one is competing with me." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone in the villa's living room gasped in horror. Upon reflection, it felt as if the person waiting for the bus was themselves, which was terrifying. Especially when they reached the desolate hillside, thinking they were saved, only to realize that everything was part of the ghost's scheme. Oh my goodness, under the chilling wind, they all shivered. Phew, wow, that was thrilling. That woman was a ghost aunt. Dad is truly amazing. The two little ones sparkled with delight in their big eyes, enjoying the ghost story immensely. Dad certainly didn't let them down, they were thrilled. "Since you are so excited, let me tell you another story." Taking advantage of the moment, he chuckled, while collecting the admiration of the two little ones. However, to the maids his smile appeared devilish. "Son-in-law, are you trying to get us killed? This bastard." Mu Hanxue clearly felt uncomfortable as well. Yi Xian's voice was too enchanting. Even though she kept telling herself it was fake, she couldn't help but be captivated by the voice of that big pig. Really? That's great, dad-Moi. The two little ones were very excited. With a kiss they pecked their doting dad on the cheek, loving the way he spoiled them. With a slight smile, the stunning bow tie's pale complexion was hidden from view. There was a man who secretly snuck into his girlfriend's house on Valentine's Day. He wanted to surprise her. But then he thought of something thrilling, pouring a lot of tomato juice on his face and draping a white bedsheet over himself to scare his girlfriend. Then he ran to the kitchen to check how he looked. In the kitchen mirror, he caught a glimpse of his terrifying self, which startled him. He thought his girlfriend would surely be frightened. So he hurriedly washed off the makeup and waited for her to return to tell her about it. When she heard, her eyes widened in disbelief. The man asked her what was wrong. She said, "You mean? You scared yourself in front of the mirror in the kitchen." While the maids listened to the son-in-law's ghost story, various scenes played out in their minds. Although they didn't sense anything amiss, they knew the son-in-law's ghost stories would never be simple. Sure enough, just as their thoughts began to surge, the man replied, "Yes." It was truly frightening. But her eyes widened even more and her face turned pale. "But there is no mirror in the kitchen." Hearing the son-in-law's sinister twist, a maid let out a terrified scream as her pupils constricted suddenly. At that moment, she felt that the person who had looked in the kitchen mirror was not the man but herself, and what was across from her was not herself, but a terrifying ghost. "Hiss, Shally, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death?" "Phew. I wasn't scared by the son-in-law's ghost story, but you almost gave me a heart attack." The maids chattered, complaining about their companion. The son-in-law's ghost story had already exceeded their tolerance, and now with Shally's shout, they were utterly terrified. Even Mu Hangshu's face turned a shade paler upon hearing Shally's scream, while the two little ones' big eyes were filled with fear and excitement. Ding! The host tells his daughter a ghost story for the first time, gaining the ability of God-level appraisal. God-level appraisal. With this ability, the host will have a 100% chance of identifying all antiques and artworks. There will be no mistakes under this ability. Even internationally renowned appraisers would be nothing compared to the host. Oh, once again unlocking a skill, Xuan paused momentarily. God-level appraisal was indeed an invincible ability, the fastest way to make money. The richest among the world are those who gamble. Win, and you could become wealthy overnight, or lose, and you would be destitute. Now, possessing God-level appraisal meant Xuan had acquired a super cheat for becoming rich. The previous knowledge of the Yunjin Shipao was merely a coincidence. Now, with God-level appraisal, the information he knew about various domestic and international luxury antiques was as numerous as the stars. The two little ones, Tong Tong and Meng Meng, were filled with excitement after hearing 3 ghost stories. Dad was amazing, and it was much better than what they read in books. Dad was super awesome, and they adored him. Dad is great. Such wonderful ghost stories. It seems Mom lost again. Listening to the little ones mocking Mu Hanshua felt a bit uncomfortable. Why were they so happy about her losing? Did they just want to see their father, that big pig, sleep with her? Of course. I said Mom wouldn't win. Dad can watch butterflies and pick cherries with Mom tonight. The two little ones said such shocking things, making the maids, who were like schoolflowers, envious. While they couldn't take it anymore, they also desperately wanted to watch butterflies and pick cherries with the son-in-law. How envious. If only they could spend even one night, no, even just 1 hour with him, they would be satisfied. The two little ones were unprecedentedly excited. Tong Tong twirled her big mischievous eyes. "By the way, Dad, I want to see Mut." Upon hearing her sister's words, Meng Meng's big eyes widened. "Magic? Great. Dad, can you perform the same romantic magic as last time?" "Magic?" Aunt Chun and the maids were taken aback by the little one's words, and their gazes turned to the son-in-law. Clearly they realized something. They had no idea their son-in-law could perform magic. He could also do magic. "Come on, please." Yes, Dad, please do one." Moi. Without a doubt, a wave of cute and affectionate pleas filled the air, centered around the father and daughters, with sweetness permeating every corner of the villa. Listening to the sweet voices of the two little ones, Xuan affectionately ruffled their hair. All right, Dad, will perform a magic trick for our two little princesses." Shortly after, outside the villa, a group arrived at the open lawn, inevitably drawing the attention of over a dozen bodyguards who couldn't help but inquire among the maids. When they learned that the young master was going to perform a magic trick, they were all taken aback. The young master knows magic too. This information certainly caught them off guard. Before they could ponder further, the two little ones eagerly spoke up. "Daddy, start now." Mom, we're all ready. Hearing his two adorable daughters, Xuan smiled dotingly. As for Mu Hanshua, she rolled her eyes at the big oaf on the lawn, her mind involuntarily recalling the scene of colorful bubbles under the osmanthus tree that day. Her delicate face suddenly flushed with heat, clearly remembering how that scoundrel had kissed her with a domineering French kiss. "I'm about to start, don't blink." With the guise of magic, many inexplicable things became less incomprehensible, allowing Xuan to use certain abilities without restraint. For instance, the divine beast taming here. This time, Xuan evidently wouldn't conjure colorful bubbles again. After all, novelty only works the first time. As for the target of this magic, Xuan had already conceived an idea, but had never taken the two little ones to experience it. Today he would finally make up for it. Not far from Julong Villa lay an endless verdant forest, which was also the reason for the excellent air quality here. Xuan's target this time was related to the forest, specifically a creature within it called fireflies. Yes, fireflies. The gift he had prepared for the two little ones was the dance of fireflies. With his words, he made a few feigned gestures, just like that day at the osmanthus tree, then activated the divine beast taming ability. Instantly, the power spread from Xuan's center into the boundless forest behind Julong Villa. In a flash it enveloped several kilometers deep into the forest and continued to surge further inward. The next moment countless fireflies erupted into activity. Ah, the king. This is the king's summons, hurry. The king is calling us. 110-100. One after another fireflies rushed toward Julong Villa at their fastest speed, having received the king's summoning signal. For their first audience with the king, how could they dare to slack off even a little? Look, those are fireflies. A dozen seconds after the motions ended, a single glow appeared on the lawn outside the villa, followed by a second, third, fifth. Streams of fireflies carrying luminescence danced joyfully around Xuan. Your Majesty, we pay homage. So excited. Is this His Majesty? Soon over 1,000 fireflies encircled Xuan, casting a faint glow around him, with dozens or even hundreds more joining from behind. Aunt Chun and the maids stared in astonishment. Is this the young master's magic trick? Witnessing the scene, the dozen bodyguards of the villa widened their eyes, staring at the spectacle in disbelief. Even with their vast experience, they had never seen such a wondrous magic trick. The young master's abilities far exceeded their expectations. Could it be that the young master used something to attract fireflies to achieve this? Damn, look at that. As everyone was pondering, one of the bodyguards noticed something and dumbfoundedly looked up at the villa. Following his gaze, the others were also stunned. A massive swarm of fireflies, densely packed with at least tens of thousands, appeared above the villa. Then, as everyone watched in amazement, the multitude of fireflies cascaded down from the sky, landing on the roof, the lawn, the chairs, the corridors, adorning every corner of the villa. Wow! The appearance of countless fireflies dazzled the two little ones, their faces filled with joy and surprise. Hee, fireflies. Daddy conjured so many fireflies. Daddy, you're amazing. Hee, Ming Ming loves you so much. The two little ones excitedly gave their daddy a happy hug, then chased after the fireflies to play. Woof woof. Seeing the little mistresses so happy, Tianba couldn't help but wag its tail and chase the fireflies, with several fireflies even resting on the tip of its tail. The heartwarming scene made Mu Hangshu's eyes flicker with surprise. She looked at the big oaf on the lawn, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just like last time with the colorful bubbles, when had this guy prepared all this? Could it be that he had planned to give this moment to the two little ones long ago? Thinking of this, Mu Hanshu felt an overwhelming surge of emotion in her heart. After all, to have fireflies scattered across every corner of the villa was no easy feat to pull off. She couldn't imagine how much effort and preparation that scoundrel had put in just to make his daughters happy. Involuntarily, Mu Hanshu let out a soft laugh. That big oaf doting on their daughters so much naturally made her, as a mother, very happy. But amidst her joy, she honestly felt a bit envious as well. Moved deeply, Mu Hanshu took a deep breath. This surprise undoubtedly stunned her and everyone present. What happened today, Mu Hanshu would never forget for the rest of her life. She believed that years later Tong Tong and Meng Meng would remember it as clearly as she did. What a beautiful childhood. A decade or two from now, recalling this day, the two little ones would surely feel especially proud and happy. These were the most precious memories that Big Oaf had left for them. While the young master is too romantic, a maid exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed dreamily at the fairy tale-like lawn in front of the villa. Yes, indeed. Miss and the two little princesses are super happy. Mum, the young master must have prepared for such a long time for this scene. He's truly amazing. The young master is even more romantic and incredible than the prince in my imagination. Words cannot describe my feelings right now, woo-woo. If a guy ever treated me like this, I would be with him even if I had to fight the whole world. The maids chattered away while Aunt Chen looked at the scene with a wave of emotion. She had watched Miss Mu Hanshu grow up from birth through babbling to now and had long regarded her as a daughter. Seeing the young master put so much heart into Miss and the two little ones, she felt happy for Miss. Wow, Aunt Chen, look. At that moment, the fireflies lingering on the lawn, as if hearing a command, flew together into the air and formed a pattern of fireflies. And the pattern was none other than the faces of the two little ones, Tong Tong and Ming Ming. Not only that, but also a string of characters composed of fireflies appeared in the sky. May my two super cute little princesses be happy forever. Suddenly, the moment the pattern and the firefly characters appeared, everyone's gaze was shaken. Mu Hangshu's beautiful eyes even froze, and her heart's emotion reached its peak at that moment, deeply moved by the scene before her. This? How did that big damn scoundrel do it? Hiss. Looking at the scene before them, more than a dozen bodyguards were filled with shock, unable to help but exclaim, the young master is truly a divine being. Such a scene they had only seen in films, but those were all fake. Now the young master's handiwork was vividly presented before their eyes. Besides the term divine being, they sincerely could not think of any other words to describe their evaluation of this moment. Then, under everyone's gaze, the patterns and words formed by the fireflies burst apart, transforming into a sky full of densely packed fireflies, incredibly brilliant and spectacular. However, it did not stop there. Under Yi Xian's divine beast mastery, the countless fireflies quickly gathered together under precise control, suddenly congregating in one spot. Next, another pattern gradually emerged. First appearing was a dragon's tail, followed by dragon claws and the dragon's body. Meanwhile, not far opposite, the phoenix's tail, wings, and body also materialized. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The entire process lasted about 10 seconds, and finally a complete image was presented before everyone. A majestic 5-clawed dragon soared alongside the splendid phoenix, with its beautiful feathers, a dragon and a phoenix displayed in the sky, vividly alive. The more than a dozen bodyguards and several maids were all left dumbfounded. This operation is too amazing. Our young master Could it be that a celestial being has descended using the legendary celestial arts? This is magic, right? The young master's magic is incredible, a maid exclaimed in shock, gazing up at the dragon and phoenix pattern formed by fireflies in the night sky. Divine craftsmanship, it can be called a miracle. Wow. Baba, it's super beautiful, I love it so much. Baba, we love you. Tong Tong and Meng Ming, the two little ones, were overly excited. It was too beautiful, too lovely, and Baba was just so handsome. Mua mua. Two sweet and cute kisses landed heavily on the side of the incredibly capable Baba's face. The two little ones giggled uncontrollably, filled with happiness and sweetness. Baba spoils them so much, it's so sweet. Woof woof. Little Tianba, seeing the five-clawed dragon and noble phoenix formed by countless fireflies in the night sky, howled at the sky, as if provoking the dragon and phoenix, exuding a bit of dominance. Mu Hanyue was also stunned, clearly not expecting that big pig trotter would create such a grand spectacle. The dragon and phoenix in the night made it clear, even from several kilometers away, anyone unfamiliar would surely think it was some wealthy person setting off custom fireworks. Ooh, my goodness, the young master is spoiling the two little princesses too much, right? My envy the young lady and the two little princesses so much. The young lady was right to bring the young master back. Of course, I think the young lady must know the young master is extraordinary, otherwise how could she have brought him back? Exactly, the young master is the most impressive man I have ever seen. Several maids chattered excitedly, their beautiful big eyes full of admiration and adoration. If possible, they truly wished to give their first time to the young master, but they knew that someone like him could only be matched with someone as outstanding and noble as the young lady. Although they envied him, they equally understood that a person like the young master was not someone they could covet. The dragon and phoenix remained fixed in the night sky for a good 5 to 6 minutes before bursting into a myriad of fireflies dancing across the villa's lawn. Several maids were also surrounded by countless fireflies. Everything felt like a dream, no, even more beautiful than giggling. The two little ones ran through the lawn surrounded by fireflies, their innocent and carefree laughter spread out. Hearing this, Xuan couldn't help but smile indulgently, seeing the two little ones' happy smiles. Everything he did was worth it. Giggling. The two little ones ran through the lawn surrounded by fireflies, their innocent and carefree laughter spread out. Hearing this, Xuan couldn't help but smile and congratulations to the host for receiving 266 dad points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for receiving 266 dad points from Meng Ming. As the dad points were being collected, the magic came to an end. With Xuan's command, the fireflies swirling on the lawn and landing on the villa began to scatter in an orderly manner around, not fast, but not slow either. Soon the fireflies all returned to the dense forest behind the villa, leaving not a trace of glow, as if nothing had ever. It's getting late, let's disperse. Glancing at the time while speaking, he pulled the lute, oh no, the wife for the night, towards the villa. This action made Mu Hanyue instinctively want to struggle, but how could she possibly resist? Giggling, Baba, Mama, good night. The two little ones saw Baba pulling Mama towards the villa, clearly knowing that Baba was going to tease Mama again, but every time after Mama was teased, she always looked so beautiful. You bad guy, go take a shower first. Mu Hanyue's words had not been finished when she was pressed against the lips. A silent war inevitably began. Thus the betting mode was activated. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. This battle lasted nearly an hour and a half. The two fought until it was chaotic, the sun and moon obscured. After the battle, embracing the extraordinary beauty, they lingered for a long time. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Hanyue had leaned against Xuan's embrace and fallen asleep. Even with the body transformed by the peach blossom immortal brew, she could not withstand such turmoil. Looking at the enchanting curve of the bowtie's lips in his arms, Xuan smiled slightly, taking a sip and kissing her. It is said that human nature grows tired of the old and seeks the new, yet at this moment the unparalleled beauty seemed to be an exception, becoming more and more endearing. Especially after using the peach blossom immortal brew, Mu Hanyue could satisfy all of Xuan's desires. Ding! Reminder to the host: an enemy is approaching rapidly. The target may be detrimental to the host 3 kilometers away. Just after kissing his beautiful wife's lips, the system's voice echoed in his mind, and upon hearing it, Xuan was slightly taken aback. Enemies. Could it be Kai Ming's father? But this speed seems a bit fast. Without delay, he directly exchanged for an X-ray tracking card to penetrate through various obstacles, quickly discovering a group of people from a divine perspective. However, upon seeing the number of incoming people, he couldn't help but be stunned. Good heavens, there were more than 100 of them, each one a skilled fighter. The group soon stopped 2 kilometers away, and one of them looked somewhat familiar. It was none other than Qin Lingyu, the father of Ch. This time the target was none other than to eliminate Xuan and his group residing in the Jilong Villa No. 1. After a period of investigation, although Qin Lingyu had no direct evidence proving that his son's disappearance was related to Xuan, he was already 80% sure that it was connected to Xuan. Therefore, after weighing his options, Qin Lingyu decided to completely break ties, with Mu Hanyue leading all the elites of the Qin family, with success or failure resting on this night. Master, is it really necessary to mobilize all the family experts to assassinate Mu Hanyue, who is only protected by a mere 10 or so people? One of Qin Lingyi's confidants frowned, clearly not understanding his decision. More than 10 bodyguards. Hearing his confidant's words, Qin Lingyu coldly glanced towards Jilong Villa. The more than 10 bodyguards around Mu Hanyue are not simple. If these experts can come back with half, that would be good, but if we make a sneak attack, the situation might improve. What? Half? Master, are Mu Hanyue's bodyguards that powerful? Qin Lingyu shot a glance at the confidant coldly looking towards Julong Villa. What do you think? The main reason I haven't acted against Mu Hanyue all these years is because she has more than 10 formidable bodyguards by her side. To be honest, if it weren't for Chu's disappearance being related to that Yi Xian, I wouldn't have acted this time. Master, Qin Xua, could it be? This person is the chairman of Lingyu Group in Magic City Qin Lingyu. If so, the plans for the business world will have to be advanced. Qin Lingyu led over 100 elite subordinates here to achieve their goal in one fell swoop. That Yi Xian must die, and Mu Hanyue, and everyone else must die as well. However, he was unaware that their every move had been observed by Yi Xian, and the moment they acted it was already destined to end in failure, for they had no idea what kind of being they were dealing with. Let alone that Yi Xian possessed a system. Even without it, Mu Hanyue alone was not someone they could afford to offend. From a god's perspective, watching Qin Lingyu and his elite assassins approach, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Since you've come, none of you will leave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging and using the god-level silence card. The effect area is within a radius of 1 kilometer, consuming 50 points of parental value. As the system's voice fell, the area within a kilometer centered around Qin Lingyu and his group was enveloped by the god-level silence card, and any sound produced within it would not escape, not even a whisper. With the area covered by the god-level silence card, the next moment a piercing scream erupted from one of Qin Linjia's subordinates, a horrific scene unfolding in the pitch-black night. What is happening? Hearing the ghastly scream of his subordinate, Qin Lingyu immediately looked over, as did the hundreds of subordinates around him, and then they witnessed an incredibly terrifying sight. At least 1,000 ants akin to a poison that gnaws at the bones were devouring the subordinate who had screamed, turning him into a pile of white bones in an instant. No, to be precise, even the bones were being gnawed away, quickly reduced to bone fragments. Damn it. What is that thing, ants? Impossible, how could ants? No, I don't want to die. Before any more discussions could arise, several more piercing screams rang out, and once again the horrific scene reappeared as thousands of ants enveloped 3 individuals at a terrifying speed, blood flying screams piercing the night, resembling a scene from the depths of hell. Finally, several subordinates with weak stomachs vomited on the spot, the strong smell of blood instantly filling the area. Retreat. Get out of here immediately. Qin Linjia's expression grew grave. The scene unfolding was too bizarre, far beyond his expectations. Though he didn't know why this was happening, leaving here was definitely the safest choice. However, it was evidently too late. The piercing screams rose and fell, piercing through the night and spreading in all directions. 3, 5, 10. One by one his subordinates were devoured by the eerie ants. Their hearts consumed their bodies, becoming cold corpses on the ground. In an instant 30 subordinates had already died on the spot. Retreat. Hurry, retreat. Qin Lingyu was terrified at this moment, utterly afraid. How could this be happening? However, reality harshly demonstrated what despair truly meant. The deaths of 30 subordinates were just the beginning. Next came 40, 50, 80. About a quarter of an hour later, only Qin Lingyu and 5 or 6 surviving subordinates remained huddled together in fear, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed from their throats, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably as they watched their comrades die and be reduced to bone fragments, their scalps tingling with fear, as if the ants were gnawing not at their comrades' corpses, but at their own bodies. Qin Linjia's face was also ghostly pale. No matter how he looked at it, he could not fathom the scene before him. Over 100 subordinates had now been reduced to just 5 or 6 by his side. Such losses meant that even if he miraculously survived today, the Qin family would be finished. Are you kidding? Losing more than half of his forces, how could Qin Lingyu and the Qin family establish themselves in the Demon City in the future? Tap, tap, tap. Just as Qin Lingyu was engulfed in despair, the crisp sound of footsteps approached from not far away, and a figure soon appeared on the scene. Strangely, the terrifying ants that had instilled such fear in them parted to the sides, and even the blood and bone fragments on the ground were cleaned up by them, as if afraid of being tainted by the newcomer. Qin Lingyu, are you satisfied with this gift of mine? Accompanied by the footsteps that sounded like a demon from the abyss approaching, a voice followed suit, quickly reaching near Qin Lingyu and his group, while not a single ant dared to come within a meter of the newcomer. You are Yi Xian. Qin Linjia's pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing the newcomer, and the 5 or 6 surviving subordinates around him felt a deep sense of foreboding. Could it be that everything was orchestrated by the very person they sought to assassinate? The fear became palpable. The earlier scene, coupled with Yi Xian standing in the midst of it, left the terrifying ants unwilling to approach. This scene had already made everything clear. It's you. Several subordinates thought of this, and Qin Lingyu similarly came to the realization, an unprecedented murderous intent and resentment surging in his eyes. It was him, this detestable brat before him. If not for him, how could over 100 subordinates have perished? So what if it is me? With a slight smile, he looked coldly at the resentful Qin Lingyu. Have you forgotten the purpose of your visit here? Did you expect me to wait around for you to kill me? Oh, by the way, pausing briefly, he continued, Qin Xua is your son, right? Perhaps you still haven't found him. I killed your son. Then glancing at the still gnawing corpse-eating ants, he added, do you see? Your son's fate was just like theirs, becoming a delicacy for the corpse-eating ants. Boom. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, Qin Linjia's eyes turned crimson, boundless murderous intent surging from him. You killed Xua? Kid, I'll make you pay. The series of provocations finally pushed Qin Lingyu over the edge, and like a frenzied beast he lunged at Yi Xian with a ferocious snarl. Run. Seeing their master collapse, the 5 or 6 surviving subordinates decisively rushed to escape in all directions. However, thousands of corpse-eating ants at lightning speed devoured the hearts of the 5 or 6 individuals, leaving behind gaping holes in their chests, as if they were punched through, allowing a view of the scenery beyond their bodies. Thus all of Xuan Linjia's over 100 subordinates perished save for him. As the bodies of the 5 or 6 subordinates fell to the ground, thousands of ants surged forward, overwhelming them, blood spurting, brain matter splattering, entrails, bones, and tendons were all devoured by the corpse-eating ants, becoming their delightful feast. Damn it, Xuan, I want you dead. With the 5 or 6 surviving subordinates dead, Xuan Lingyu was more furious than ever, realizing that their Qin family was now utterly finished. His beloved son was dead, his family destroyed, and all of it was because of this brat before him. Swish, 4 wind blades under the control of the god-level sky control severed the arteries in Xuan Linjia's wrists and ankles. Blood flowed freely, dripping onto the ground, which was then devoured by the corpse-eating ants. Then, under the control of the magnetic field, Xuan Lingyu was pinned in midair as Xuan's expression turned icy. To be honest, if it weren't for your threat to my woman and daughter, you wouldn't even qualify to die at my hands. Cold. A bone-chilling sensation enveloped Xuan Lingyu, as if he were trapped in a millennium-old icy pool, the surrounding cold air rushing into his body. Oh! Before Xuan Lingyu could finish speaking, a lightning bolt suddenly flashed from the night sky and struck him, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Clearly, Xuan had activated another ability of the god-level sky control, specifically the lightning control aspect. The power of thunder was incredibly domineering, surging into Xuan Linjia's body, instantly wreaking havoc on his internal organs, causing his entire body to convulse and his pupils to dilate in shock. As the thunder raged, the speed of his blood flow increased, and Xuan Lingyu never imagined he would die at the hands of that insignificant brat he had never taken seriously. Bastard. Who exactly are you? His consciousness was rapidly dissipating, and Xuan Lingyu understood that his time was short. He asked the question he was most concerned about. He needed to know the identity of his enemy before he died. Who am I? Hearing Xuan Linjia's words, a smile curved at the corner of Xuan's mouth. Do you believe me if I say him? You're fortunate to be the first in this world to know this secret. Now that you know my greatest secret, well, go die. With a flash of silver light, a steel spear over a meter long pierced through Xuan Linjia's heart, his body crashing to the ground, impaled and nailed to it. His body hung eerily in the air, limbs dangling, eyes wide open with blood dripping from him. It was as if he were drenched in blood, the scene utterly tragic. Soon thousands of man-eating ants swarmed up the steel spear, overwhelming Xuan Lingyu in an instant. In less than a second, he was reduced to a pile of bones, which then scattered to the ground, devoured into bone dust by the ants, just like the countless remains of his subordinates. Xuan Lingyu met a tragic end, and the scene fell into silence, covered only by the endless night. A chilling wind blew, and the nauseating scent of blood lingered in the air. Over 100 people were devoured by man-eating ants. The stench of blood is so heavy. Feeling the thick blood scent, Xuan frowned slightly, and thought, it seems a heavy rain is needed for purification. With that in mind, the god-level sky control ability was activated once more. Boom. The starry night sky was suddenly filled with deafening thunder, startling countless people. Outside the Julong villa, over a dozen bodyguards protecting the villa furrowed their brows, gazing at the lightning in the sky. How could that be? Wasn't the broadcast saying there was no rain? One bodyguard asked, puzzled. Hey, the weather forecast is just an estimate, not always accurate, but today's weather is indeed strange. That's right, logically speaking, a star-filled sky should mean clear weather, yet this thunder is oddly timed. Boom. As the bodyguards complained, the thunder and lightning surged forth. With a torrential downpour, rain cascaded down from the night sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, transforming the world into an ocean where visibility was less than 10 meters. Wow, what the hell? When did the Magic City ever experience such weather? What a heavy rain. While the bodyguards discussed, Aunt Xuan and several maids looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the heavy downpour outside the villa. It's been years since I've seen such heavy rain. Is this a disaster sent down from heaven? The chattering maids were debating, and even Aunt Xuan frowned slightly, clearly puzzled by the scene, as this rain had come so suddenly and was too unusual. 2 kilometers away, Xuan stood under the pouring rain with a smile on his face. God-level sky control. This ability is indeed quite interesting. However, to keep it a secret, this isn't enough. He murmured and increased the intensity of the god-level sky control. At that moment, the skies of Magic City were thoroughly manipulated. Boom. The deafening thunder echoed, enveloping the sky, followed by blinding lightning that illuminated every corner of the Magic City. Hiss! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The bodyguards in the villa were stunned by the overwhelming thunder, their ears ringing as they cursed. The torrential rain grew even heavier, each raindrop seeming to threaten the lives of those below. The scene was too bizarre. However, 2 kilometers away, another, even stranger scene was unfolding. In the midst of the torrential rain, a young man stood, yet despite the heavy downpour, not a single drop fell on him. This young man was none other than Xuan, the very instigator of the torrential rain. The reason he remained untouched by the rain was simple. He possessed the ability of god-level magnetism. This was the most direct and effective means, and aside from this, the god-level sky control could also manipulate wind, thunder, and lightning, but it was a bit more complicated to execute. Just as the raindrops were about to land on Xuan, a force seemed to shift their trajectory, causing them to fall to the ground, instead appearing as if they were hitting Xuan, but in reality, he remained completely dry. TSK. Feeling the absence of water on him, Xuan raised his hands and remarked, "This god-level magnetism ability is truly a versatile skill, quite impressive." He murmured, then stepped towards the villa, leaving behind the endless night and torrential rain along with the stunning thunder and lightning wreaking havoc in the sky. Not only that, Xuan then took out his phone from his pocket as usual and dialed a number. Not a single drop of rain splashed. The call was to none other than the business prodigy Xuan, who would be his spokesperson in the business world for a long time to come. At the Yudu Star Mansion, room 601 in Building 8. Wow, brother, what heavy rain. In a beautiful white princess dress, Su Xiaoming, with her adorable little face, was hard not to like. Compared to her previous appearance as a little beggar, she now looked like a swan transformed from an ugly duckling. Today's rain is indeed strange. Su Xiu affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. From now on, aside from seeking revenge and repaying Yi Xiao, his only other duty was to protect his sister. In the future, anyone who dares to harm Su Xiu's sister would surely find themselves unable to survive. Ding ding ding, just as the siblings were enjoying their conversation, a phone call came in. Seeing that it was from Yi Xiao, Su Xiu, upon hearing the news from the other end, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Su Xiu's eyes. The opportunity to make a comeback has finally arrived. The Lu family in the imperial capital, just wait for me. The day I return to the imperial capital will be the day your Lu family meets its end. Ding dong. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Su Xiu received a message from Xuan, and when Qin Lingyu clicked on it, he immediately lost his composure. This is the criminal evidence against Qin Lingyu and all the directors of the Lingyu group, and it is damning for each of them, with ironclad proof that they would spend their next lives in prison. Staring blankly at the evidence on his phone for a long time, Su Xiu gasped, filled with confusion and astonishment. So much evidence, how did Yi Xiao manage to obtain this? To be honest, it would take at least 10 to 8 years to gather such evidence. Even with an undercover agent among the core members, it would still take 3 to 5 years. With this evidence in hand, Su Xiu had 100 ways to turn the Lingyu group into Yi Xiao's property. Naturally, he planned to use the most direct and effective method, contacting the directors of the Lingyu group directly and reminding them of the criminal evidence. "Brother, is that a call from Big Brother?" Su Xiaoming asked, curiously tilting her head as she vaguely heard a voice on the other. He gently pinched Su Xiaoming's tender cheek and said, "Yes, that's right. I have good news for Ming Ming. Before long, we will return to the imperial capital, and when that time comes, I will make all those who have offended us pay the price." "Really? That's great." Hearing her brother's words, Su Xiaoming felt overjoyed, thinking that when they returned, her brother would definitely make those bad people pay. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room, dispelling the last traces of darkness. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman was a rare beauty. At one moment, Mu Hanyue woke up, and what greeted her was a handsome face. Ding ding ding. Just then a phone call rang, and she noticed her phone was neither too far nor too close. She picked up the phone, seeing it was a call from one of her subordinates, and answered casually. "What did you say?" "The chairman of the Lingyu group, Qin Lingyu, is missing, and the president has been replaced by a young man named Su Xiu. The Lingyu group has been renamed to Junlin Group." "Alright, I understand." After hanging up the phone, she did not pay attention to a certain someone, but instead called Xiao Li, unexpectedly receiving the last information about Qin Lingyu. Last night, Qin Lingyu left the villa with over 100 subordinates, and no one knew where they had gone. Even with the Mu family's intelligence network, it was the same. Qin Lingyu and his 100 subordinates seemed to have evaporated from the world. Moreover, various signs indicated that Qin Lingyu's disappearance was likely related to the biggest beneficiary of this incident, the new president of the Lingyu group, or rather the Junlin group, Su Xiu, whose real name was none other than Su Xiu. The most important point is that this Su Xiu is very mysterious. Even after becoming the president of the Junlin group, he has not shown his face. Su Xiu, Junlin group. What are you thinking, girl? At that moment, Xuan woke up and pulled the stunning beauty back into his embrace. Mu Hanyue gave him a delicate huff and rolled her eyes, then thoroughly explained the situation regarding the Lingyu group, or rather the Junlin group. Oh, hearing the words of the beauty in his arms, Xuan was slightly taken aback. Su Xiu, it seems that the young man is quite fast taking control of the Lingyu group and becoming the president overnight. While others may not have known, he certainly did. That Su Xiu was none other than the brother and sister who escaped after the Lu family's massacre of the Su family in the imperial capital some time ago. During breakfast, several maids noticed that the young lattice complexion had turned quite rosy again. Realizing something, their beautiful eyes flickered with envy as they glanced at the young master. Aunt Chun observed the expressions of the maids and couldn't help but smile, realizing that their young master was indeed quite charming. "Xuan, are you sure you want to go to the antique street to buy antiques?" After making the phone call in the morning, Mu Hanyue informed Xuan about her grandfather Chun Laoqi's 70th birthday, because after all, her grandfather still didn't know about their marriage. "Don't worry, when your grandfather's birthday comes, I will definitely not let you lose face." Seeing the slight worry in Mu Hanyu's eyes, he waved his hand nonchalantly, joking that he was a man with the god-level appraisal system. "Your daddy and mommy, are we going to the antique street today? It's Grandpa's 70th birthday. We haven't seen Grandpa in a long..." "Oh, antique street. The young master even understands antique appraisal." Aunt Chin was surprised to hear the two talking. She had accompanied Mu Hanyu's mother before marrying into the Mu family, and had been around Chun Lao and Mu's mother, so she had some knowledge of appraisal due to Chun Lao being a well-known appraisal expert in China with many disciples. I know a little about it. He smiled slightly, but the maids were taken aback. Previously, when he said he knew a little about cooking and magic tricks, they didn't believe him. They thought he was just a big bad guy saying things to deceive them, making them now admire the mischievous young master. The Magic City Antique Street. As the largest antique trading market in the Magic City, it was a chaotic mix of all sorts of people, and it was the most active place for tomb raiding relics. Wow, so many toys. Just after parking the car, the two little ones were attracted by the toys displayed in the lobby of an amusement park near the antique street. They trotted over, their big eyes blinking as they stared at the myriad toys inside the claw machines. A row of about 7 or 8 claw machines filled with adorable stuffed animals were currently being played by a few little kids and their parents. Daddy, can you help us grab a toy? Ming Ming really wants one too. The two little ones acted cute and coaxed, drawing the attention of many tourists around. When they saw the incredibly adorable Tong Tong and Ming Ming, their eyes lit up. These two little ones were absolute charisma magnets. Wow, such cute little girls. They're so beautiful, like little fairies. I really want to take one home. The fair-skinned, beautiful young ladies in the amusement park were instantly captivated by Tong Tong and Ming Ming. They couldn't move their eyes fixed on the two little ones with undisguised possessiveness. But it wasn't surprising. The two little ones were simply too adorable, too sweet, too cute. Especially after being transformed by Yi Xian's Peach Blossom Immortal Brew, their cuteness and sweetness had reached a new level. As for the parents and single folks nearby, they looked at Yi Xian with envy and jealousy, silently lamenting in their hearts, had that guy saved the world in his past life, to have such two beautiful little sweethearts in this one. And that wasn't even all. Hadn't they noticed the stunningly beautiful woman standing beside him? Without a doubt, that beauty was how unfair. The gap between people could be this wide. They hadn't believed it before, but now they were utterly convinced. Hey, all right, you two little minxes. As he spoke, Yi Xian used his large hand to affectionately ruffle the heads of the two little ones. Tong Tong and Ming Ming closed their eyes, blissfully enjoying the sweet, loving gesture. They absolutely loved it when Daddy did that. Instantly, a wave of overwhelming sweetness spread through the venue, and the cloying affection brought knowing, happy smiles to everyone's faces. Mu Hanxue. This trio was spreading sweetness again. It was ridiculous. Had they ever considered her feelings, or anyone else's? At this moment, Mu Hanxue had to admit she was even feeling a little jealous. Although the big dummy before her belonged to her, he also belonged to the two little ones. Eating the affection of her own man and two little rivals was a truly complicated feeling, bitter, gratifying, and envious all at once. Such emotions could only be felt, not explained. Hee really, Daddy. Ming Ming knew Daddy loved us so much. Daddy, we love you super much. The two little ones' eyes were full of admiration and worship, their bright gazes fixed on their all-powerful father, and then in front of everyone, especially the singles, they planted a loving kiss on his cheek. Wow, I can't take it. This is too sweet, I can't even look. Mommy, what did I do wrong to see this first thing in the morning? I admit I'm jealous. These little girls are too cute. No comparison, no harm. Looking at my own brat, I really want to slap him and send him back, for invisible affection is the deadliest, but I have to admit this taste is pretty good. I'll come with big sister, you two little ones. Big sister will spoil you like crazy. This is too sweet. That super handsome guy is the Prince Charming in my heart. I feel like I'm falling in love. Chatter and complaints filled the venue, especially from the adorable girls with explosive charm. The impulse in their beautiful eyes almost made them rush over and forcibly take the two little girls away. Before they even started on the claw machines, Yi Xian and his two little ones had already spread their affectionate sweetness throughout every corner of the amusement park, completely overwhelming the tourists. The owner of the amusement park, a young man around 30, watched the trio spreading affection like the other tourists, and he too was stuffed with a mouthful of sweetness. A silly grin spread across his face, so carefree and joyful. Unconsciously, the amusement park owner glanced at his wife, who was exchanging tokens for tourists. She was also his wife. Originally, they had planned to save enough money before having children, but now his thoughts had completely changed. Compared to spreading affection with a daughter, making money was utterly insignificant. He had been so foolish. Then he looked at his wife again with burning eyes. The wife, who had just finished exchanging tokens, also felt the heat in her husband's gaze, and her pretty face flushed slightly. Was this guy about to lose control right here? Her dazed, beautiful eyes unconsciously turned to the center of the affection. Not only had her husband been moved, but she, as the wife, was also stirred. Deep in her heart, she felt an urge to start a baby-making plan with her man right away. Amidst the spreading sweetness, Yi Xian took the tokens he had exchanged and walked to the claw machine. Go, Daddy. Daddy. The two little ones cheered for their father, their sweet voices echoing in the now silent amusement park as everyone's attention was completely drawn to the trio. A sweet surprise attack, wave after wave, like the endless tides of the sea. Clink. The tokens dropped into the machine, granting one chance to grab a toy. The three-pronged claw moved precisely under Yi Xian's control, and his every action pulled the gazes and hearts of the two little ones and everyone else. After adjusting the position and angle about 5 or 6 times, he pressed the button. The claw descended at a visible speed toward the various toys. Tong Tong and Ming Ming stared with wide eyes at the claw controlled by their father, silently chanting, grab it, grab it. Mu Hanxue thought it unlikely he would succeed on the first try. After all, claw machines weren't that easy to win, otherwise the owner would go bankrupt. Before Mu Hangshu's thought even settled, the claw precisely grabbed a small Pikachu toy, lifted it, moved it to the chute, and released it. The toy was successfully retrieved. The seamless operation impressed many tourists. This guy was good. He got one on the first try? Lucky. Mu Hangshu, huh? She paused, clearly surprised by the success. That guy actually got it. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. The two little ones hurriedly took out the small Pikachu from the toy machine, their little faces filled with joy. TSK tisk, I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky. Indeed, this claw machine is incredibly difficult. Oh, I just tried 10 times without success. I'm a little better. I succeeded once after trying 7 or 8 times. Cough, cough. That's not important. Look at what that guy is about to do. He won't try to grab again, will he? At this moment, a tourist saw Yi Xian's next move at the claw machine and stuffed the coin in. When everyone turned to look, they saw the claw rapidly moving under Yi Xian's control. Position confirmed button pressed much faster than the first time. The claw, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, simultaneously grabbed 2 toys, a small Pikachu and a little yellow duck. Moreover, both toys were caught by their heads, and they began to rise, moving toward the toy exit. As soon as the 2 toys fell out simultaneously, everyone's pupils dilated. What the heck? A claw double catch. Mu Hanyue was stunned by the scene. That bastard. Could it be luck again? At this moment, Mu Hanyue hesitated. The first success could be attributed to luck, but this second time was also a double catch. This is no longer just a matter of luck. Hee wow, Daddy Tong Tong loves you so much. Daddy is. The 2 little ones saw a small Pikachu and a little yellow duck, each hugging one, their sweet voices filled with adoration. Hearing their daughter's admiration, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, feeling more motivated. The invisible dog food once again filled the mouths of the surrounding crowd. The sweetness of the 2 little ones' voices was truly enchanting, making others' bones feel weak. Wow, Big Brother is so amazing. Sniff sniff. My goodness, this handsome guy must be a claw machine master. His moves are completely smooth. Cough, cough. I feel like something big is going to happen today. The amusement park owner is in trouble. Be more confident. Just let go of that feeling. Wow, this handsome guy spoils his daughters too much. It makes me want to be his daughter too. It must be incredibly happy. Sniff sniff. The surrounding tourists were once again astonished. The probability of a double catch was too low. It might not even happen once in 1,000 attempts. Oh my gosh, look, that guy isn't going to catch 3 toys with 1 claw, is he? As the crowd buzzed, Yi Xian began a new round and directly grabbed 3 toys from the claw machine, shocking many tourists. As the crowd buzzed, Yi Xian began a new round and directly grabbed 3 toys. The owner and his wife exchanged glances, both seeing the unease and disbelief in each other's eyes. How could this be? With 1 claw, he caught 3 toys, and they successfully landed at the exit. This is a master. The owner and his wife then realized something. Catching 1 toy with 1 claw could be luck. Catching 2 toys could be said to be fortunate, but catching 3 with 1 claw, if they still called it luck, they couldn't even convince themselves. However, this was not the end. The next scene confirmed their suspicions in a most vivid manner. What? 1 claw catching 4 toys? As the owner and his wife pondered that things were not good, another scream rang out from the scene, and everyone's gaze towards Yi Xian changed completely. The shock in their eyes was overwhelming. Oh my goodness, this guy. Is this for real? So fierce. Catching 4 toys with 1 claw, what does that represent? It speaks volumes. This guy is definitely a claw machine. Listening to the astonished discussions of the crowd, Yi Xian remained unfazed. To him, this was perfectly normal. Moreover, this was before he had even used his abilities. If he utilized his magnetic powers, forget 1 claw catching 5, 6, 8, or even 10 would be effortless. Of course, that would be too absurd. Even now, this operation left the crowd in shock. Wow, wow, wow. The 2 little ones were also wide-eyed, sparkling like bright stars twinkling in the night sky. So many toys. Daddy, hee hee, amazing, so amazing, giggle giggle. The 2 little ones were filled with admiration and adoration for their omnipotent daddy, their most favorite daddy. So amazing, super, 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 super amazing. Sweet. The overwhelming sweetness of honey surged in their hearts, wrapping around them tightly. Daddy does all this for them. The feeling of being spoiled by daddy is truly, truly too happy. He. Hiss. Mu Hanyue gasped at this scene, her beautiful eyes fixed on the big rascal, that big pig hoof. He. How could he have done it? Although she didn't often play claw machines, she knew how difficult it was to grab toys from them. Forget about catching 4 toys with 1 claw. Even catching 3 or even 2 was a rare occurrence. One could imagine the impact this event had on everyone. The unbelievable scene prompted surrounding tourists to record it and upload it online. It would be a shame for such an amazing moment not to be known by more people. However, Yi Xian's operation did not stop. He continued his frenzied spree. 3 toys. 5 toys. Moments later, all the toys in the claw machine were grabbed by Yi Xian, maintaining a steady rate of 4 each time. The owner. Mu Hanyue. The surrounding tourists. This is ruthless. This wave is too ruthless. The owner's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably, unable to. My goodness, I've lost so much. I'm going home in my underwear. Dear Lord, please spare me. However, Yi Xian's operation continued. To make his 2 adorable daughters happy, he was determined to be the ultimate doting. After finishing 1 machine, he started to conquer another, and then the 3rd machine, the 4th machine. About 10 minutes later, as the crowd was left dumbfounded and shocked, Yi Xian's impressive performance came to an end. He had conquered 7 or 8 claw machines, and the 2 little ones were now buried under at least 100 dolls scattered all over the ground. With a thud, the amusement park owner saw this scene and directly knelt on the ground, his face pale as a sheet. Oh my goodness, can it be this ruthless? At least leave us a way out, oh dear boo-hoo. The amusement park owner was on the verge of tears while the owner's wife was in complete shock, her heart bleeding. Although she was also eating the overly sweet dog food, she couldn't help but envy the two little ones. All these claw machines were earned with their hard-earned money. A plan for creating people. To hell with that plan. Today has been a huge loss. What to do? It feels so miserable. Are you joking? At this rate, I won't even be able to afford to raise myself, let alone create people. Looking at the toys scattered around the claw machines, Xuan shot a sharp glance at a certain big pig hoof. That bastard really dotes on the two little ones too much. Honestly, she couldn't bear to watch anymore. Tong Tong and Ming Ming nearly liked the toys inside the claw machines, yet this big fool directly grabbed all the toys out. Is it really necessary? This operation makes it seem like he's showing off how much he spoils his daughters. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of visitors swallowing saliva echoed through the venue, leaving everyone present in a day. This is... Oh my gosh, I can't be dreaming. Cough, cough. Did this guy really clear out all the toys from 7 or 8 claw machines? This is too ruthless. The owner and his wife must have long doubted their life choices. We need to know the psychological shadow area of the owner and his wife. Hearing the envious discussions around them, Tong Tong and Ming Ming were beaming with happiness. Daddy truly spoiled them. Choose 2 that you like. We should be leaving now. He fondly rubbed the little ones' noses, completely ignoring the pile of toys, looking so calm, as if those toys had nothing to do with him. MMM. The two little ones nodded eagerly, then excitedly began to choose their toys, leaving the amusement park owner and his wife stunned. In the end, each little one picked a small yellow duck and a Pikachu, and they left the amusement park with Daddy. Thank you. The owner, coming back to his senses, felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. That guy is a good person. The surrounding visitors witnessing this scene recalled the moments that had just occurred. 1 claw, 4 toys. This scene was enough for them to boast about for half a month. After leaving the amusement park, Xuan still found it hard to believe what had just happened, casting a complex glance at Xuan, wanting to say something, but hesitating, ultimately unable to hold back. How did you do that? Wanna know? Seeing the curious gaze of the stunning beauty, he looked her up and down. Tonight, when I share the bed, I'll tell you everything one by one. Xuan, you bastard. Hearing the shameless guy's words, Xuan wished she could bite him to death. Say what you want, who cares, who likes to hear it hum. She glared at Xuan with gritted teeth, choosing not to speak further, fearing she might lose control and end up in a brawl with him. Listening to their parents' playful banter, Tong Tong and Ming Ming were all smiles. Daddy was teasing Mommy again. As the family headed towards the antique street, the scene of Xuan's amazing claw machine skills went viral online. Soon it reached the Magic City University. Wow, that's the boss. In the breakfast cafeteria of Magic City University, Lu Feihu stared wide-eyed at the video. Boss, are you? A cough, cough. It really is the boss playing the claw machine. What a godly operation. 1 claw, 4 toys. The boss truly lives up to his title, even playing the claw machine with such finesse. The 3 of them watched the screen from the moment Xuan started grabbing from the claw machine until all the machines were cleaned out. Lin Xiaoyan and the others were left in astonishment. They had never heard of the boss being so skilled at claw machines, and cough, cough. This kind of behavior shows he is seriously addicted to spoiling his daughter. He directly cleaned out all the claw machines in the amusement park. This operation was too ruthless. If I were the owner, I would have already cried out in the restroom. Lu Feihu pondered for a moment before speaking. Not only the 3 of them, but other students at Magic City University were also stunned by the viral video, once again causing a commotion over their idol Xuan. Yuanqing peony pattern vase, modern high imitation. Height 44 centimeters, mouth diameter 5 centimeters, made using traditional pottery techniques. The seams are obvious. The shape is ancient and elegant, giving a sense of solemnity, grandeur, and beauty. Estimated value 2,000 renminbi. Stork fish stone axe pattern, colored pottery, jar, Qing dynasty high imitation. Red pottery, height 47 centimeters, mouth diameter 32.7 centimeters, bottom diameter 19.5 centimeters. One side of the jar's outer wall features the famous stork fish stone axe pattern. The pattern is 37 centimeters high and 44 centimeters wide. Estimated value 1,500 renminbi. Arriving at the antique street, a plethora of antique information flooded before their eyes. Unsurprisingly, most were high-quality fakes with very few genuine items available. Finding a true treasure in the antique street was extremely difficult, as no one is a fool. Good items have long been hidden away and would not be traded here. Wow, Daddy, it's so lively here. It's even livelier than the temple fair in Daddy's hometown. Listening to the chaotic sounds of vendors calling out, the 2 little ones chirped excitedly like 2 birds that had just flown out of a cage. Xuan, I must remind you, my grandfather is a renowned antique appraisal expert. Are you sure you can find genuine goods here? To be honest, although Xuan was excellent in many aspects, she really didn't believe he could find items that would satisfy her. Just as Xuan was about to reply, his gaze fell on a nearby stall, specifically on a wine jar displayed there. Warring States, glazed bottle, genuine item from the Warring States period. The patina is thick and profound, the wear is delicate and appropriate, it has an intense sense of age, the texture is warm and smooth, the color is rich and beautiful, and the shape is unique, hand-carved phoenix, with exquisite craftsmanship. Estimated value 5 million. Huh. Seeing the good item, Xuan was momentarily taken aback, and a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. This divine-level appraisal ability is truly extraordinary. It is the nemesis of genuine and fake antiques. He lifted his foot and headed towards that stall. Hey daddy, wait for us. Mu wants you at you. Seeing that Xuan completely ignored her, she couldn't help but glare at that big pig hoof. How infuriating. Did that big fool even hear her speaking? If that jerk embarrasses her at her grandfather's birthday, it wouldn't just be his loss, even her parents would lose face. Boss, how much for this wine jar? Oh. Seeing a discerning customer approaching the vendor, old Wang brightened his eyes, scanning Xuan's group with a careful glance. Noticing their extraordinary demeanor, he felt a thrill. A discerning customer has arrived. This handsome guy has great eyesight. This is a wine jar from the Warring States period. At a glance I can tell you're an expert, or else I wouldn't have caught this item so quickly. Old Wang, who lied without blinking, was used to saying such things. However, this statement was met with eye rolls from the surrounding stall owners. Nonsense about a Warring States wine jar. They knew that old Wang had bought that thing from a pretty girl for $100 yesterday. Clearly old Wang wanted to gouge him. Pausing briefly, old Wang then put on a dramatic performance, gritting his teeth, as if he was suffering a great loss. How about this? Since I see you're a straightforward person, just 1000. For only 1000 you can take this Warring States wine jar away. Surrounding stall owners almost jumped up. 1000. Damn, this old Wang is truly bold, raising the price 100-fold in an instant. However, including old Wang, they had no idea what this wine jar really was, and what happened next would directly make this greedy vendor lose half his life. But that is a story for later. 100,000. This price made the surrounding vendors inwardly curse old Wang's shamelessness, but along with their silent complaints, envy and jealousy inevitably flickered in their eyes. If the deal went through, they would definitely make him treat them to a lavish dinner tonight. 10,000. He gazed at the Warring States glazed goblet and spoke calmly. He would not allow stall owner old Wang to demand an exorbitant price, but 10,000 was enough to tempt him, as it already far exceeded the previous owner's expectations. Huh. Hearing Xuan's words, stall owner old Wang was startled. 10,000. This already multiplied his profit 100-fold. What a big spender this was. Ahem. Handsome guy, your bargaining is too ruthless, cutting it by 10 times. How about this? 80,000. Take it for 80,000, and let's be friends. Stall owner old Wang spoke with a look as if he had suffered a great loss. His masterful acting would fool anyone who didn't know him, but this scene was witnessed by the neighboring stall owners who knew him all too well, and they inwardly cursed old Wang as a scoundrel. Damn it. How had they never noticed old Wang's shamelessness before? It completely redefined their understanding of shamelessness. Although they themselves wished they could be as shameless as old Wang, in their eyes there was nothing shameful about being shameless. Money was what mattered. Let alone shamelessness. If the money was enough, they would even sell their conscience. 10,000. Xuan was completely unmoved by old Wang's chatter, and his voice remained calm as he spoke. Stall owner, old Wang. Handsome guy, you see. We work hard under the sun and wind, earning a meager living. Could you at least raise the price a little? How about 70,000? Just 70,000, how about it? The excitement in old Wang's heart diminished a bit. If he could earn more, who would want to earn less? Final price 10,000. Stall owner, old Wang. 60,000. 10,000. After about 2 or 3 minutes, old Wang's joy sank to its lowest point. He sighed regretfully. Forget it. Seeing how straightforward you are, fine. 10,000 it is. One hand paid, the other delivered. Xuan carefully put away the Warring States glazed goblet, while old Wang gleefully counted the 10,000 yuan in his hand. Even though the transaction didn't fetch a higher price, the scene was enough to make the surrounding stall owners green with envy. Take care, handsome guy, come again next time. Old Wang gleefully waved goodbye to Xuan and his family, his face full of sycophantic smiles. Mu Hanshua looked at old Wang's expression. The value of the Warring States glazed goblet was now obvious. So this was what that bastard meant by a mere scratch of the surface. No sooner had Xuan's family walked a short distance than the surrounding stall owners crowded around. Wow, old Wang, you're something. Damn, you bought it for 100 and flipped it for 10,000. I don't care, you're treating us to a big dinner tonight. Yeah, you made a great deal early in the morning. Listening to the envious and jealous remarks around him, old Wang beamed with joy, feeling very pleased. You'll treat everyone tonight. No one can miss it. In his good mood, old Wang was unusually generous and readily. However, at the same time, Xuan, who had not gone far, was stopped by a knowledgeable middle-aged man. Judging from his attire, he was clearly well off. Brother, please wait. The middle-aged man stopped Xuan, his eyes fixed on the Warring States glazed goblet, unable to look away. May I take a look at this antique of yours? Tong Tong and Meng Meng saw someone stopping their dad, and curiously looked at the uncle. Mu Hanshua clearly sensed the middle-aged man's intention and felt a sense of unease. Could it be that the goblet was not ordinary? Of course. Xuan, who had picked up the bargain, generously handed the Warring States glazed goblet to the middle-aged man, who took it carefully. After examining it for a while, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Brother, would you sell this goblet to me? He'll offer 100,000. After a moment of deliberation, the middle-aged man made a direct bid, concealing the gleam in his eyes well. Wow, 100,000. The two little ones heard the uncle's words and blinked their big sparkling eyes. That was a lot, though they didn't know exactly how much 100,000 was. Mu Hanshua, 100,000. Hearing the middle-aged man's bid, her heart could no longer remain calm. Being able to name such a price clearly proved that the goblet that big jerk had bought was not ordinary. Warring States glazed goblet, and you want to take it for 100,000. He'll offer 200,000. Before Xuan could respond, another knowledgeable person approached, and couldn't help but bid 200,000. He'll offer 300,000. 500,000. The middle-aged man heard the bids around him, his expression darkening slightly. 1 million. Huh. Mu Hanshue saw the middle-aged man's expression and felt a jolt in her heart. Although 1 million seemed like pocket change to her for ordinary people, it was a considerable sum. 1,100,000. Then a round of bidding began again, and the scene turned into a small auction. On the other side, stall owner Old Wang and others saw the commotion not far away. Hey, what's happening over there? Isn't that the young man who bought Old Wang's goblet? It seems a group of people are bidding for that goblet. What? Could it be that Warring States glazed goblet is real? The surrounding stall owners vaguely heard the clamor from afar. Oh my god, the bidding has already exceeded over 1 million. This. With a swish, everyone's eyes turned to stall owner Old Wang, who was now pale-faced, his eyes full of disbelief. He jumped up from his seat. No. Impossible, how could that goblet be real? Staggering, the unease in Old Wang's heart grew stronger. That goblet was worth over 1 million, 10 times the price he sold it for. What had he missed? A slip in the gutter. Yes, that was the phrase that surfaced in Old Wang's mind at this moment. The scenes just now played like a movie before his eyes. Now thinking carefully, something was off. The guy who bought his goblet was very suspicious. His target was precise, his price firm, as if he had set his sights on that goblet from the very beginning, and there was not a trace of panic on his face. All the evidence pointed to one thing: that guy was a master of antiques. What a huge loss. Damn, the bidding over there has reached 3 million. At this moment, a stall owner who was watching the bidding nearby widened his eyes and nearly screamed. Everyone's heart shook. 3 million. This. All the stall owners nearly bit their tongues. As for Old Wang, he staggered underfoot, his face drained of color, and his intestines were green with regret. 5 million. At this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. It was another middle-aged man, named Feng Jingting, owner of an antique shop, who often came to the antique street to hunt for bargains. Today he happened to come across a Warring States glazed goblet identical to the one he had previously auctioned, and he directly named the auction price from his collection. Sure enough, the words caused an uproar. 5,100,000. Among the competitors, an old man who loved this goblet gritted his teeth and bid a premium. 6 million. Feng Jingting smiled slightly without any hesitation and directly raised the price to the ceiling of 6 million. The old man who had just bid struggled with his expression, finally shaking his head bitterly. Obviously the goblet wasn't worth this price. Hearing this price, Old Wang's blood rushed upward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire demeanor instantly became listless. What had he missed? 6 million. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000. 6 million. That's an unimaginable sum. Tong Tong and Meng Meng adorably counted on their fingers, sweetly calculating how much Papa had earned from selling that wine cup, though clearly 6 million far exceeded their comprehension. 6 million. That big oaf. Mu Hanshue pressed her vermilion lips together, then recalled Yi Xian's offhand remark. Merely a superficial grasp. A wine vessel purchased for 10,000 yuan had just resold for 6 million, a 600-fold profit. This rogue truly understood antique appraisal, and not merely in passing. His mastery ran astonishingly deep. How many secrets does he still conceal from me? As Mu Hanshue pondered, Feng Jingting had already completed the transaction with Yi Xian, clutching the Warring States era lapis luster wine vessel, identical to the one at home. Feng Jingting rejoiced inwardly. If both vessels were auctioned simultaneously, their combined value would dwarf mere addition. At that moment, a graceful figure hurried to Old Wang's stall. Boss, hurry. Return the Warring States lapis luster wine vessel you bought from me yesterday. I've changed my mind. I won't sell it after all. A vision of campus elegance swept into the market, speaking without preamble. Her name was Feng Mingyao, freshman beauty of Xuan University, pursued by countless admirers. Yesterday, while helping her father clean his treasure vault, she'd spotted a wine vessel lying discarded on the floor, mistaking it for rubbish, and sold it at the antique market for 100 yuan. Only this morning, upon seeing her father's auction invoice, did she learn it was the very same vessel he'd acquired for 5 million yuan. If her father discovered she'd sold his treasured artifact, her fate would be dire. Undoubtedly a severe beating. Puff. Pale-faced Old Wang had barely caught his breath when the girl interrupted. Young lady, it's not that I won't give it back. Before Old Wang could recover, Feng Mingyao cut him off. Money. I understand the rules. Here, 1,000. No, 10,000 yuan. Sell me that wine vessel now. Old Wang remained silent. His heart ached bitterly. This loss cut deeper than any wound. Too little. 50,000. Hurry up. At that, Old Wang felt fresh blood surge, near fainting. While neighboring stall owners rushed over, Old Wang stayed calm. Breathe deeply. Seeing his distress, Feng Mingyao bristled. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't push your luck. Impatient, she clenched her teeth. 100,000. 100,000 yuan. Hand over that vessel now, or don't blame me for what follows. Her voice dropped, laced with veiled threat and unmistakable authority. Her grandfather presided over the Imperial Capital Writers Association. Her father owned a prestigious antiquities firm. Raised as a pampered heiress, she possessed both pedigree and prowess, holding a third-degree black belt in judo, capable of subduing 5 burly men single-handedly. You. Spit. Feng Mingyao's relentless pressure proved too much. Old Wang, pushed past endurance, erupted in another violent cough of blood, vivid against the ground. Old Wang, are you all right? Fellow vendors rushed forward, steadying him, then turned to Feng Mingyao with pained smiles. Little miss, please, just stop talking. That wine vessel isn't even here anymore. It was sold moments ago to a young man for 10,000 yuan. If you hurry, you might still catch him. Pausing, sensing his plea lacked weight, he added urgently, push him further, and you'll cause a fatality. Yes, miss, go chase him now. Other stall owners chimed in, genuinely alarmed by old Wang's deteriorating state. Yet their intervention only ignited Feng Mingyao's fury anew. What did you say? 10,000 yuan, to a young man? Stunned, her beautiful eyes narrowed, locking onto old Wang. Blind fool. No wonder you're spitting blood. You. The words choked old Wang. Fury surged, blood rose violently, and another crimson spray arced across the ground. He collapsed unconscious before uttering another syllable. Old Wang. Hey, old Wang, wake up. Panic seized the vendors. They swarmed around him, frantic. Humph. Better dead than alive, Feng Mingyao scoffed coldly. If I don't retrieve that vessel, I'll smash your entire stall. The surrounding vendors exchanged silent, uneasy glances. Suddenly 10,000 yuan no longer tasted sweet. Meanwhile, Feng Mingyao dashed in the direction indicated, only to freeze mid-stride, ducking behind a corner, hand fluttering to her chest. Good heavens. Father. Here. Back at the antique market again. No, what's that in his hand? A Warring States lapis luster wine vessel. This. Surely not. Could it be the very same vessel father just bought from that young man? The implications. Feng Mingyao dared not emerge. Should her father realize the vessel he'd purchased matched the one displayed at home, the consequences would be catastrophic. She'd be beaten senseless. Mother of mercy, I must call grandfather and mama immediately. Father's wrath would shatter my fragile frame. Quick-witted Feng Mingyao instantly summoned her two strongest allies, a move practiced with effortless familiarity, suggesting it wasn't her first such emergency. Elsewhere, the two little girls' admiration for Papa had soared beyond description. He knew all along, didn't he? Of course he did. Didn't he buy that cup right away? Though unaware of the vessel's true worth, they'd read the awe and fierce bidding on every elder's face. Papa had once again stolen the spotlight. HMPH. Our Papa is definitely the handsomest, most amazing one ever. Their words drew envious, admiring glances toward Yi Xian from the crowd, yet all stood awestruck, reflecting on the staggering 6 million yuan sale. For the first time, they grasped the vast chasm-like gulf between human beings. Mu Hanshua listened entranced to the girl's pure adoration. Deeply moved, for this scene utterly surpassed her. Flashbacks replayed, each confirming Yi Xian's extraordinary connoisseurship. Yet she'd never imagined how deeply he'd concealed his talents, not even sharing them with her. A sudden fierce urge to bite him raw surged within her, so infuriating, so maddening. Congratulations, host. You've earned 266 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You've earned 266 daddy points from Ming Ming. Congratulations, host. You've earned 266 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host. You've earned 266 daddy points from Ming Ming. As Yi Xian absorbed these daddy points, his daughter's devotion visibly deepened. A tender, intoxicating smile curved his lips, an expression so captivating that had any lovely maidens witnessed it, they'd surely have been thrown into tumultuous rapture. With the Warring States lapis luster vessel incident concluded, Yi Xian recalled his true purpose in visiting the antique market, selecting a gift for Mu Hanshua's maternal grandfather. His gaze swept across stalls, nearly all counterfeit with only occasional genuine pieces of modest value. Walking leisurely, he savored the girl's cheerful chatter, a delight unto itself. Then he paused before a stall, drawn not by the vendor, but by a scroll displayed there, none other than Wang Shiji's legendary Orchid Pavilion Preface. Orchid Pavilion Preface, authentic calligraphy by Wang Shiji. Exquisitely fluid and elegant, each character a masterpiece, strokes dancing like celestial choreography, as if guided by divine hands. Revered by generations of calligraphers as the supreme pinnacle of art. Its appraisal value incalculable. Well, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed upon reading the placard. An incalculable treasure, Wang Shiji himself, the sage of calligraphy. Even the Orchid Pavilion Preface's authentic scroll had surfaced. Was the system orchestrating his grand entrance at Mu Hanshua's grandfather's birthday banquet? To miss such a peerless treasure would be unforgivable. He'd rather dash his head against tofu. At that thought, a mysterious, knowing smile graced his lips. Mu Hanshua caught that mischievous grin, and her heart skipped a beat. What mischief is he plotting now? Could it be another antique discovery? Earlier she'd dismissed such thoughts, but witnessing the 6 million yuan sale moments ago made skepticism impossible. Yi Xian, have you found another antique? Her voice held quiet uncertainty, yet deep conviction. Whenever that smile appeared, someone inevitably suffered grievous loss. Hearing his peerless wife's question, Yi Xian playfully pinched her breathtakingly beautiful cheek, his voice rich with affection and magnetic warmth. She who knows me best is my wife. TCH. What on earth are you doing? Mu Hanshua was startled by this bold, unexpected move from the brash young man. Her delicate cheeks flushed crimson instantly. This was the antique market teeming with people and gossip. Had he lost his senses? Ah, the one who truly knows me is my wife. Goosebumps prickled her skin, and his words were unbearably saccharine. Oh sir, what would you like to purchase? My prices are absolutely fair. No deception, young or old alike treated with equal honesty. You may ask anyone about Tong Laosan's reputation. I guarantee it stands unimpeachable. With a customer at hand, Tong Laosan launched into a torrent of fluent, unrestrained exaggeration. His shift into merchant mode seamless, effortless, his tongue as nimble as old Wang's from the neighboring stall, if not more so. Nearby vendors exchanged subtle, knowing eye rolls. Their silent verdict clear: not a word of Tong Laosan's boasts held any credibility. Yet that hardly mattered. What mattered was that his silver tongue had closed countless deals, unfailingly effortlessly. Humph, how much for this calligraphy? Just as he had done with old Wang, he cut straight to the point. No pretense, no roundabout flattery. Why bother? His time was precious, far better spent doting on his two adorable daughters or strolling beside his beautiful wife among fluttering butterflies pondering life's quiet profundities. Was that not infinitely more enriching? Life is fleeting. Joy seized in the moment is its truest essence. Oh! Upon noticing Yi Xian's gaze lingering upon the orchid pavilion, prefaced Tong Laosan feigned mild astonishment, then slipped into thoughtful silence, though his eyes gleamed with sharp calculating light and soon curved into a sly fox-like smile. Sir, you're clearly a connoisseur. Very well, I won't deceive you. This is a masterful Ming Dynasty forgery of the orchid pavilion preface. Normally I charge no less than 150,000 yuan, but today fate has brought us together. So 100,000 yuan. For just 100,000 yuan, this orchid pavilion preface is yours. What do you say? Good heavens. 15,000 for others, but only 10 for fate. Tong Laosan truly spun falsehoods with breathtaking audacity. Surely no one was foolish enough to miss the trick. This time Tong Laosan had rushed things far too hastily. He ought to have drawn it out, built anticipation. Agreed. 10,000 yuan, it's mine. Before nearby vendors could even finish their thoughts, a thunderclap of agreement shattered the air, leaving them momentarily stunned minds blank. What in the world? That young man actually agreed? Impossible. How could it be? So swiftly, so unquestioned. Not only the surrounding merchants. Tong Laosan himself stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Yi Xian's reaction defied all expectation. Too easy, too smooth, too surreal. Wait, shouldn't he have haggled? Tong Laosan had even prepared every possible counteroffer, rehearsed every bargaining tactic. Mu Hanxue watched Yi Xian's decisive move, her beautiful eyes narrowing thoughtfully as she studied the brash young man. This man. Could it be that this orchid pavilion preface wasn't a forgery at all, but genuine? No, surely not. The original by sage calligrapher Wang Shiji vanished centuries ago. Could it possibly surface here? Is something amiss? Do you hesitate? Seeing Tong Laosan's dazed expression, Yi Xian smiled faintly. After all, sudden fortune often left one breathless, disoriented. After a moment's stunned silence, Tong Laosan snapped back to reality and pinched himself hard beneath his sleeve. Ah, cough, yes. Of course I agree. The twin girls giggled softly at Tong Laosan's flustered demeanor, knowing full well their father had once again astonished everyone around them. And so in Tong Laosan's dazed state, the transaction for Wang Shiji's orchid pavilion preface was completed. 10,000 yuan transferred, instantly, goods handed over without delay. Goodness gracious. Nearby vendors stared dumbfounded. What? Just done it. 10,000 yuan. Good heavens, this man squandered money like water. Only after Yi Xian carefully rolled the orchid pavilion preface into its scroll and walked away did the surrounding merchants surge forward en masse, eyes shimmering with naked envy fixed upon Tong Laosan. My word, Tong Laosan, you've struck gold. Damn, 10,000 yuan. Just, wow, what a windfall. Hey, I'll admit it, I'm green with envy. But that young man, he's obscenely wealthy. Did you see how he paid? Not a flicker of hesitation. Exactly. Poverty narrows our imagination. Such wealth, such ease. Pleasures we'll never fathom in this life. Amidst the chorus of envious praise, Tong Laosan's face blossomed into pure, unadulterated delight, his heart swelling with triumph. 10,000 yuan. That was several months' earnings, a rush beyond words. Yet as the saying goes, brilliance rarely lasts 3 seconds. Then, disaster struck. A figure burst onto the scene, breathless and frantic. Hey, Tong Laosan, have you seen a young man? With a woman, and a pair of astonishingly adorable twin girls. Phew. He exhaled sharply, nearly collapsing, then caught his breath, and continued urgently. Listen carefully. You must not sell anything to that young man. Tong Laosan, all eyes turned toward him in unison, the message unmistakable. That young man. Likely the young man just described. And yet, he'd just purchased Tong Laosan's orchid pavilion preface, and paid 10,000 yuan without blinking. Why not? A cold dread coiled in Tong Laosan's gut. His colleague's frantic urgency spoke volumes. True to form, upon hearing the question, the man swallowed hard. You may find this unbelievable. Moments ago, that very man outwitted old Wang, the veteran dealer of our district. He bought a Warring States era glass Xuan from old Wang for just 10,000 yuan, then recognized it as genuine. He flipped it immediately to a tycoon for 6 million yuan. Profit, 5.99 million yuan. Inhuman. Boom. The words struck Tong Laosan like 5 thunderbolts detonating inside his skull. What? That youth bought a Warring States glass Xuan for 10,000, and resold it for 6 million. A profit of nearly 6 million. Then, his own orchid pavilion preface sold for 10,000. Could it possibly be Wang Shiji's authentic masterpiece? The genuine work of Wang Shiji. At this thought, Tong Laosan's face turned ashen. The scenes just now flooded back into his mind, replaying over and over, intensifying the ominous feeling in his heart. Something is off. Yes, far too off. That young man had bought the Lanting Su in less than 2 minutes from start to finish. It was so fast that Tong Laosan hadn't even had time to react. With a thud, Tong Laosan collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, his face etched with regret and pain. He bitterly regretted not having given it a second thought. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The nearby stall owners, seeing Tong Laosan's state, silently swallowed their saliva, having also come to the same realization as their colleague. That fellow dealer was dumbfounded. Ahem. Tong Lao on you. You didn't sell something to that guy, did you? Dazed for a moment, the dealer vaguely sensed what had happened. He stared wide-eyed at Tong Lao-san. He had already notified him as quickly as possible, but he was still too late. A sharp intake of breath. Don't say another word. Tong Lao-san sold that Lanting Su which had been appraised as a high-quality imitation to that young man. Alas, if that young man is as formidable as you say, then the Lanting Su Tong Lao-san sold is likely the genuine article. The Lanting Su is a priceless treasure. The surrounding stall owners looked at Tong Lao-san with pity, no longer envying him. By missing out on a priceless treasure, he had let slip a life-changing opportunity. Today's affair would haunt Tong Lao-san with regret for the rest of his life. Upon hearing the words of the surrounding dealers, the messenger, who had come to warn him, spat out a mouthful of tea. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tong Lao-san. What? The Lanting Su? You mean the Lanting Su by Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy? This? Oh my god, this is a... These words shook the messenger to the core, stirring up a storm within him. Was this a joke? Having sold for an astronomical 6 million just 10,000 ago, if that Lanting Su was indeed genuine, the entire antique world would be thrown into an uproar. Having walked a considerable distance from the stall, Mu Hanxue glanced at the scroll in Yi Xian's hand, unable to contain her curiosity. Yi Xian, is this really the authentic Lanting Su? Genuine. Of course, your man is quite formidable. Mu Hanxue was speechless. Who's your woman? You're so Intending to probe further, Mu Hanxue was caught off guard by Yi Xian's sudden flirtation, and she threw a sharp glare at that. He, Daddy and Mommy are showing their love again. MHM, we love watching Daddy and Mommy show their love. The two little ones' attention was clearly not on the Lanting Su, but on their parents. In their eyes, Mommy and Daddy were far more interesting than any calligraphy, especially when they were flirting and when Mommy got teased by Daddy. If Mu Hanxue knew what the two little ones were thinking, she might have hung them up by their feet. Just as Yi Xian and his family were about to leave the antique street, a faint trace of murderous intent emerged from the shadows behind them. A slight curve lifted at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. He then led Mu Hanxue and their daughters into a secluded alley. Daddy, why are we here? Tong Tong and Ming Ming asked with curiosity. Mu Hangshu's expression darkened, sensing something amiss, because as they entered the alley, she clearly saw 3 men with ill intentions following them. He, of course, to treat our little princesses to a show. He affectionately pinched their little noses, then turned his gaze toward a certain direction. You've been following for so long, aren't you coming out? So it's true. Mu Hanxue had only suspected earlier, but now Yi Xian's words confirmed her conjecture. You're a bold one, knowing we were following and still coming here. You must be pretty confident. A laugh rang out, and then 3 figures emerged from the alley's entrance, blocking their way. With a flash, knives appeared, and Kid, be smart and hand over the scroll and the 6 million, or else we'll make sure you bleed right here. The lead robber snorted coldly, a sinister smile on his lips. But the impulsive third robber sneered, Boss, why waste words? Kill the man, and as for the woman and kids. Hee. As he spoke, the third robber, brandishing his knife, advanced toward the 4 of them. Yi Xian paid no heed to the petty thugs, even with their sharp weapons. Instead, he gently stroked the heads of the 2 little ones. Tong Tong, Ming Ming, you take care of the bad guy. Let Daddy see how much. Mu Hanxue was taken aback. Daddy wants us to beat up the bad guy. That sounds like fun. The 2 little ones stepped forward, mimicking their father's words. Daddy and Mommy will protect you. Are you kidding? Boss, looks like that kid is just a useless pretty boy. The third robber laughed, seeing the 2 little ones step forward. But the little ones' faces showed anger. Big bad guy, don't talk about Daddy like that. They knew what pretty boy meant. Daddy wasn't one. That bad guy was so annoying. With a swift motion, the 2 little ones, following what Daddy had taught them, raised their tiny fists and charged at the bad guy. Anyone who spoke ill of Daddy was a bad person. What adorable little girls. The taste later will surely be. Before the third robber could finish his thought and swat the little ones away, he felt an unbearable pain in his foot, followed by a punch like a pile driver to his abdomen. With a bang, he fell backward, his head hitting the ground with a dull thud, leaving him dazed and confused. Yi Xian, who had already spread his divine magnetism throughout the alley, smiled knowingly. This outcome was expected. Although the little ones had only learned the basics, dealing with ordinary thugs was a breeze, even though they were just over 2 years old. But one must not forget the miraculous effects of Yi Xian's Peach Blossom Immortal Brew. The 2 little ones were practically born with superhuman strength. What? Impossible. The first and second robbers stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. The third robber had been taken down by 2 little girls just over 2 years old. A piercing scream erupted from the third robber's mouth. The broken bones in his foot and the excruciating pain in his abdomen were unlike anything he had ever experienced. Wow, Daddy were really this strong. Tong Tong and Ming Ming looked at their own hands in amazement. They hadn't even used their... Mu Hanxue was stunned. But then the 2 little ones' eyes sparkled. That bad guy was no match for them at all. Bad guy, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Letting you talk bad about Daddy, Ming Ming, is going to beat you up. In an instant, the 2 little ones transformed into rampaging little girls, raining down blows and kicks on the third robber. Having been completely transformed by the Peach Blossom Immortal Brew, every strike carried a force far beyond that of an ordinary person. The sound of cracking bones was audible, accompanied by the third robber's screams of agony. Damn. Third. This is a tough nut. Second, let's take them together. The first and second robbers, seeing their comrade being pummeled by the rampaging little girls, were dumbfounded. They realized that these little ones, despite their size, possessed extraordinary strength. Go. The two fierce robbers charged at the little ones with their knives, but they severely underestimated Tong Tong and Ming Ming's agility and coordination. In a flurry of kicks and punches, the first and second robbers were subdued, joining the third robber's fate. Soon the alley was filled with the sounds of beating and the cracking of bones. Letting you talk bad about Daddy. You bad guys, Ming Ming is going to beat you up. Anyone who speaks ill of Daddy is a bad person. The sound of cracking bones was incessant. Mu Hanxue stood in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief, listening to the screams and watching her two little ones who had turned into rampaging little girls. Ahem. Were these her super cute and adorable daughters? Could it be? The adorable and cute daughter transforms into a rampaging little girl, leaving Mu Hanxue momentarily stunned, wondering how that guy managed to pull it off. Three robbers armed with daggers are no match for the two little ones who are merely 2.5 years old. Honestly, it's a bit too surreal. Listening to the two little ones venting their anger at the big clumsy guy nearby, Mu Hanxue felt somewhat speechless, the vocabulary of protecting the little demoness flooding her mind. She truly did not know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the anger of the two little ones began to subside. Alright, if this goes on, something bad will happen. After all, Ye Xian's original intention was merely to test the two little ones, and the results were somewhat satisfactory. Daddy, they said bad things about you, how wicked. Those big bad guys are too detestable. The two little ones complained sweetly, leaving Mu Hanxue in a daze, as if the scene just now was a dream, completely unable to connect it with the current images of the two little ones. If the outside world were to find out, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar, especially with how fierce and adorable the two little ones looked, making it impossible not to love them. While others are obsessed with protecting their daughters, here the two little ones have become obsessed with protecting their daddy. Undeniably, this is one of the most blissful moments for countless fathers, being protected by such little lovers. That feeling is truly marvelous, something only those who have experienced it can fully understand. In the dark alley, the sounds of screams echoed, and no one could believe that this scene was accomplished by two little toddlers. Ye Xian left the dark alley with the two adorable little ones and his dazed, beautiful wife. A gentle breeze swept by while the three robbers inside felt nothing but sorrow and resentment, never imagining that they, carrying lives on their backs, would be ruthlessly tormented by two small children. Hiss! Damn it, just wait. If I don't make you die, I'll write my name backwards. The leader of the robbers had a fierce expression, vowing to repay today's humiliation 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold, you bastards. The second and third robbers also had fierce glints in their eyes, clearly sharing the same thoughts as their big brother. As the three robbers wore expressions of resentment and fury, a shadow quietly arrived at the scene, gazing at the three robbers whose bones were shattered beyond recognition. The ghostly figure gasped, shock evident as they looked towards the direction where the young master and the two little ones had left. My goodness, the young master is incredible. What kind of little monsters has he trained these two to be? Who? The three robbers struggled to support each other to get up, their leader on high alert. Who are you? It's no wonder they were so cautious. They had already been severely injured by the two fierce little ones, leaving them with no combat capability and their lives hanging by a thread. Who am I? The ghostly figure sneered at the heavily injured robbers, who in his eyes were not even worth considering, coldly snorting. You insulted my young master and young mistress and attacked my two little princesses. So tell me, who do you think I am? What? This is bad. The years of instinct led the ghostly figure to sense an extremely intense aura of danger from them, and just then a chilling voice that brought them despair rang out. I am here to kill you. Since you chose to act, be prepared to die. As the voice fell, a flash of blade light passed, 3 sprays of bright red blood erupted, and the trio of robbers ended their brief lives, turning into 3 corpses lying lifelessly on the ground. He certainly understood what his young master meant. Then the ghostly figure vanished from the scene as if everything had never happened, yet the 3 corpses in the alley continuously testified to the shocking events that had just transpired. Between heaven and earth there was a profound silence. On the way back to the villa, the 2 little ones were also quite excited. Hee, Daddy, it turns out you taught us so well. Those 3 big bad guys are no match for us. Clearly the 2 little ones were very happy, because they could also discipline the bad guys like Daddy. We 2 cute little princesses are learning quite well, but... After a pause, he said earnestly, you must remember, even though you are powerful, you cannot use this as a reason to bully others, and try not to resort to violence. Daddy teaches you these things just so you won't be bullied. You must never bully others. Listening to Ye Xian's earnest teachings, Mu Hanxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid the 2 little ones would grow up to be rampaging little girls. Oh, we understand, Daddy. As they listened to Daddy's words, Tong Tong and Ming Ming bobbed their heads like little chicks pecking at rice, and although they were happy to discipline the bad guys, they knew that what Daddy said was certainly right. Dingling, just then a phone rang from the car. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, he hesitated for a moment before picking it up. Hey bro, it's Lao Wang. I'm in urgent need of money right now. Can you lend me some? As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice came through, leaving Ye Xian in a daze. Lao Wang. Besides Wang Lin, he had no other friends with the surname Wang, and that guy wouldn't dare to call himself Lao Wang in front of him. He always referred to himself as Lao San. Judging by the overly familiar tone, this person was likely a scam call. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxue, feeling suspicious, saw Ye Xian switching to his acting mode, responding with the same familiarity. Damn you, Lao Wang, you haven't even returned the money I lent you. Hurry up and recharge 200 yuan for my phone, or we're done here. Beep, beep, beep. Having said that, he hung up, immediately leaving the 2 little ones stunned. Daddy, is Uncle Wong borrowing? The two little ones curiously stared at Daddy, clearly thinking that the one who called Daddy was the Uncle Wong from Daddy's college dorm. Hee, that's not your Uncle Wong. It's just a scam call. He affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little ones, explaining with a smile and being completely open. Oh, I said Daddy's tone is different from Uncle Wong's, but turns out it's a scam call. Daddy, I heard that people who make scam calls. The two little ones chattered away while Mu Hanyue began to understand. No wonder that jerk sounded so strange earlier. However, before Mu Hanyue could delve deeper into this thought, a notification sound rang from Yixian's phone. Glancing down, she saw a message. Dear owner of the number ending in 5367, your phone has been recharged with 200 yuan at 104352. Please check. China Mobile, Mu Hanyue. Seeing the message on that big clumsy guy's phone, she suddenly realized. Yixian, that scammer recharged your phone with 200 yuan.